We're live. Let's go. Why is the music coming from the TV? I guess that's okay. Who's this? David VP. What is this? Okay. All right. What's up, stream? It's the day before Thanksgiving. We're going to hang out, play some Fallout, chill, relax. Let me share this out real quick. Just sending this out to everybody. Sending the video out. Everybody send it out. Send it out. I got too many windows open. We're about to get started. We're going to watch John Doyle's 5 Ways Liberals Try to Ruin Thanksgiving. Great video. Then we're going to go into some other John Doyle videos or maybe some other Thanksgiving videos. But while playing some Fallout. So, un momento. All right, it's out. All right, let's play this video, get some Fallout going.
Them because chances are that you're going to have to. If you want to preserve turkey, if you want to preserve pumpkin pie, football, implicitly celebrating the conquering of the Indians, all that good stuff. So please do stay tuned.
Implicitly celebrating the conquering of the Indians.
John Doyle in. Peck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. Thanksgiving, of course, is tomorrow. Very excited for that. Also, we're going to start sending out the Heck Off Commie Christmas
I
sweaters.
need to go
pretty
see
soon,
Paladin
so we can get them to you
dance.
before Christmas. So if you want a chance to get one, be sure to go to heckoffcommie.com and sign up for a membership. You can support the channel for less than the price of like 4 cans of cranberry sauce. And so that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. You know, we're going around the table, everyone's saying what they're thankful for, and I'm just going to read a list of everyone supporting the channel.
We gotta explore
Very
this
thankful
place.
for Tyler, for Ron, Joshua, Roger, Ian, Evan, John II. These are the men who help make this possible, because YouTube demonetizes literally everything that we post within seconds of it posting. Plus, doing some very high IQ technical upgrades to the studio right now, so the live shows are going to probably start next month on the website. That's going to be pretty epic. And since it's not on YouTube, I don't have to censor anything that I say. And if you've seen my Instagram live streams, you know what I'm talking about.
We got a turd over there.
Onto the list. The 5 ways that liberals tried to ruin Thanksgiving in no particular order of prevalence or unpleasantness. Starting off with number 1, they claim that Thanksgiving is a celebration of genocide every year, like clockwork. We're told by white liberals that Thanksgiving is a holiday that celebrates the genocide of the Native Americans. Therefore, we're awful people. We also hear this a lot from non-Americans who are so butthurt about not being American that they'll take any opportunity
get a melee weapon and try to be quiet.
America. Like, here's an article I found a couple years ago from this woman named Belaine Fernandez, and she's American, but her ancestry
just got the notification. How's the day? I'm wrapping up some
write
work.
about how America's a
Discord right now. The hot sauce is amazing. Has a certain taste that hit first.
Which country was it that pioneered that pesky
transatlantic
slave trade? Wasn't that Spain and Portugal?
If you want to jump on the Discord later tonight
for doing bad stuff, okay.
And give you a review of it.
It's interesting because
that'd be cool.
All of these articles that seek to discredit our celebration of Thanksgiving,
That's
they
the
don't
strong
actually make an intellectually
It's not too strong though, right? Like, you don't
what
need
happens
to
is they start off with a
guzzle
headline
milk
that
after
connects Thanksgiving to the genocide of the Indians.
Should we try to
and
snipe
then the text
them,
of the
or
article basically timelines
I don't have a
how
good
Indians
melee
were treated in America.
I
how
think
the
I
historical
stole my
record of Thanksgiving isn't completely accurate because of a few
I
minuscule
sold my
differences, like what they
machete.
actually ate, or both. And how the Indians were treated in America has nothing to do with why we celebrate and why we continue to celebrate Thanksgiving. I mean, we all know the story, or most of us know the story. Some of us might not because our education system is pretty hecked. But basically what happened is the people to whom we refer as the Pilgrims pulled up at Plymouth Rock. They were supposed to be at what's now Manhattan, but happens, and so they get to Plymouth Rock and they find this deserted Indian village with a bunch of stored food, water, and also a lot of cleared land. And so the Pilgrims were like, oh, cool. Who do we pay for this? But everyone who lived in the village was like straight up dead. So that was a bummer. But then a few months later, this dude who used to live in that village named Squanto pulled up, and Squanto's like, yo, what's up, my guys? I used to live here until I was kidnapped and sold into slavery in, you guessed it, Spain. And also I speak English and accept Christ. Want me to help you plant crops and negotiate a treaty with the most important Indian chief in the region? And the Pilgrims were like, okay, Squanto's confirmed epic. Yes. Thank you, Squanto. Very cool. And so what's referred to as the first Thanksgiving was actually a 3-day harvest period in October.
Oh, how did
and there were
that
about 90 Indians and only about 50 Pilgrims because so many of them had died during the winter. And
Hey!
the Pilgrims were like, hey, do you guys want some vegetables and fish? And the Indians were like,
we draw a bunch of attention?
Yeah? You guys want some deer? And so that's basically what happened. Don't listen to your history teachers. Listen to me. That is what happened. But the reason we celebrate Thanksgiving, again, has nothing to do with what
Definitely
happened
will.
to
It's
the
not
Indians.
painful hot, but
Say
has
that
perfect
we
heat.
celebrate Thanksgiving because of the genocide of the Native Americans. That would be like saying that we celebrate Veterans Day because of all the people killed by our military.
I'll come hang out
It's
an hour or
exactly
so,
the
still
same,
busy
because
for a
while
bit.
I'm
No
not going
problem,
to
man.
apologize for either of those actions, that's not fundamentally why we celebrate them.
Thanks
I
for
won't
dropping
apologize
by,
for America
hitting
conquering
the
Native
like.
Americans. We can have that
We got a
discussion,
fat man on us.
but you
I
have
think
to
I'm
understand that that is a separate discussion
supposed
from
to
the
sell that.
Thanksgiving discussion. The reason that we celebrate Thanksgiving is because we are giving
Way
thanks to
too
our
much
family members.
weight
We're
to
giving
just
thanks
be
to our
carrying
friends,
around.
those who have helped us in our lives. And most importantly, we're giving thanks to God. And the reason that we celebrate Veterans Day is to honor those who have served our country. That doesn't require that
Catch
we
out
believe
you
every
kings
action
later.
ever taken by the
Kings.
involved parties is good. Just like celebrating Thanksgiving doesn't require that we believe
Some
every
points he
action
makes
taken by the
seem
involved
right,
parties is
not
good.
all
It's a
though.
valid
Is that
discussion,
the
but
most
it's a
recent
completely
Fallen State
separate
episode?
discussion.
That guy was
We can have the Nagasaki discussion. We can
New
have the
Ager.
Hiroshima discussion. I won't apologize for any of it. We can
Stargazer.
have that discussion. The only thing
All
is that it
about
has to be intellectually
spiritual.
honest. It has to be a separate
Spiritual. I'm
discussion.
spiritual.
Also,
He said, "Are
important
you
to note
Christian?" He
that the
said, "I'm
reason that the left
spiritual."
takes issue with traditions such as Thanksgiving is
He
because
said,
Thanksgiving
we're
is
all
fundamental to
gods.
the
The
social
universe is
fabric of
God.
America.
And everything
And they
is
seek
God.
to disintegrate and destabilize that
I
social
believe
fabric
God made
because
all
they
that,
resent it.
but
And they do this in
that's a
many
New
ways, but
Age
attacking holidays is one
idea.
of the more
And I said that in the
incessant ones
comments.
just
And
because it
Stubborn one
happens
backed
every
me
year.
up
But
because all
number
these
two, liberals are
bots for that
evangelical
guy
and progressive.
jumped in
They
the
just can't
comments
let
like,
Thanksgiving be Thanksgiving.
New Age is
They
just
literally
not
see it as
new
an
because just
opportunity to
you
not
just
only
heard of it.
educate
I'm like,
you on
no,
the
I
things
didn't
we
just
talked
hear
about
of it.
regarding Indians, but also
It's
on
been
everything else
around
that they
for a
believe.
long
And if
time.
you disagree, it's not only that you're wrong, but you're also morally reprehensible. That's
Why
why
is
you do
this
stuff like
combat
this. I
armor
saw
so
this earlier.
heavy?
This feminist writer is planning to totally own everyone at Thanksgiving.
And
by
why
wearing
am I
clothes
holding
that
so
say the
much
word
weight?
vagina.
What am I holding
Yeah,
that's so heavy?
get owned, Grandma. My shirt says vagina on it, Grandma. You're getting totally owned right now, Grandma. It's like, it's so annoying.
Getting totally
because to
owned
these
right now,
people,
Grandma.
educating their family members just means reciting whatever they read on Vox, Vice, the Huffington Post, whatever they've heard from John Oliver. Like, almost every time I speak to one of these people, I could literally type in what they've told me into Google and find out where they
I
heard
don't know
this
how
from
I'm holding
verbatim.
so much weight.
It's
I've eaten so much
intellectual
pumpkin
plagiarism.
pie.
They don't
I got sweet
understand it.
potato
Even
pie
worse,
this year.
they're so convinced that they're not only correct,
How about
but
that?
superior to you.
How about
But
that?
they have
Sweet
no
potato
clue what you
gang
actually
in the
believe. This is
house.
reaffirmed by
We
research
bet.
done by Jonathan Hyde. Basically, conservatives understand
I
liberal beliefs
specifically
better than
went in
liberals
Smith's
understand
looking for sweet
conservative
potato
beliefs.
pie. I found the pumpkin pies
And those who
first on one
self-identify
table.
as extremely
And I
liberal
was like, oh,
are
I
even
guess
less
they don't
likely
have
to
it.
understand
I'll get
conservative
pumpkin.
beliefs. And I don't know
And
if
then I
you've had
walked
this
a few
experience,
feet and there was
but
another
when you're
table
talking to them and you're
with
listening
sweet
to
potato.
them make their point, you're kind
Let's
of
go.
visualizing
Boom!
this tree with different paths that you think that they might take.
Boom!
And so you can kind of plan your response from there.
You're gonna
But
get
it's like with
sniped
them,
up, my
you
bro.
make your point, and they just get mad. Like, they just revert to these emotionally based arguments. They call you names, whatever they have to do.
Oh, I shouldn't have went
to
for the
convince
head.
others
That was
that they have
bad.
not lost the argument.
Bad
But more
call.
importantly, to convince themselves that
Should've
they
went with
definitely
torso
have not
shots.
lost the argument.
We need the
because
perk.
they truly believe
Whatever
that
perk.
it's their job to convince everyone of their
Did I just
beliefs.
shoot my
That's why I
dog
say
in the
that they are
face?
evangelically progressive. They are
Boom!
not
His
looking
head's
to
gone.
have a discussion. They are looking to have
There
a
is a
lesson.
perk
And if
that
you disagree with them,
makes
they're
headshots
going to try to
better.
discredit you to make sure that you don't interfere with their efforts to teach other people the correct beliefs. It's the same thing.
I like when their head
Uncle
rolls
pulls
far
up in
away
his
from
new
their body.
BMW. Your niece wears a hoodie
Which allows
advertising an
me
elite
to,
school that she got
loot
into.
them
It's all
from
petty, unnecessary, and unwarranted competition. Just like when your cousin sits down at the table
I
wearing
don't like
a shirt
that I'm
says,
carrying so much
"Decolonize your
weight. I
bookshelf."
thought I already
What she's
cleaned
really
out
trying
everything.
to say is, I'm more woke than you. I have the correct
Is it all the
opinions. Look
junk?
at me.
I don't
Give me
need junk.
validation. Give me attention.
Why do I have all
I
this
think white people
junk?
are bad. Isn't that unique? Look at me.
I
I'm
didn't
so
put all this
unique
in
and
my dang
totally
old
not an
dang it
NPC.
thing.
Number 3, they give your racist grandpa a hard time. Now, look, I'm not saying that the old guy's right for having outdated opinions. I'm not saying that any form of bigotry is okay. I'm just saying
All this
give the guy
junk
a
should
break,
not
you
be
know?
on me. It should
Like,
be
he
in
was probably
my...
born in the Great Depression. He's probably killed like 24
Yeah,
communists
all
or
this stuff is
Nazis.
supposed
He
to be
raised
in
your
my
parents. He gave you like 25% of his genetics.
freaking
You get what
what's
I'm
it
saying?
called?
Like, he's been through a lot. You give him a break. You know, he's getting older. You really want your last few Thanksgivings together centered around putting your grandpa through diversity training? You know, I don't think that anyone
Your
gets to be
grandpa through
85
diversity
years old
training at
just to have
Thanksgiving
their
dinner?
mind changed by some college kid unironically wearing
As a
a
matter of
shitty
fact, I'm
t-shirt
gonna
when
go
they're
get a
like, "Grandpa,
slice."
You can't call them Negroes.
You already
anymore."
know I always
You
give
know,
you the
it's like,
best
he's
music
your
video
grandpa.
suggestions. Can you guys
You
hear
should
what's
love
playing?
him. Very least you should respect him. Just shut your mouth, eat your turkey, and remember, bigotry is largely generational. It's disappearing in this country, so just be thankful that you got to learn from such a young age that diversity is a strength, because evidently your grandpa wasn't as lucky as you. Number 4, they compromise the
more
integrity
cautious.
of tradition. Thanksgiving is Thanksgiving because it is Thanksgiving. You know, if it weren't Thanksgiving as defined by what is done on Thanksgiving, then it would be something else. So the only way to have true Thanksgiving is to preserve what is done on Thanksgiving. Otherwise, you're just doing something else. And as conservatives, ultimately, we're trying to conserve tradition, which includes the Thanksgiving tradition. That means we're eating turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, gravy, green beans, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie. You know,
Ain't be
have you
talking
seen the
about no
picture I'm
dang red
painting?
man.
Liberals come to Thanksgiving and they're like, "Oh, I brought this pitcher of water and it's got strawberries floating around in it. Oh, I brought this burger bowl, but it's made with a vegan meat substitute." It's like, bro,
No.
stop it. Like, you took marriage, you took history, you took art, you've taken everything, you took gender. Just let
This is
me
one of my
have
favorite guys.
turkey.
This is
Like, I
John
went to
Doyle,
Thanksgiving
Heck
last
Off
year. There
Comedy. If
was
you
a
don't know
taco
John
bar.
Doyle,
I was like, "Oh,
go
where's
subscribe.
the Thanksgiving food?" And the host was like, "Oh, well, we thought it would be fun to have a taco bar." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" Because that's decidedly not fun. And
I'm working on my cringy music video, and I got hit with 2 vids that I can't use. Any suggestions?
I unironically believe this.
You can use
It's
my
not a
videos,
coincidence that
baby.
They do this, and I don't necessarily think that they're doing it with bad intentions, but what they believe
You're welcome to
fundamentally
any of
is
my
that
content
tradition is
for your
bad,
content
and
that you
progress
would like
as
at any
defined
time.
by anything that isn't tradition is good. And we see this exercise throughout their lives, whether it be in their politics or in their Thanksgiving food. The same way when they're like, "Oh, well, I thought it'd be fun if instead of
I
watching
like my
football,
cream like
we
I
put
like
on Veep." Or what about The Office? Did you know that I like The Office?
Oops,
as
didn't mean to
indicated by
send
my
that.
quirky Dunder
I
Mifflin
think you
crew
did.
neck?
I think you
Number
did.
5. This is sort of related to the second one, but I needed a nice number 5, so this is going to get its own. And that's that politics takes precedence over family. Politics takes precedence over friendship. And both of these are fundamental to the Thanksgiving celebration. But the left cannot separate politics from morality because all of their ideas have proven to be such catastrophic failures that literally the only argument that they have left is a moral argument, because it's much easier to twist the morality of an idea than it is to twist the evidence from putting the idea into practice. That's why the leftist political strategists and media figures frame every argument as a moral moral argument. It's not gun rights. It's you don't care about dead kids. It's not
I would need the
tax
perk
policy.
so that I can
It's,
swim
oh,
in
you
the
don't care
water
about poor
without getting
people. You see the pattern? This is why so many of us have lost
radiation.
friends or even family members
Because
over
there's usually
political
good
differences.
stuff
And
in these little
research from
ponds.
the nonpartisan Public Religion Research Institute, showed that over a quarter of liberals, 28% of them, had unfriended or blocked one of
There's
their
no
friends on
loot
social
in this
media
place.
because of political disagreements. And this was more than 3 times the number of conservatives that had done
You
the
don't
same.
got any
Also
cringy music
noteworthy
from the early
is only
2000s,
9%
Josh.
of independents had reported doing so.
But I
So
do.
clearly, there's something happening on the left that
But
isn't
I
translating
do
to
have
other
any
parts of the
idea how I'll
political
pass
spectrum.
along
And what that
your
is
message.
that all of the left's arguments have been reduced to arguments of morality.
I do
by
have
necessity.
cringy music
And
from
in
the
the eyes of the left,
2000s.
that means that if you disagree with them,
You just have to
logically
find
speaking,
it.
you are then immoral.
It's on a
So
different
they have no
channel. It's
problem
on a
with cutting you
secret
off
channel.
because why would you want to associate with someone who's immoral, you know? So this is certainly a big problem for America, certainly a big problem for both the right and the left, but it'll be fine. Probably not, but we'll figure it out. But happy Thanksgiving. I'm grateful for all of you, and I hope that you have
Whoa,
a great
whoa, whoa.
holiday.
Hey,
Guys, if you
let's
like this
chill
video,
out.
let me know in the comments what
Mercenary.
you're thankful for. Curious to know.
Boom. And I
I've been
missed.
known to monologue about how thankful I am.
Yo, I
for
have no
sinks,
life left.
which is true. I've been known to stare at water flowing out of sinks for minutes on end, just like basking in how much of a miracle this invention is. It's not very ecological, but you get the point. Also, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for watching, and may God bless America.
He's stuck on that thing. He's about to get a headshot. He's about to get popped. Up the stair, down the stair. Up the stair, down the stair. Boom! My head's gone. Man, this combat armor is heavy, but I think it's valuable. We're going to make dog meat carry it, as much of it as we can force him to carry. Let me go ahead and remove that in case I decide to run for office one day. I would vote for you. Even if you put a racist comment in my comment section. I don't know why I just picked up those wrenches. That's just worthless. What up, old bone lady? A baby rattle? A dang old bone. Throw me a freaking bone here. What is this place? What am I even doing here? There's no doors. No more locked doors. There's no way inside the building. How are they supposed to learn if they can't fit inside the building? All right, up next from John Doyle. I thought he had a longer one about that. First, let's look at the very real link between Satanism and liberalism. Then we'll look at the very real link between Christianity and conservatism.
If I were the devil.
I think this clip could get me copyright.
If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Thee. So I'd set about however necessary to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington.
Our Father, which art in
I'd
Washington.
educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I
Tranquilize the rest
would
with
have
pills.
families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings,
If I were the devil,
I'd
I'd
have
just keep doing what I'm already
media
doing.
fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those
What's
run
that
wild.
video from? It sounds like a
Before
book
you
I know about.
you'd
It's from
have
a old
sniffing
radio.
dogs and metal
Man, I
detectors at
forget his
every
name.
schoolhouse
I
door.
know his name, and now I'm just
Within a
forgetting it.
decade,
Somebody tell me. the famous radio,
I'd have judges
not Rush
promoting
Limbaugh, but a
pornography.
similar guy to
Soon
Rush
I could
Limbaugh.
evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse.
It's called
and
If
then
I
from
Were the Devil.
houses of
Paul Harvey.
Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify
It's an old
science. I would
monologue
lure
from
priests
Paul
and
Harvey.
pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. What'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure.
Diseases for which there is no cure.
In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
That was deep, huh? In other words, if I were the devil, I would just keep right on doing what he's doing.
John Doyle in.
And that was from,
Heck off, commie.
I think, the 1960s.
Hello there,
That
ladies
was
and
old.
gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. Wasn't that a fun intro? This took a while to put together, so thank you for being patient with me. But as I'm sure you know, there is a long-standing tradition in right-wing politics of simply accusing the left, the liberals, the Democrats of being satanic. This is from where the concept of the democrat is derived. And I think what we're going to discover today is the further vindication of our old friend, the horseshoe theory of practical intelligence, which illustrates the unity between those of us who are below average intelligence, who are quick to berate the Democrats, the Democrats, accuse Barack
Uninstalled
Obama,
it.
Anthony Fauci of being the Antichrist, etc. And those of us who are of above average intelligence, realizing the philosophical overlap between liberalism, leftism, Satanism, and understanding the implications of that overlap as demonstrated in the intro. And then it's the two of our factions against those of average intelligence who would
Blast
say
Radio's
things
board
like,
game.
hey,
Undress
you
you
did
in
an
public. What the-
anti-science.
They
Sweetie,
do.
you must know that morality's subjective.
You ever been to a
Let
pride
people
parade?
do things. There's no heckin' sky, daddy. Demons aren't real
They
arena,
walk around
kiddo,
dang
but
naked.
science is. I freaking love science. These people are the worst people.
And the clothes they have are worse
And when
than
we
if
take
they
the
were
culture
naked.
back, we're
It's
going to
like
make sure that
bondage
everybody knows
leather.
that the default enemy.
How do
in
I
a
get in
video
this place?
game or
What am
like
I
a blockbuster
doing?
Film, it's not going to be a Russian
I don't
anymore.
understand
It's
the
not going to be a
purpose.
Nazi anymore. No, it's going to be a Reddit user. We're going to deep fake all the classics. We're going to have Reddit users hunting for the Ark of the Covenant, Black Ops 25th Anniversary Edition. Dimitri is gassed to death by Redditors. It's called accountability. It's called don't be an asshole. I'm excited for the future, but seriously, I'm not going to tell you that you have to believe in demons or Satan or anything like that, even though my job is literally to promote my beliefs, but for some reason people
Missing
want to
the
draw them on
required
religion.
ammo.
That's
I
fine.
don't have any
I'm
10
just going to demonstrate
millimeters.
to you that the overlap between Satanism and basically everything left-wing is practically one-to-one. And so it therefore is not a coincidence that basically all of the evil that is plaguing our society
that
is being
wasn't gonna
pushed
do
by
it.
the left or by people on the right who are really allied with the left. And this doesn't mean that if you're right-wing, you're like inherently a good person, or even
This big old factory
that if
thing,
you're
I
left
can't
wing,
even
you're
go inside
inherently
of
a
it.
bad person. Though you are operating within the coalition that is promoting that evil, and so you're really only going to be able to plead ignorance for so long, I think. But the point of all of this is just to show you that no, it's probably not a coincidence that one of the biggest organizations that is spearheading the pushback against the Texas pro-life laws is the literal satanic temple, etc. So just bear with me, listen all the way through, at least hear me out, and then give it some thought after. And if you're relatively new to the channel, you'll remember that we touched on this before in other videos.
know what I'm
I think
doing.
we covered it especially well, I will say, in how the 2010s
State
changed politics
Insane
forever.
Asylum.
In particular, how all of the 7 deadly sins are being promoted heavily by the left throughout society. So I would definitely recommend watching that after this. I'll put a link to it in the description, but this will be the first deep dive that we've done into this in particular. So I want to start with illustrating the differences between right-wing people and left-wing people. And there is a core
thought I had a
difference.
quest to go
And then
here. I
we're going to
guess I
get
don't.
into the philosophical overlap between liberalism and Satanism, as demonstrated by the Satanic Temple and the Church of Satan, how this is related to Drag Queen Story Hour and abortion. So much to get to. But yeah, a lot of people have this approach of like, oh, both sides are the same. One side can't be correct about everything. I'm a centrist. I'm smarter than both sides. And we call those people gay. And then you've got other people who take this approach of, oh, well, right wing means small government, left wing means big government, which means that fascism and communism are the same thing, which is why they fought a brutal war against each other, and this makes sense to me. And it makes sense to him because he is a part of another group that we call retarded. So the point being, because obviously we're joking, we're busting your chops, it's all in good fun, but the point is that there is a core difference between the two philosophies, regardless of whether those who claim to represent them in government actually demonstrate that. And it is essentially the acceptance or rejection of hierarchy. It is
So
equality
even if government
versus
doesn't
hierarchy.
demonstrate
It is
the parties
idealism versus
properly,
reality and
the
or pragmatism. It is
ideology
nurture versus nature. Think about that, because those are the differences.
of the
And I don't want to
right
get too
is
deep
of
into this
God
in
and
this
of the
particular
left is
video,
of
but
Satan.
I'll give you some examples here. So the right-wing individual acknowledges nature. He acknowledges that there are natural differences, that some things are objectively better than others, that some people are more skilled in certain areas and weaker in other areas, that no two people are exactly alike or equal.
I don't know what the point of this
He
is saying.
acknowledges that human nature is flawed, and because of this, he does not support these utopian ideas because they would never work, and of course, they've failed every time they've been tried. And because he acknowledges nature, he believes that it is better to live in accordance with it instead of trying to challenge it. And because he acknowledges that man is flawed, he is skeptical of man and of human nature. This is why he takes his right to defend himself very seriously.
Damn, who's shooting at me?
The left-wing individual is exactly
Oh,
opposite.
snappies.
Like the
We
founders
got a
of
whole
liberalism,
army.
which is just proto-leftism, because in a long enough
Dang,
timeline,
I'm not ready for
liberalism
it.
will
I'm
logically
not
devolve
ready.
into leftism because of the natural progressions
ready?
of the
You ready to
conclusions
hold
upon
it
which
steady?
liberalism is based. See the United States of America.
Damn.
It is
He killed
unavoidable.
me.
We touched on this more heavily in the last video
Busting
that we did, but
chops.
like the founder of liberalism, John Locke,
Busting
the left-wing
some
individual believes that all people are equal, not that they should just be treated equally, like literally they are equal, and that any differences between them are just a result of their environments. Maybe they grew up poor or oppressed, etc., and that we could achieve total equality with the elimination of those differences through an apparatus with enough power to do so, such as the state. He also believes that people are basically good, and that because of this, everyone should just be free to do whatever they want, whatever makes
I don't
them
know when
happy.
it's saved,
And the only
so I don't
problems
know
in the
if I-
world are when people who must be driven by this blind, irrational hatred, they come in and they say, sometimes people should not be allowed to do certain things. Or maybe that blind, irrational hatred
I
leads
did
them
forget to hit the
oppress
like.
or
Oh,
discriminate against people. And this is why whenever
Oh,
something bad
man.
happens or whenever people are in bad circumstances, it can always be fixed by just giving them more money, giving them more access to opportunities, giving them housing, etc. And if someone points out that literally none of these things has ever fixed anything, well, then he will highlight that to suggest that is racist, and he'll try to lose that person their job. And because everyone is the same and nature is nothing but a concept, the only things that bind us are all socially constructed. Therefore, if I want to be a woman, I can be a woman by simply declaring it, because I'm a hyper-autonomous individual. If I want to abort my child, I can abort my child
to go
because
east.
it is inconvenient to
I
my
also
desires,
kinda
which
wanna
when
clear
stripped
this
of all
place out.
identity and everything else in order to
at
achieve
this
that status
windmill.
as the hyper-autonomous individual, that's all that remains to define
Look, there's
me,
a windmill
desire.
up there.
There's no such thing as culture.
That's a
as country,
post-apocalyptic
morality, gender. It's all man-made. I am bound by none
dang
of
old
it.
windmill.
It's all about me. I believe that human nature is basically good because I'm a narcissist who believes that they're a good person who can do no wrong. And that's why policies are judged by their intentions instead of their results, because their results are mean. And that's basically what it boils down to. And you can prove this to yourself by running it, like the simple thought experiments.
Me and my little brother had a conversation about this. I told him God, God is only good. No man is good. And then I believe humans are inherently flawed until we're born again. And we can be forgiven, and we can we can repent, and we can be of good, meaning of God. But before you do that, we're all evil. We're all evil, and there's no sliding scale. Oh no! I just fell off a bridge. I thought I was gonna die, but I did not. Haha. Anyway, and he disagreed with me, and this is a deep philosophical question. It's one of them ancient questions. Are we inherently good? Are we inherently evil? Like Jordan Peterson will say, he agrees with neither. If you agree with one or the other, you're an ideologue. And he believes that we're inherently both, and I can agree with that too, to some extent. But I believe in God, so I have to believe we're inherently flawed, and that we need God to not be. And so these are founding principles of the right and the left. Even if you know somebody that says I'm an atheist Republican, that can be a thing, but they're following a belief system that's founded on God. Atheism and Republican being on the right usually doesn't jive too much. Maybe if you're like center right, If you're more, closer to center right, but as you go farther and farther to the right, you have to have God until you get to the extreme. When you get extreme right, I guess maybe you don't need God. Well, I don't know. Even the extremely, what's extreme right? People would say like Nazis, but Nazis are actually to the left. But what's better than pumpkin pie with coffee, guys? My gosh, I love the holidays. Yep. John Doyle is such a Chad. Is like Chad like an alpha? If it's something else, ignore my comment. Yeah, Chad's like an alpha or like a
And it works every time. You just take any point of disagreement between the
your
left and the right, and
stereotypical
100% of the
yeah,
time, it can be
Chad.
traced back to the rejection versus the acknowledgement of nature, of hierarchy, and of reality. 100% of the time, that is the difference. Do we acknowledge what is objective,
I don't think
what
I
is
have the
natural,
Chad because
and
I have
work to live in
dreadlocks.
accordance with it, or do we reject
Chad,
it
you
in
have to
favor
look
of
more
these
like
subjective desires, like what
your
we feel should
stereotypical
be? That is the
conservative.
defining question between the two. Speaking of defining questions, I have a question for you before
I
we
used to
continue.
be
Do you want to be the guy
Chad-like,
that just gives out generic gift cards for Christmas?
wearing
Of
American
course you
Eagle
don't.
and
And it's almost time to start thinking
short
about the
hair and
holiday
all that.
season, and the first item on your list needs to be iTarget Pro. This revolutionary system allows you to dry fire practice with your actual firearm in the comfort, safety, and privacy of your own home. In other words, without old Joe sniffing over your shoulder. And the cost of ammo, it's through the roof. You know that. So this gives law-abiding gun owners a better way to train regularly. No more inconvenient trips to the range or expensive practice ammunition. Just
Where
download
did these
iTarget's
guys go?
proprietary app, load
He
the
was
laser
right
bullet
there.
into
Where'd he
your
go?
firearm, and start your training experience. Dry fire training will help develop muscle memory, sharpen target reaction speed, sight alignment, trigger function, and more. iTarget Pro comes in all the major calibers, including .223 for your AR, so that you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. So go to itargetpro.com right now, save 10% plus get free shipping with the offer code Doyle. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself literally in one day. That's the letter itargetpro.com. itargetpro.com, offer code Doyle. Very epic. So,
I just
before
saw
we
him. I
get
don't know
into
where he
specific
went.
examples, I
Josh
want
is
to give a
definitely
very
a Chad.
general
He breaks the
explanation of
mold
why
with that long
liberalism will
hair.
unavoidably end with the widespread promotion
And
of
that's
evil in
Chad
our
like,
timeline.
isn't it?
It's
I don't
unavoidable.
know. I
It
think
is
part of
inexorable.
being a
And the
Chad
reason for this is
is
very
like you
simply
have
that
to
man
be
is flawed. The founding fathers understood
this
this. If you're
cookie cutter
Christian, you
guy.
understand this, that man is fallen. He is predisposed towards sin, or more broadly speaking, evil. And contrary to what a lot of U.S. history textbooks will tell you, the founding fathers were largely very religious, specifically Christian. Like, you can read their journals and their letters and see that this is basically the case. But what the founding fathers failed to predict when laying the foundations of our country, geniuses as they may have been, was
Is
the
that
true
Muslims were gonna
necessity
come here.
of proactive maintenance of the societal institutions which they took for granted in order to have a safe, free, moral, and prosperous nation. What I mean
That
by
was a
that
good
is the
headshot,
church,
but it did
the
not kill
community,
him.
the
That one
family.
did.
Those are all the things that comprise the
That one
backbone of
did.
the nation. If those are all strong, you can operate under that framework every day of the week and
There's
twice on
another
Sunday,
one
and everything will
coming
be
up.
fine. Like,
He
everything's
gonna
going to run
come
like
up
clockwork. But the
on
problem
you,
is that
boy.
when the ideas that facilitate that framework
Where'd he
are
go?
exploited and traced to their logical conclusions, the social institutions upon which the stability of that society is dependent will eventually erode to roughly where they are now. So think about it this way.
We get
Man
that
is flawed.
headshot.
If he is left totally free, if he is bound by nothing except his divine will,
They
there
be
will be
saying,
evil.
"Dang,
Every
all we
act of
see is
evil
red
ever committed can be
dots."
traced back to selfishness if analyzed correctly. The same way that a compass will always point north if it's working correctly. And this is why liberalism will always lead to evil, because it's set out to literally liberate the individual from all constraints, to create this hyper-autonomous individual who is bound by nothing but himself, not by family, not by culture, not by religion, not by morality, because of course
Right,
it's all
and so
subjective,
it's
not
weird.
by country nor
It's
heritage,
almost like
nothing. That was the whole point. And 200 some years later, you can see how these ideas have devolved into leftism. Well, I don't need to listen to biology. If I say I'm a woman, then I'm a woman. I don't have to listen to your morality that says that murdering unborn children is wrong. It's my body, me. This is all me. Esoteric Far Cry 3 reference. But it's literally a breeding ground for narcissism and evil. And I don't even say that pejoratively. Like, we are now living through the consequences of this experiment. Edmund Burke wrote this in Reflections on the Revolution in France, one of the founding conservative texts. He said that you cannot have freedom
he's throwing
without
grenades.
order. And to a lot of
He's
us,
throwing
this sounds weird,
nades.
because we've been
Boom.
taught to prioritize total freedom above all else, above God, above everything.
What is that?
The ultimate good end is simply freedom.
Nikes.
And I like freedom just as
I
much
almost
as the
dang
next guy.
shot
So
his,
when I say this, it's not because I don't want people
Molotov
to be
out of the
free.
sky.
It's because I actually
Boom.
understand the conditions necessary to
Dog
maintain
meat,
that
handle
freedom
my
in society,
light
because
work.
I'm blessed enough to be able to study the history of these things
did.
for a living. So thank you for that. But total freedom incentivizes man to pursue his own
health was very
self-destruction
low.
through vice, and it
Whoa,
encourages powerful
shit.
people in society to further
Whoa.
incentivize it by profiting
Boom.
from it and
Oh,
advertising it.
I
Like,
missed
there are
your
people
way.
living in multi-million-dollar homes right now who have built their fortunes by designing algorithms to get advertising revenue by exposing your children and addicting them to internet pornography. Is that freedom? freedom to become a slave to your desires, freedom to pursue your preferred method of self-destruction. They're telling you that slavery is freedom, just like freedom is slavery, like Orwell said. Think about that. They're telling you that to be a slave to your desires is to be free. And to be truly free and in control of your desires is to be a slave to things like morality, religion, etc. No, freedom is discipline. Freedom is order. And there is a difference. And this gets back to that key distinction. Is man basically good or is he flawed?
Combat
Look at how this manifests in terms of how each side of the aisle
here,
regards the concept of rights. Conservatives tend to share the
stuff.
founding fathers' concept of rights, that rights are God-given, that they are negative rights. Also, on this note, the only reason you have rights in this country is because they are God-given, and God definitely did not want you to have a right to an abortion, or even if you don't subscribe to that line of thinking. The only reason you would have rights is as an acknowledgement of your value as a human being, which would acknowledge the value of all human beings.
It's a conundrum.
Which would mean that you couldn't kill them when
because the Democrats are the ones that have socialism and communism. That's to the left.
A bit more later. But the negative view of rights is basically rights of omission, that we have the right to do things.
So it seems like they're the ones who are about doing for others, but really it's always selfish. Because like Marxism, you pit the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, and the elite become richer and more elite, and then they eliminate the population. All this comes from socialism and communism. So it seems like the more communal, and it is like if you believe that it takes, if you believe it takes a community to raise a child over a mother and a father to raise a child, then you would lean left, because the right would think it takes a mother and a father to raise a child, not a village. If you believe a village takes a village to raise a child, that's a communist thing, and it's communal. But it is selfish. It's selfish because by leaning on the community to support you, it is selfish because it's like, okay, well now I have to do less work, but I still get the same rewards, because we all pitch in together, and then this encourages people to be lazy because we're all just a giant, unit. And this is also a new agey thing, that we're all connected and we're all vibrational energy. We're all connected with our vibration. This is some commie nonsense. No such thing as vibrational energy. We're not an organism. We're not one big communal organism. But this is what the left believes, because the left is inherently satanic.
My property, he might try to kill me, etc. The left has a diametrically opposite view of rights. They view rights to be positive rights. Positive rights are satanic. Here's why. A positive right is a right of commission. It's requiring others to take action. It's not that they should get out of the way so that you can do as you will, like a negative right. No, a positive right is a right of entitlement. It says, I have a right to health care. I have a right to housing. I have a right to food, etc. And we all know the Ben Shapiro
you to give me your hard work,
viable, but the
to
point
provide
that
for
the
me,
positive rights
make life easier for
direct
me,
action from others to be fulfilled, even if at gunpoint, like we've seen throughout history. Whereas the negative rights just require you to chill out, basically. So here we see the connection between these things, the positive rights and leftism, and then Satanism, and then the negative rights in Christianity and conservatism. And some people will say, oh, but John, no, negative rights are a liberal idea.
Well,
yeah, maybe in theory, but again, liberalism in a long enough timeline will inevitably devolve into leftism. I see where you're going with that. We're not quite there yet.
Dog meat's overburdened.
But liberalism, as we've been talking about, is fundamentally about the eternal and ultimate autonomy of the individual, which is just another way of describing selfishness, like the literal infatuation with the self. And on this note, really quickly, a very common straw man that I get in response to this when I say this is, well, John Doyle has a problem with the individual and he thinks it's selfish to want to be left alone. And it's like, no, obviously that's not the point. And maybe if you stopped smoking so much marijuana and watching so much pornography, your brain would be able to process what I'm saying. Here's the best illustration of the difference. If you asked me or anybody who thinks like me, hey, do you have an obligation to help out your neighbor or your family member or whoever? We'd be like, yeah. And yet we still want to be left alone. No one wants to not be left alone. The difference is that it's always the people who go on about how they just want to be left alone above all else. These are the people who say, I'm not obligated to do anything unless I've entered into a contractual agreement with another individual. And if you disagree,
I got a notification on Discord from you.
Come on, man.
I think,
if we ever
but I don't know where to find it.
Where we can just grill without having to worry about this stuff, which by the
I posted the video link in the Discord server.
Then you're not going to be invited.
I'm in the chat room on the Discord server that just chatting.
Being an American doesn't have to be reduced to this like legal abstraction. And if you're right wing, we need you really to just give a damn. Not everything has to be about this. Well, I never consented to having to give a damn. I'm just going to stay inside and play video games and get high and masturbate and eat chips all day. And it's like, it's so tiresome. Like, we just don't have time for that. We will either hang together or we will hang separately. But that aside, this all doesn't mean that individual rights aren't important and that you shouldn't have them. But again, that is only possible if you have God in society, since God is what grants you those things. And God and Christianity are in the same league for what we're talking about here, not liberalism. And we're doing a whole separate thing on just Christianity and conservatism after this video. But for right now, just know this. Liberalism, leftism, it's all about selfishness. Satanism, that whole philosophy, it's the same thing, which we'll get into more in a second. It's about the ultimate prioritization of the self. This is what Lucifer said to God. He said, non serviam, I will not serve. I will not subject myself to your authorities, your objective truth and good. I will prioritize myself over that. And from here, we can see why the leftist view of rights is a positive view of rights, because they're selfish and narcissistic.
I don't know why I freaking
They
got
believe that they
so
are
much
entitled
weight
to
on
things,
me
that
right
they have a
now.
right to things that could only
The
be
heck?
provided to them by the labor of others. That is satanic. The idea that you have rights to things simply because you are so self-important, that's pride. They try to disguise it as altruism or as compassion, but it's not about that. It's about pride. It's about what they
Something
want.
that's gonna boost
they
my
don't actually
strength.
care about the community or the greater good. And when they pretend to, it's only because they want to siphon dopamine from virtue signaling. It's not about helping others. It's about viewing others as your servants because they view themselves as gods. This is
Strength
why
from
all
stout.
these celebrities and
I'm an
elites
alcoholic
wear
in this
leftist
game.
slogans as fashion statements without actually doing anything productive or material to help those in need. It's literally just a fashion statement to these people.
I'm a dang
And they're
alcoholic
well
in
off.
this game.
So now all that's left to do with those phrases is to use them to feel good, basically. Or what about when people make millions of dollars promoting these phrases? Do
Real
they
life
donate the money to
role-playing.
charity? Do they
25
start
gold for
cooperatives?
these
Or
helmets.
at least stop paying those who work for them as just
I gotta drop
contractors and pay
some.
them equally to what they're making. No, they
All right,
buy
we're at
luxury
289.
homes and
Hurry,
apartments
let's run
because
back
it's
to a
not
town.
actually about people, it's about themselves.
Map.
Who would have
All
guessed
right,
that? Who would
Gwyneth
have guessed
Stout
that
runs
godless
out.
degenerates who spread evil throughout society wouldn't actually care about their fellow man, but would instead exploit
Dude, everybody
them
in
for
Diamond
their own
City is gonna
personal
be out of
benefit
money
under the
because I'm
guise of
robbing these
advocating for their best
clowns.
interest. Me,
Robbing
I
these
would have guessed it
clowns.
because it's a tale as old as time. Now, think of the opposite, the idea of negative rights. It's about sacrifice. Maybe I really hate that guy's opinion, but I'll put up with it because it's his right. Maybe I'd feel safer without that guy owning a gun, but I'll put up with it because it's his right, etc. It's about sacrificing your subjective, personal desires for the
Commented
God-given
about
rights
art
of others.
yesterday.
This is akin to Christianity,
People were
which is about
getting
sacrifice,
ticked on
among other
Jesse's
things.
video.
It is about subjecting yourself to something greater than yourself, making that sacrifice, serving God, doing His will, doing good. And here's the
Yeah, I
difference.
commented
It
about
sounds
that guy on the
counterintuitive,
Fallen
but
State
it
being
is
a
true.
new age,
The conservative will
new
focus
age
on his
mumbo
community. He'll
jumbo,
focus on his neighbors, how they're doing, if they need
and
help,
all
his
his
church,
people. They must have
etc.
been his people
As a
because they were all
result, the
named
society is
Murder
stabilized.
and
It is
Red
full of good
Rum
people. They all trust each other. They
and
have relationships with each other. And resultantly, the
like
individual
similar
can
names,
exist without
all
anybody
relating
really trying
to
to
Red
bother
Rum
him.
and
In
Murder and
contrast, the
187.
leftist will put all emphasis
They're
on
like,
the
it's not
individual
new
in other
age.
words, himself,
You
his
just never
rights,
heard of
what
it.
he believes that he's entitled to. And he will claim that it's to help out people who are oppressed,
Wasn't he acting
to
wild?
help
He
out the
sounded
downtrodden in
pissed.
society. But of course it's not. It's
You
simply
talking
to
about
help
when Art
himself.
was
It's not even that their
calling in
policies don't
about
work and that they're all hypocrites in their personal
the
lives.
so-called
It's
white
that
man
literally
to
it is about
Jesse?
nothing more than the self, self-interest, pure selfishness, narcissism. This is why, as you're probably all recalling right now, that the most narcissistic people you will ever meet in your lives are all leftists, because left-wing thought breeds narcissism. It destroys civilization.
Where
Whereas
I wish
right-wing
that they
thought
just
breeds
had a bed
sacrifice,
in this
and it
city that I
builds
could just lay
civilizations.
down.
Same thing. Satanism encourages you to
nap.
follow your desires, and resultantly,
Are
it
you
destroys
sleepy?
everything that it touches. Whereas
a
Christianity
nap.
encourages you to follow
You're
God
not
and to
afraid
sacrifice
of
your
the
desires
dark,
in
are
tandem
you?
to that.
What are
And
you
not
running from, kid?
coincidentally,
Are
the
you robbing
greatest,
people?
freest,
What are you
most
doing?
prosperous,
Huh?
most moral societies in the history of the world were founded upon Christianity. And as liberalism, aka rational,
like you smell, kid.
has usurped that power, the country has completely lost itself. And that's what we took for granted. When the United States was established, the people who settled here had come from those traditions, and I suppose it was just kind of expected that
Yesterday?
they would sustain
This was
themselves.
yesterday? I didn't
But that
hear it
just
yesterday.
hasn't been the case. Like the church,
I
would
heard him
sustain itself
call
over time, but that
Hake
hasn't been the
yesterday.
case,
Didn't he call
unfortunately.
Hake yesterday?
And as we're
He
seeing the
was
results of
killing
that
Hake.
play out every day in America, we have to think
You're
if
talking about
America
on
became a
Jesse's
Christian
show.
country again, the problems would go away to a huge extent. But a lot of people just aren't ready for that because they worship themselves. But they also think that they aren't a part of the problem. because
Not
at
to
least they're
attack
not as
men
annoying
still living
or
with their
incessantly
parents.
dramatic
Why?
as these
Why
college
not?
liberals are. Well, I don't like organized religion. I don't like some book telling me that I can't watch pornography and
Get
sit
out
around
your
in my house
mama's
all
house,
day.
boy.
And they're all hypocrites anyways, you know, these church folk.
Never gonna
I
become a
want to
man
worship
like
alongside
that.
people as perfect as me. And then something about Catholic priests molesting boys, even though it's not at a
1
rate
hour,
higher than the
45
clergy of
minutes
any other
less of
religion,
work.
actually.
Yeah, he
And
called Hake
even then,
too.
I still send my kids to public school, which has a rate of child molestation astronomically higher than the Catholic Church, by the way. But I don't know about that because I just read headlines from mainstream media, which is run
Bro,
by literal
this is
Satanists.
whack.
Not to mention that they're teaching my kids in public schools to hate themselves because they're white, hate their country because it's white, question their gender, etc., etc. And my entire life has actually been a series of concessions and inaction. And I'm totally amoral, but I'll talk your ear off about how the government tried to take my guns.
The dugout.
But not because they're the enforcement arm of a state that facilitates the genocide of millions of children every year or that promotes vice in society to destroy families and communities. I'm not going to do anything about that. I'm just going to watch sports ball. But because if the state takes my guns, then I won't have any guns to talk about using against the state if they ever tried to take my guns, which means I won't be able to pretend that I have actually any convictions or principles anymore.
Oh, God.
Which will make me realize that the cost of my perpetual comfort and leisure has been my spine, because I'm a man of yeast. I'm a dough. I'm a dough man. I'm a blob. I'm a coward. You're telling me Christians in the Middle East get lined up on their knees to watch dirt in front of them get painted with the faces of the people next to them just to go to church? They're brothers and sisters, but all I have to do to go to church is start getting up a little bit earlier on Sunday morning? Buddy, I won't even get my phone charger. I won't even get my phone charger if I'm lying in bed and my phone's about to die. You kidding me? God made me this way. I love myself. I swear I love myself. That's why I can't get through the day without taking pills and smoking and watching pornography and drinking and consuming half my body weight in sugar. This is the state of the American male. He is pathetic, he is weak, he is androgynous, and he is no better than those who are actively seeking the destruction of our country. He is complicit through his inaction that he is complicit. He is gross. And we all know people like this. Yes, it's sad. It's unfortunate to illustrate.
Feral ghouls in Mass Pike Tunnel?
Small government was never about giving people the freedom to do whatever they want. Freedom was never about just doing whatever you want or whatever feels good. It was always about getting the power
Why
out
did
of the
I
way
come to this
so that
place?
men
Every
would be
time I
free
come to
to
this
raise
place, I can't
moral,
even find a
Christian
dang
families
bed.
in a safe and prosperous society. That was the whole point. That's what the founders wanted. But it's easy to lose sight of that when you simply define freedom as the ability to pursue one's preferred method of self-destruction because you're too distracted by your own vices to realize that they have brainwashed you. Your judgment is too clouded. You are a slave to your own desires. You no longer have what it takes to live in a free, safe, and prosperous society. You don't have the discipline necessary to do that anymore. Freedom requires order. This is not a new idea. Everybody recognizes this.
How did John Doe talk so much and so fast without passing out from exhaustion?
But the reason people think that this isn't the case,
I know,
I'm the one who's incorrect, is because their entire political and philosophical education was given to them by the same people who have failed to conserve anything in our country during the same period of time where the most crucial ground was ceded to our enemies. And now the only reason that those ideas about small government and freedom, so I can do whatever I want, the only reason that those can exist online is because the established order, which has total control now, does not view those ideas to be a legitimate challenge to their authority. And that's because they aren't.
Till 9
that concept of the world is not a threat to
long
the established order of things. There's a reason that Donald Trump was kicked off Twitter, but the so radical and extreme, edgy Libertarian Party accounts haven't been. There's a reason that I was kicked off Twitter, but mainstream conservatives who espouse the same
Sav Hernandez
and it's because
has been reinstated on Twitter, by the way.
And they don't even exist as conservatives, frankly. They exist effectively as these like pressure release valves to convince well-meaning patriots that they actually still have some representation left in this country because these publications and these pundits can go viral on Facebook.com by making fun of AOC or by stating the fact that there are only two genders, and it's like, it's not enough. It will never be enough to look at a tyrannical government that is hostile towards its own people.
How much money you got?
I
only
don't
got
think that you should
238
exist,
gold.
but I have principles, so I'm not going to do anything to take that power back from you because you could then use that power against me again, and then I'd be back at square one. And I think that this makes sense because my understanding of power is equivalent to that of a child or a woman. And then the state basically says, oh, that's cute. It's not a legitimate idea. The only legitimate idea is to declare, I know what is good, and I know that what you are doing is bad. And I'm going to take that power away from you, and I'm going to use it for good. And I'm going to keep bad people from ever obtaining it again by holding on to it with an iron grip. Because I have now learned that the power vacuum is impossible to achieve, and it almost cost me my country to learn that. And maybe it will. That is the general idea that gets people kicked out. That gets people in trouble. If you're only interested in thinking about how we can just possibly return to an earlier stage of liberal decline, then you're not a serious person. If there is to be a future in this country, then it begins by figuring out how to keep people who basically want to like rape and brainwash your kids from ever even approaching a position of public influence or power ever again. And it is completely achievable. Just look at our history. It did not used to be like this. We can get back to that point if we start taking things seriously and stop just like pointing and laughing every time Joe Biden stumbles through a sentence. You can't talk. That's not to say ridicule is not important, by the way. It is, but there's a balance to be achieved between serious and unserious. And whatever we're doing right now clearly is not working. And I think
45s.
we can agree.
And I have
Bruh.
lots of
John
45s,
Doyle, stay on
so
topic
let's
without
keep one
berating
of
right-wing
these.
weakness challenge. Improbable. It's so true. But anyways, we talked about the conflict of good and evil, about the classification of man as
we
basically
already-
good or as
She
flawed,
already out of
and the
money.
implications of all of that politically. And I think the
Yeah, let me
conflict
buy
of good
something.
versus evil,
You ain't got nothing I
like
wanna
the
buy,
eternal
though.
conflict, is basically correct. And I think it calls back
Well,
yet
she
again
don't
to
got
our friend
nothing.
the horseshoe theory of practical intelligence, where
Bad
less
resist.
intelligent people would tell you it's all the good guys versus
Baked
all the bad
bloat
guys.
fly
And you'd have the average intelligence
increases your
people,
rad
the normies, the
resistance?
midwits, and they tell you, no, it's about competing interests and subjective understandings of
When
morality.
you
and
cook it, it
precedence
doesn't
and
have
blah, blah, blah.
rads.
But then
Crispy
you'd have
squirrel
the
bits.
hyper-intelligent people like
Squirrel on a
aggression and
stick.
conflict are not inherently wrong. The side aggressing in accordance with
She
good
don't
is
got
correct,
nothing I
and we can
want.
always deduce this given that we know right from wrong, etc. So then
pipe
it's like,
pistol? I don't want
okay,
any of that.
how do we know good? Well, because we have the Bible, and it's written on your heart. And I told you I wasn't going to preach to you today, so I won't. However, you should at least understand that everything that's going on in society right now that you think is evil, the Bible also says that it's evil, and the Bible also predicted that all of this would happen. So that might be worth taking into account. So at the very least, we'll talk about how what is evil is what is being pushed by the left. And then in the next video, of course, we'll be talking about the links between specifically Christianity and conservatism. One of those points being that if we are as God made us, then hierarchy is
Things I'd
inevitable.
let Savannah
Which is leftism
Hernandez do to
reject
me. I'd
hierarchy.
let her pay
And
for
this is
dinner.
why
if you catch
leftism,
my
broadly
drift.
speaking, is inherently godless and has demonstrably
John
racist
Doyle on
throughout history
speed?
without exception.
No, he
how come
always talks like
communists
that.
slaughter tens of millions of people?
It's
Because they're
30
godless.
degrees
They
here,
don't
and I'm
universally
crunching ice.
value human life. And generally speaking, without God, you cannot be good. You can be incidentally
Yeah, I'd let her
good,
hold
but
check.
the point is that it should not be surprising that the greatest examples of evil in human history can be shown to have been perpetrated by people who were either godless
Bibby are
or
gonna
who
get
were
in a
worshiping
fight one
demons,
day
including what's going on in our
over
predominant culture right now. So my message to you
Sad.
right now is not that demons are real, not that you need to repent and accept Jesus Christ. Might be a good idea, though. I don't know. It's simply that if the Bible were true, and I don't feel as though you're entitled to a spoiler alert because it's been out for a couple thousand years now. You should have read it by now, but spoiler alert, it's true. My point is just
Baseball
to show
grenade?
you how all of the evil that we know is being pushed by the left overlaps almost perfectly with Satanism, which vindicates the Bible. And I have one more thing to tell you about before we really dive into the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. It really is more of a question. Folks, it's getting crazier out there, is it not? And more of you are choosing to exercise your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms
what
with
any of this
American-made,
stuff is.
We the People holsters. Those of you who aren't are going to
Cybernetic
wish that you would listen to me when the
limb
consequences
actuator?
of
What the heck is
leftism
that
are
for?
staring you in the face. But these guys are more than just holsters. They're becoming a destination for patriotic Americans just like yourself. So go to wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle.
BOS
Check out
combat
their
armor
complete
chest
line of
50, 50,
patriotic
15,
shirts. They're 100%
50,
American-made
50.
tactical gun belt with a
Who's selling all
proprietary
these?
Talon buckle. And you might say, well, that sounds great,
10,
but it's not like they
10,
have their own line of bacon jerky. And even if they did, it's unlikely that it would be
115.
flying off the shelves. Well, you look like an idiot right now because the opposite is true.
we put
They
this way,
actually
right?
do have their own, and it is actually flying off the shelves. I mean, that is somewhat hyperbolic. You know, they still have like a stock that they can send you. It's not quite yet like in this sort of post-Biden grocery store type situation. I'm just trying to say that it's good. Plus, We the People holsters are custom molded to
17,
fit your exact
17,
firearm
0.
for a quick, smooth draw with thousands of options to choose from. Plus, a selection of custom
15,
printed
15,
holsters
15,
you are
17,
sure to find
17,
just the right fit
0.
for your lifestyle. So
I
go
think
to
15, 15, 15 was
wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle.
better.
Right now, get an additional $10
This
off
only
of
weighs
the offer code Doyle. Every
5.5.
holster with a
This
lifetime guarantee.
weighs
If it's not a perfect fit,
8.
send it back, get a
We'll
full
sell this.
refund. wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle. wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle. Very epic. We are now free to
Way
get
too
the
much
meat and potatoes.
information.
There's going to be 4 brackets to this.
Ew.
We're going to talk more
Sassy
specifically about the
seesaw.
general
As
overlap.
long as you stream
between
that
liberalism
fight,
and
Josh, I'd
Satanism,
pay-per-view
and then
it.
we'll discuss that within the context of the Church
Still
of
need
Satan
some pot.
and the Satanic Temple.
This is a
We'll
family
panel on
show,
2 common
Bibbs.
cultural practices to better illustrate
Wait,
what
what'd
we're
he
talking
say?
about, which will be drag queen
What'd
story
he
hour
say?
and
What's he
abortion.
say?
Then we'll tie it all together, and then you're out of here. Ready, set, go. Okay. So you ever think about how our society is completely upside down,
69
everything's
degrees here.
inverted, everything is backwards? That is by design.
Coincidentally,
What
something
Satan
else
seeks
I'd
to
let
do is
slip.
draw us away from God, and he does this by mobilizing
Oh,
resources
yeah.
to pervert everything that God created, make it wrong, make it backwards, make it unnatural.
Families aren't
So
made
just keep
from
that in mind as we
69.
go forward, that ultimately what Satan, who is very clever and very deceptive,
No.
wants you to do is turn away from God and essentially sell your soul. He wants you to sacrifice
Lord
your soul at
have
the altar of
mercy.
wealth, fame, pleasure, whatever. And liberalism as a whole, anything left-wing, broadly speaking, views the world through the lens of something called humanism. And that is basically defined as an ideology that places supreme authority in human beings as opposed to nature or God, and its purpose is to further human beings, further being subjectively defined by human beings themselves. And this is, of course, related to these ideas of progressivism and progress, because it's thought that human beings have progressed past the point where we need God, that those ideas are outdated or archaic, and so without God at the top of the hierarchy, we have elevated ourselves ourselves to the top of the hierarchy to where now we think that we're gods, that we know what's best, that we can do what we want. We can decide all of this subjectively. There is no good and bad, but now tolerance and intolerance. And this, of course, is completely opposed to Christianity, which is why throughout history you will see that the greatest enemies to Christian societies have always been leftists, socialists, humanists,
gonna
etc.,
shoot you,
because
dog.
they took the
Sorry.
golden rule from Christianity, as outlined in Matthew 7, and they
What's up,
reconfigured it to
Raymond?
be the elimination of any inequality
Glad you're
between
not
human
homeless
beings,
no more,
which, of
bro.
course, is unnatural and impossible
I
to
am
achieve.
also
This is
glad as
opposite
well.
to
The
Christian
homie
and
Dave.
conservative thought, which says that
The
just as we
homie
acknowledge that
Dave.
hierarchy is real,
What's
that some
up?
are better at certain
Yeah, I'm
things
glad
than
I'm
others
not
are. We
homeless either.
acknowledge that God is bigger than us. He knows what is best. He knows why we are here. Therefore, we submit ourselves to His
was what
authority.
it
We make that
was.
choice. That's what
That's
faith
all
is.
that it
We acknowledge
was.
that there is right and wrong. And so we try to do everything we can to
Give me
squash it
the
in our own lives and also in society, because we know that if we allow sin to
all this
proliferate within society, then that society will become
everything
sick,
I need to
and it will
sell.
continue to
Put 'em all on
fester
my
and
stuff,
rot, and
all on
eventually it
myself.
will be beyond our control to solve. Now, a common objection to Christian morality is the smugness and sense of moral superiority that we've seen a million times before with Christians, but I would offer a few counterpoints to that. Firstly, pride is a sin, and we're all sinners, and it's unrealistic to want to worship alongside people as without sin as you may think that you are. Secondly, I don't even think that this is a Christian problem. I was thinking about this recently. I think it's just a woman problem. Like, I've never seen this from men at the church. It's always the white women, it's always the black women, and sometimes the Hispanic women, but I would argue that it's much less common. And it's like you look at that same sense of moral superiority when it's not happening in the church, and it's the same people. It's the white liberals,
and then
it's
the
the
gilded
black liberals,
grasshopper.
etc. It's
I don't know
liberal,
what the
feminine
point of
men
that thing
and
is.
women. So let's be clear, it's not a church problem, it's a woman problem. And the Bible literally tells you about this in the first few pages. It warns you. You read Genesis, you read 1 Timothy, you'll see what I mean. But on that point, that sense of moral superiority that we see so often from people on the left is stemming from pride. And you can tell because it's always delivered with this great degree of smugness. Like, you would never see someone who's actually morally superior be like, sorry, sweetie, murder's wrong, okay? Oh, you poor baby, you never learned that stealing purses from old ladies is wrong? I feel so bad for you, right? Like, that's not what happens. It's always people who are blinded by their pride telling you what is wrong is actually right, which is totally backwards, and they do it so smugly. And pride is satanic because it's leading you towards self-worship and spiritual independence, and the devil laughs while it happens. And I've said before that the vast majority of leftist thought basically exists as a series of rationalizations for why they're addicted to touching their own pee-pee. And I stand by that 100%. And this is a part of that, because so much of what they're saying is just condescending nonsense, which is meant to justify their own vice and sin. They know it's wrong, they feel the guilt, and that makes them anxious.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell anybody. Where's Nugget Man
at? Their
at?
weakness
I
also
burnt my
has made them
eyes
feminine,
welding
so that's
the
where the
other day.
passive aggression comes
Remember
from.
when I was
That's
at
where
the end
the
of last,
condescending comes from.
the end of the
same
show the
way
other night?
that if you criticize
My
an
eyes were
alcoholic,
real red,
they
and I
get
kept
defensive and
rubbing
lash out
them,
at
and they
you.
were
So
watering
the
a
point
lot.
is that if you have a problem with pride
Well,
and smugness, you have a problem with sin.
later
with the
that
left.
night,
So we're still in the same boat here.
hold
And
on,
a great political example
let me
of the
pause this
contrast
for a
between
second
a godly society and a
because I
group
have a
of
story.
communists using Satan to attack that society.
So later that night, they kept getting worse and worse. And I had been welding like an hour before I started the show. I had to weld some steps in the apartments. The stairs, we have old concrete stairs and they crumbled out. So we got these new steel stairs. And I'm not a welder. I'm not a trained welder. And I had a mask and I was doing stick welding. But I had to, it's like diamond metal, cut metal. And you got to get in between these things and weld it. So I would get it started and then flip the thing down and then it would go out. And I'd lift the thing up, get it started, flip it down, lift it up. And I kept doing that. And then towards the end of the show, my eyes were starting to burn. And I thought it was because of this light, maybe, or just because I was tired or something. But it kept getting worse and worse. And then when I tried to go to sleep and go to bed, it hurt to close my. It's like my eyes felt so heavy, and all I wanted to do was close my eyes and go to sleep. But it hurt to close my eyes. They felt like sandpaper. And then so from like, and it got real bad. It got intolerable from like 1 a.m. I think I maybe dozed off from like midnight to 1 a little bit lightly. And then 1 a.m., I woke up, but I couldn't open my eyes. So my eyes hurt too bad to open. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't see anything. If I opened my eyes, I would tear up so much that I couldn't see. So I couldn't find anything. I couldn't, I was thirsty. I wanted a glass of water. I had to like blind go to the kitchen. And I was freaking out. I thought I was going to be blind. From 1 a.m. till 5 a.m., I could not fall back to sleep. I got a wet towel with cold, wet water and put it on my eyes. And I friggin' smoked half a blunt because I thought it would make me feel better. I chugged what was left of the beer on my table. I was like, I just need to knock myself out. I need to pass out. And I tried laying there perfectly still. I tried doing like silent prayer, just breathing and, going through all my body. That wasn't working. I could not, it was so painful. And I just laid in bed for like 4 hours, almost crying in pain. It was some of the worst pain I felt. I mean, I was crying because my eyes were watery. Warm rag, man. I tried warm rag. I tried cold rag. When I ended up falling asleep, it was cold. It was warm at first, and then it got cold over time. When I fell asleep, it was cold, and that felt good. And my eyes are like, um, I don't know if you can like tell, but if I just blink a few times, they start watering. And there's like crust there this morning. And my boss said I basically like sunburned my eyeballs with the welder. And it was bad. I thought I was gonna be blind. I couldn't open my eyes and I was feeling around. I was freaking out. Jesus wept. It's okay to cry when you're in pain. Nice. Well, good, because I did. They still, I'm trying to rub them, but they still got that
Or
feeling.
actually, I should say a group of communists being used by Satan. That would probably be more accurate. But the greatest examples in somewhat recent history, other than, of course, our own country right now, would be two of the most unfortunate things to ever happen in all time, which were the French and Russian revolutions. And basically what happened is that there was a very influential fellow named John Milton, who, of course, wrote Paradise Lost, and he had unintentionally depicted a version of Satan that ended up being of critical importance in both of those revolutions against
Jose,
strong Christian nations, because it was a depiction of Satan that was perceived to be positive by the people. And if you look at the Church of Reason that was established during the French Revolution,
don't wanna
it
sell
shares the
this.
exact tenets of
I don't wanna
modern-day
sell it and
Satanism,
have
which
it
we'll
not
go
be the
over
one that I think
and
it
explain
is.
momentarily. But the point is that essentially that depiction of Satan was used by the communists to undermine the strong Christian faith that the populations had, which enabled them to take over. John, elaborate on how exactly the French Revolution was communist, if it took place before the Communist Manifesto was even written? No. But it was actually, and if you had an understanding of history that was more nuanced than just looking at two dates, you would agree with me. But just keep that in mind as we get into the tenets of modern Satanism, how there's sort of this attitude in the culture of, oh, hell is where all the cool people are going to be. Well, sounds like fun. Satan seems pretty chill. You get to do whatever you want, but they will find out that such is not the case, and the boys and I will be vindicated once again. But think about that. You can just do whatever you want. When has that ever been a good idea? Have you ever heard the phrase, if it seems too good to be true, then it probably is? The toll will always be paid. What would happen if you let a child simply do whatever he wanted to do? He would eat a bunch of candy and ice cream, and then he would feel very sick afterwards. Now, scale the level of intelligence proportionately. You understand sugar better than like a child might, right? May get you by. But do you think that your
I don't know if I
understanding
can
of the
sell
world
this
around
stuff.
you is sophisticated enough to where you can simply do as you please, and that you will be unfailingly acting in your best
They all have
interest?
zero
Of course
weight,
not.
so
But this is what Satanism and liberalism sell to
San
people. If it
Francisco
feels good, just do it,
sunlight.
man.
What the heck is
Satan
that?
wants you to separate yourself from God so that he
I don't
can
know what
have your
these even
soul.
are.
And the left wants to make you as weak as possible so they can have total control over you. And of course, there's overlap there, but it isn't black and white. The question of whether man is inherently good or inherently bad. Remember earlier we talked about this. And I mentioned that the left thinks that man's nature is basically good, and the right is skeptical of the nature of man, meaning we acknowledge that man's nature is flawed, though he can cultivate virtue if he chooses to do so. This is one of the problems with libertarianism. I just did a debate actually with Austin Peterson on conservatism versus libertarianism, which you can check out on Elijah Schaefer's
You know
channel.
what? We got
And he at
enough
one
gold.
point said that people are basically good and can therefore be trusted with total freedom, which adds up given that liberalism and libertarianism are basically cousins. But then later in the debate, he
we
implied
may
that the
need
reason for
some
limiting the
silver
power of the
for
state
our
would be that man's nature is either flawed or
base.
corruptible.
Mo,
which
you
I
got
tend to agree
weapons?
with,
You got
and that would
baseball
actually be the
grenades.
conservative position. And to that
You
you
got
might
a
say,
blue
well,
baseball
it's
bat.
power that corrupts man, not freedom. But by definition,
Oh, we do
freedom is
need a
literally
sick
power.
melee
It's
weapon. Let's
empowerment.
buy one
But
of this
not
guy's
everyone who's
bats.
free to purchase a rifle will use it against innocent people, just like not
Chain
everyone who
wrap
holds
oats
power
water.
will use it against innocent people. Our problem
all
is that our
slow?
system incentivizes the most immoral and corrupt people to seek power. And just like the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, the only thing that can stop a bad guy with power is a good guy with power. But we continue. We talked about how all evil is rooted in self-worship and selfishness. This is true. And you see much of this selfishness masquerading as advocacy for the common good. But of course, this is not the case. This is the left-wing position, and it is perfectly aligned with the doctrines of Satanism because it is rooted in pride, rooted in greed, envy, etc. And the greatest evidence of this, as we discussed, is that these people use these talking points to amass fortunes, and then they keep it all for themselves, and they give none of it to the people for whom they claim to advocate. And this isn't to say that there's something inherently wrong with making a lot of money and then keeping it. However, if you're making that money by claiming to represent people and then you don't actually do it, that is wrong, because the product that you're selling them is false hope, even if what they're hoping for is stupid. So the liberal position is essentially this: self-worship masquerading as the common good. They view those around them as cattle to exploit for their own benefit, and they convince them to follow along by claiming that it's actually in their best interest. The right-wing position is
just
exactly
buy the baseball
opposite,
bat,
and it aligns quite well with the Christian position, which is sacrificing for the common good to achieve true individual prosperity. Think about it. Making sacrifices, whether that's for your family, for your neighbors, for your community, whatever it may be, those sacrifices will ultimately create a better environment to you or for you to thrive in as an individual. And this is what the Bible calls us to do as well. So the left will pursue this extreme emphasis on what they desire: free healthcare, free college, free money, whatever. They will claim it's to help the downtrodden masses, but ultimately they don't actually care about them. They only care about themselves. Whereas the right will emphasize more on self-sacrifice for the common good, because they know that it is like that truly good society that will allow them to prosper as an individual. And that's the difference. The left says, you have to sacrifice for my benefit, and the right says, I will sacrifice for your and my benefit. It is the prioritization of the positive rights, the rights of entitlement, which they believe will benefit them directly because they worship themselves, which is satanic.
I also need to go to the
of negative rights, which
to the
provide
vault
the
and get
indirect
that
benefit
cool
of a
gun
better,
out.
safer, more
How's a
prosperous
British
society.
cigarette an insult?
We talked about this earlier, but
let me tell you.
I hope that explanation kind of brings it full circle. That,
Same way
the
a bundle
left-wing
of
position
sticks is an
identical to what
insult.
the devil wants, which is envy, wrath, pride, and greed, acting as tributaries to the individual's self-worship. And then the right-wing position, properly defined, would be things like charity, temperance.
Next time you
fortitude,
got to wear
willpower,
that
pursuit
hood,
of
that art
something
could really do
greater
damage
than
to your
oneself,
eyes. I
rather
know
than
it did.
oneself, which would basically be aligned with
It
what
already
God
happened.
wants. So there's a couple more things I want to outline here before we dive into the tenets of modern Satanism, and again, why they're perfectly aligned with liberalism, and then we'll illustrate this with things like abortion and drag
thought I'd
queens
be
in
all
particular
right,
before
as
tying it
long
all
as I eat
together.
more
But
most
there's
of the
another
time.
distinction between left-wing and right-wing thought that translates well within a biblical
That
context,
was not the
which is
case.
the distinction between temperance and indulgence. Temperance is inherently right-wing, and indulgence is inherently left-wing. Why is temperance inherently right-wing? Because it
I don't know
implies
if I
an
need to
order to
carry
things that
this
goes
stuff
beyond
on
the
me or
purely
what?
carnal desires of the self, to recognize that you could do something, but that you ought not do it. That's an acknowledgement of something greater than yourself, whether that's the future, that's God, whatever it may
don't
be.
know if this
Whereas
is for-
indulgence is hedonism.
What?
Indulgence says if it feels good, do it. You are not bound by anything other than your desires and what you want. Now, maybe what you want is to not indulge, but even that is a little bit different because it still places serving yourself at the top of the pyramid, what you want. Whereas actions of temperance, broadly speaking, tend to place God or family or nation above all else. So it's essentially the difference between do what makes you happy, let people enjoy things, and having discipline. Left-wing thought is rooted in chaos, revolution, femininity, whereas right-wing thought is rooted in order, tradition, and masculinity. So indulgence is left-wing, temperance is right-wing. So what are some examples of indulgence and
We have a
hedonism?
fat man
The
in here.
sexual revolution, promotion of drug use, the body
I can sell
positivity
the other
and/or
fat
fat acceptance movement, etc. What are some examples of temperance? Anything that opposes that, basically. And so this is why there's a war on like vanilla. There's a reason that I said I could talk for 2 hours about how vanilla ice cream is inherently right-wing, which it is. And that is because it is simple. It is natural. The left declares anything vanilla to be boring. And this is because they've fried their ability to enjoy things normally, and so they have to take a bunch of extra steps because they couldn't control themselves from the beginning. And this is why they get into these really weird sexual kinks and pretend that everybody else are the weird ones. It's a cope. It is literally just a cope. It's an argument for
Dog meat.
hedonism. And the
Where
reason
are
this
you?
is dangerous is because it fits perfectly into that biblical context that we mentioned earlier, because the devil seeks to lead us away from God with earthly pleasures. Look at this thing. It feels good. You should do it, right? Oh, wait, God said you shouldn't? Well, he must not really love you then. And before
So
you
if I
know it,
put
after
fly
continuously
meat
giving
and
into your
stuff
desires,
into
you
the
will be in
cooking
a state of
station?
despair. And this is something that's important to note. The emphasis on the individual and their ability to do whatever they want as a justification
think-
for that will inevitably involve the collective, because as individuals pursue whatever they think will make them happy, they become lost in despair. The actions then must be normalized and promoted in society as a desperate
Store all
means of
junk.
potentially alleviating that guilt. Like there's a reason that it was never actually about private individuals
I
and the
go
privacy of their own home.
here-
But we bought into that lie regardless. Think about it.
The
You don't
cooking
know
table.
exactly what makes you happy. It's a lot easier to nail down what makes you miserable and avoid doing that instead. And this can be reflected reflected in the data as well. But everyone I know who was enslaved to their vices and who reached that point by initially indulging in their desires, operating under the guise of, this feels good, I like this, it makes me happy. They are now the most miserable people. It's really, it's a sad thing. There's a reason that the coalition that thinks that human existence can be boiled down to, if it feels good, do it. Also, don't be mean, is more mentally ill than the coalition who thinks it's probably a bit more complicated than that. If you want to see a general prediction of what our country is going to look like if we continue down the path of self-worship, take a look at Australia. I love Australia. I think that they're arguably our greatest ally.
Where it is,
at
but
least
it's
top
somewhere
two.
around here.
Got a lot of viewers from Australia. They are very fine people, and they'll probably agree with what I'm about to say. So
let
just
your
know
eyes
that I mean
rest
no
on
disrespect by this, but
Jerusalem.
there is a
Obviously,
reason
can't
that
stop,
Australia is experiencing one of the
Ray's
greatest
extremely
tyrannies that the world
sensitive.
has ever seen right now. And that reason is because their country in particular, I believe it's considered to be like the most irreligious country in the world, or at least one of them, but their country has abandoned God in favor of self-worship. And it really is that black and white. Like, you either worship God or you worship yourself. Something's going to be at the top of that hierarchy. And if it's not God, it's you. And what happens in that culture that elevates self-worship, that elevates positive rights instead of negative rights, that doesn't worship God? Tyranny and evil. There are two artifacts in particular that were and are foundational to the United States of America and that were not to Australia. And those are very simply Bibles and rifles. And the reason you have a Second Amendment is because it is your God-given right to defend yourself, which is something to which Australia never subscribes. So what happens without the Bible, without an acknowledgement of God-given rights, without a culture that believes in something greater than themselves? They give in to narcissism and fear. And we're right on the way there too. Just look at how the narcissism index has skyrocketed in the last few decades. But think about it. I don't care about your right to defend yourself because I feel scared of guns. And there go the guns. I don't care about your right to literally go about your life because I feel scared of getting sick. And just like that, tyranny. You cannot escape tyranny in a godless society. You are either living under tyranny or you're on your way there. Because if people don't believe in God, then they fear death. They fear the reality of their own impermanence. They fear what happens after they die. And because of that fear, they cling to life. And they can be so easily manipulated by a state and a state-adjacent media that tells them your life is in danger because of this thing that you otherwise wouldn't have even known about. Whereas religious people know that we win in the end. We know that everything is under control. We do not fear death. Would we prefer to not die? More or less, yeah, but we do not live in fear. This, too, is why the writers of our Constitution said that this could only function with a religious people and that everything else would not work. That is not vague. That is because tyranny requires fear, and fear requires the absence of God. In other words,
required rank 2, local leader. Can I not make that yet?
It'll be okay, big guy. But of course, it's much easier said than done because we'd much rather audaciously deny the will of God to pursue material pleasures. That's why you see all this rhetoric coming from the left about love yourself, accept yourself for who you are, which is always in response to people basically being terrible and degenerate. And it's like, no, to accept yourself for who you are is to recognize that you are a child of God. And your fallen nature manifested in habitual sin is nothing to be praised. The sense of despair that you feel for your lifestyles is not because of people like me. You're not going to convince me for a second that you actually care about the opinions of people like me, but rather it is the inevitable result of living in sin, that sense of despair. And so they have to cope by saying, well, it's because people judge me and make me feel bad for it. We have to normalize it so that it doesn't happen anymore. No, it's because you literally are being lured away from God by demons into this sense of despair. There has never, ever been a story of someone who was a degenerate sinner who opted to live as a devout Christian for 60 days to prove that it's pointless, whose life then did not substantially improve. It doesn't exist. But the pursuit of earthly pleasures prevents most from doing this. And we see this promoted by the left with all of the institutional power that they have. Because the global left is the greatest political force for Satanism in the history of the world, because it simply promotes the doctrines of Satanism without actually mentioning Satan, by employing the greatest trick of them all, simply pretending that the devil doesn't exist. Lucifer wanted to worship himself. Liberalism wants to worship the divine self. Nothing can impose itself on me. Not biology, not language, truth, objective truth, nothing. And of all things in the world, what is liberalism the most preoccupied with? Think about it. Of all things, what can the vast majority of it be traced back to? Sex. We'll talk about why a bit later into this, but there is nothing that makes these people take to the streets like issues pertaining to feminism, pertaining to abortion, etc. Those are all sexual issues. And you might say, well, what about Black Lives Matter? That's different. That's just like black people in general, who, yes, are overwhelmingly liberal, but I'm talking about if you had a sample of 1,000 Democrat voters, the issues that are most likely to get these people into the streets or to get them melting down on social media are all issues that can be traced back to sex. And this is very simply because sex is the most powerful force of our nature. It's what creates life. It is the ultimate reflection of the natural order, which liberalism and Satanism seek to totally destroy. Think about it.
So I can sell the fat man. I got rid of the jaw.
Everything that we understand about sexual behavior. They have inverted what sex is as a bimodal reality, that there are two genders who each have separate biological hardware to facilitate the creation of human life, and that this additionally has implications on everything from their interests and behaviors to their physical statures. They have inverted inverted who sex is for.
Here, buy
They have
this
watered
from
down
me.
its definition to pretend
Buy
that
this
what was
extra
understood
fat man.
inherently as something that's procreative is now just like a different version of like the spectrum of acts, including when a man masturbates his into another man's. That's the same thing
Whoa.
fundamentally, just a different type of it. Which
Whoa,
is what they'll tell you.
John.
And of course, they've inverted its purpose in general, why we have sex. Not to create life. You can abort that life if it's inconvenient to you. Not to bond to your wife or to your
Do I
husband.
sell
but
this
simply
or do I
to
like break
feel
it down
good
or
as
something?
promoted by the sexual revolution,
Jesse took the
feminism,
paywall
etc.
down. Oh,
It is
the
the
paywall
complete
going
inversion
down.
of reality. Why is everything so backwards nowadays? Because that is exactly what both Satanism
sure
and
they-
liberalism seek to do. And we're going to go
I'm
over
sure
exactly
they,
how right now. But I do first have to say that if you want to see more examples beyond what we just mentioned,
I'm sure
go watch How the
they just did it
2010s
and
Changed
tested
Politics
it,
Forever, and there will be a link
and
to
they
that in the
probably
description.
saw that they were
Okay,
losing.
So now we are going to get into the
Or
Church
maybe
of
I
Satan
don't know.
and the
Maybe they
Satanic
were
Temple, all that fun
making
stuff. And so the
more
first
off
thing to
of having
understand
the
about
paywall
Satanism
up, but
is that people who are Satanists are not necessarily actively worshiping Satan, or they don't necessarily believe that he exists. And obviously, this makes
because
no
you
difference
could
to him,
potentially
since if you
put a
practice
paywall up
Satanism,
and make
he's going to
less
get your soul when you
money,
die, regardless
less
of whether or not you
revenue,
actually believed in him. So he doesn't really care.
on
But
YouTube.
the Church of Satan was
Because
established under the guise of self-worship.
you have less
just like we've been talking
views.
about earlier. And of course, this recalls the other point that we made,
You have
which
less
is that there really is
consistent
a dichotomous
people who
understanding of
watch the
existence
whole
where
episode
it
with
is
all
either
the
God
ads.
or you at the top
You
of
have
the
less
hierarchy.
ad
And the
revenue.
rejection of God and or a prioritization of the self.
Of course,
are
you have
exactly what the
more
devil
because
wants,
people
but
are
of
paying
course,
for
he has a
memberships,
silver
but
tongue, and it's much better marketing to tell people, oh, just do what you want, than it would be to tell them to outright reject God, since the latter would set off more red
Is that the
flags
way
probably. But of course,
way the
either
pros and
avenue will
cons.
still grant him access to your soul in the end.
I
so he
didn't
doesn't
mind the
really
way
care.
that they
So,
did it.
I
I
never
like the
actually
fact
read,
that
by
you
the
could
way,
still watch
the
the
9
episode
statements
and
from
be
the Church of
audio
Satan
only.
before. This is because, of course, I'm not a godless heathen. But in reading them while outlining this video,
know.
I was legitimately surprised at how obvious it is that
I know
evil
a lot of
forces are at
people
work.
wanna-
Like, I really thought that it would be
Shipment of
more subtle than it is,
asbestos?
but it's not. And anyone with a fundamental understanding of Christianity will see what I mean. So we'll go
heck is
through these
this?
one by one and then explain why
Oh,
they
she
lead away
sells,
from God, and also how they're perfectly in
ceramic,
alignment with
circuitry,
left-wing philosophy.
copper.
And by
Dang,
the way,
Trash
if you
Can
don't
Carla
already
got
hate the
everything.
Antichrist, you definitely will after we're done with this, because he is a sneaky bastard. And as a result of that,
I don't need
Satanism
any of your
as a
stuff.
religion is really like the most powerful religion
I
in
do
the
want
world. And
some
what I mean by that is that it really just has
45
this
rounds.
unrivaled ability to just easily influence the masses, since it is about self-worship, and people are flawed and prideful and narcissistic. And so this appeals to them because we act as animals who basically try to fulfill our most primitive desires. Also, we will give a general summary of each of these as they fit into liberal philosophy, but the greatest proof is to simply ask any left-wing person you know if they disagree with any of these. And none of them would disagree with any of them. So the first one is, Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. And we talked about this earlier as it pertains to how the left
There's a
and
lot
the
of
right
money
view
that
this.
I'm spending
How
right
the
here.
satanic view is obviously to indulge rather than to abstain,
But
because it
it's
exploits
okay, 'cause
our
I
flawed
have
nature to drive us away from
4,500
God in the pursuit of
cats,
earthly
so these
pleasures,
spirits.
which corrode our spirits. And then, of course, the Christian position
getting
is
a
the
lot of
opposite of this, putting God above all else. But basically, all of these are the Church of Satan trying to appeal to those desires and make everything else seem boring, which echoes one of the realities of existence.
Echo,
which
that's
is
my
simply
dog.
that oftentimes what is good is boring, whether that's responsibility, eating non-poison food, etc. So the next one is, Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. And what this means is that Satan represents living in the moment, making the most out of these vital moments instead of this unrealistic.
What's up,
ideas
everybody,
of
man?
what's
I've been
happening
watching
after
this
we
guy
die.
named
And
Val.
this is,
He
of
has a
course, just
channel
another
called
argument
LFR.
or
I mean,
justification
there's
for
a lot of black
hedonism, for
conservative
living
guys
in
coming
the
out.
eternal present. Because
He's all right.
as we've discussed,
like him. He's
being
cool.
abstinent or
He
being
was
in
on,
temperance requires that you acknowledge
Fallen
something greater
State
than yourself.
also.
You are planning for something. You
First
are
time I had
delaying
people in chat
gratification,
asking me
etc.
if I
This is
heard
what
about
builds families,
LFR. I was like,
builds
what's it stand
nations,
for?
communities, and also what
Stands for
enables them
likes,
to be more
follows, and
prosperous and free.
retweets.
And so naturally, liberalism and Satanism
Which
would
I'm like,
seek to avoid
"Ah,
that, because liberal
kind of a whack
philosophy has
acronym."
always rejected the
Yeah, it's
concepts
me,
of
but
delayed
he's cool.
gratification, because that requires that the individual is to be subject to the constraints of
Do I
the
have new
future,
perks
which
yet?
do not necessarily affect them immediately. It has always been about the complete and total
Sugar
freedom
honey
to
iced
exist in
tea,
the
that
state of
guy?
the eternal present. And Satanism would, of course, advocate for this as well, since Satan must convince you that there is no afterlife.
I
There's
swear I
nothing
had
after
an-
this. You're gonna die, and then when you die, it's over. So you may as well just do whatever you want while you're here. And it's not like you're gonna be held accountable for this or anything.
I'll
That's
taste
just
of someone
that's just a
mentioning
pipe dream,
salve, and
which
you
is
go
exactly
crack
what
crack.
he wants you to believe, so that he can steal your soul
It's
for
better
eternity.
this
And by the
way.
way,
Stay
a lot
away
of you
from
might be
Josh.
skeptical when I
What?
say that, but
What happened?
if I'm wrong, it just means that I didn't get to take advantage of girls with low self-esteem or do drugs or whatever. Whereas if you're wrong, you're literally going to have your soul ripped from your body and yeeted into hellfire for eternity. Anyways, we
Got him.
continue. The next one is, Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit.
Oh, they
The
shoot
point of
me.
this one is to allude to being
Oh,
able to
Meiji, look, he's
rationalize
stuck. I love when
logically
they get
your
stuck
own
like that.
desires, which is why they
It's so
say
funny.
undefiled
You're about to get
wisdom. They're
headshotted,
basically
my
saying,
bro.
oh, religion? That's been debunked. That's not wisdom. That's defiled. We know better now. And this is exactly what liberalism seeks to do as well. Liberalism seeks to define truth by what the science says. But the science is sponsored and conducted by the regime, which also censors anything that threatens it. The studies that have been conducted which actually prove that sin leads to despair, those aren't a part of the mainstream conversation. What occupies the
Where is he?
mainstream conversation are studies
Where is he?
and experts who claim that all of these things are normal and healthy, actually. And that is because the regime is not threatened by a population in despair who don't know God. The only thing that threatens their power over you is a class of people who are not in despair
don't see
and
him.
who know God and who do not
Oh,
fear
he's right
death
there.
or them. It's a strategy.
Wait, I
It's
just
easy
saw
to
him
prove
move.
that killing people is harmful, but it's
Where'd he
not
go?
as easy to prove that casual
Oh, he's
sex is
stuck in a
harmful,
wall.
though both are true. And like we
What
said,
the-
the devil doesn't care either way as long as he gets your soul. So the strategy
What
is
is
to
this guy
feign
doing?
morality by saying, well, don't harm people, which
What
connotes
the-
anti-violence sentiment. But of course, you can harm people without committing violence against them.
I wish
But
I
the
had a
point is
melee.
that
Oh, I do
this
have a
is all
melee
to
weapon.
allude to
I
this
just
idea
bought
of,
one.
oh yeah, those social
this out.
conventions, well, they were never based on anything real. No, that was just all people wanting to control you for no reason. Just do what makes you happy. And of course, this is coming from the coalition of people that use their power to usher in the greatest tyranny that the globe has ever seen over the course of the last 2 years, except for maybe 2 examples from the 20th century. It's an exploitation of man's pride. Oh, well, God said don't do this. Well, don't you worry. We know better now. We're wiser. And the other half of it hits
Watch
the
out,
buzzword.
dog.
It talks about hypocrisy. Because
Boom.
one of the biggest criticisms of
Boom.
Christianity from
What?
irreligious
Oh,
people
he's got
has
a
always
gun.
been hypocrisy.
shoot me through
which
the
is fair
ground?
enough. We talked about this earlier. But hypocrisy is not an argument against Christianity. It's actually an argument for it because it concedes that human nature is flawed and that we all fall short of the glory of God. And the anti-Christian argument has always been, well, maybe if we can't meet
Did
the
he get out?
standards, then the standards don't or shouldn't exist. This is stupid. It is
He's dead.
objectively true that a world
That
without
worked.
sin would be perfect, and to argue otherwise is just dishonest. The reason we can't achieve this isn't because the
Requires
standards don't
key?
actually exist,
Where's the
but
key?
because
How
of
do
our
I get
nature.
the
So
key?
given that, it would be better to acknowledge that and strive to be better instead of basically like pouting over it and giving up. Hypocritical self-deceit. What they're saying is the standards aren't true, and even if they were, people can't meet them. It's not self-deceit. As we just said, but it's also not hypocritical. It's not hypocritical to declare that sin is wrong and then
Yo,
to
why
sin
are all
for
these
a moment of
mercenaries in the
weakness and then
ground?
repent for that
And why
sin.
is my dog
Hypocrisy
standing
would be
right
saying,
where he wants
well,
to get
sin's
hit by my
wrong, and then just
baseball
going
bat?
about sinning without any repentance or prayer. It's not hypocritical to know and declare that sin is wrong and then to sin because you're just weak. Like, God knows that. He will forgive you for that if you repent. But you have to humble yourself before him to do that, which unfortunately many people just don't want to do because of their pride. So Satan likes this because it rejects the concept of sin in favor of whatever the regime
there another
experts
one?
say,
Why
which
are they
will
all
grant
stuck
you
in
your
the
soul.
ground?
And the left likes this because
got a
it allows them
glitch,
to
guys.
to continue to live in the
It's all
eternal
right. My
presence
melee
while
skill
criticizing
is
those who
going up.
dissent
We're not
by
wasting
claiming that they're
ammo on these
hypocrites.
guys.
We continue. The next one is Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates. This one is particularly sneaky because it uses the word kindness for those who deserve it, and it says not to waste love on ingrates. The Bible teaches to love God above all else.
Don't
but below
cast your
that, to
pearls
love one
before
another.
swine.
Being kind to someone, though, is much different than loving them because if you love someone, it suggests that you seek to do whatever is objectively in their best interest,
Oh, shit.
or at the very least will avoid doing things that are bad for them.
We got another one in
Kindness
the
is
ground?
different.
Oh,
It's
no,
not
he's
being
not in
good.
the
It's
ground.
not doing good. It's just being kind. And only to those who deserve it, as defined by literal Satanists, and also not wasting love on people who they described as ingrates. This is directly in contrast, of course, to the Christian understanding and also the right-wing
head's
understanding,
gone, buddy.
because Christians acknowledge the
Buddy, where's
universal
your head
value
go?
of human life, and conservatives do as well, as indicated by their staunch advocacy for things like the right to life and the right to bear arms, which both presuppose that human life is universally valuable and therefore worth preserving, whereas the left perceives life to be basically of conditional value, meaning the value of the life is defined by how convenient it is to whoever has more power. A mother can kill a child if it's inconvenient to her. A communist dictator can kill his political opposition because they are inconvenient to him, etc. And so these are both things that are openly celebrated by the left. And of course, Satanism fundamentally rejects the value of human life as something universally, or I should say uniquely
Where's the key to
special.
this
So
place? What's
this
up,
one
Ty
is
Rizzle?
basically saying that you should only be kind to people who deserve it, which ostensibly means other Satanists or people who at least aren't convicted enough to object to the widespread promotion of sin. And then it says also that you shouldn't love anyone who isn't a part of that thinking because they're ingrates, they're lesser than, etc. You can be kind to someone and still exploit them, though, to get what you want. But that doesn't mean that you're actually doing something good for them as though you love them. For example, Satan is very kind when he grants you fame and fortune, but it's only because he wants your soul in exchange. And the same goes for all of these vices. And this fits perfectly within the liberal worldview, which abandons right and wrong in favor of tolerance and intolerance. And the people who are intolerant
found
are
the front
therefore immoral
door.
and don't deserve respect
I don't have
or
the
even
key.
acknowledgement or a presence in
I
society.
thought the key was like in this fountain.
And the next one is Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. This is obviously in contrast to the Christian teaching, as it even mentions, and that's
Everything's
because
given
anger
y'all
and
too.
grudges
Y'all having turkey?
are like
Yes,
a
sir.
poison. They're very bad for you.
Play
It's better to be
Contra,
free
up, down,
from those
left,
energies.
right.
But
Select
Satanism would
start
prefer
for
that you
two-player.
give into those desires.
Is that the
that
code?
allow,
Is that the
for
code?
anger
I
to
don't have
fester
Contra.
inside of you, that you become this like bitter, hateful person, etc. And of course, the left are mostly bitter, resentful, mentally ill people who would have no problem enacting mass revenge on those who they perceive to be a threat to their
How do I
utopian,
get the key, though?
egalitarian society under the guise of, it's called accountability. It's called, don't be an asshole. You're mean. It really is that simple. So the next one is Satan represents responsibility to the responsible instead of concern for psychic vampires. And this is just another way of saying that you only have to care about people who are non-threatening to your worldview and to your desires, even if the only capacity in which they're a threat is through judgment or advocacy against it. They don't matter. They're actually
know where
a
I get the
psychic
key for that
vampire
place.
or whatever. Satan likes this because it rejects that we are called to care for our neighbors. And the left likes it because it justifies their ingrained selfishness.
I need to go
They weren't
east.
going to care about their neighbors anyways.
Right?
But it's better for them if they can pretend that it's because
go straight
they
this
didn't like display a "hate has no home here" sign on their front lawn. We continue. Satan represents man as just another animal.
OG Corp
sometimes
crew in the
better,
house.
more often worse than those who walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. And again, this is alluding to this idea of wrong being synonymous with violence, and therefore because the heckin' animal arenos don't murder people like people do, they're better than us. No, they're not. I'm still team human. The reason Satanists promote this idea is because it rejects the idea that human beings are special and that God made us in his image, which calls into question the universality of human value. Since if we're just like animals and we kill animals, we must not be that special either, right? And the left likes this because they're very feminine
this is a
and they
nice guy.
simp for animals, and it's also very easy to implement
guy.
very severe regulations in
They
society
simp for
under the guise
animals.
of, no, we must help the
Damn old
animals,
vegans.
save the trees. Shut up, hippie. Animals like dying. Ah, yes, a soldier's death. Thank you, kind hunter.
Jose
Quote,
Week.
every animal
Jose
ever.
Week.
A
My name
cow
is
that is
Jose
slaughtered
Week.
and eaten has lived a more meaningful
You
life
do
than the
love
average
them,
mid-30s
never heard
man who
me?
just watches Marvel
My
movies
name is
and
Jose
works in
Week.
HR.
Jangles
It's
the
true.
Moon
Also,
Monkey.
these man-animal themes
Oh,
will
we
come
might
up
have
later
to
as we discuss
jack
the relationship
this.
between drag queens and demons.
Hold on, let me
but we
save.
continue.
Let me quick save. I want to see if I can
Satan
get this without
represents
him
all
catching
the
me.
so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental,
taking
or emotional
jangles.
gratification. This is
jangle.
very misleading. It's
Let's
actually dangerous.
go.
Gratification is much different than
Leonard,
happiness or even
I
contentment.
usually don't
It is
steal in this
true
game, but
that
I
you will
just stole
feel
you dang old jangle the
gratification or
moon
pleasure
monkey.
when you sin. But after that fades away, which
You
it
know I
always
ain't
will,
passing
it
up
will
no
leave you
moon
feeling in a
monkey.
state of despair. Maybe not a lot, but as you continue down the path, it gets worse. And then you continue sinning, trying to numb
So you
that
still gonna
feeling
work
with
with me?
continued indulgence in earthly
Let's
pleasures. It's a
go.
very bad cycle.
Hey,
So
do you
yeah,
want to buy this
Satan is
Jangles
literally
the
saying
monkey?
here, I like sins because they feel good. It feels good, so you should do it.
Got
Which, of course,
you.
is akin to the effective motto of the left, which is also, if it feels
Y'all
good,
ever
do
seen
it.
a moon
And
monkey?
it has been forever.
I
Just
just
like in the
got
Garden
one.
of Eden,
This game.
Satan is luring you away from God with the promise of gratification. And it's just like in Genesis. It's the feminine energy that is the most susceptible to this. Women and weak men. The literal coalition of the global left. Anyways, last one. Satan has always been the best friend the church has ever had. He's kept it in business all these years. No, he hasn't, you idiot. The church is still in business in spite of Satan, not because of him. He's not our friend. We hate the Antichrist. But Satanists like this idea because it gets back to their very vague narrative of
selling all of
Christianity,
them,
just trying to
except
like
for one.
control people for no reason. And they'd much rather have people descend into a perpetual state of sin. And I can't say that the left really aligns with this, but you definitely see traces of it within their
38.
whole brand of like this
Tactical, powerful pipe
smug
pistol.
George Carlin-esque cynicism.
want
Very cringe. But the point of all of this is that there is no real difference, and there is no practical difference between atheism, Satanism, and liberalism, because they're all effectively a rejection of God in favor of worship of the self. And there really is no real or effective difference between the goals of Satanism or the goals of liberalism. As we discussed, they are the same in practice. They are naturalist ideas. Socialism, leftism, atheism, Satanism, they are all apples from the same perverted tree. Literally just look at the Satanic Creed. Do what thou wilt. What is the
Do as thou
translation of
wilt.
this in modern politics? Shh. let people enjoy things. That's literally the Reddit version of the Satanic Creed. They are all the same idea. They are the same in practice, and they serve the same master, but it's not God, and it's not even yourself, even though you're made to believe that it is. It's actually Satan. So those are the 9 satanic statements. Now I will go over the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple in the same format, because believe it or not, the Satanic Temple is actually more influential and deceptive than the Church of Satan. So we'll do that now.
Okay.
And all of these as well perfectly align with the tenets of liberalism, as we will explain. So the first one is one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. This is, of course, a key tenet of utilitarianism, which is closely related to
I was
liberalism and often
expecting
developed
enchiladas.
philosophy, because
Speaking
both
of
emphasize
pie, you
compassion
missed
to the
Seaside
entire
Pop.
society,
Nasty.
regardless of the situation. But it has to be in accordance with their subjectively defined reason, which is usually going to be whatever the narratives of the regime are. And so
think I have to
resultantly,
swim
we
across
see
this-
people not being held accountable, claiming that it's because of
Need to
their
go right there.
environment. It's because of socioeconomic factors. Well, they were just born like this, etc. However, if anybody dares to challenge the amoral vacuum by asserting that right and wrong do exist, then they are to be shut down, because they actually pose a threat to the established order. Also, their use of the word creatures, very cringe. It's the same thing that we mentioned earlier. It's elevating animal lives to the value of human lives, to reject the concept of universal human value and the fact that we are made in the image of God. And of course, Satan likes this because it
I had to
maintains
say that
the
out
amoral
loud.
power
He
vacuum,
white.
which he can fill, and it denies the relationship between man and God
never
by
go
adding
full
the creatures and the
white.
within reason
do go full
clauses.
white.
So we
Never go full
continue.
retard.
The second one is the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. And again, this is all within the context of how they define reason, which means that social justice takes precedence over laws and institutions. And now you wonder why they went after Kyle so
there's gonna be a
intensely.
scary guy
Why
here.
the regime doesn't prosecute, let alone even track leftist violence. What's going to happen to you as someone who exists outside of the radius of their compassion and whose life can no longer be protected by the laws which are deemed irrelevant to the mob rule? Not good. So the left likes this because it justifies their suppression of any opposition to them, and Satan likes this because he masquerades his intentions with vague moral narratives to capture the energy of the masses and use it to do his bidding. Great example, the social justice of women's rights, something that compels millions of people to take to the streets every year, millions of mothers to take to the streets, and the end result is the slaughtering of millions of unborn children, all under the guise of justice. And we will be talking extensively about abortion in a moment, but let us continue. The next one is one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. Yes, the divine will of the individual. Nice try, Satan. We've been covering this for years, and we think it's dumb. The point being that this is like a needle in a haystack. No, actually, a Trojan horse is better, because no one actually thinks that this is some like bold statement against slavery or against like forced organ transplants or something like that. That's not what it's intended to be, even if that's what it claims. What this is really trying to do is justify abortion under the guise of bodily autonomy or whatever. So, as we know, the idea of freedoms and rights stems from liberalism, with Satanism and leftism taking the view of positive rights, which means they believe that they have a right to an abortion because it's their own body, and the rights of the baby are second to the rights of the woman, and that another person cannot control their body even if to protect the life of the child. So again, the whole point of this is to advocate for the genocide of unborn children, which of course the left wants, since abortion is the ultimate achievement of liberal philosophy, which we'll explain. And of course, Satan likes this because he likes child sacrifice and the shedding of innocent blood, and he doesn't have the power to kill your child. So instead, he whispers into your ear so that you do it instead, and then he takes your soul in the process. Scary stuff. Yet we continue because we fear no evil. So the next one. The freedoms of others should be respected, including a freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Now, this one actually sounds like it might be good. Well, to be fair, they all sound good on paper. But remember, when they're talking about rights and freedoms, they're not talking about your God-given rights. They reject those. Remember? They're talking about rights and freedoms within the context of social justice and what they define to be reasonable. And since you exist outside of that context, because of what you believe, you are not extended any compassion or respect. Do you really think that when they say freedom to offend, they're talking about, well, facts don't care about your feelings, gang?
Don't threaten me with a good.
You would not have the freedom to offend them by dissenting against the narratives of social justice. That rule is written for them and not for you. Think about it. When this was written, they were trying to take control of the culture, a culture that was predominantly Christian.
Y'all
So
need
what
to
do?
tell.
They usher in all of their vulgarity
so many
and
mass
blasphemy
shootings under
and
Democratic
degeneracy under the guise of having freedom of expression and
chat's on
freedom of
fire.
speech and the freedom to offend. And Americans were stupid and just accepted
know,
that.
man.
And
We
look
need to
where that
get
got us. So, like all of this, the
some
left
people up
likes
in
it
the
because it
Discord.
justifies their attacks against dissent without requiring that they put up with the same from their opposition. And Satan likes it because it enables his forces to basically Trojan horse depraved content into a formally polite and relatively moral society.
Where are you, dog meat?
The next one. Beliefs should conform to the best scientific understanding that one has of the world. One should take care to never distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. This is a great one because they control academia. So anything that is in alignment with their narrative is what the science
I can't
says.
even
It's
unlock
the
it.
expert consensus or whatever. But also, when challenging things that have been acknowledged as true for generations, then they employ this idea of relative truth. Well, that's your truth. What about my truth? And that's the cycle. Promote relativism, wait for the truth to become vulnerable,
what
take power,
increases
and then
my
declare
lockpick?
your ideology to be the truth, and then silence anything that challenges it under the guise of misinformation or conspiracy theories. Once again, it's a Trojan horse because you get the masses to accept that science is the arbiter of truth. Then you simply get science to define what was formerly known to be bad as natural and good and healthy, actually. And the left likes this because it justifies their control over the narratives and the flow of information. And Satan likes it because it rationalizes bad to such an extent that the masses are convinced that it's good, actually. But the next one is, people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Remember, like they said, these rules only apply to you. They're not talking about damage to communities during riots for social justice. That's all justified. It's more like you misgendered your niece and you have to apologize for it. But it's okay. Hey, no one's perfect. And it's like, yeah, but not because we're not buying into gender theory. It's the same thing. Eternal tolerance for me, but not for thee, because our ideas actually challenge the established order. So the left likes this because it justifies their self-perceived moral authority over the dissenting voices in society, which are me and you and your racist uncle. Happy Thanksgiving, big guy. Give him hell. Don't let him break you. But of course, Satan likes this too because it's the same idea of this vague appeal to a moral framework that will actually be used to usher in widespread immorality and sin. So yeah, here's the last one. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should prevail always over the written or spoken word, which of course means compassion only for those in agreement with the narratives, wisdom as defined by the information used to compose the narratives, and justice as defined by the purported purposes of the narratives. It really is also tiresome. And it's also an attack on Christianity as a whole, as implied by written or spoken word being second to compassion as defined by tolerance and absolvement from responsibility, wisdom as defined by subsidized knowledge, which seeks to undermine traditional morality, and justice as defined by what is subjectively right being executed,
the door is
which
chained
is, of course,
from
the
the other side.
triumph of immorality.
We got to go in here and take care of these
beginning,
witches.
the Paul Harvey monologue, If I Were the Devil? There is a reason that everything satanic in society is being promoted by the left, either directly or by proxy. Lust, gluttony, hedonism, envy, wrath. It's all there. And we just illustrated the philosophical overlap as to why this is the case. So now I want to talk about two examples that illustrate this especially well. And those are drag queens and abortion. For drag queens and everyone's favorite drag queen story hour, let's start by defining it. So basically, drag or
we
drag
going in the basement?
Queens, it's where men dress up like
hunting
women,
all the ladies
usually
at
for
work, giving
purposes
them
of
Crunchwrap
entertainment.
Supreme.
But you can do a lot of things for entertainment. The reason that they
Latino
settle with
world order,
this is because it's basically like a gay fetish, and they don't really deny this either. But it's worth mentioning here because drag is also more or less a satanic ritual. And what I mean by this is that, first of all, you can just look at them, try to tell me that they look normal and healthy. But what drag is basically this like performative caricature of what it means to be a woman, which is significantly more offensive, by the way, than blackface. But no one will talk about this. Like when someone does blackface, it's like, haha, my skin dark. Now I'm a black person. Okay, but when someone does drag, they are essentially taking what it means to be a woman and reducing it to like this gay performative fetish defined by a caricature. And this is bad because, believe it or not, being a woman is a more significant identity than just being black, because women can create life. But these people seek to totally invert reality. Like there is a reason that they, as gay men, want to parade around in women's clothing and makeup because they are mocking the natural order of human sexuality and existence. They are essentially taking womanhood and mocking it for their sexual fetishes. No, it's for entertainment. No one who's not a pervert would find this entertaining, dummy. There's a reason that drag is celebrated and promoted to children, but blackface is literally the worst thing that someone can do. I'll give you an example. The most famous drag queen is a character who goes by the name RuPaul.
Like a woman.
This person has had TV shows. He's been in the international spotlight for a while now. And after President Trump beat Hillary Clinton in 2016, this guy said, the America that we've all fought so hard for, the narrative of love and peace and liberty and equality, it feels like it's dead. Spoken like a true liberal, right? He's also admitted that drag is a very, very
Something's
political
dragging
act
that
because
body
it,
away.
quote,
What?
challenges the status quo by rejecting fixed
Oh,
identities.
it's
And he
rumbling.
said that drag says, I'm a shapeshifter. I do whatever the
It's
hell I want at any
rumbling.
given
There's
time,
something
which
big
echoes
up
everything that
there,
we've been
my
talking about with
boys.
liberalism and Satanism, that these people are rejecting the
Let's
boundaries
go,
of
Kings.
reality in favor
Let's go
of their
kill
own
this
subjective
beast. Hold
desires
up,
and
quick
identities.
save.
But it's not enough that
We're
they
gonna
do
do
it.
a quick
Society must accept
Left
them.
arm bone.
Your children must
Front
learn
to-
about
oh,
it. And it really isn't rocket science. It actually is pretty simple. It's just that they
Yo, I'm
literally
scared
want
to
your
go up a
kids.
staircase
That's what it's
right now.
always been. Different
Teddy
degrees
bear?
of child sacrifice. And everybody knows that children are the easiest to deceive. And when a child is shown these things, they're all dressed up with flashy colors and rainbows and fun music. They're dancing. They're viewing a lifestyle that is devoid of God, but it's painted in fun and these nice ideas of love and tolerance or whatever.
Bright
It's teaching
colors.
children not to
I got a
accept God,
premiere in a
but
bit.
to view
I'll be
themselves
back.
as gods. To
A
love
video
and accept
premiere?
yourself means to reject the idea
Well,
that you are
shoot.
flawed, which is
I'll
to
have to go
reject
watch.
God's truth. This is why we are reminded incessantly that we must lift up gay voices because they desire to be
When's it
worshipped
start?
as how they see themselves. Gods. I am who I say I am, not who God says. I do what I want to do, not what God wants for me. And I love and accept myself, which is to say that I worship myself. There is a reason that these things are installed into the mainstream. No one was ever sitting at home and thought, you know what? We need more shows about drag queens. No, there is a reason that these things are targeting children with your tax dollars. And there's
Have
a
we landed
reason
on
that
the
they are
moon
literally
yet, by the
dressing
way?
up like demons when they do it. There are demons which are androgynous.
Artemis
They're
down?
hybrid. They're a male with breasts and the head of a goat. And the American
No, that's
man
something
is just too busy being distracted by the NFL to do anything about this. Why would he? He hasn't done anything about abortion either, which is significantly worse and which has been a
don't want a
part of the
wrench.
mainstream conversation for a significantly longer period of time. It has reached the part of the monologue, ladies and gentlemen, where we discuss abortion, which is not coincidentally both the greatest achievement in the history of liberalism
I don't
and
know
the
if I have
greatest
an
achievement
eyeball.
for the devil in the history of American society, which is, of course, why
Whoa!
the Satanic Temple was allied with the leftist organizations in pushing back against the Texas anti-abortion laws, which were what inspired this video in the first place
There's
a few
something
months
scary
ago.
up there.
So
I want to toss
the
a
notes here
grenade up
basically
there.
say that abortion is evil, true. Abortion is a
You know?
satanic ritual,
Staircase,
child sacrifice,
not
true.
good.
Not only is it killing children, but
bueno.
it's having the mother do it
Let's
herself.
quick
It's
save
having
and
the
get a
mother
gun out.
sacrifice the child at the altar of self-worship or of material gains by enabling her easier access to a
long as
career
I walk
or
through this
whatever. And
doorway.
of course, Satan is very deceptive. His
gotta
his
be
rhetoric
on,
and
like,
strategies,
Donkey
all very
Kong.
appealing. It's like we mentioned earlier. It's about justice and rights and freedom. But in actuality, when you cut through all the noise, when you cut through all the women's rights, my body, my choice, the pink hats, the Amy Schumers, what you'll find are the corpses of 50 million dead children. Think about that. 50 million dead children. Your son or daughter, dead. But virtually millions of times over. 50
Mannequins.
million dead children. Where's their pile of shoes?
I'm
It's the
panicking looking
ultimate
at the
achievement of
mannequin.
liberalism and Satanism. There's no
Frannequin.
issue, not gay rights, not even racial equality, that will get these people to take the streets and melt down like their ability to
Look in
legally
the
murder
hammock
children.
and pen
You
in
can
the
be a liberal and be
mannequin.
pro-gun, be pro-market, a
Frannequin.
host of other things. They'll basically leave you alone.
Banana
But you
and a
cannot
ham.
be a liberal and not support abortion. They will attack you like a
What
school of
did,
piranhas. And just like you cannot be a liberal and not
Delia
support
say?
abortion because it's the defining
the
issue of their
mannequin,
philosophy,
Brendan,
you
Frannequin,
cannot be a
Bannequin,
moral
and the
person
hammock
and
and
support
the
abortion.
banana.
Your morality is not compartmentalized. It's not
Critical
like
hits
you
with
can be a good
unarmed
person
melee
here,
attacks
but then
permanently
over here,
increased to-
not so much. It's all
Now do I have to
connected.
carry
It is all
this, or
part
can
of
I
the
sell
same
it?
soul. It's a part of who
Do
you
I get
are.
the-
And if you don't draw the line at the murder of unborn children,
Ah!
I can only assume
What the?
that any
It's a
other
death
line you draw
claw.
is
It's
fake
a
and
savage
arbitrary
death claw
and
in
weak.
close
And the
corners.
reason
What
that
the
abortion
fuck
is
am I
the
supposed to
defining
do in this
issue of liberalism,
situation?
why it's the crown jewel
I
of
don't
the
think
whole
he can get through this
philosophy,
door,
is
though.
that it has liberated the individual
eating
from
my
the
dog.
greatest and most obvious constraints
What
that
the
could
fuck?
exist, which is the obligation
It's a
to another
savage
life
death
which they've
claw.
created.
Let's break his leg
To
out.
achieve such a degree of freedom and autonomy that you could have sex, create a life, and then kill that life is the ultimate form
Whoa,
of liberalism. There will be more variations
think he can
and
come
new
through here.
variations, I'm sure, but nothing will
I
ever
could be
surpass them,
incredibly
at
wrong.
least until like transhumanism really takes root. But I don't know. It's playing
keeps
God.
getting distracted
Liberalism,
by my
taken to
dog.
its logical conclusion, is the rejection of God. It puts man above all else.
Oh,
And
yeah,
if
we got
man
this
is God,
cheated,
then the
guys.
value of human life is determined by those around it. This is why mothers murder their children. It's why communists have killed tens of millions of people, particularly Christians in Soviet Russia, and it's why they want to kill even more Christians now.
can't get through
Wait a
this
minute.
door.
You're telling me
stuck.
after
Ah! What
explaining
does this
the
mean?
undismissible overlap between
what happens in
Satanism
this
and liberalism,
situation?
that one of the first things
Do I
the
die?
communists did when
I
taking
die.
over
That's
an
what happens
Orthodox
in that
Christian country in the
situation.
1900s is to start slaughtering Christians like cattle.
They're doing
Yeah.
preliminary
Yeah, that
tests
would
and
add
running
up,
through a bunch
wouldn't
of
it?
stuff. I
But you
think
didn't learn
another
that in
day or
textbooks
so they'll
because
land.
they
They
were
said they
written
were
by
going to land on
communists.
Monday a week ago.
This gets back to one of the points that we
Sick
talked
of
about
this.
recently,
Dilly-dally.
which is that the struggle against communism was not about and is not about economics. It's about the soul of
Hold
the
on, what
nation.
happened?
The communists
saved.
were and are godless, and we
Wait, I
recognize
quick
that.
saved.
People were not starving to death and being executed just because they couldn't get the math right for making sure everyone had enough grain. No, it was largely because they wanted to slaughter them, because they hated them. Never forget that. It's not an economic argument. It is a moral argument and a theological argument. I don't hate communism because it means I can't get products as easily. And they couldn't quite get the math right. I hate it because it wants to kill me for pledging allegiance to God instead of man or to the state. Oh, well, how do we change their minds? We can't. Don't you understand that? You will never debate these people into halting their pursuit of evil and then joining your side with the same passion. It's just not possible. And this, of course, gets into the Chad hominem, because at a certain point,
Chad
you just have
hominem.
to set facts aside and ask, what happened to you that made you like this? Why are you willing to defend abortion and ignore the facts so passionately? Are you possessed by a demon? It's not even logical, let alone moral. I have a right to an abortion because I want one. I want abortion because it's what I want. It's a tautology. It's circular reasoning. It's not actually saying anything. And they can't say anything because if they just admitted that they wanted to kill children, that wouldn't be so good for PR. And according to the Bible, there's usually like 4 things that become widespread in a society before God goes ahead and deletes it. And those are sexual immorality, child sacrifice, homosexuality, and bestiality. We currently check 3 boxes, and the furries are going to be reaching for the Sharpie pretty soon. And frankly, we deserve whatever happens next. What is the left promoting in society? They control the culture and the power, and what has been the result? We have taken everything that is good and righteous and pure and beautiful, and we have mocked it. And we have instead elevated everything that
I guess
is
I could
evil
throw
and
down some
disgusting to the core
mines.
of our society. Our culture has become an abomination.
Yeah,
Abortion,
let's do that.
materialism, greed, hedonism, gluttony, lust, convenience, endless entertainment. All of that has distracted us from
drop
the
some
most important
mines.
truth. God will not be mocked. And you can roll your eyes. You can keep your pride. Keep recycling to yourself the same tired George Carlin monologues. Ha, I pray to Joe Pesci. Guess where that got me? Or your little excerpts from your Richard Dawkins book, which you only read half of. None of that will matter because you will bow and you will confess just like everybody else. And you will be humbled to
comes.
learn that a life dedicated to
Dog
the
meat.
pursuit of the self
Chill
does
out,
not
bud.
make you more than the dust at his feet. Where did we start to go wrong? Maybe not exactly here with abortion. Feminism probably is the problem. Actually, I amend that. No, with society, feminism is the problem, not just here. There's a reason that Milo used to say that feminism is cancer. It doesn't stop. Feminism is just a form of Satanism when you think about it, because it promotes the idea that the sexes are equal when they're not. They were never intended to be. Feminism is unnatural. It's the complete inversion of reality. And in order to achieve something close to an equal outcome, women now have to be elevated above men in society, which is satanic and unnatural. Women above men is chaotic and wrong. Men are leaders. Granted, I can't say I blame women because men have become so weak. So really, this is more of an indictment of men than it is women. But the point still stands. Feminism led to abortion.
How did the
which strips
death
away
claw
woman,
get into this
from
little
the defining feature
cubby
of her
hole?
womanhood? It celebrates this as though it is a victory. They wear it like it's some kind of prize. What feminism promotes as the child of liberalism is the rejection of children, the rejection of nature, the rejection of God. No, I will not serve. Non serviam, exactly as Lucifer said to God, I will not serve. Well, the thing is, it's not actually your body, and it's not actually your choice. This gets into some kind of like metaphysical questions, but it's like, how is it your body? Because you're in possession of it? Because you control it? Yeah, possession's 9/10 of the law or whatever, but just because you have something doesn't make it yours. You didn't make it. You didn't design it. You didn't even want it. That you are blessed with it is like incidental at worst, God's will at best. It's not your choice, it's God's choice, and you are not God. It's about rejecting the order of things. There's a reason that demons are androgynous. There's a reason that abortion sacrifices both masculinity and femininity. Women do not bear and nurture their children. They kill them. Men do not protect their children.
Kind
They
of
kill
a-
them. They just allow it to
Kind
happen.
of an exploit
Well, I just wasn't
here.
ready to be a mom. You're still a mom.
But
Now
it's
you're just the
okay.
mother of
It's
a
a
dead
savage
child, which,
death
if I'm
claw. It's one of
correct,
the hardest
makes you a
enemies in the
terrible
game.
mother.
I'm gonna
Actually, the worst
take it
mother.
easy.
You are now in the
Just
worst
taking it
category of
easy
mothers.
on this guy.
Congratulations.
Oh,
I hope your social science degree that cost $150,000 but brings you $35,000 a year was worth it. You're not your social science degree. Abortion
let's
seeks to
take
make us
some
gods, but we're
meds.
not gods. So instead, it drives us away from gods, which makes us nothing. And when we are nothing, we are meaningless, we are in despair, and of course,
Adderall cures
abortion
all
is the
addiction.
single most important sacrament
have
of
2 of
feminism.
those. I think
as
those are
it
expensive.
ensures that there can
Close
never be
time.
consequences for sexual decisions. It is the complete inversion of reality. It is the ultimate pillar of liberalism. and Satanism, because it has led to the normalization of widespread child sacrifice in this country. And as we've talked about extensively now, liberalism, properly understood, is the political arm of Satan. Any society that embraces liberalism will decay into evil and despair. It is inevitable. If you don't understand why, watch again. You cannot reject God, and you cannot pretend that good and evil are just different points of view, because if you do that, your society is going to reflect that. And I think I've shown that this is more or less where we are now. So I'm going to tell you to watch the 2010s video again, because I think it goes into this well in a way that we didn't quite do here. But we're going to do a follow-up video to this examining the links between Christianity and conservatism, which will be out after Thanksgiving, I think. So thank you for watching all the way through. And in the meantime, remember that the only way out of this is to accept Christ. Everything else will just be trying to slow down the spread of evil. The only way to actually fight is to fight on behalf of good, which means that you have to accept Christ. Read your Bible, go to church, pray, and we will all make it out of this, if not here in the end. So thanks again for watching. Thank you for being patient with me. Happy Thanksgiving to the wonderful HOC audience. And now that we're done with this, we can move on to the new content. This was a big project, but we should have smooth sailing from here, relatively speaking. So you'll see the disloyal R's will pay. And the left fears this. It's true. Hey guys, if you like this video, leave it a thumbs up, leave it a comment, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications so that you are notified in the event that I post. This is me ringing the post notification bell so that you are notified in the event that I post, which I will be doing so much more often. You'll see the disloyal R's will be on suicide watch. The plan not trusters will be on suicide watch. It was all part of the plan. I had to root out who I could trust and who I couldn't. So I cast a pretty wide net. I took a little bit of a break. I wanted to see how many would turn on me. Now we know who they are. We've got their names. We will remember. They'll see. They'll see. What's that other thing? Share the video with a friend. So important, so crucial to the process, which we trust. In God we trust. And then second to that is in process we trust. So thank you so much for watching again. Happy Thanksgiving. Thankful for you guys. Hopefully your racist uncle does all right, sparring with your liberal arts degree cousin at the table. We'll see how it goes. Let me know. If it's a particularly funny story, send me an email. We love those. So anyways, thank you so much for watching, and may God bless America.
Karma is a smart shopping app that saves you so much money, it will blow your mind.
We're gonna get him. Oh, shoot, I gotta go there. Do one more,
Fifth one this week. Juarez, what do we know?
Christy Sanchez, 25, very well dressed. Except for that jacket.
one more,
She could use a new one.
Are you kidding?
go Jet.
Sorry, Captain.
Any word from the
I want
lab?
another Jet.
Nothing.
Because Jet
The only
slows
pattern
down
I
time,
can see
right?
is that all the victims recently bought something with Karma.
Karma?
It's a shopping app that always gets you the hottest deals on all your favorite brands. Best prices I've seen in my career.
So what are you saying? Capitalism killed them?
What do you have against shopping, anyway? Could use new shoes, you know.
Captain, we've got another one.
He's almost dead. Kill him. Woo!
So what do you think, Captain?
He fell on my
Killer
dome.
probably got in through the window.
Check this out.
Got a whole lot of
I
nothing
use a
from
Karma
that.
browser extension. Scans the web for valid coupons and applies them automatically at checkout. Kind of like the app, but better. If you wanna
Death
pretend
claw
like you're
meat and a
working.
death claw hand.
So what's
That's
your
all you
theory,
get for doing
Juarez?
all
The
that.
shopping app did it? You're asking me? The only person pretending to work around here is you.
We still got 7 million people able.
Now we'll watch the
If you
very
spend
real
more than
link.
5 minutes operating in the
between
realm
Christianity
of
and
American politics, and in
conservatism.
particular right-wing American politics,
Debbie's
and
thing
you've
starts
probably
in
heard
40
something to the
minutes.
effect of, America was built upon Christian values. Christian values are what made America great, what made America exceptional. And this is true. But because we're lazy and we enjoy the temporary perceived comforts of a secular society, we also think that this country was built upon religious freedom or something, which isn't true. That's, of course, what they tell you in public school to justify the promotion of the religions of the state, Satanism, atheism, progressivism, etc. Just like, you know, in the latter half of the 20th century, they use these ideas of free speech and free expression, man, to promote communism and degeneracy throughout the culture. Why would you ever take these people at their word? But yeah, so they tell you that the founding fathers were refugees fleeing religious persecution, just like the Muslims are now. Yeah, well, that would be like saying people who wanted to go to Five Guys instead of In-N-Out were seeking dietary freedom. They're still eating burgers, bro. Virtually every European American identified as a Christian in 1776, except for a couple thousand Jews, bro. When they say that the Constitution was written for a religious people and that it wouldn't function with any other population, they were talking about Christians, bro. It never would have occurred to them that they'd be dealing with all this other nonsense in their country, bro. But we fumbled for a century or so, and so now we have to figure this out. Oh, but the First Amendment says that freedom of religion and separation of church and state. No, it doesn't actually. First of all, separation of church and state is not a
not
real
in
thing.
the
That's
Constitution.
not written anywhere in any of the founding documents of this country. That is in
from
reference to a letter
Jefferson's
that Thomas
letter.
Jefferson penned in the early 1800s, but that's about it. Secondly, properly understood in terms of how our country was established,
There's no such
it is a
thing as
separation of
separation of
church
church
from
state.
state, which means that the intent was to prevent the
Separates the
state from
church
interfering
from
with
the
the practice
government,
of
not
religion,
the other way
specifically
around.
Christianity, which is why the First Amendment says that Congress can't establish a religion, except that it
Correct.
has, hasn't it? This is not exactly a fresh take, but what's the significant difference between what Congress and the federal government have done?
It's not a
and
fresh
what an
take, but
official
it's the correct
established
take.
religion
It's the
would
right
do?
take.
They have their holidays, they have their saints, their martyrs, they have their myths, their narratives, they have their rituals and sacrifices, they have their slogans, prayers, even, like, it's all there. And truly, I don't mean to come off as disrespectful to the non-Christians in the audience, but this is also clear to me now that I think it would actually be more disrespectful to you if I were to try to dress it up or sugarcoat it. So at the very least, I am honest, if perhaps off-putting, and there's a couple quotes that I think work well here. I can't remember to whom exactly they're attributed, but the first one is, those who think religion and politics aren't linked understand neither. And this is true, and we'll explain why as we continue, but I want you to think about that as well as this one, which you can probably relate to as someone who knows about politics, who understands what's going on, where we're headed, and you talk to your friends and family who just
All
don't
my
get
drugs
it.
are
You feel
wearing
like you're
off.
going crazy, right? Like you almost just want to shake them, like why don't you get it? Listen to me, damn it. Like they just won't wake up. Well, it's the same thing with Christianity. It's that old saying, you know, don't ever discuss religion and politics. It's impolite. It's like, what else would you talk about? Like once you get it, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And you can't help but talk about it because everything else just seems like a distraction. And such is, of course, the nature of knowing the truth, going down the rabbit hole. Like you can never see things the same way. And lots of people would prefer to live in a state of like blissful ignorance, which is understandable, but no one can honestly return to that state once they see the truth. And so in the last video, we discussed the links between liberalism and Satanism. And this is actually technically part 4 of this series, the final part, because we had 2 prerequisite videos that explain
I don't know how to get out of here.
that we built off in other videos. And so I'll put links to all of the other videos in this series in the description. Plus,
Wait, how did I not see him when I came in?
Changed politics forever, which explains the contrast between Christian morality and what is being promoted throughout society by the left. But in this video, we're going to cover so many important things, and so please watch all the way through, even if you disagree, so at least it can be a fair disagreement. But I think that you'll be with me on at least a few of these points, even if you disagree with the thesis of this video, which I guess I'll say now is that if there is to be conservatism, meaning the conservation of the traditional American society, then there has to be Christianity. They are inextricably linked. You cannot have America without conservatism, and you cannot have conservatism without Christianity simply because America was built by Christianity. If you try to run this system without Christianity, you are setting yourself up for failure. And so now we will explain why Christian philosophy is the opposite of leftist philosophy, and why they'll always be at odds with each other, why the Constitution seemingly failed, why the Second Amendment seemingly failed, the truth about liberal Christianity, how liberal democracy hides its tyranny and maintains its power, how religion is inevitable, how the immaterial was transformed into the material to allow for evil, why Christian virtue is absolutely necessary for young men to successfully take their country back, how we're all going to die, how to prepare for that part, including the part where I give you a free book if you want it. So this is also important, so do stay tuned.
No. Well, that game. Not really.
John Doyle in.
Name, what's up?
Heck off, commie.
Name, aren't you a welder? I burn my eyes welding.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. I hope you all had a fantastic Thanksgiving, and we are now going to get into some very important topics that I think will answer a lot of questions that we've all had in the backs of our minds.
This lady really wants me to buy that cow.
Quite know how to articulate, especially in terms of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. Because as I've gotten older and I've thought about things more, it's been very difficult for me to buy into this conservative tendency to sort of, you know, idolize the Constitution and the Second Amendment. Oh, well, the problem is we just didn't listen to the Constitution. Well, the Second Amendment is the only reason we'll never have have a tyrannical government. Like, I promise you that you can't provide to me an objection that I haven't already thought of. And I would urge you instead to consider how honestly you can still say these things after the last 2 or so years of the American experience. And when we talk momentarily about the actual nature of how our government maintains power and the Constitution and the Second Amendment, I think that you'll find that discussion to be much more satisfying than the same tired excuses that we've heard from the bumper sticker crowd. But anyways, given that this country was built by Christian men, to which of course the objection is always going to be, well, this guy had an affair. Well, this guy did a bad thing. Yeah, but he probably repented for it and at least acknowledged that it was wrong. Whereas your faction seeks to usher in evil through the abandonment of the immaterial by publishing articles saying, well, science says there's nothing wrong with casual sex. Well, science says morality is subjective. We're going to dissect this a little bit later, but in summary, you're stupid.
Listen
the
to
point
Sergeant
being that this country
Lee's
was built by
holotape.
men who were virtually all Christian with a handful of exceptions, if that. And because of this, Christianity was the dominant religion and had the primary impact on the ethics, the culture, and the politics of this nation. And this calls back to the quote from earlier, that those who think that religion and politics aren't linked understand neither. And this is true because what religion is, by definition, is an understanding of how things are. And what politics is, by definition, is an understanding of how things ought to be. And if you understand how things are, then you necessarily understand how things ought to be, because your understanding of how things are informs that. This is why anyone who claims to be a Christian and who says things like, well, I don't let my religion inform my political beliefs, is misguided, because what they're basically doing is masturbating to this idea of the comfortable, unbiased, secular society and their allegiance to that above their allegiance to their literal creator, which is a form of pride, which of course is a sin. They refuse to sacrifice their public perception by taking the unpopular but still correct approach by acknowledging that religious beliefs and political beliefs are necessarily intertwined. And they instead opt to maintain this farce of impartiality because they think it makes them appear smarter, more educated, more just, more balanced, or whatever.
And this is why the Republican Party is falling apart.
And then I realized that Christianity was identical to my moral compass, and then I read in the Bible that God inscribes morality onto all of our hearts, and I was like, oh,
doesn't make any sense.
Like, I always just strongly detested degenerate behavior, just instinctively. I am instinctively based because my parents never really sat me down and said, don't do this, don't do that.
If you got art flash again, put heavy creamer in your eyes, you essentially fried the oils in your eyes. That's why it feels like sandpaper.
Before I read the Bible. And something else to keep in mind,
that's what it was all night. It's like, oh, it sucks so bad,
their religion, though maybe not as official as Christianity, 100% informs
they're
their
still
politics,
like watery, heavy, very dry.
So what's the religion of the left, so to speak? Even the people on the left who claim to be Christians,
like, how do you get this freaking weld started without looking at it?
With a proper
I put the mask down, I can't see where my stick is.
Something called humanism.
Damn stick is 12 inches, 2 feet long,
rather than nature or God.
And it's like, I'll have it in the spot I want it to go. I'll have the mask like this. I'll get it started, flip it down,
the political
and then it stops.
Of humanism is simply socialism, because
it takes a lot of practice.
As a rejection of nature and an elevation of man, seeks to eliminate any form of inequality between people. So think about it this way: God created human beings and God created nature. God is at the top of the hierarchy above human beings, and the nature which God created has certain people better at certain things, man different from woman, etc. Therefore, Christianity and the worship of God, conservatism, true meritocracy, true freedom, order, masculinity, these are all things that are right-wing. All of these things are related, they are all intertwined, and they are all necessary for the societal propagation of each other. And the opposites would be things like atheism, Satanism, socialism, communism, this concept of equality, equity, chaos, femininity or androgyny, equality of outcome. These are all things that are left-wing, and they are all intertwined, and they are all reliant upon each other for their respective societal propagation. And what I'm going to try to articulate today is that all of the adjacent things on both the right and the left are ultimately dependent
but how do I get the art going without looking at it?
Which is simply the presence or the absence of God, or I should say the worship of God or the worship of the self. This is why Christian philosophy is the opposite of leftist philosophy. Think about it. Conservatism, conserving a society that was safe, free, moral, and prosperous, that had God's blessing, that was one nation under God, whose framework of government was designed to operate only for a religious, hear that as Christian population. That is so obviously and unambiguously indicative of the necessity of Christianity. Whereas the rejection, the opposite, the rejection of masculinity and femininity, the rejection of hierarchy, of nature, etc., all of that is only possible with the rejection of God. That's why we lose. We don't even believe in what we're talking about anymore. We have a God-sized hole in this country. We talk about Christianity, we talk about Christian values, but nobody wants to have faith anymore. No one wants to believe.
Don't be an
what
idiot
they're
and go
saying.
drinking
If there is to
immediately
be
after the
conservatism,
procedure.
there has to be Christianity. The society that you're trying to conserve was that way because of Christianity. You
You'll
don't even
get it.
necessarily have to believe all the time. Many
It's
don't.
all
That's what
muscle
faith is. It is choosing to believe. Not
But can I just train
acknowledging
my eyes
that the bridge
to
exists,
be able to
but
stare at it?
choosing to trust it by
Is
walking
that muscle
across
memory
it.
too?
Not every Christian feels the presence of God
If I just
at all
practice
times.
enough, can
And
I
most
just train
Christians
my
find
eyes to
themselves
where I don't need the
questioning their
mask?
faith from time to time. But what's important is the choice. That is what faith is.
That's-
We don't have faith, and so we lose. Look
Yeah,
at how the
disavow
left
that.
takes to the streets, how they scream, how
medical
their entire
disinformation.
lives are
Do not
dedicated
try
to the
that,
religions of
kids.
the state. That
I
energy
did
is
2
very real.
stairs
It's nothing to be pointed
of
and
welding,
laughed
and I
at.
barely
It's being
looked
driven
at
by
it.
evil forces, and this
And it
calls
was
back
some of
to
the
John
worst
Milton's
pain I
depiction of
felt in a
Satan that we
long
discussed
time.
in the last video,
So,
because
don't do that,
Milton
kids.
Satan believed that it was better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. And fundamentally, the leftist is a person who wholeheartedly believes that it is better to reign in hell, whereas right-wing people tend to
Where do I
believe that
turn
it
this
would be better
quest
to
in, bro?
serve in heaven. Once again, this is the rejection versus the acknowledgement of hierarchy. And because the left fundamentally rejects all hierarchies,
hate hierarchies.
because they are prideful and because they are narcissistic and each
No,
wants to be the
because
rulers
they
of their
want
own
equity
hell,
and
that is
equality. They
exactly
think
what they
everybody
create
should
with
be
their
equal
efforts and their
without having
energies.
to
Think
work the
about it.
same for it.
Jordan Peterson used to say this, that you can often infer someone's intentions by observing the outcomes of their actions. Everything the left touches becomes ugly, it becomes backwards, it becomes perverted, it becomes unnatural, it becomes wrong. This is the closest thing that we could imagine to hell on earth, a place where everyone is the ruler because no one
Am I
or no
returning
thing is
these
the ruler.
eggs too?
Nothing is beautiful, nothing is good because
No, then
everything
you'll
is
be able to
relative,
stun
and
gazer like
resultantly
Luke.
everything is actually terrible. And now we live
Yo,
in chaos
I
and
learned
despair.
after
And whether
using
it's racial issues,
that
sexual
art
issues,
thing
economic issues,
no,
it doesn't
staring
matter.
at the
The
sun
left
is
will
not a good
always
idea.
possess that same
It's not
metaphysical
smart.
impulse, that same satanic
It
impulse
does not
which says,
cleanse your
I don't want anyone above me, and I will
your
bring about hell on
calcified
earth in order to get my desires.
pineal or
Now,
whatever
contrast that with the metaphysical
say it
impulse of the
does.
right. We, sure, reject the satanic impulse of the left, but we
It
also
just
don't
makes you
exactly
damn
embrace
blind.
the knightly impulse of Christianity that we are called to embrace, which actually enables evil to propagate through our inaction. So what are we even doing? We don't
Do not
act
stare
because we
at
don't
sun.
actually believe in anything. The same way that the leftist believes in himself above everything else, the conservative does not believe in himself at all. But this is not because he necessarily believes in something greater than himself, which
Willingham.
could compel him
Willingham,
to
do you
strive
want
towards
some
equity in the
eggs?
past, but rather because he doesn't even believe in
Here,
himself
here,
enough
have a
to
death claw
trust that he
egg.
could
You
even
waiting
know
on
what that
delivery
is
of some
anymore.
death claw
He has
eggs,
become
maybe?
conditioned into the secular framework, and he's been very comfortable there for quite some time. But as he relaxed, under that illusion of maintaining moral neutrality throughout society, maintaining the power vacuum throughout society, some very dark and ancient things, which were only suppressed by proactive, godly, and knightly moralism, they're creeping back into society, just like they have many
200
times throughout the
cats
history of
per
the world.
egg?
And our sense of false comfort has
I
left
got
us
like 12
quite unprepared
eggs.
for what is currently happening, and definitely for what's going to happen next. But of course, before we get into what's going to happen next, hear me out on this, because men are being inundated with overpriced boxers designed for testosterone deficient men.
I need to
This
put
is
on
not a
my-
joke. This is not even a sales pitch. If you are wearing underwear from these mainstream brands that use polyester, you are literally
I need to
lowering
put
your
on my-
testosterone because chemicals are absorbing into your balls through this fabric. Again, this is a fact. You have to keep in mind, all of our sponsors are huge fans of the content, which is why we get away with saying whatever we want, but also why we're not trying to sell you obscure supplements or insurance policies or whatever. The point being, Undertack is epic. It's where I got the boxers I'm wearing right
Damn
now.
it, I didn't
it's where
level
I got
up.
this t-shirt with St. Michael the Archangel on it, except he's got an AR-15 this time. Sword of St. Michael, AR-15 of St. Michael, they're all getting thirstier by the day, and our tremendous and wonderful God will give them an ocean of blood to drink upon his return. Anyways, you know the drill. They're durable. They're comfortable. There's a secret tactical pocket in the back. They're antibacterial, anti-peeling, anti-communist, anti-shrink. They're lightweight, breathable, also important. Plus, they're 30% less expensive than the competition. So go to Undertack or getundertack.com. That's getundertack.com right now as a special introductory offer. Buy 3, get 1 free with the offer code Doyle. That's 4 pairs for the same price as 2 from the competition. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back.
Where's
This man is
Paladin
your
Dance?
friend.
Let's
He
go talk
fights
to
for the
him.
comfort of your private parts. Getundertack.com. Offer code Doyle. Very epic. We continue. So the last thing I want to talk about before getting into the stuff that I think is the most interesting is that you cannot be a Christian and be a liberal. And whenever
Correct.
you do any sort of gatekeeping like this, people get defensive. They start melting down like, well, you think just because someone doesn't agree with your definition, well, they can't be this thing, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, because it's not my definition. It's the definition. It's
definition.
not like it's some club or something. We're not telling you can't sit at the lunch table. It's a very calm and rational explanation. Like, oh, well, yeah, if you believe this, then by definition, you are not this. It's really that simple. And of course, we must remember And you can take this to the bank,
Oh,
endorsed
we
by
gonna
the CEO
gatekeep.
of conservative
We gonna
gatekeeping,
gatekeep.
that the only people who get upset about gatekeeping are the people who the gate was supposed to keep out in the first place.
Exactly.
But anyways, there are 3 reasons that you
You mad
cannot
at
be
the
both a
gatekeeper
liberal
because
and
you
a
can't
Christian.
get through the
Those
gate. They
reasons,
hate us
starting
because
from the
they
top
ain't
of the
us.
pyramid and trickling down, are the ethos of liberalized Christianity, the theory of liberalism, and the implications of both in practice. And the most obvious of the 3 is what this looks like in practice, and we go into this in much
Just
greater
said they
detail
hate
in
us
those
'cause
other
they
videos
ain't
that I
us?
mentioned, but you cannot operate within the
What does
left-wing
anus have?
coalition that is promoting everything that is the most antithetical to Christianity
Paladin
in our society.
dance. Let me get
and
some of
still
that
call
power
yourself a
armor,
Christian.
my
You just
guy.
can't. The mental gymnastics are too advanced. It really is that simple. So why do they ignore this? Well, that gets into the ethos of it. But before that, the second reason, what liberalism is in theory. It is a prioritization of the self above all outside constraints. This is inherently antithetical to Christianity, which makes objective declarations about morality, about nature, about God, etc. And it is, of course, liberalism in theory,
Well, I'm not fighting.
which leads to what
Brotherhood
we
of
see in
Steel.
practice from the global left, which we correctly identified in the last video as the
Elder
greatest
Max?
political force for Satanism in the history of the world, because there's virtually no difference between the doctrines of liberalism and the doctrines of Satanism. Again, as we proved in the previous video, so watch that if you need the explanation. But finally, the top of the pyramid, which enables these mental gymnastics, which allows for these so-called Christian liberals to keep doing this.
I get to go on
is
the ship?
ethos of liberalized Christianity. True Christianity,
We gotta go to the
which tendency
ship.
from conservatives who are Christian, is focused on sacrifice, on serving
We're going on
God,
the
etc.
ship.
But liberalized Christianity is focused almost
Board
exclusively
the
on this idea of
vertibird.
tolerance,
The vertibird.
on loving thy neighbor,
Ver-
on
ver-
accepting
ver-
people.
vertibird
Jesus
the
would have been a
word.
socialist, this whole train of thought.
Vertibird,
And this is why they can
vertibird,
ignore the fact that their
vertibird.
coalition promotes child sacrifice, promotes the total inversion of
Oh,
sexual behavior.
we're getting
All
on
of this
the dang
nonsense
old
because
ship.
their entire sense of being
I don't care
is
what
simply
JLP
making
says.
excuses
I
for
love
other
pumpkin
people's behavior
pie.
and absolutely refusing to condemn evil.
Ooh,
and
I
to
do love
be
pumpkin
intolerant.
pie,
This is what
but
liberalism is. We're all the same, and if someone
I
does
had a
something not
hankering
as well as
to
someone else,
sweet
or they
potato
break
pie.
the law, well, it's because of environmental factors. It's because
And
of
it may be
socioeconomic
JLP's fault.
factors.
He
Literally,
implanted
their
it
entire
into my
framework
brain.
of thought is pathologically making excuses for individual behavior. And what liberal Christians are doing by this is they are contesting
Pie
God
is all good
because
except for
by
pineapple pizza.
absolutely refusing to condemn evil, to
That is a
hold
type of
people
pie,
accountable,
I guess.
to instead just focus on
But
love
it's very
and acceptance,
good.
they are
Pineapple pizza is
implying
very
through
good.
this that they are more merciful than God, which is very dangerous stuff because God
Have you actually
will
tried
hold these
it?
people accountable.
Because a lot of people
eventually.
just say
And First
that.
John says that you are
They've
not
never
to try
actually
to be
tried
more
it.
merciful than God, but that is what the entirety of liberalized Christianity is. That's the ethos of it. It is
can't
prideful,
knock it
it is
till you
heretical,
try
it
it.
is satanic. You cannot be a liberal and be a Christian. If you're a liberal, you are acting against God's will, and you are claiming to do the opposite by dressing your sin up in the name of Christ, and that is not going to fare well for you. Hey, cut it out.
Long hair don't
Knock
care.
it
I
off.
like
You're being dumb. But we continue.
Hey,
Ow.
knock it off. You're being dumb.
To get into why our country devolved to this point and how that's related
Hold
to
on.
God,
I'll
we
be right
first
back.
have to understand how our country works, how the system works, and how our country operates under the system of a liberal democracy. Well, we're a constitutional republic, right? That's a form of liberal democracy. Now, the problem with this is actually even revealed in the name itself, since liberalism is dumb and democracy is cringe. So combining the two would, of course, create something via the transitive property that is dumb and cringe. So there's that. But liberal democracy was something of an experiment at the time, so I'm less concerned with debating the theory of it and more concerned with what it does in practice and how its weaknesses are exploited to the detriment of the American people, etc. And a liberal democracy is very, very good at maintaining its power and hiding its tyranny. And it does this by selectively applying both implicit and explicit force. And the importance of the former cannot be overstated. I have had this argument with my dad for hours before over the phone. It's just so important to understand how our system operates and why we're never going to liberate ourselves from it by using the tools that they've provided to us, which are provided to us to justify the existence of the system. So the first thing to understand is that 99% of the political education that you have was given to you to justify the nature and the existence of the regime. Even if you think you have a piece of information that challenges the regime, chances are that if you got it from a public school or from a mainstream book or even one of the edgy and controversial ones that they don't want you to read, like 1984, Fahrenheit 451, etc., chances are that all of that education was designed to justify the nature of the regime. And there are two examples of this in particular that I want to highlight here. And those are things like martial law, confiscation of firearms, etc., and then censorship, state-run media, etc. And since the regime ultimately serves the interests of the left, whether that's because they occupy it directly or because people without agency and the capacity for penetrating thought are predisposed to comply with the narratives of the regime, the unwashed masses, so to speak. But in terms of how it's justified to people on the right, it goes something like this. Sure, right-wing people might dislike the incumbent class of politicians or whatever, but the solution will always be to just vote in good guys to basically try to work within the system. And I've sort of advocated for this before. I stand by that, but My cool friends and I would be making serious changes to the way the system works. But my point is that right-wing people don't often think about just how much they've lost and how they've lost it all while they were still winning elections and holding office. They just kind of have this general faith in the system because while it might not be perfect, it safeguards from tyranny, the worst possible thing in the world, with the Constitution. And if everyone would just listen to the Constitution, then everything would be fine. This is because right-wing individuals tend to have a concept of tyranny that was taught to them in public schools and by Hollywood. Tyranny is when there's a dictator and when you can't buy things that you want and when you can't own guns and when the government censors any speech that criticizes it. And the only reason we're not there yet is because of our Second Amendment and that America has about 400 million guns. So as long as we have guns, tyranny won't come to America. And if it did, we'd take care of it. And as long as we don't have the state controlling media, we can still access information. And if private media companies act in ways that I disagree with, that's okay because they're private companies. This is the brilliance of the tyranny of liberal democracy because we are living under one of the greatest tyrannies that the world has ever seen. And people don't recognize it because it isn't in their face. It isn't necessarily the dictator or the door-to-door confiscations that we were taught about. No, it's not as obvious. This is because liberal democracy teaches its subjects that dangerous power is always concentrated. But liberal democracy avoids that because we have the three branches of government, checks and balances. We have private media companies. We have private companies. We vote for all of these things, whether that's with our dollars or with our ballots. And because we have therefore consented to these things, they are just. And this is the key distinction. We are not dealing with concentrated power. This sort of like Saturday morning cartoon concept of one guy and all his henchmen wielding power over us. That's not it. We are dealing with ideological power, which is cumulatively wielded throughout society. It is not concentrated, and it doesn't have to be. It can be compartmentalized, and people will feel. They will feel okay about this because they confuse compartmentalization with deconcentration. But that's not what it is. You can have 10,000 troops.
Let's go. Right in the bird.
But if they're all under the same flag and there's no opposition, you're screwed. And that's our problem right now. We don't have privatized power competing with state power. We don't have.
I get to shoot stuff. The anything hostile during the fight.
None of it is competing.
I suggest you put
Every
it to
relevant
good use.
institution in this country that has power is wielding it under the same flag. They're wearing the same uniform. It is ideological
Who are the
power,
locals?
and it is being wielded against
Who can I
you.
shoot?
And they are allowed to do this because it is not as obvious.
How much
as
ammo do I
arresting
have?
you or executing you. That's what dictators do, and
we
you
have
don't live under a
limitless
dictator.
ammo in
but
this.
the
We
effects
just
are
need to
basically
start
the same.
shooting
On
stuff
paper,
then.
it's all the same. If you go against the narratives of the regime, you're not going to be like disappeared or something, but you will be kicked out from
we're
the
getting
public
shot
square.
at.
Your family and friends will hate you. You'll lose your job. State-adjacent paramilitary forces will attack you, and nothing will be done about it. You'll be kicked out of school. You won't be able to open up a bank account or take out a loan. For all intents and purposes,
How do I
it
identify
is
the
same.
targets?
But we think that it isn't because of a very little and insignificant difference. Instead of the state operating under a dictator controlling all of these things in society and punishing you if you don't comply, it is now the state and all of these private companies and institutions operating under the exactly same ideology, doing the exactly same thing to you. And this is because it was never about the dictator. It was always about the ideology. It was always about the narrative.
I don't see
You're
anything.
taught in public
My
school.
graphics card isn't good enough to see
woke up and
that
were
far
dictators,
away.
and
I
there
don't
were
know
these
if the game
crazy things and they
accounted
just wanted to
for
do it and
bad
have power over
graphics
people
cards.
for no reason. They were mean, and you were taught that. So that when the same tyranny
I don't know if I'm
occurs
supposed
you
to
in
be
your
seeing
country,
stuff
you don't notice it because there's not
to
one
shoot,
guy to point at and go,
or if it's
hey,
too far away for
he's
my
a dictator,
computer to
isn't he?
render
It's
it.
not about the dictator. It's about the narrative he represents. Our system removes the tyrant, but
I
still
don't see
crams
nothing.
the narrative down your throat every second that you are awake, no matter where you go. And this is the biggest problem of the
Why
Enlightenment.
didn't I get to
The
shoot
biggest flaw
anything?
is the
Whoa, there's a
democratic
boat in that
part where
building.
We assume that the individual is actually
What?
capable of being a free thinker. That is absurd and so demonstrably untrue. 95% of people will believe what they are told for their entire lives without questioning a word of it because they don't care. They don't actually care about thinking critically. And most of them don't even have the biological infrastructure necessary to do so in the first place. Like, as long as the masses can wake up and have reasonable access to food, sex, and entertainment, they will not question anything. There is a reason
we discovered
that
an
the
airport.
profile of the average American is an overweight, porn-addicted Netflix subscriber. You just give the masses just
didn't
enough
even get to kill anything.
distract and sedate them, because otherwise they realize the state of their condition. Maybe they start asking questions. Maybe they start asking why they can't afford a home, why they can't start a family, why they
We're
were
deer
coerced into
hunting.
becoming a
We're
debt
deer
slave,
hunting from
why
a
they just witnessed the
helicopter with
greatest transfer of wealth in human history.
automatic
All
machine
of these
gun.
questions.
M60.
Maybe they start to feel a bit sad, and they talk to someone
We
in the
must
field
be
of
in, is this
psychology,
Idaho?
which operates under
Where's
the
the-
flag of the ruling ideology. And
What's the
psychology
state that has
says,
deer hunting from
yeah, you just have a
helicopters?
chemical imbalance. This is perfectly
'Cause they got
natural.
way too many
Rates
deer?
of prescription drug use, suicide, and depression have always been this high, actually, but
Where
people just
are we
didn't
on
talk
the
about it
map?
back then
I hope we
because
didn't
of
just fly somewhere
open
far
textbook,
away.
social constructs or
Good
whatever.
thing I
Here,
can fast
take these
travel.
feel normal pills. Then you become a zombie who feels nothing, as opposed to something
Dog.
bad, which might compel you to
Glad
realize
you're on
how
the
completely backwards and terrible
airship
everything
with me.
is.
Don't
But here's
fall out.
something you have to realize. They do not need to control the guns if they control the information, if they control what's
that?
inside of you, what's in your
Are we
head.
dying?
They don't need to take the guns.
Oh, are we
They will let
docking?
terrorists come
Are
to
we
your
board-
house and
oh,
kill
we're
you.
boarding.
And if you defend yourself, then you will be prosecuted. Let's be honest, though,
I'm
they're
on
not
the
even gonna
ship.
cover it or even
Attend
care if
the
the mob
debriefing.
gets to you before you can load in another P
How do I
mag.
get
So
off?
you'll either be dead or in jail. Or best case
How do I get
scenario,
off?
you will have
me off.
legal debt that takes you your entire life to pay off, but no one will hire you to earn money to pay that debt off because they're afraid of acting against the narratives too. They don't need to take the guns because they
We're
know
about
that
to
the
level
guns
up.
are your token of freedom. They're a prop. As long as the American people have their guns, they will believe that they are free. So it's a much better strategy to just wait for them to have to use them to defend themselves from the consequences of the regime narratives and then just send them to jail, drown them in legal debt. Don't take them. If you try to take them, then that risks people realizing just how bad things really are. The other thing that the state doesn't have to do is suppress media. The state operating under an ideology doesn't have to suppress the media because the media companies operating under the same ideology will do it for them because they're all on the same team and that team is against you. And very recently, the right
Yo,
has
we're
actually
getting
started
rats
to realize
poisoned.
that censorship by communists is bad, regardless of whether it's the private companies or the state doing it. But we had to cut through a lot of, well, it's a private company, start your own web
Whatever,
browser.
bro. I'm Jose
All that
Wheat.
nonsense from the smug narrative.
He's playing with a
servers in the
teddy bear.
process. So the question becomes, when are we going to realize that implicit power is just as bad as explicit power? Actually, it's worse because it hides in the shadows. It's less obvious. It's harder to detect. When are we
My
going to
dog
realize
was playing
this?
with a teddy bear.
I don't think we will until the whole thing collapses, to be honest.
I don't think you guys
Let
could
me
see it
explain what
because
I
of the
mean by
face
that.
cam.
First, you knew this was coming. Did someone say collapse? It's time to start your Christmas shopping. The first item on your list needs to be iTarget Pro. This revolutionary system allows you to dry fire practice with your actual firearm in the comfort, safety,
guy talks
and
really
privacy of
fast.
your own home. In other words, without dealing
Yes,
with
he
thugs,
does. I
gun
like it.
jennies, and the ATF. What more could you ask for? The cost of ammo is through the roof, you know this, but it's okay because this gives law-abiding gun owners a better way to train regularly. No more inconvenient trips to the range or expensive practice ammunition. Just download iTarget's proprietary app, load the laser bullet into your firearm, and start your dry fire training experience, which helps develop muscle memory, sharpens target reaction speed, sight alignment, trigger function, and more. iTarget Pro comes in all the major calibers, including .223 for your AR, so that you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. So go to itargetpro.com right now, save 10% plus get free shipping with the offer code Doyle. This is the smartest way for you to practice, and it pays for itself literally in one day. That's the letter itargetpro.com. itargetpro.com. Offer code Doyle. Very epic, but we continue. We were just talking about examples of implicit power versus explicit power, whether we were ever going to realize that they're both bad for us. And I want to talk about a concept that was introduced by Machiavelli regarding two types of political operatives, which he described as lions and foxes. So put into almost criminally basic terms, the lion uses strength to achieve ends.
I think I end up killing
while
this
the
guy
fox
later.
uses cunning to achieve ends. These are not unfailingly without
Spoiler
overlap in
alert.
terms of
Spoiler
individual actors,
alert.
but I'm going to be speaking about these within the modern context in a way that is also congruent with the understanding of right-wing and left-wing people that you're familiar with if you watch the show. So in the modern
I don't wanna
context,
hear your
the lion
soliloquy,
is the
bro.
conservative. He values God, tradition, order, his nation, etc., but he hasn't used his strength because he doesn't understand the threat that he's being faced with yet. And he
Who's
doesn't
that?
understand how much power he's lost to the foxes. But an important distinction to be
Oh,
made
that's
between the two
Frederica.
in the modern context is that the lion
know who
isn't
it
necessarily
is?
not cunning because he doesn't know how to be, but more often because he
What do you think of John
purposely
Doyle?
elects not to be cunning because he assumes that his enemies
sound
are
like
not
a fake
actually his
freak.
enemies and or that they're acting in good faith or that to be cunning
Hold
is to
on, I
sacrifice.
can't hear you over the genius. What?
Yeah, I said you sound like a false prophet already.
Why do you people always call people false prophets who never claim to be prophets? You're not a
You
false
people.
prophet. Yeah, you people.
You never even met nobody like me, JS, and you want to call?
No, I hear
and
like
put me in a
Democrats.
category with you people. No, you people.
You
as in
people who say
Christians,
that. You people who say
You
that.
people as in who are you people that say that? It seems like a lot of different people are saying it, but you like to say
No, it's
you
usually
people.
one common type of person. It's
Maybe
usually
you're isolated.
someone who
and you
leans left
people is-
politically,
Maybe
someone
you're
who
so
doesn't believe in
isolated.
God. They always
Maybe
say,
you're so
you're a
isolated.
false prophet.
You gotta say you people because you hear it so much.
He never called himself a prophet. You can't be a false prophet if you don't claim to be a prophet.
But what I'm saying is maybe your small percentage of people have been indoctrinated
I'm just
into
saying you people, as
believing
in
a
you people
certain
who say
type of.
that.
Yeah, you can't put a name on you people like the rest of the universe.
Yeah, you
Who
people
are
who
you
call
people?
people false prophets all the time.
It's just like everyday normal citizens, huh? There's got to be a reason. You never ask yourself why.
Why you guys say
If
that
you
all the
think
time?
you
Because
can, if you
you
think
hear
man,
truth,
if
and
you
you get
think,
mad at it, and so you say, "Oh, they're a false prophet," even though you don't believe in you don't believe in prophets.
if you
So
think another man can save you, you are suffering from a psychosis.
I only
Period.
think God can save me. I only think God can save me.
Okay, so those preaching savior and any type of better life for you on earth that's man is
I mean, other
deceiving
than
you, correct?
Jesus, Jesus
I'm
is
talking
I'm a
about
follower of Jesus. He's
those
my
people
perfect
that's trying to
example of a
lead
man.
people to the Messiah. Even if you try to lead somebody somewhere you thinking they're gonna be better.
You can point somebody
Think
in the right
about where
direction.
you leading them. Huh?
You can point somebody in the right direction.
You don't even know if that's the right direction because you
Yeah, I do.
believing in
I know
facts.
that
You
I know
don't
that I
have
know that
facts.
I know.
No,
Oh
it's
yeah, I
different
know.
between
I
faith
100%
and
know.
facts.
No doubt in my
Yeah.
mind.
Right. So if you're gonna lead somebody towards facts, or you gonna lead them towards faith?
See, you don't know what that's like to know that you know that you know.
No. I'm asking a simple question. I'm in Kentucky with my grandson.
I hear babies running around.
Yeah, then my grandson. I'm in Kentucky. I ain't in Cali this week.
Well, that's what's up.
Yeah, I done flew to Kentucky. Thanksgiving tomorrow.
You celebrating the white
Spending the
man's
night.
holiday?
Who, me?
Yeah.
This ain't the white man's holiday. This is Indigenous Day.
It's America Day.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just know the video we were watching earlier. He's talking about how a lot of those people who show up at Thanksgiving and say, this is we shouldn't be celebrating this because white man, the colonizer, slaughtered people and blah blah blah. Those type of people. Those people.
Mm-hmm. But they'll take the day off, won't they?
Right. I'm glad you're not one of those people.
Yeah, I don't believe
Thanksgiving
all
is
of
a
the
great
holidays.
Christian American holiday.
Thanksgiving is?
Oh yeah.
No, okay. It don't matter. Give us free shit. That's all we complain. All we worried about, right?
Who?
Double pay if we work today, boss. We getting
Hey, with
paid
Biden
triple time.
inflation,
We work tomorrow.
Thanksgiving dinner's expensive this year.
Black Friday, that's when we spend all our money. If black people stayed at home, it'd be a catastrophe.
Yeah, a great capitalist holiday.
Catastrophe. Yeah, Black Friday. You know what they call it, Black Friday?
No, why?
Yeah, you heard it. You heard it. Come on.
No, why? I really don't know. If you tell me, I
There we
might
go. There we
remember it.
go. I knew it.
I mean,
Look it up.
you're gonna give me some 1619 definition, but
That's right.
why do we celebrate Black
There
Friday?
used to be a wall where they used to sell slaves. And Black Friday on Wall Street was the season of selling the slaves on the block.
And they were discounted on Black Friday?
Mm-hmm. Buy one, get one midget. Half off.
Dang, let's go.
I know Jamie, he been having on Facebook from me for about a week and a half. I don't know how the fuck somebody sent me an alert. I finally looked into it. I was like, Herschel Walker got an alert on my fake account. I had to go blast his ass. But I've been off the scene. I've been in Kentucky for a whole week.
Is that you who was on? Was Herschel Walker on my recommended friends? It has 3 friends.
Yeah, that's me, Herschel Walker. I gotta keep
And it's
creating
spelled
these
wrong.
fake accounts because he keep blocking me. Yeah, he keep blocking me and shit. So I really don't get alerts because so many accounts that wouldn't be blocked and he'd be on somewhere else and I won't know until I search for him. But y'all funny. He got mad again today. I asked him, "What's up with Curry Lake?" Oh, we won the house. That's the only thing he gotta say. We won the house. I'm like, come on, man.
What is up with
Well,
Curry Lake?
Trump gotta show his taxes, right?
Yeah, I guess they're making him.
Yeah, they get to show why Saudi Arabia gave him 220. What was it? 2.6 billion.
I mean, he had hotels. He has hotels all over the world.
Yeah, it's gonna be some mob ties. They're gonna interfere. They're
And
gonna
see, it's
put some
different. It's
ties.
different when a guy who has business dealings all over the world with his business, his real
Yeah,
estate business,
we're gonna expose these business
becomes
dealers when
president.
those.
It's different
Listen,
when somebody who has no business dealings in other countries becomes in office, and then all of a sudden their son and their family all have these deals making millions and
yeah,
billions of dollars from Ukraine and
but wait,
China
but wait,
and
but
all these
wait,
other
wait.
countries, and they're doing things they have no experience in that they've never done before. That's called a shell
JS,
corporation. These are two different things, Freddie.
exactly. But when they cross-reference the files that Trump got at Mar-a-Lago with the war crimes that they committed with the information Trump sold them, with the bank accounts linking back to Trump, it's over. It's over. They're
All
gonna
right.
say, "Hey, Trump had this information. They acted on it. Possibility this man got killed because of this, and they paid Trump over there." It's
I
a
mean, I'm not
timeline. The
gonna say
FBI ain't
nothing.
dumb.
I'm not gonna say nothing grimy's gonna come out because I really don't know a whole lot about
No, Putin,
tax stuff and
whole
all
bunch
that.
of payments. They got
I'm
payment.
sure they're gonna
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
us. I'm sure they're gonna tell us, look at this. This is the most horrible thing ever. But then if you ask any businessman, they'll be like, oh well, really, he didn't have much to do with that. You
They
know,
gonna say, really, Russia ain't red no more. They not really like that. You can trust them. They ain't not KGB.
sometimes you gotta do business with Satan so that you can take his money and use it for good.
Yeah. That's right. You ain't gotta do
Walker.
business with Satan when
Yeah,
you're
he
the
spelled
Antichrist.
Walker wrong. You know, you spelled Walker wrong in your name on your fake account.
No, it's a rap thing. That name was taken because it's a legit name, and I use a 3 because rappers do it. You don't know, and X's are O's.
I mean, I've heard of using
I gotta school
C's
y'all
instead
all
of
the
B's or
time,
B's
man.
instead
And
of C's.
no, that's blood and crip shit. No, X's and O's and 3's and E's.
That means kisses and hugs.
Man, listen,
We,
look at the rap
that's what the girls wrote on their
on the
notes
internet.
that they folded up into little hearts in elementary school is X's and O's. That's cute.
No, no. There's a rapper called Black, but he spelled his B with a
BLATT?
6 LACK.
Yeah, so he's a crip
No, it ain't nothing like that. It's
because
just
he
they
doesn't want to do a
changed.
B, so he uses a 6.
No,
Yeah, he's a crip.
he's not. It
But
ain't
then he
got
put
nothing about it.
CK in at the end. See, they wouldn't have put CK at the end. It would have been 6 LAKK
Man,
or something like that.
keep on trying to figure it out, man.
Man, I'm
Don't worry about
gangster.
it. You ain't no type of gangster. Your little HH, where he at?
I'm a
Bring him in
gangster for
Discord.
God.
HH more gangster than you. He
I'm
been
not.
in 4 fights.
Who you talking about? Hail Hitler?
No.
Oh,
Little
that's
bro.
dang. That's my little brother. Oh
I
shoot,
ain't
my
gonna
little
call.
brother's initials are the dang old 8A.
Yeah, him. Ain't that right? You just came up with it.
I just thought of that. I gotta ask about that.
Hell yeah. I ain't that some crazy. What you want? Say hi, JS. JS.
I say yes.
What's up?
Yeah, that's my grandson.
Your grandson? How old's
Well,
he?
they watching all these Roblox Minecraft cartoons, man. They trying to dumb down the youth, man. I'm turning that shit off. I gotta turn my friends on and be like, no, they can't watch this. But everything's like a video game. That's like the future. Worse pixels than we had. They are
Oh yeah,
doing
like
this shit for cheap.
Minecraft and Roblox. Yeah.
Yeah, they are doing this shit for cheap, flooding the market with it, getting 160,000 to keep your kids occupied.
Simple
And next
games. Simple games.
thing, all I got to do is just put a All I gotta do is just put a thing behind it where Egyptians were black, and then they gonna be like watching this whole thing, and I got it. I done figured it out, JS. I gotta just put the theme and the music behind these bullshit pixels and make them run around with X's in their eyes.
Who cares that the Egyptians were black? Who cares?
Yes. This is gonna have us building pyramids. This is gonna have everybody
Oh,
getting into the
there's a
black
new
magic.
there's a new show on Netflix from a guy who's been on Joe Rogan a bunch of times, and he's trying
We're
to
about to
find.
redistribute the wealth.
You know, there's pyramids everywhere, all over the place.
Yes, all everywhere.
What about
You know,
Guatampoñang?
we got our birthright. Y'all took our birthright. That's what I'm
Guatampoñang.
saying.
Have you heard of the Guatampoñang pyramids?
Poñang?
Poñang.
Poñang?
Poñang. They're in Vietnam or Taiwan or something.
Man,
Yeah, there's all these
trust me,
pyramids that look like
already
hills. They're just
inhabited
hills.
this earth. This is ours. It's been ours.
No,
Listen, I
everybody
ain't
had
gonna get
pyramids.
right now.
Everybody
Don't
all
worry
over
about
the
it.
place had pyramids.
No.
Yep, lots of them. Egypt had pyramids. The Mayans had pyramids. Asians
You
had
know what that
pyramids.
means? You know what that means? It was all on accord with one God.
You know, the only people who didn't have pyramids was white
That's the
people.
stairway to heaven. The pyramid is the stairway to heaven. When you look at the bottom of it, you look at
Nah,
the stairway to heaven. That's where it started from.
it's a sign that they were they didn't know
Stairway to
God.
heaven.
They were following the wrong gods.
No,
Because it's
people-
always like some
everybody can-
worship center, and it's like the
everybody
staircase to God, and they sacrifice hearts on it and
God.
stuff.
Come on, man. What do you think the kind
For real. In Egypt, they used them for mummies and
Yeah.
pharaohs. And it was a symbol.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
You know what
Come
else
on,
it
man.
symbolized? You know what else the pyramid symbolized? Is to escape from the flood. There was always somebody in every culture, every civilization wrote about a flood,
No.
and they wrote about how some members of society
Mm-mm.
built these tall structures to get away from the floodwater. Often it was giants,
You know,
the
Sahara
Nephilim.
Desert didn't flood, right? You know, Egypt's in a place where they didn't have to worry about that shit. Irrigation was at its finest. They man-made the
But still,
Suez
they were building
Canal, and
towers
they
to
dug
God,
the Suez Canal.
and they would do
The Suez Canal was man-made.
like
You
in
know that.
Egypt. They did it to worship their pharaohs, so they would build them these
Man,
towers to the heavens, reaching up to the heavens.
It was all on one accord. With
And now
God,
in
and
modern
you can't
day,
have a race of people like that.
in modern day, we do it in the form of skyscrapers.
No, that's not the same thing.
Yeah. Because
That's a
why
pyramid.
why do
so
we
many
build
of 'em-
up?
why
Why do
so
we
many
build
of
up
'em
like that?
don't last 1,000 years?
Why do we build upwards like that? It doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of land. If you drive through well, you flew probably, but if you had driven from California to Kentucky, you'd see that most of the country is just sprawling nothingness. It's just fields. Not nothing.
Yeah,
They're
I know.
farms and fields and crops and cornfields. And
Mm-hmm.
so why do we build upwards? It doesn't make sense.
So y'all can have the false imagination that people's coming taking y'all land.
No, it's like an
Y'all can
ancient.
crowd
It's this
yourself on top of
ancient
each other, all
thing to
fighting
want to be
be
gods.
closer to work. No, it ain't got nothing to be closer to God. It ain't got
Yeah.
nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
If that was the case,
I mean,
then
historically, we have.
Beverly Hills would be in Colorado. Why ain't Beverly Hills in Colorado? That's 1,000 feet above sea level in Colorado.
All that probably
So
used to
you
be
want to be closer
underwater.
to God, you'll go in Colorado and start building up. Right?
What now?
You'll find the highest elevation and start building from there if you want to be closer to God. And that's not what they're doing.
Utah's higher than Colorado.
But you're not making your point with saying what you're saying.
Well, back then in these ancient times, they didn't have ways to measure elevation, so they didn't
And
know.
they wasn't building skyscrapers either.
But they were building pyramids. They didn't know how to build
Exactly.
skyscrapers. They didn't have engineering they didn't have that much good engineering. So the easiest way to build a
So
tall
God had to
structure,
give man knowledge of that, right?
the easiest
So God
way
was
to
talking-
build a tall
so
structure.
God was talking to men.
Listen,
So
have
we
you ever?
agree God was talking to men.
Yeah.
All right, God was talking to man while he was building pyramids. And that's the same God that changed to become your God.
changed? I don't think he changed. I think he's always been the same. And I think every culture has written about him and written stories like this and similar stories.
Wait till the new one get wrote, and it's still the same one about
But a lot of
Arkansas
them got wiped
and how
out
they
because
went
they got
into
it wrong. Because they
real
were chasing
bondage.
there's two gods. There's a lowercase g and an uppercase G. And a lot of
Listen,
them
they
were
wrote a book
following
in
that lowercase
1600.
G.
Yeah, I understand. 100 complete. But listen,
Hold up.
JS, the future is moving on with or without you. Are you voting for Trump or DeSantis?
Trump or DeSantis, if they're both in the primaries, who am I voting for?
Yeah.
Trump. Trump, sure. It's not even a question. I have $100 that DeSantis is not going to be president. That's the only bet. I'm not betting who's gonna be president, but I have $100 saying DeSantis is not going to be president.
So you saying Trump and DeSantis gonna lose?
No. I'm not saying who's going to win. I'm just saying DeSantis will not be president in 2024. That
You
was my
saying they
bet.
both gonna lose? If you saying Trump ain't gonna win and DeSantis ain't gonna win,
I didn't say Trump's not going to win. I'm not betting that. I think Trump. If you asked me who I would vote for.
See, that's what you get.
You asked who I would vote for. I said I would vote for Trump.
Yeah.
And then I said I have a bet with somebody that DeSantis will not be president. Meaning, if Trump wins, I win the bet.
I'm gonna campaign for DeSantis and vote for Trump.
Campaign
However,
for
I
DeSantis.
can split
I
y'all.
thought you were a Democrat. How you going to campaign for any of them?
It don't matter. We gonna win. It's the primaries. And then we gonna all go back to Democrat. What is that? Yup. But I'm telling you, JS is going down. We can watch your show on YouTube. You want to be on TV? We in the mad.
Destroy the turkey. What's up, LJ? I forgot to look at chat for a while. Cricket using a cricket phone? Oh, that's not nice.
I'm gonna show you who I.
Huh? What'd you say?
Y'all just
U.S. Amazons saved civilization.
You want to see who I'm talking to on the phone?
Destroy that turkey.
Okay.
My turkey's calling.
Better grab some toys.
But yeah, you should watch that thing on Netflix. It's pretty cool. It's about all
I
the.
tried to call in Jesse Lee's program. They don't want to let me talk no more.
Because you don't got nothing to say. He's trying to talk to people who are like looking for answers and want to have real conversations and stuff. And he'll let you call in and do your little trolley stuff a couple times, and then he ain't gonna take it no more.
That's me on that.
I mean,
Shut your ass, JS. What's up?
What? Is that somebody else in the Discord?
No, grab a toy. Get down there with Lil Mark.
What were you gonna ask him about?
I'm paw-pawing over here. Yeah, I done disputed everything y'all done came to pass. Y'all Red Wave didn't come to permission. It's like, we don't want... I've been saying what Kanye's talking about, but when he said it's news. I feel like finesse
Everybody's been saying that forever.
Nah,
Charlemagne.
But he ain't even got it right.
Did you see when Charlemagne came out against Kanye saying, "Oh, he's anti-Semitic and blah blah blah"? So then they pull up old 10-year-old clips of Charlemagne saying the exact same thing. Everybody's been. Ice Cube was saying it.
Everybody was going through a learning experience.
Fuck Jerry Heller and the. They've been talking about
there's more. Look,
the J words, the juice,
and Charlemagne to learn. That's why Charlemagne ended up shutting the fuck up and playing with the program. Kanye ain't learned it all where he can open up the minds. Charlemagne's.
It's because as we get more progressive,
anyway, it's gonna get way more progressive.
But as the country gets more progressive, like stuff that people were saying 10 years ago that was just like whatever. Nobody really cared. Is now you get canceled. Your life ended for it.
Nah, it's gonna stop being that way though. Well, this is the beginning of stop being that way.
I hope
Jamie's
so.
for it. Yeah, me too.
I'm down
Because
for that.
what they don't want you to know is that all that book that y'all been reading was made up, and that's what the truth is gonna have to be untold. That all that religion
Oh
is
my
just
God.
mythology. And yeah, that's what's gonna wake
And
y'all
that
up.
and
That's
that's
the
what
truth
this
that needs
guy
to be
that's what the
untold.
guy in the Netflix thing, he said all of the education and the experts and the elites, and he's been on Joe Rogan. I can't think of his name right now. But
Saying the same thing.
he's like, they all hate me because I'm trying to use mythology to figure out the ancient origins of Earth, and we're tying it in with geographical features like pyramids that nobody even knows about. They're not all these big nice looking triangles in Egypt. There's a
Oh
lot of
my
pyramids that
God,
are
that
just
don't mean
hills in a
shit.
mountainside that
No,
nobody knows
they
that's a
trying to
pyramid. But then
they trying to
they do
debunk our theories before our theories
hold
get
on,
brought
they
to
do
light.
radar readings right into this one place in
Right?
Putangonyang,
Yeah.
and they say there's 3 caverns down there, but Thailand or wherever it's at won't let them go excavate and find what's in those caverns. Why? Why won't they let them figure it out?
Because they gonna get DNA tested, and then the truth's gonna come out.
They're gonna let the
They know
Nephilim
what
out
it is, man. They know what it is. They've been hiding it forever, JS.
because
This
if the
awakening
reason they
that you
won't let them
watching
excavate
bigger on our
is
scale and
because that they're gonna
smaller on
find
your
out that a
scale.
lot of these myths and a lot of these books and a lot of these stories that we make fun of nowadays are true.
No, they're not true. They allegory. They've been passed down.
But where'd they come from?
Allegories.
Somewhere down the line, it has to be true.
No, it don't have to be true.
If every
Just
story
like
talks about gods and every story
listen,
talks about an ancient flood and every story has
listen.
these or every culture has these pyramids and every
JS.
civilization has these stories,
If
there
I
has to
told
be
you
some truth
about
to it.
if I told you about a story about Kid Icarus,
And you believe
and
it because you believe in Aten. So what
no,
I'm
I don't
saying is
believe in
that
Kid
we're
Icarus,
both
but I'm saying there's lessons to be learned,
we're
even
both
if you
right,
make up some bullshit.
but there's just been, I don't know if it's interpretation, I don't know what it is, but it's like we both got it right. There's some sort of higher power. You're not a dang atheist.
This is God playing. This is the fight. This is the real struggle, and he's trying to see
When you say
if
all those
his.
books are fake, that's some atheist stuff you're saying, and that's just dumb.
Hey, it's not. I already told you they not acknowledging the one. You never heard Otten nowhere else besides me.
I know. I don't even know if you just made that up.
Exactly. So when people start saying Otten,
No, I think I
you
Googled it
want to
one
know.
time. I think at some point we Googled it.
Yeah, I know it's a fact. But listen,
But
when people
but
start
why is the
waking,
Bible a fake book, but Aten is a real story? Because you got some hieroglyphs, or what do you got? What do you got? You got some written records?
because you done already acknowledged
You don't
that
have a
God had to
DVD.
talk. You already acknowledged God had to talk to man to build the pyramids.
God did talk to man in the Bible.
All right, so what God do you think that was? And why do you think he changed?
I don't think he changed.
He put his own people in slavery.
I think the
You
pyramid,
fucking retarded.
I think the pharaohs maybe were talking to
No,
Satan,
no, 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 no. You only believe what they told you.
and that's why
We're
they
about
had.
to wake you up. We're about to wake you up all the way. Don't worry about what they said about Pharaoh. Why the
Because the
Bible start off
pharaohs were
hating
the
on
ones talking
Pharaoh?
about Ra,
Why the Bible start off hating on Pharaoh?
sun worship, stargazing, planetary worship. So the Greeks had like Thor and Saturn and Jupiter. The Egyptians had Ra and Odin and Anubis and Osiris and Isis. So I think they were conversing with Satan. These are the gods of the world. So that's Satan, the fallen angels. That's their different forms, is worldly things, physical things. The same thing New Agers talk about when they talk about spirituality in the universe and stuff. It's it's always based off physical things, and I think those are gods. They're just lowercase g's. Those are Satan's gods. Those are the distractions. So the real God is higher than all of them. Did you cut out? Did the audio cut out? Or are you just not talking? I don't think. Maybe he hung up or something. It says you're still here, but hold on. Hello? Check. Anyway, Freddy's still in the Discord. He's just not talking right now. Maybe he had to mute, talk to his family or something like that. I gotta turn the light on. Us Amazons saved civilization? Oh, I get it now. Us Amazons. As in, yeah. Man, that cricket joke is BS. Yeah, I didn't get it until until after I spoke it. Then you gonna call in and tell us your thoughts on the sauce? Oh, everybody's over in Bibby's. It didn't notify me. It says upcoming. Premiere notification on. What the heck? It didn't notify me. What is this? Is this copyright music? Is this your music, Bibby? He's not in my chat. I don't think you guys can see this. Oh yeah, you can.
Who's late to dinner that time?
Huh? What'd you say, Freddie?
Nah, what the hell are you watching? Some satanic shit?
I don't know. That's Lord Bibby 42's premiere video.
You gonna get copyright strict.
I don't know
They
what
don't
that's
let
from,
you
but I
play
think that might be
satanic
his.
shit on.
I think that might be his music, but it's just videos from other. I don't know.
Look, JS, you need to come on over and be the first leader of the nuke school. I can get you set up. And your following will grow so large because I'm telling you, you might take off higher than I am or quicker than my teacher because you white saying it too.
I'm
And
not pushing
they're
your
gonna
teaching.
say,
Did you cut out or did you have to hang up for a second? Did you hear what I
no,
was saying
I
about?
clicked my chick clicked in. What you say?
Oh, so I think that a lot of them different cultures they were following God. They're just following the lowercase g because they believed in Ra, the sun god, and Osiris and Isis and Anubis, the god of death. All these different physical gods of these physical realms. The Greeks had Thor, Jupiter, and Saturn. All the planets are based off gods. So I think all these different cultures were following their versions of gods, but they were like satanic gods in my
Oh,
religious
okay.
view, because they're
And
physical
what?
things, they're earthly things, they're fallen
And what
angels.
was?
The Bible calls them the
Okay.
powers and the principalities.
Okay. And while you saying all that, what was the real God at? While all these
Above all of them, above all of them. So how they have how the Egyptians have the sun god Ra, and they got Osiris,
right.
and all their different gods. The one God would be above all of them, and they would be in Christianity. Those are the fallen angels that came down with Satan, and he's the king of all of them.
No, I don't know what you're reading yet.
And that's why they did things like mummification and had lots of slaves. They all had slaves. They all did human sacrifices.
You go back to your top.
The Mayans built the pyramids so that they could cut people's hearts out on top of them, babies' hearts and stuff. Like, I don't.
Oh my God.
That's satanic. You're chopping up.
Talk the way you think.
Do what
Do
now?
you wonder why you taught to think the way you think?
Why I talk to think the way I think?
Yeah. Why did they teach you to think the way you
Oh, why
think?
I was taught to think the way I think? I was not taught to think the way I think. Nobody else, none of my teachers think the way I think. Nobody I ever learned anything from thinks the way I think. Nobody really, very few people think the way I think.
And you think and you're right most of the
I'd
time.
argue that everybody thinks uniquely. We have
I'm asking
broad
you, do you
ideas that
think
we
the way
agree on,
you
but
think is right?
I don't think there's any two
Listen,
people that
if
agree on
if
every single thing.
90% of the universe, regardless the language they speak, don't think the way you think, do you think the way you think is correct? No
Um,
way. That's right, little Mark. He said no way. Exactly. Come on, man. He said my teacher didn't think the way I think. Okay, if they teaching 60 kids, I mean 30 kids a
let
year
no man
for
teach
30
you. What is
years,
that?
and
Let no man
no,
teach
listen,
you.
the
I don't need
teachers,
no
not
teacher
that
to
you
learn something, man.
listen, they got a
Your
job to
teacher
do.
can teach you stuff, but
Yes,
it's
the
good to
teacher can teach
cross-examine
you
with your
stuff.
teacher and check what they're saying with other sources, and
No,
because
they can
teacher can
know
lie to you
and
too. A lot of teachers teach nonsense.
listen, JS. They give you a reading and say read this, and they
Uh-huh.
can tell what you comprehend out of what that reading, what your brain absorbs out of a reading. They have no control of what that reading does to you personally. It's what your brain obtains. Why do
I
you
mean,
think they got?
but we're talking about memorization. They give you a book. They say read this book and take this test at the end. That doesn't prove you learn anything. It just proves you memorize something.
You can't memorize things that you read. You can comprehend and retain knowledge. It
Yeah,
seems
there's a
how
difference
much you
between reading
retain. You
comprehension
ret-
and memorization. I think education leans more now on memorization.
yeah,
Like
but
history
if
class,
you
I
retain,
didn't like history class
listen,
because it wasn't
listen.
about comprehension. I was good at
If
comprehension,
they tell you a
but I
story
couldn't
about a
memorize
village in the
dates.
forest and you naming every tree and how many leaves every tree had on it, you missed the whole story about the village in the forest. It's about the important parts of how the mind thinks and why you think the way you do. What's
What is you
important?
talking about?
The verbs and the nouns of the situation. You can't just say you can take out something different than what the teacher's teaching and giving you a lesson and say it's how I interpret it. It's all about no, they're gonna ask you how much can you retain or memorize. You ain't memorizing it verbatim and going over taking this home,
Man,
studying it and
that's
memorizing
all
it.
that my tests
You're
were in
reading
high
it.
school that I remember is it was just memorization. You memorize these names, you
Uh-uh.
memorize these dates, and then you pass the
No,
test.
that's not learning. That's
I
memorization.
agree
Is not
that's not
learning.
learning. I think the education system's a mess.
That's not what they teach.
And that's why I'm saying let no man teach you.
Let no man teach you. What you gonna learn from?
That's biblical. You learn from
What you gonna
experience, you
learn
learn
from?
from doing, especially as men. Men aren't supposed to that's why, the old cliche that men don't read the instructions. Um that's a typical man thing. We learn through doing. We learn through seeing and doing. We watch somebody do something like a
Yeah, and
YouTube
how
video
many
and then we go
motherfucking Tesla
try it.
drawers done fell over on a woman and TVs fell off a wall because men didn't read directions?
If she
That
has all
don't
the
mean
drawers
shit.
open, it's going to fall over.
Nah, shut your ass. I got all these extra parts, babe, but it's put together.
No, she be going through her clothes, having
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
drawers
As
open
soon
on
as
the
they
whole
put
shelf,
something on that
and then it
motherfucker.
falls over. That's not the man's fault.
Mhm. Men's pride. That's the devil right there. I don't need to read instructions. Intelligence and science teach you better than that. Which y'all don't believe in.
Man,
Ain't that funny?
what?
Don't believe in science and factual shit, but believe in man should not listen to man and find out through experience.
Who
Bump
doesn't
his
believe
head
in
enough times.
science?
Right. You can't even ask the man with all the knots on his head how he got those, because that's learning from man. You just gotta go get them same knots on your head because how does he know? go get my own nuts. Maybe break my legs.
I mean, if somebody's experienced something and been through something, they can tell you about it.
Oh, I'm teaching them something. I'm reaching them. I'm reaching them. I'm reaching them. That's an improvement. That's an improvement. But Lord forbid he write it down. Lord forbid he write it down and try to teach you, though. He got to tell you through his own experience, strength, and hope. Like AA,
but
right?
even then, if you tell me something, if
don't
you've
give
gone
advice.
through something and you tell me about it, I can take what you said into consideration. But until I experience it, like, I'm not learning from you. I'm going to learn when I go through it.
You saying what I'm saying?
I'm saying just don't take anybody's word for something, basically. You got to source it out through multiple sources and vet it.
Yeah. But that's all I'm saying, JS. It's more to learn.
What are y'all eating for Thanksgiving?
Chitlins, motherfucking turkey, ham, all that good shit. Deviled eggs, mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese.
I don't got the deviled eggs on deck. I want some deviled eggs.
You ain't black. You don't know nothing about it.
Excuse me?
See, you ain't black. You don't know nothing about it.
I love deviled eggs. What are you talking about? I'm from.
Y'all go boil eggs.
I'm from the South. Soul food is my
inside, put
favorite type of food.
salad in the middle.
Not that Thanksgiving is a soul food day, but deviled eggs are good. How do you make deviled eggs? You hard boil the egg, you take the yolk out, you mix it with what, like mayonnaise and mustard and some cayenne?
Relish, all kind of shit, man. I ain't giving you my mama recipe. You ain't invited to the barbecue.
Mama, let me get that recipe. Because I got some eggs. I think I can make deviled eggs tomorrow. It's whatever. I'll get a recipe from Google. Let no Google teach you.
Yeah, Utah, man. I'm telling you, I'm coming. I gotta go Utah, man. I got some hoes I gotta go pimp out and put in this apartment.
See, they don't do deviled eggs in Utah.
Experience on the job. Security for my hoes. Come in there in Utah, they're gonna be out there on a stroll with fake fox coats on.
Did you say
gonna be wearing coyotes and thongs?
Did you say in a stroller?
Nah, they're gonna be on the stroll.
On a stroll? Oh.
Yeah.
Going out for a stroll.
Wearing coyotes and thongs.
Falling apart.
You their security.
A recipe for what? Deviled eggs. Freddie doesn't want to give me the deviled eggs recipe. What? What'd you say? You're breaking up. You must be out there in the boonies. Got bad connection.
You can't hear me?
I hear you, but you keep breaking up like what? Like it sound like a robot.
No, I think my phone going. I said, do LJ want my mama recipe?
No, that was somebody else in chat. I make bomb deviled eggs. See, she's gonna send me the instructions. See, I got it, Freddie. I got it. I asked you.
See, Sal?
No, Flor Cosenza.
Oh, okay. That's your long time friend. Okay, she been on here for a minute.
She's from Guatemala.
But even if she Mexican, I don't think she can make potato salad.
Not potato salad, deviled eggs. I can make. I got my own potato salad recipe. Psh. She don't even know.
All right.
I can make a bomb secret pasta salad, potato salad, green bean casserole I'm making tomorrow, candy yams,
that's a secret.
Sweet potato pie. I got sweet potato pie, not pumpkin pie, sweet potato pie.
I'm lying.
I do.
That shit, JS. You walking down the street to the damn Salvation Army.
Baked potato with bacon and and chives from the garden and cheese and sour
You
cream.
got a box for this?
Ooh, ooh, it's about to be lit, huh?
Man. No.
Yeah.
You talking about a Salvation Army food truck.
Nope. Talking about my fridge. I am Guatemalan. I can also make some potato salad, she said.
I like Guatemalans. I had a Guatemalan that worked at Bell Shelter in Bell, California. She was at the cafeteria. She worked on the line. She ain't hardly speak no English, but she keeps flirting with me every day. I had to stay there. I was on the line back in the day. Look, Guatemalan ass. But I think she just wanted a green card.
She's an old lady friend of mine.
This one I was talking to wasn't no old lady.
She's not old. I meant old from a while ago. I don't know how much I can say.
Oh.
But
Yep.
hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some.
Who's all in the chat? I gotta look in the chats. Hey, get down. Let's go, Mike. Let me jumping on everybody. Oh, badass. It's my grandson.
Look at that. She said she wants my recipe for sweet potato pie. I don't make pies. I don't bake. I'm a man. I cook. I don't bake. But this is my sweet potato pie. It came from dang old Smith's. Look. It's not pumpkin pie. Sweet potato pie. And I got candied yams. And the green bean casserole. Josh, I am not old. I prefer German potato salad. I don't like that creamy. I like Southern potato salad with some hard-boiled eggs in it, heavy on the mayonnaise and the mustard. All right.
Yeah, man. Y'all don't know how to cook. Y'all don't even know how to season y'all shit.
That's cool and sad. Oh, it's cool and sad that I have. You're talking about my pie is sad? This is sad? This is not sad, okay? This is an easy pie that I just had to buy. Yes, I do not bake. Baking, they say cooking is more. Well, that's weird. Cooking is more of an art. Baking is more of a science, which is
cooking ain't no damn art.
Yeah.
Grilling is
because I don't even really need a recipe for cooking. Well, I consider grilling cooking. Same thing.
Nah, that's two different things.
Yeah, I guess
grilling you gotta control the fire. Baking and cooking, you put the ingredients on there and do what the damn.
But like with cooking,
say.
I don't need to
set
know.
the oven at 350. Set this skillet on medium. Do this for 15 minutes. That's
baking,
not like
you got to be exact. You got to have all the measurements. You got to have everything exact. I don't like baking.
That's not hard.
But cooking, I don't really need to know the ingredients. I just need to know the basic things that I do, and then I'll do my own thing. And it's gonna taste good.
No, yeah, that comes with experience. You keep doing the same recipe over and over again. You know how much of what you need, and then you know what to taste it.
I don't know. There's some things I'm just naturally not great at, but decently good at.
Fuck things. I'm just nasty. That's your ego. Jesse's talking to you right now. Your thought means you the devil. You shouldn't think. You have any thought? That's the devil. That's
I'm
Satan fucking
serious.
with you.
I'm the only. I'm
No,
one of them artistic conservatives. We're weird outliers. Like I can draw like a mug, like a mug. I can draw like a mug, and I never took no art classes. I could just draw good.
Yeah, all
I
right.
I
You
never really
artistic.
learned how to cook or took a culinary class, but if I cook a dang steak, it's good.
You just got this. Yeah. You just got this post. You just got this in. Oh, that's the first week. Yeah, that's the first week. Yeah.
But you all right? Grilling's harder. Grilling, you
Man,
gotta
just
have
because you can draw,
experience.
that means you supposed to be on the street corner getting paid. God bless you because you ain't worth
I
nothing
know,
else.
man. What I'm best at, I don't like doing. I'm best at drawing, and I really don't like drawing. If I had
Yeah.
drawn all my life, I could probably sit and do a portrait for somebody on the street. I thought about it. I just really
Yeah,
don't
that's
like
what
drawing.
God gave you to do. That's what He said you're good for. He said, here's your hand. I'm gonna tap your little arm. This all you good for. You ain't gonna work a day in your life. You're too lazy, but you can draw. And you ain't
If
gonna
you're an
listen to your
artist,
teachers. And you ain't gonna listen to your teachers because your mind's upside down. Your left frontal cortex is in the back right. So you just upside down.
based,
Ace.
based. We call it
Yeah,
based. And
I
I
guess
didn't take the
so.
meds. When they tried to put your boy on the meds, we said nope.
They try to put you on meds for real?
Correctional
And you
stuff.
deny it.
I was getting in trouble
No
later
shit.
later in life. I was getting in trouble, so I had to go to the correctional psych doctor, and they always want to put you on some meds.
Yeah. They try to control your thinking and flip your brain back to normal. And you kept trying to convince them you're smarter than the teachers. I don't need this shit.
I was.
Jesus got my back, baby.
Yes,
He's
sir.
gonna deliver me.
Look at my
And
sweater.
that's all you was worried about. And they said this man
Look at
believes the
my.
Kool-Aid too much.
Do
We
you like
need
my
to calm
sweater?
him down.
My sweater says "Stamp for the flag" and "Kneel for that dang cross."
5-0.
5-0.
Yeah. I'm in Kentucky.
Where in
Hell
Kentucky?
yeah,
I've been
man.
to Bowling Green. I've been
That's where my
to
son's at. He'll be here tomorrow.
Lexington.
I've been to Lexington. That's where he stays at.
Flat Earth guys. I'm so close
It's
to create a
alright.
Discord just to jump in this conversation. Do it. I don't know why you haven't made a disc. Who doesn't have a Discord? It's 2022.
Who ain't made a Discord?
Floor.
Oh. Tell Floor hop in. Yeah, they scared.
Do I get the power armor yet? Or what? What the? What's up, Stephen Will? I haven't even said hi to you yet. I've been reading your chats. But y'all don't know how to cook? You don't... Oh, this guy.
What's this?
I like cooking weird
That's what
things.
George Bush did. When he went out there in weapons and the mass destruction.
What? George Bush?
Mm-hmm. W.
W.
Junior.
Yep.
He said, yeah, I'm going to make him pay. Now check out this swing. Watch this. See, motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't like the warlord Republicans like Crenshaw.
Yeah, they
don't.
love
They never
war.
seen a war they don't love. But I am okay
Until
with
Obama got in office.
See, I don't like these
Republicans.
endless, pointless wars for like oil and stuff. Now, if we were just going out conquering places, I'd be down with
it. Yeah. Because Obama got in office, it made people look at everything backwards.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be war is good for America. Now, once he got in there, Nah, they wanted to bring everybody wanted to come home. The war was for nothing and everything. It was like, even after he killed Bin Laden. He left a vacuum. He's the reason fuck ISIS and everybody over there. I don't give a fuck. It's a shithole. And what we do, go back over and stay for a while.
Yeah, you sound like Trump when you
Fuck
say
that
that.
vacuum. Huh?
You just called it a shithole country. I like that. Let's go. Trump 2024, baby.
Trump call America shithole country depending if it's blue or red state. That ain't American.
That didn't make any sense. Trump will call America a shithole country depending on if it's a blue or red state.
Yeah, depending on where it's at. If it's a blue state, it's a shithole state.
A shithole
He'll call
state.
it a shithole third world country. Yeah, he'll call it shithole country too. Yeah, if you go to San Francisco, the shit is like a third world country. He'll call America the same shit. He don't give a fuck if they vote blue. If they don't vote how he want them to vote, it don't mean that that's what it is. California's doing fine. They voted Newsom in. They got Karen Bass in. They got everybody they wanted in to make the new policies for America. Because everybody going to follow with these green new cars, electric and fast and all that other stupid shit. The 2024 Chargers are already fully electric, 1,000 horsepower and faster than all them other cars they've been wasting gas money for. And it's electric. Wait till them motherfuckers try to race that on the track and get blown out with every gas car they got. These motherfuckers know what they doing.
What's up, Lord Spike Protein? Raymond 11.
I still on camera, damn. I'm smoking. But it's...
How many people you got over there?
Just me and my partner, his son and my grandson.
Your partner? Like your friend?
Yeah, my partner, my friend.
Okay. When I hear partner, I think.
Nah, see, that's your gay shit.
Well, it's not. They destroyed that word. You can't even say partner.
E40
Me and my partner. You can't
used
even
to
say that no more.
E40 from the Bay used to be like partner, all
Yeah,
that.
I know.
Y'all make shit
T.I. I love T.I. Partner.
They say T.I. I say E40.
Well, they both said partner.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just whatever. It's been around a long while. Y'all.
But now they took that word, they co-opted it.
No, you take that word.
No, they took that word and co-opted it to mean a gay couple thing. Because they wanted to destigmatize homosexual relationships. So instead of having to say, this is my wife or my husband or my girlfriend or my boyfriend, they just say, this is my partner.
I'm gonna be like, my partner. I'm gonna be like, my friend. What's up with that bullshit? Chilling with my partners. We're chopping down trees today. I bet you Kendon would have loved it. Who's the tree man, Frank or Ken?
I do trees too. That's what I've been doing lately.
I know, right? We needed your help today. It's still a big one we need to chop down.
What's the problem?
It's still a big one.
It's gonna fall on something?
Yeah, the neighbor's yard. We got a couple branches out. Well, they did.
You got climbing gear?
I'm watching. No climbing gear. Straight ladder, a pole saw, and a
Never do
chainsaw.
tree work with a ladder. That's the first mistake you made. That's step one. Go on YouTube and put a tree work fails, and you'll see everybody was using a ladder to do tree work.
Yeah, we use a ladder today. But it looked risky. It looked dangerous. That's why we what we say.
Like if you do tree work, that's the first thing they'll tell you is you don't ever use a ladder. Because one of them branches comes down, kicks out the bottom of your ladder, you're done.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of videos. People try to tie the ladder to the tree, and then they'll show you why that doesn't work.
Yeah. And that motherfucking branch move around after you cut the limb you want to cut. If the Ladders over here. That motherfucker big. It's going to
Yo,
fall with the
Freddy's
tree
gonna
and
have
then
the
pop
branch
back
like
up.
this. He's gonna have the ladder right here. He's gonna be cutting. He's gonna be cutting right here. Just drops the whole thing. Like the cartoons where they're standing on the branch and they're cutting on the wrong side.
Yeah, right. Not me.
Those branches
Where
bite
Robbie?
back. Yeah.
The mail run tomorrow.
The mail run tomorrow? I think
Nah, Robbie's off work. I think that's a holiday.
Yeah, where's Robbie at? He's probably getting.
We
Oh,
have
he
a
said
Bible Belt trivia. Battle of the Minds. Jamie will hop on here. I done cussed him out earlier on his show. I know he wanted to get revenge.
I think they're in that group chat.
The Generals.
Yeah, you should jump in there and then tell him to come over here.
Yeah, I ain't in no Generals unless he kick me out. Let me find that shit. What does that come on Discord?
That's on Facebook. You should be in there. You were in there that one time.
Yeah, I should be, but I gotta find that Facebook. All right, Facebook. I gotta find out what. There's a message he sent me in Messenger. I think.
Press 1 if your saw is over 24 inches. I have I think I have an 18-inch and a 20-inch. I don't have a over 24-inch saw. And I have an Echo pole saw, a power pole saw, like a chainsaw at the end of a pole. Is pretty cool.
That's dope.
I got a Husqvarna. I think it's 20 or 22-inch. I haven't had to buy a new chainsaw yet, so I don't know. And then I got a little Ryobi 18-inch one. Pretty good saw, but it's cheap.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. I ain't even fucking with no trees or no saws. I ain't got it.
What kind of pole saw do you have? You have a power pole saw, or you just have the curved blade at the end of a pole?
No, it would take 51
gas
and half mix up shit like that. But it had a connection on it. We put the extender on it. It reached about 10, 12 feet. Yep. I don't see where he sent me shit. What's it on this? Maybe it's here.
Punch him. Punch him.
Beat him up.
Eat him up.
Hope they went to. I wouldn't want to bum off the street operating on me. I hope they went to medical school.
Come on. He's his friend.
Put him in.
If y'all want to jump in the Discord, just let me know in chat. I'll put the link. Is caller drunk? Possibly. It's the day before
Possibly,
Thanksgiving.
yeah, I'm drinking.
I'm getting a little tipsy myself. I'm not even following what I'm supposed to be doing in these quests though. 482 feet away? What the? Oh. It's two numbers overlapping. It's okay. Of the Brotherhood.
I can't figure it out. Hush.
Fred off that Ripple. I bought nice beers today because it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. Miller Lite. I like Miller Lite. I don't like these white cans, which aren't really new. They're pretty old, but I feel like it used to be a different can. If your power arm is too light in the crotch, what was she just saying? PBR mine. Missing legs? I hardly noticed. Oof. She ain't got no legs? Yeah, give me the power armor. You've leveled up. Pick a new perk. Is this mine? No. Which one's mine? She said there was one for me. Hey, this one's for me. Got a fusion core. Nice. That's nice power armor. That's some nice power armor we just got. Let's go. I can't carry it all. I'm just going to keep it here. Let me keep it here. I don't ever even use power armor. Of course they were. And no, I'm not making coffee tables. What's that mean? I don't think I have anything to sell. I haven't done any. This is just a huge dialogue quest, series of quests. I have so many quests. So the problem with the power armor is you have to have fusion cores, and there's a limited number of fusion cores in the game. So you only want to use the power armor in specific situations, and I just end up never using the power armor. Um, nice. I like the sounds of that. This army looks goofy as hell. The helmet. The helmet's the problem. I don't like the helmet. I don't think I need this laser pistol. Suppressed powerful 10mm pistol? That looks cool. I don't think I need it though. It's suppressed. He's got a lot of money too. I have the exploding 50, 59, 32, 46, 89. Oh, it's auto. That's why. And this one's explosive. 36. It's 89. Yeah, I'd rather have the explosive one than this. Homie Jihad, if you can't read the chat, then I got nothing. I did read it. It said you something about making coffee tables. I don't even know what a coffee table is. And then there's been no chat since then, till that chat, which I also read. And then Stephen Will said, Homie Jihad. Gunner harness? No. Why am I carrying the bowler hat? Gives me extra endurance. Cracked bone 2 and acid? Fellas, I have to take off. If I don't talk to you later, have a happy Thanksgiving. You too. Stephen Will, see ya. Empty milk bottle. Don't need that. I got Jangles the Moon Monkey, though. He's got ammo. He's got ammo. He's got cryo mines. He's got focus boosted laser rifles. Bayoneted missile launcher. See, but I can make this stuff. Minigun. Does he have a flamer? You know what I need to go get is that weapon in the vault. How? I think I'm done in this place. Leave this place. Is that the exit? I think I'm done. I leveled up. Wait all later. A coffee table is a short table in front of your couch where you place your coffee cup. I know what a coffee table is. Oh, wait. I didn't know what coffee. I said I didn't. I do know what coffee table is, but I was thinking about tables made out of coffee for some reason. I know what a coffee table is. Did I say I don't know what coffee tables are? I was zoned out. Why was I thinking about a table made out of coffee? We need more charisma. We need more intelligence. But all these other ones are so much funner. Where's the headshot one? Science. Toughness, plus 20 damage resistance. Iron Fist. Channel your chi to unleash deficit. Punching attacks do 20% more damage. Pickpocketing is 25% easier. Buying and selling prices at vendors are better. Gunslinger. Non-automatic pistols do more damage. Find more bottle caps and containers. Non-automatic rifles. Melee attacks do 20% more damage. Take less radiation from eating and drinking. That's pretty good. Women suffer 5 more damage in combat. And you're easier to persuade in dialogue. We should get Lady Killer. Is there a doctor in the house? The impacts restore 40% of lost health. I hear myself.
No game.
What?
Why y'all games so lame? No more after that one.
No more after what?
That lame ass comment.
What are you talking about?
Whatever you reading in the comments.
I'm not. I'm reading the game.
What? I gotta go over here and try to find this bullshit. I gotta log out. That's what I gotta do.
What are you trying to find?
Out. Oh my God, I hate this internet shit. Hey, we're leaving at 3 to go to my uncle's instead of going to my dad's. Can you drop him off or can I pick him up by then? And if you want him after, you can have. I'm gonna act like I'm gonna ignore your mama. She gonna act like, nah, she ain't dictating nothing. I was just reading my son's baby mama text. I got my grandson. She try to pack his bag and roll. But look,
Plus
what
20
was I
maximum
saying?
health.
Quarters.
Quarters?
Captain quarters. I gotta find my way into the quarters. General's quarters.
Oh.
I gotta switch profiles. I just got off the phone with Robbie. That's what I was on the other line doing, talking to Robbie. He said Jamie's on his rag.
Is Jamie? I think Jamie's in the chat. Well, no, he's not. He's not in my chat.
Rag. He's not on.
50% less likely.
Log out.
Where's the headshot perk? You can hack expert terminals. I want to pick expert locks.
Well, thanks again, Mr. Duncan.
Let's get to keep fight going. Lead belly, rifleman, big leagues, awareness, life giver. Locksmith.
Say you ate too much candy.
Huh?
We gonna be like, wait till it hurt. You got this shit. I'm lost. I can't get to my other profile. Fuck, JS.
Because you have so many damn profiles.
Because everybody keep trying to block me. I'm the troll king. No. Yeah, you gonna brush your teeth.
It will go away.
No, it ain't gonna go away. Because it's gonna be in your stomach. It's gonna be too late. You better try to save your teeth. They coming next. You're gonna have a gold grill. You want a gold grill?
No.
Well, you better brush your teeth. That's all Medicaid gonna give you. You gotta tell it to them real right now.
Yep.
They 4 years old. What's the matter, Lamar? What's the matter? What? It look like you ready to tear something up. Your stomach hurt already? Look, what I tell you, you still looking in the cup though. You want some more candy? You got 5 in your hand. and your stomach hurt. There you go. Go and put them in your mouth. Boy, boy, boy. That's where those allegories and fables come in handy. When they tell kids about what's gonna happen and they believe it and then it come true and they think they prophesized about it. And they be like, oh, he said exactly what he said was gonna happen, came true.
You think you're a prophet?
Nah, I'm more than a prophet. I'm a god.
Yeah, whatever. New age mumbo
I am.
jumbo.
I'm a god, JS. I can will shit into existence. I done healed people. You say what?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a prophet. I'm higher than a prophet. If I show my powers to people, I done already acknowledged my powers. If I show them to people, then I'll be all on fucking TV and be trying to be persecuted. But I gotta save my powers right now.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm being serious.
I got no attention.
That's right.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I could turn it into 100,000. Yeah, dude. That's why you scared. Get up in that chair. It don't hurt. All right, keep playing. Play until it start hurting. What the? JS. Who are the real Gentiles? JS.
Get him off of me!
JS.
I think that's enough for tonight. Mr. Duncan didn't tell me this was a horror game. And it doesn't look like I've missed too much of the party. Guess I'm heading out tonight after.
Chilling. We back. Bong, bong, hey yo. Stop bullying Rika.
Sacrifice sacred principles, etc. That's the line. The fox in the modern context is the left-wing individual. They don't value tradition or God or nation. They value progress. They value tolerance and being nice, etc. But they're different
Came
from the
here to
lion
pick that
because
lock.
their use of cunning is not
We just got
necessarily
our
out of
lock
choice,
picking
but
up.
rather
There's
necessity.
safe
Because
up here.
foxes and liberals tend to be
Memory,
weaker, more
baby.
feminine,
That's
more
that
insecure,
memory
more mentally
skill.
ill. It's so true. All those things.
We didn't
They are
forget about
intimidated
you.
by strength in competition because they cannot contend with it. So instead,
I
they
broke
use
my bobby pin.
deception. They use manipulation. That's how they achieve their ends. They manipulate information. The lions, they're outdated. They're out of touch. We know better now. We don't need those things anymore. That's the only way that you can reduce or handicap the lions. You eliminate all of the things that they would be
38,
inclined to
10
defend. You
millimeters,
remove from the
lighter,
mainstream
pipe
conversation
pistol, and some pre-war money.
any
Not that
concept of God, of nation, of family, of heritage, of culture, all of it, because the lion cannot act if he feels as though he has nothing to defend. So the foxes gain and maintain their power through cunning and guile. They manipulate narratives, they manipulate the truth, all to convince you through brainwashing that the system is good. It should exist, and our people are the ones who should be running it, whereas the lions would just take power regardless. So the fox teaches you in public education that the dictators of days past, well, they were lions who used force, and they do this to you so that you don't detect the ways in which they have power over you now, because they control your mind, and therefore they control your reality, and if not yours, then those of the masses, which makes no difference since the masses vote based off how the regime defines reality, which justifies the existence and the actions of the regime, all of which end up affecting your immediate reality, regardless of whether you can think and operate for yourself, because you still live in that society and therefore under that system. Now, that being said, given that the fox's power tends to be implicit, it's less obvious than explicit power, it also tends to be less immediately secure because foxes themselves tend to be insecure, which means that they're always going to be seeking forms of additional soft power to wield over the population, whether that's regime narratives being introduced into advertising or popular culture, or even something as symbolic as participating in a mass ritual, anything to let them know that you're in compliance and to let you know that, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what's happening. It's in your face. You're not escaping it anytime soon. These are things like demoralization tactics, humiliation rituals, etc., all designed to remind you through soft power that you are subject to the ideological tyranny of the regime, which is just as imposing in your day-to-day life, and actually even more so in many cases than the definition of tyranny that they taught you to be afraid of in public school. But the problem with this is that what the narrative says is happening does not often match reality, and so the narrative is always adjusting and having to explain itself. And it's allowed to do that because the masses are stupid and they lack agency. That's why we point and laugh when we see these people saying things, you know, in January 2020, and then in 2021, the next year, January, they're saying the completely opposite thing. And it's like, yeah, it's funny, but that's not the takeaway. The takeaway is that they literally cannot understand the difference, and we have to understand that. It's not that they're hypocrites, it's that they're lemmings, they're sheep.
Wait.
And you're going to have to figure out how to work within that reality before it's too late, frankly. But yeah, so as the narratives get more and more complex, they naturally start to lose contact with reality, and everything becomes so cloudy and confusing. So then they start compensating for that by assuring you that all of this nonsense, which goes against your instincts and better judgment, it's all being promoted by the experts in science, etc. But ultimately, what's going to happen is they will lose contact with the reality of what it takes to maintain power, whether that's domestically or on the global scale, because they get too caught up in their own nonsense. And remember, all of the education that you received from the state is a part of that narrative, and it's all self-justifying. Even this idea of, oh, well, knowledge is power. No, it's not. What does that even mean? That's what you hear in school, but it's not true. Your knowledge of the vocab terms of the regime narratives is not power, but them forcing you to know those vocab terms in order to participate in society, that's power. Oh, well, there's not total media censorship like under real tyranny. It doesn't matter. There doesn't have to be. And they know that. You personally can access information and do your own research because you're smart. You think for yourself, but the masses don't. They aren't capable of doing that. But guess what? Their vote counts just as much as yours does. And it's those votes that justify all of the changes in society that do and will affect you.
Why did all of Red
directly.
Dirt Farm's
It is literally
messages
the
get
equivalent
retracted?
of you going into a classroom as an adult and the teacher says, okay, kids, put up your hands to vote. We can either eat celery sticks or goldfish. But remember, the goldfish are poison. And you're like, this is ridiculous. Goldfish are not poison. They are the snack that smiles back. I can't believe she thinks we would buy into, oh, they're putting their hands up. They're putting their hands up for celery sticks. And guess what you're eating? Celery sticks. That's not even true. Like, there's much worse stuff going on in classrooms. Like, that's actually significantly more believable than what kids are being taught now. But still, the lion loses power to the foxes. The foxes reduce and handicap the lions. Then they use implicit force to maintain their power in society. And this is how a liberal democracy functions. And it's not sustainable. And collapse is inevitable. And you can actually map out this trend pretty clearly following World War II. Remember, we talked about this earlier in the series, and now it's all coming together because you've got the post-World War II intellectual trends that sought to strip man of any sense of identity or understanding of the truth, which might compel him to fight for something.
He did it
Then
himself.
you weaken him by destroying masculinity, subsidizing poisonous food, poisoning the water supply, etc., etc. Now you've got all the men who would be lions feeling as though they have nothing to defend and no physical means of doing so, even if they did. And then the foxes rise to power. Slowly, the regime narratives drift further from reality. The regime destabilizes. Total collapse, unavoidable. We've talked about this before, but there is no such thing as a coalition of people who are this unstable, this degenerate, this removed from reality, this godless, and this prideful who have ever been or could ever be successful in the long run. Like, total collapse is unavoidable, and you just have to make sure that you're out of the blast radius. But you need God for that. You need to turn to God, and you need to put your faith in Him. And maybe if the country would have been better at that earlier, then we wouldn't have gotten to this point in the first place. You don't believe me?
Especially not with Paladin Dance on the scene.
How did we get to this point? How did this happen? Why didn't the Second Amendment prevent this? Why didn't the whole Constitution prevent this? How can you still honestly put your faith into those concepts, having had the last 2 years of the American experience affect you? Look at what God-given rights look like in a country that has abandoned God. 100 million gun owners and 400 million guns during the greatest tyranny in the history of our country, the history of this continent, and no one did a damn thing about it. Your business had to collapse. You had to miss your father's funeral. You had to stay inside and watch America's greatest cities burn to the ground by the actions of anti-American terrorists, and then watch nothing be done about it because the state was
now Lord Spike Protein's
to defend themselves
messages
during it,
are
or maybe even going after
Why are
parents at
everybody's
school board
messages
meetings.
getting retracted?
But still, there's a story in recent history, relatively speaking, about a group of men with horses and black powder rifles who fought off the most powerful and sophisticated military in the history of the world because they believed in God. Well, what does that have to do with it? Everything. It has everything to do with it. Maybe you're ready to go take these people on right now without God, but that's not enough. It is about the soul of the nation. And by the way, this is not a call to arms, not a call for violence. I disavow all of that. I am simply analyzing a cope. I am so tired of hearing about the Second Amendment when I know for a fact that we're living under tyranny right now, and we have been for a while, and it's only going to get worse from here. And the same people who are too lazy to go to church or even go door knocking for an authentically right-wing congressional candidate want to just sit back and fantasize about some scenario where they fight off the government. One, they're never going to establish an explicit tyranny because they don't need to in order to control you, like we just talked about, right? We just talked about this. And two, even if they did, you would do nothing about it. And that's because nobody believes in anything anymore. If you do not know God, then you fear death. Everybody's an atheist until the plane starts to go down. You fear accepting the reality of your own impermanence. You fear what happens after you die, and so you cling to life, and you will do anything. You will put up with anything to remain in a state of comfort. You can't possibly invest your life in the very literal sense into your country if you believe that it's all you've got, that there's nothing afterwards, that you're not a part of something greater than yourself, especially when that society has made it difficult for you to find a wife and to start a family. Like, who would you even be fighting for? What is there even to fight for? Nobody believes in anything. It is not enough to be well armed. We're not even well armed. We are the most armed. It is actually like stupid how many guns we have, like in a good way, but still, like, it's not enough. I would be more afraid of a population with sticks who still have spirit than I would be of a population of men with the most sophisticated firearms on the market, but who don't have spirit. Want to see a recent example?
Hey, friends,
Look at
what's up,
happened
Gats?
in Afghanistan. Those men simply retreated into
How
the
you doing
mountains.
tonight?
They waited.
We're
And when their
watching some
time
John
came,
Doyle
they
videos.
dusted off the old Soviet mass-produced AKs, and they took their country back from an
This is
illegitimate
how
regime with access to the best
conservatism is
weaponry and
inherently
resources
tied
in the
to
world. And they
Christianity.
did it practically overnight. Why? Because they believed in a god, a false god, but still,
While
it's
playing
about the
some
spirit of the nation.
post-nuclear
Just like we talked about in the last video. You are either
apocalypse
living for
fallout.
God or you are living for yourself. And no man who is living for himself is ever going to sacrifice a decadent and superfluously comfortable lifestyle under this system to fight for good and against evil. And again, Not calling for violence.
Well, then
If
get
you
out of the
think that's
water,
what I'm doing,
Paladin
you are being
Dance.
dishonest. What I am saying is actually more important than that, because it
We
gets
got
to the
good loot
root of
from
all
this
of our
place.
problems, because we have abandoned the immaterial for the material, and we call this progress. We are standing on the shoulders of giants,
You're
and we
the
think that we
idiot
are
who's
flying.
running around
The
in the water.
Constitution can only function for a religious people. This is not vague. I say again, the Constitution can only function for a religious people. A religious people are not a people who have abandoned God and the immaterial. I am now going to explain why the Constitution can only function for a religious people.
Because
But
if
if
they're
you
not
are a
religious, you
conservative,
have armed
you seek to
Antifa
conserve
protecting
the
drag
traditional
queen
American
story hour.
society,
That's
which was rooted in
constitutionally
Christianity.
protected.
You seek to conserve the
But it wouldn't be
Constitution as the
constitutionally
framework
protected
from
if
which our
we
country
were
embarked,
Christian.
which the framers wrote could only function for a religious, Christian people. And then you watch the video that we just did proving that the global left is the political force of Satanism. And it's like, how can you not be a Christian? How can you not? I'm now the guy that I used to roll my eyes at, but it's so obvious. Once you see it, it cannot be unseen. Give it a try. Tell me I'm wrong. I will literally give you a Bible. I will literally give you the writings of C.S. Lewis, Chesterton, and I actually mean that. Like, we'll talk about that at the end of the video. But the point is that I would like to get as many of us into heaven as possible. But in the meantime,
Just got
even if you
back
don't
from the
believe in
store. It
that,
was packed.
Christianity is the only way forward. If you
I took the
actually want
babies to the
conserve
store
this
for 3
country,
things. It
and
took
if you're not into
45
it,
minutes.
you feel
to
weird praying.
check out.
You feel weird going to church. Like, that's normal.
I got my stuff
but it is the
yesterday.
only way
I
forward.
didn't get a dang
because
turkey
you cannot
bag,
save a nation
though.
that has
Last
no
year I
spirit,
took my
that doesn't
turkey
believe
in
it
like
should
a
exist,
this
that doesn't
turkey
believe that
bag,
it's good, and that doesn't believe that
and it
fighting
came out
for
really
good
good,
will be rewarded.
really moist.
Now,
I'm
let's
worried
talk
that
about
it's
the
not going to be as
Constitution
good
now.
this year because I'm
If
just
you
going to
know
use a
anything
metal
about the
pan and put
Constitution, then you
foil
probably
over
heard
the
that it
top
was
of
this
it.
revolutionary document, brilliantly crafted to limit the power
But
of
I really
government,
liked
to
how
prevent
it came out with
tyranny,
that turkey
and
bag.
maximize freedom.
I don't
so
like
long as
dry
we follow
turkey.
it diligently.
It was
That
nice
is the
and
mythos
moist
of the
last year.
Constitution. Like, that's the story
I'm hoping
surrounding
that
it.
doesn't
And
happen
any
again.
honest person will concede in regard to the Constitution
it
something to the
comes
effect
out
of,
right again.
yeah, it's not a perfect system. You know, every system's going to have its flaws. Okay, well, then let's acknowledge them. The problem isn't necessarily the Constitution in itself, but rather that we decided to put our faith into a piece of paper rather than God. And let me explain what that means. I forgot who said this. It was someone very smart a very long time ago, but they said that there's no such thing as a nation of laws. That is correct. Like, throughout history, and especially under our current system, whoever is in charge is always going to selectively enforce the written laws. You know, they're going to go after certain people or certain institutions and then forget to go after others. They're going to manipulate semantics to make laws that were written 60 years ago aligned with the current narratives by redefining words, etc., etc. And this is because politics, above all else, is just about doing favors for your friends and punishing your enemies. And I'm sorry if that makes you uncomfortable, but 30 years from now, you will thank me. The point being, every law that exists seeks to compel individual behavior, whether that's a speed limit or a law saying
That's
that
what
can't
you
kill
get for
people.
going
Like,
last
all of those
minute.
laws
Yup.
are making some form of moral declaration, even if only in a small capacity. These laws
So
are
how do
trying
I
to
do
act
my
as this, like,
turkey?
sort
It's
of
been thawing
algorithm
in
to
the
correct for
fridge.
deviations in human behavior, which are
Tomorrow.
immoral. Now, here's the problem.
Should I take it
The
out of
left
the
is
fridge
actually right
tonight?
when
It's
they
been
say
in the
that
fridge for like
Constitution is just an old piece of paper. It is.
2
But
days.
what they want to do
or
is
a day
throw
or
it out
two.
and replace it with
It's been in
something
the
new,
fridge for
something
2
that
days.
reflects
I went in the store
their
2 days
religion. And it is a religion. But at least that acknowledges the immaterial. There's a reason that all of these old societies were obsessed with weird sexual rituals and child sacrifice, because they know that it blurred the lines between our world and demons from which they could extract power. My point is that the constitution of a society, like literally what constitutes that society, cannot just be a legal document. It cannot
Oh,
just
God.
be a piece
We're
of
getting
paper.
bombs
Something
thrown at
has
us.
to predate
Paladin
and
dance.
transcend that. There has
Raider
to be something
scum everywhere.
immaterial from which to draw, from which to be inspired when writing your founding documents. And our piece of paper has failed because what mattered most and what we failed to take into account is that the men who wrote that document acknowledged the immaterial, that the document was written for a religious people, that we all have God-given rights. But slowly over time, the men who were in charge of enforcing that document became gradually less concerned with the immaterial and more concerned with the material and with themselves. And since there is no such thing as a nation of laws, the men who are enforcing that constitution have to be connected to the same immaterial sense that the men who wrote it were, and the people over whom that document and group have authority have to be as well, or else it's not going to work. That's what the word constitution means. It means this document reflects our society. It reflects our people. If everybody in our society is blue, it's going to include that because that is us. That's who we are. And as our people have abandoned that immaterial sense
Paladin
to
Dance
form
is
the
a beast.
constitution of our society, both in terms of population and legal framework, yeah, of course, the document's not going to save us from that. But instead of focusing on bringing people back to that immaterial sense, we just cried, no, look at this piece of paper. It's cool. Believe what it says. No, it's not. Sorry, it's not cool. No one gets that excited looking at the piece of paper. You know what is cool? banishing Lucifer and his army from heaven because you are just that powerful, retaking the Holy Land with the fellas, being so strong in your conviction that you refuse to make a sacrifice to a false god, and so you get hacked to death by children. That's cool. Fighting off the British Empire is cool. But all of those things are only possible through the acknowledgement of the divine, of the immaterial, of good, and of all of the things which justify the Constitution. Because without God, the Constitution is literally just a piece of paper. Without God, it is meaningless both in theory and in practice. And how could it not be? How are you supposed to have God-given rights if you don't acknowledge God? And in practice, as we've just covered, you can't sustain the legal constitution if it's contingent upon the demographic constitution being one of faith and of piety. The paper constitution is downstream from the literal constitution of the people, and progressives are right with the whole living document thing, but conservatives lose because they think that all that matters is preserving the document in itself. But they fail to wield the power necessary to preserve the people that would enable the functionality of that document and of that society. Oh, but John, couldn't it function if we just repatriated everyone who disagrees with it? Now you're talking. Now you're talking. But seriously, the true constitution of a society comes from the immaterial. If not God, something else will fill the hole in the hearts of society, because man is a religious animal. There is a God-sized hole in the heart of this country, and something is going to fill it. The legal algorithm to constitute the society can only correct for slight deviations. And if the society by and large rejects it, then it's not going to work. And if the society accepts a new religion, then your old algorithm is already on its way out the door. And that's exactly what's happening to us right now, because religion is inevitable. People want to, reject Christianity, or broadly speaking, religion, because they think it's outdated. They perceive it to be low class. That's their pride. But if you ask them what they think about existence, they will reveal to you that they're actually very religious, whether they're spiritual, it's astrology, whatever it is. They all have explanations of how the universe and existence work and why we're here. That's religion. And our government, our institutions, they all claim to be secular, but they're not. No, they have a new religion. And in terms of how
I know
it's
all the
society, it's
turkey.
actually no different
I
from
never
like a
stuffed the
theocracy, other than
turkey.
it
It
being
cuts
more
good in
subtle.
time and a half. But I don't
But
mind.
you look at the way
if
these people take to the streets,
takes longer
the way
if
that
I
they
stuff
dedicate
it,
their
'cause
lives
I
to
like
these
the dang
causes.
stuff
We talked
turkey.
about this earlier, how
Gives
they
it that
derive their
flavor.
meaning and their purpose from them,
I'm gonna
the
put
way they
some onions and
participate in the
some peppers
rituals,
in-
the idol worship, and it's like, yeah,
in a bag.
yeah, that's religion. But it's a material religion, which is worship of the self, because it worships earthly and material
What do you stuff
gratification,
it
which of course
after?
is Satanism, as we discussed in the
You don't
last
put
video.
veggies and
Whereas
stuff
the
in that
old
cavity?
religion, the immaterial religion, that implied something greater than us, something immaterial, which would of course be God. And
What did
so
I
they
come over
simply
here for?
transformed the immaterial into the material to usher away our beautiful country away from God and towards the devil. The priests are replaced with scientists and psychologists, the experts who tell you how the world really is. This is what's really going on. And the state defines truth fluidly with whatever is in accordance with its ideology and narrative at the time, and it uses these experts to corroborate that, and it censors anything that challenges it. It really is crystal clear. Like, to allow for evil, you have to take attention away from the immaterial and turn it to the material, which is exactly what they've done. But even evil doesn't mean anything anymore. Everything is subjective. Think about it. When people use
That's
the
a
word
serious
evil
sentry
nowadays,
bot.
they're basically
That
just
sentry
saying
bot
like
is not
someone that
playing.
is like really
And I'm
mean.
cornered.
They have no concept of evil that is more sophisticated than like one who is mean, one who does not let others enjoy. And that's because good and evil are spiritual terms. They call back to the immaterial. They acknowledge it. And because
Whoa,
of
why
that,
did Paladin
they're now
Dan start
regarded as
shooting me?
archaic, outdated, low class, backwards, unprogressive. We know better than that now. We have science now.
What
Science
the-
says this. Science says that. Science says look at
This
this
is why I don't-
about hormones
this is why
and
I only
synapses
keep
and
dogs.
neurochemicals. And it's like, okay, but
the
then you
other
get away from the
companions are
papers
freaking
and the
dumb.
lab coats, and you look at the results
you
of all of
damage them,
this,
they start
and it
killing
becomes
you.
really, really hard to not recognize child sacrifice when you see it. Like, why do you think it always comes back to your children? Why is that? Whether it's directly or even corrupting them in schools, throughout every aspect of media, why? Your brain
Wow,
has
I'm
been
all
trained
the way
and
back
conditioned
here.
to only think of things in terms of the material. And so you're like, well, surely there must be some explanation. You know, what does the science say? There must be a study for this. No. It's simply that they want your kids. That's it. They literally just want your kids. They worship themselves and they hate God. And God hates the shedding of innocent blood. And the destruction of children and their innocence is the ultimate protest against God. And it always has been. These people worship demons. But because, well, I have a study, it must be different from when it was happening thousands
Yeah, I
of
really
years
don't like
ago.
having Paladin dance as my
There's nothing more beautiful than a child and his innocence.
compatriot
And because
now.
they hate beauty, they seek to destroy that. And so now what's happening is many people, just like us, are starting to think about these things. They can't quite put their finger on it, but they can tell that something is deeply wrong here. These are people who maybe never really took religion seriously. but they are gradually realizing that they have allowed for basically this evil to infiltrate their society. They can't name it exactly, but they know it when they see it. And this is because we all were relaxed in this false comfort of moral neutrality. And then very dark and ancient things have returned, and we're not prepared for this. We don't exactly know how to handle it, and we're definitely not prepared for what's going to happen next. But this is what happens. The so-called secular state was a lie, and it has invited all of the evil and problems back into the world that we had forgotten existed thanks to nightly Christianity, which we took for granted. And now any moral instincts that remain in this society are being channeled through that so-called secular state en route to complete and total immorality. We're in this purgatory state where we still kind of know right from wrong, but it's being sucked out of us to cement us into this material state. Because morality, right from wrong, that can only exist when we acknowledge the immaterial, when we acknowledge God. It isn't possible in the naturalist and material ideology which currently rules over us. If you do not acknowledge God, if you do not acknowledge a creator who would have the authority over all of us to declare what is right and what is wrong, then everything is relative. Then you don't have value. Every time you've ever laughed with your best friends, or hugged your parents, or listened to your favorite music, or got stared at by a baby in public, or watched the sunset, none of that matters. You don't have value. You're carbon. You're molecules. You don't have a soul. You can't think. That's all just neurons firing, bro. It's science, bro. If you do not acknowledge the immaterial, then that is what you believe. Maybe you haven't thought this through to this extent, but these are the logical conclusions of your beliefs, of the naturalist worldview. Without God, we're just molecules. If I painted the heck off commie sign with my brain matter, that would be the metaphysical equivalent of if I just spilled a glass of water, or I hit the Jesus bobblehead, because it's all molecules moving around, man. Science, man. It's just different types of matter. That's what that means. And nobody actually believes that. They pretend because it fuels and justifies the rejection of God, but nobody actually believes that. Deep down, we know right from wrong, and we know that we have purpose. But society has been purposefully structured such that you are made to forget that, to forget right from wrong, forget that you do have a purpose, but we know it's true. And when we break that conditioning, when we liberate ourselves from the vices that demoralize us, we know it's true. And that's why I advocate so heavily for young men to practice the Christian virtues on this channel, because it is absolutely necessary for young men to practice those virtues if they are going to successfully take their country back. And people often think like, oh, the Bible just says things for no reason, and then they don't follow the Bible, and then all these old problems that they'd forgotten about start to resurface. And then they're like, oh no, bro. So I try to explain why these virtues should be followed other than just because they're in the Bible. But every time I give a speech, I was at the Catholic University of America a couple weeks ago. I was just
are you a bad guy?
University. We're planning more events now, but every time I'm at one of these events, I always spend about a half hour afterwards talking to all the young guys.
Paladin Dance.
And you look at these guys.
Hated that.
And you just see it in their eyes. They really believe that they are going to change the world. And it is the most beautiful thing.
It's not my fault you're soft, Paladin Dance.
True. That's why discipline is so important, because this society wants to suck that sense of hope and optimism out of you to make you pacified and apathetic. And we can't let that happen. That's why I love our 7%ers, but the boys will always be my favorite, because these are the guys who are going to change the world. If anybody can turn this around, it is these guys, because they still have that sense of hope in their eyes. They don't have the fluoride.
What's a Paladin Dance?
Just allowed for the world to beat them into despair.
I don't understand.
And that is so important. Never let them break you. And if you practice the Christian virtues, then they won't be able to. So do that. But that's also why they want to destroy the innocence of children, because then they grow up to be like these mentally ill, people. They sympathize with the victim narratives of the state, and so they pledge allegiance to it. But yeah, figure it out, big guy. We're all going to die. Your time is going to come. You likely won't expect it, but there will be a moment when you realize that you don't get to see what happens next in this world, and everyone else will continue on without you. So it's probably best to get yourself sorted out now so that you don't regret it for eternity. Plus, that's
Paladin Dance, stop shooting at me.
And we discussed this more in the previous video, how Christian virtues are what builds societies.
I don't understand why he's shooting
at me. In the history of the world have been Christian, and the opposites of those virtues, which are promoted by the left and loved by Satan, are what destroys societies. So I don't want to repeat myself here, but yeah, you should go watch all the other videos in the series, which I will put links to in the description. But I will summarize here what we talked about.
I don't want him as my companion. This is screwed up.
Without Christianity,
he's soft as charming. We get in a tough fight, and he starts shooting me. He gets mad. He gets butthurt and starts shooting at me. Paladin Dance, you are a worthless piece of crap. You have a lot of armor. I want my dog back. Where's my dog? Stay.
Abandoning God and the immaterial does not make them go away. It just makes
Wait
it
there,
unable to
Dance.
protect
I'm gonna
you from
handle
the evil
this.
which you've now invited into every facet of society.
I'm not soft as Charmin.
We all know America was built upon Christian values, so now it's time to act like it. And if you're looking for a place to start, Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis really is the best place. Sometimes people get mad at me when I say that, like, oh, you should be telling people to read the Bible. Yeah, but honestly, the average person really isn't ready to just like open up Genesis and start reading, you know? Like in my opinion, it's better to start with something written in simpler language, but we can do both. So if you can't afford a copy of Mere Christianity,
shooting at me
which
again.
is really short, simple read, gives the best introduction to Christianity in my opinion. You can finish it in an afternoon.
I don't
Or if
know
you
why
can't
he's
afford a
shooting at me.
Bible for whatever reason, maybe you can't afford them, you just don't
Bro,
really
I
want to
can
buy
kill
them.
you.
That's fine too, I guess. I'll make a deal with you. Buy a copy
Paladin
of
Dance
either of
is
them
whack.
or both
I don't get
and
it.
send an email to heckoffsatan@gmail.com. Attach a picture of your receipt, picture of the physical copies of the books in your possession, maybe tear the receipt in half for good measure.
I don't
and
know
then
why
put
he's
your
with me.
Venmo information,
Come here.
and I will reimburse you for that. So go to a
Come
bookstore,
here, Paladin
order it
Dance.
online.
I don't know.
Show me when they're delivered, whatever. Do what you got to do. I will reimburse you for them
What I'm
as
supposed to
long
be
as you
doing.
promise me that you're actually going to read them sincerely. And I really hope you're being sincere, because if you're deceiving me, I cannot imagine a scenario where that plays out well for you in the end. So, you know, my gift to you all, if you're interested, send an email to heckoffsatan@gmail.com. I will reimburse you so long as you actually and sincerely read them. And think about what we talked about today. But I am going to remind you, I am but a simple demonetized right-wing e-boy. So if you send me an email, make sure you really can't get one yourself. It's only like $10. So yes, thank you for watching. I had fun. You guys are all right. You're a good group. I like you. You guys are all right. Hey guys, if you like this video, leave it a thumbs up. I will wait so that you actually do it. Okay, now leave it a comment. Make it witty. Make it insightful. Make it, you know, a timestamp with one of your favorite moments. Maybe you have multiple favorite moments. It's really up to you. The world is your oyster. You have free will. This is true. But can you be trusted with it? I think that you can. You're a good guy. We talked about this. And then, of course,
he's not dying.
Hey guys, you like this video? Leave a thumbs up. Leave a comment. Subscribe to the channel.
Dance hated.
You hit that button. It says subscribe. You turn on post notifications to get notified in the event that I post, which will be so much more frequent. You're not even ready for it, actually. Like, literally, you are not. When I said after I took that break that we have to microdose John Doyle so as to not, like, overload, people didn't, I guess, process that fully because then they're like mad at me.
I don't know.
For not posting as much as I used to.
He hates it if I don't bring him to
battle.
battle. He hates it if I bring him to battle. He's complaining, whining.
So there will be more content though.
Child.
But anyways, and then of course, share the video with a friend. What I mean, it's the holiday season. It's about giving. What more could you give to your friend
with the Mr.
than an
Handy
insightful, important, dense breakdown of the indissoluble
turkey stuffing, green bean casserole, sweet tater casserole, brown sugar, pecans, high cholesterol mashed potatoes.
And maybe a copy of the Bible. I'm giving that stuff out.
All sounds delicious.
I'm a fan of the boys. I am a fan of the boys. Take that out of context. I'm a fan of the boys. It's true. I love the boys. And women, you know, there's necessity there. There is. Big fan of women. Cherish women. But the boys are going to be the ones to take the country back. And so we got to sympathize with them a little bit more than our beloved, our cherished, our beautiful, our magnificent
mashed potatoes with real
so many
salted
wonderful
butter,
women, so many
half
wonderful
and half
mothers,
cheese.
so many wonderful
I got a bunch of
grandmothers.
potatoes, but I'm
See
just
your
going to do baked
comments.
potatoes.
Thank you. And you know what? We're even bringing back the 2-minute outro. In the spirit of the conclusion of the series, we're bringing it back. The 2-minute outro, the greatest part of the video. My brain is like in a mode where it's just like sending out all this information. And then when it stops having information to send out, the vehicle is still accelerating. And so then I just start saying nonsense and we just keep it going. And the boys love it. It's epic. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. May God bless America. We're excited for Christmas. Yes.
Switch and save $652. It's okay. There's enough for everyone.
Hey, they got a pool table. I want to take all your balls. Paused.
Here. All right, well, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. Today we're going to provide you with something that you all aren't used to with respect to congressional investigations, and that's evidence. Committee Republicans have spoken with multiple whistleblowers from numerous schemes involving the Biden family, reviewed Hunter Biden's laptop, and received documents of previously unknown.
It's okay to go all out. It's okay to go out for one or two occasions. I can cook healthy and try to most of the time, but when it's Christmas and Thanksgiving, cooking with all the salt and bacon grease. Yes. I think if I drink the bourbon, it's like poison. I can't talk to him from here. What's in the zigzag? That was a cigarette. I do have a little one hitter here. Aliens created civilization?
You ready to go?
What? Huh?
I put you in bed.
Had to put them to bed?
It's almost 9 o'clock. What's up?
Oh, putting the kids to bed?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, buddy. Time to roll. Oh my God, tomorrow's a big day.
Yep.
I'm gonna need a lot of whiskey. I'm gonna need a lot of whiskey. But anytime thing I'm mad about, god damn. Wait a minute.
Talk to Edward?
What you say? Did Tommy call me the N-word?
No, Edward. This guy's name is Edward in the game.
Oh, Edward.
Not N-word. You're going back and forth. Talk to guard captain. Yo, how do I get my dog back? I don't want Paladin Dance. Wonder what kind of whiskey Rika drinks. Probably that Walmart stuff. Walmart doesn't sell whiskey in Utah. I know in other states they got like the Walmart liquor store.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats.
What
Every
the?
morning now with Biden, I wake up in the morning and it's so much less stress.
Well, he's not awake when you're awake.
That's a valid point.
And what do we get in return? A soaring economy, energy independence, secure border, no foreign wars. All the smear campaign that they did and the way they made that man's life a living hell, he's got my vote.
What's going on, everyone? James Klug here. Donald Trump has officially announced his 2024 presidential run, and today we're going to go see what people think about that. Let's go talk to some people.
Baby, too bad. Be right back. Is my game frozen or what?
Huge shout out to our friends over at Undertac for sponsoring this video. Trump announced his 2024 presidential run. Would you guys like to weigh in on that?
Oh, Lord. If we would stay off Twitter, we might vote for him.
He better not run.
Why not?
No.
He already is.
Trump
Sorry,
announcing
lady.
His presidential run. Can you weigh in?
I'm a Republican, no way, man.
Who do you want?
DeSantis.
Do you have any words for Donald Trump?
Win. Move on.
We're getting initial thoughts on Trump announcing his 2024 presidential campaign.
Wonderful. I hope they stick it up his
Who?
Whoever.
All my quests are telling me to go talk to people.
Gun him down.
Gun him down?
Whoa.
What do we think?
Yeah,
Excited?
whoa.
No? Yes?
Hells yeah.
Hell yeah.
We need a president that'll actually take care of us for once.
What do you think?
I need to go back here.
You hope he doesn't win.
Meet with this elder.
Are
Get
you
rid
more
of
a
Paladin
DeSantis
Dance.
person,
Hopefully I
or are
can
you
find
more
my
of a Joe
dog.
Biden person?
I'm more of an independent person. I'm not a Biden person, but I just think Trump is the worst president of my lifetime, and I don't want to do this again. Every morning now with Biden, I wake up in the morning and it's so much less stress.
Well, he's not awake when you're awake.
That's a valid point. It's so much less stress having anybody in there but Trump.
I kind of knew it was coming. At this point, just out of spite for the way the coordinated effort of the
This is in Long Beach, California, by the way.
for
So
6 years, and what do we get in return? A soaring economy, energy independence, secure border, no foreign wars. So
That was a big one.
That was a big one. I think that Trump did a great job. So at this point, all the smear campaign that they did and the way they made that man's life a living hell, he's got my vote.
Do you support that?
Not in the least. No.
Not in the least?
No. The one thing that he's done two good things, I think. One is he exposed the myth that we had a democracy in the U.S.
I'll take some
and
fat
he
man
also
jokes.
exposed the rampant, racism that's been going on since the country's founding.
He exposed the racism?
It's not a big surprise to anybody.
Dance
that's been
loved
paying
that.
attention and has a
I don't
fully
want Dance as
functioning
my game.
brainstem.
I think that I voted for him. I think he was going to be a great one-term president. If he really cares about the country, maybe it's time for him to step aside. But then again, I like what he had to say
Folks
the
don't know
other
how
day.
foolish they sound.
Good speech.
It was a good speech.
A lot of people were worried that he was going to fixate on 2020. He definitely did not.
No, he looked at the future. He looked at the
Board the
people, and
vertibird gun
he kind
shit.
of went back to the message that he had in his first election.
Right.
Is that going to resonate again? I don't know.
What's your message for Trump?
Give it up.
Give it up?
Stay off of it. Yeah, stay off Twitter.
Who do you guys want? Do you guys want Joe Biden?
We
or do
get
you
to
guys
go
want
light up a
DeSantis?
bunch of super
I think
mutants.
we need better choices.
Is DeSantis not a good choice?
I'm not sure about that. What do you think, sis?
What do you think, sis?
What do you think, sis?
I think he will be too. But he was the best of both evils at the time.
A lot of people are saying he's cognitively impaired.
Oh, I think he probably is. I mean, how old is he now?
At least 120.
Maybe a little more.
Choose DeSantis over Trump, or you still want Biden?
At least 120. Usually he doesn't play with them like
All right,
that, but
everyone,
he
let's
was
take a
playing.
quick second to talk
like
about
it.
today's sponsor. If you guys are trying to figure out what to give this holiday season, try giving the gift of comfort, convenience, and quality. I am talking about Undertac, which is quite possibly the most comfortable pair of men's underwear and the official underwear of this channel. These aren't normal pairs of underwear. These have been literally tested by special forces
Fort
in
Strong
places
Arm.
we aren't authorized to talk about. But that's not all. Undertac is made with modal, which is
Oh,
like
it's a
cotton
behemoth.
on steroids. It's about 50%
Oh, it's a behemoth.
more moisture wicking.
Oh, it's
and
a damn
way
behemoth.
softer, about as soft as GG.
Oh, it's a damn
They come with a
behemoth.
sturdy yet comfortable, extra wide
Where
waistband,
is it?
and the fly design is brilliantly straightforward. Undertac is durable, ultralight, fade resistant, and shrink resistant.
Oh,
Here's
it's
the
a
best part, you guys. They are almost 30% less than the competition.
I thought if I
Ditch
shot
your old
that
underwear
red
with that
thing,
creepy old dude's name on it. Get a drawer full of Undertac underwear today. Visit undertac.com. That's undertac.com. You can get 20% off site-wide with the offer code KLUG20. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. By the way, Undertac donates a portion of its profits to veteran-run organizations that are actively fighting human trafficking, which we love.
Let's get it.
Undertac.com. That's
Let's get it. We got a
undertac.com.
butcher.
Offer code KLUG20. Take advantage of this. I will put a link in the description below. Let's get back in the video.
Trump, I just feel like a lot of people are going to jump on the bandwagon and he's going to lose by just a little bit again. That's my fear.
A lot of Republicans are voting in person. It hasn't been helping Republicans. Do you think changing that would give him a better chance or no?
I think yes. The Republicans just don't seem to really embrace the whole mail-in side of it.
They're going to have to.
Yeah, we're actually from Wisconsin, and that's a lot of reasons why our governor got re-elected is because of mail-in ballots, too. Just didn't really catch on. The Republicans wait till the day of, and they get beat out by the major.
Why did we land? Are we out of fuel?
What happened?
Cities every time.
Because that's interesting. Independent. Trump's obviously not very popular among independents. DeSantis is more popular. However, I don't know if you know this, but according to the
That was not right.
poll that just was released,
I think I took too long to take him out.
He's the most popular politician between Democrats and Republicans in the United States. Now he's also the most.
That Mirelurk Hunter came out of nowhere. He kind of screwed me up.
And he doesn't do well with independents. Would you go for DeSantis?
I can call Discord.
Trump. Or sorry, my bad. Yeah, DeSantis over Biden.
Could you throw the leak? Aren't you in the Discord already,
It
Dean?
would be close.
Okay.
It would be close. I would not have made a decision one way or the other. Probably would lead slightly toward Biden, but I also think we need to have somebody running that's much, much younger. I would like to see people running into their 50s, not running in their 80s.
If it were to be Trump versus DeSantis in the primary, who are you going? You're still going with Trump?
You know, at this point, yes. At this point, yes. I'm going to give myself room to maybe kind of see where things go, because you know what's going to happen. The media is going to go into full-on smear again, and who knows what the FBI or
whoa! I went all the way back to here.
They're going to try to maybe indict him on. I don't know. They're going to try to again. They want to ruin this man because he was a non-politician that pierced into the inner sanctum and saw the way politics works, and he was threatening to them on both parties. So I'm for Trump.
Donald Trump is the
Why
most
didn't it
popular
save after I got
in
on
the
the
United
ship?
States out of every single left and right. Do you think that that's going to be enough to get people to show up to the polls when it comes to the Republican primary?
Railway
or do you
spikes
think
at such
he
high
has enough
velocity.
haters to ditch him?
Well, see, you hit on a key word: popular. Popular because he's a rock star.
People love him.
And where he goes, he's a rock star. And you know, you love rock stars, you hate rock stars. Do we have somebody in the Republican Party who is sustainable? That's why a lot of people are looking to DeSantis in Florida. Newt Gingrich and some others said it. If Trump runs on the message that he came out with the other night, he's going to be hard to beat. The question is, how many people are going to remember all the, I can't say what I want to say, at the end that drove him away.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna
The 74 million people that voted for
we're gonna go put that power armor on first.
They're the enemies of the.
just decades and decades of failed education system where people are really, really, really stupid. They don't understand how government works. They don't understand how big business works.
What's up, Dean? You're on mute.
That is 100% true.
Obviously, totally different. Independence is always a weird thing nowadays because the shift
Oh, there you
in
go.
political parties is quite different than it used to be 20 years ago. But you would
You're
still
unmuted now.
potentially go after voting for DeSantis over Biden. Potentially, you would do that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's nice about being an independent. I don't vote by party. I vote by person.
Okay.
I don't know enough about DeSantis, to be honest with you.
Do some homework, figure it out from there.
Yeah, we could do some homework and figure it out from there.
Do you like how Biden's been doing? A lot of people, he's not very popular across both parties. Do you like how he's been doing?
He's not doing a great job, but it's so much calmer. I
Calmer.
don't like the vitriolic words of Trump.
Oh my God, the
And he has
vitriolic
just
words.
calmed the rhetoric down, and that's all I like right now.
Calm the
I
rhetoric
often wake up
down
every
because he's
morning
damn
and see some of the crazy stuff
unconscious.
that Trump says.
Is a part of that the media as well? I mean, Biden literally called MAGA Republicans a threat to the very foundations of our republic.
That's pretty fair too.
Regardless of you think that's fair or not fair, that's pretty divisive language. That's about as spicy as it gets. Is a part of well, that's pretty spicy.
The juvenile name calling has to go.
What'd you say? Did you say something, Dean?
Sanctimonious, really?
That's awful
That's
nickname.
just stupid.
Awful nickname.
Yeah.
But I would say
Hold on, maybe my
dumb nicknames. Although low energy Jeb is hilarious. Come on. But the dumb nicknames, I would say, is a smaller issue than calling half the country a threat to the very foundations of our republic. Would you prefer DeSantis over Trump?
No.
So,
God, no.
So
DeSantis is worse.
You would do
DeSantis
Biden
is
over
worse?
DeSantis?
Trump is Mussolini without the brains or the charm. Let that sink in.
That's
do you know
clever.
Who that is?
Yeah, of course. Why do you think Mussolini?
Do you know who that
Mussolini?
is?
You have no idea what fascism is in the 20th century. Would be my guess.
Or
how it started.
Fascism is more European right wing, which is American left wing, by the way.
Oh, that's fundamentally wrong.
No, I'm objectively correct on that.
No, it has nothing to do with European versus U.S. Fascism is an order. It's the way things are, like the way they manipulate people.
I don't know if he's
use
correct.
certain
I think
levers of
fascism
power
is
to
more
your
right
advantage.
wing.
It's not left
I don't
or
know.
right, dude.
Can you explain fascism to me?
By the way, that is part of the problem. No,
But fascism is controlling the media to direct a narrative,
Before you
and
move on, can you explain fascism to me?
you also have to be
Can you
tyrannical.
explain fascism to me that you're talking about, just so we're on the same page here? What is fascism?
I'm gonna get a tequila. Come back here and I'll explain that to you.
But you don't want to explain it to me. Am I getting this correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying he's a fascist. You're telling me that I don't understand what fascism is, and you're refusing to tell me what fascism is. Is that correct?
Not refusing, no.
You're simply refusing to explain what fascism is to me.
If
I had to guess, I don't.
No, it has
If I had to guess, I don't think you know what
It has to
fascism
do with
is.
time. It has to do with the amount of time that I have. The amount of time.
I don't think you know what fascism is,
You
buddy.
can explain fascism in 3 words.
Antifa's
You
fascist.
wouldn't fully grasp it anyway. So
Thanks for your time. Okay, but we're going for Trump. We're going for Trump. We want to see. We're out for blood. Okay, so we're still sticking with Trump. If it was between Trump and DeSantis, you're going Trump.
I like Trump.
Okay. Why do you like Trump, if you don't mind me asking?
He's just a little bit more wild. He's a little bit more on the doesn't give a crap kind of style. And I don't feel like we have that right now.
Donald Trump announcing his presidency. Would you like to weigh in? Do you have a message for Trump?
This holiday, get
My
loud
phone does this.
at
It's
Guitar
about to
Center.
just die.
Okay. Thank you.
Go get them.
Go get him.
Go get them.
Right on.
Yeah.
Just leave us alone.
What do you think?
I like it. I like Trump. I think he did a
We're
good
gonna
job
try
the
this
last
quest
time he was
again.
around.
It's obviously
In
controversial.
power
People are losing their
armor.
minds right now. We've talked to some people that are melting.
Yeah.
You prefer Trump over DeSantis?
I'd give it an even split. I like both of them.
Would we prefer DeSantis or Biden?
DeSantis.
Okay.
I don't know much about DeSantis, but it can't be worse than Trump.
Okay. Why don't we like Trump?
Let's kill that.
He's just kind of an arrogant
My alert
prick.
as soon as we see it.
Arrogant? Okay. How about you?
He already had a run at it, and nothing really major
Mussolini was
was
Sicilian.
great. So I think he's not the answer.
If it was between like DeSantis and Trump in a primary, would you go for Trump?
I would.
DeSantis? Any of you guys would any of you guys take Biden over either of those or no?
Hell no.
let's go, Brandon.
You guys would lean more conservative then?
Where's the my alert?
More independent, but there's not a good candidate for that.
I see what you're saying.
I'm a little more left-leaning.
Okay, but DeSantis is definitely not
Yeah, I think
like helpful to that agenda. If I were to generalize, why if you're left-leaning, why would you see more in DeSantis over Biden? If you don't mind me asking.
Like I said, I don't really know much about DeSantis.
Of course,
I haven't done any.
But just like instinctual, like why were you kind of thinking that?
Mostly just I don't like Trump.
Okay.
And
but-
Biden's not
and you-
capable
yeah.
of keeping the office. I mean, he just seems mentally on a decline, and he's older, and he just doesn't seem like he's with it.
Okay, so you don't want Donald
now
Trump.
now the thing is, do
DeSantis?
I get different
No
flight time? Like when this guy
You have
dies,
Joe
do we
Biden
set
doing?
the bird down,
The only thing, the main thing,
or is it
like
we
that
keep
Biden's
flying
a
around?
supporter of universal health care. So that's why the main reason I voted for him is because he was not Trump. But
We keep
had
flying
been
around
somebody
until-
else, I probably wouldn't have voted for him.
Do you have a message for Donald Trump after announcing his 2024 presidential run?
You.
See, I think regardless, we set it down
Go
now.
with Biden? Do you like how he's done so far? A lot of people are. He's not very popular across Republicans and Democrats.
It's not all about the president. You know, Trump thinks he's more than what he is. His ego is way too big, and he most of the things he says aren't true.
Definitely has a massive ego, no doubt about that. How do you think Joe Biden's done on, let's say, like immigration?
I think he's keeping it
keeping it safe, keeping it within bounds.
He's basically abandoned the southern border. It's wide open right now. We're setting records on every single month.
Oh, really? I guess you know more than me, but I see the borders are still.
We're in power armor. It's different
still
now.
Being, under control. I don't think they're wide open.
This last fiscal year, we just set a record of migrant encounters, nearly 2.4 million migrant encounters at the southern border. The fiscal year just ended in September. There was like nearly 230,000 migrant encounters at the southern border. Huntington Beach, the entire city, is like 210,000 people. So we have like a Huntington Beach come to the border every single month, setting new records. Do you think that's a problem?
I think it
They're
would.
coming in, by the way.
If the numbers are right, but it's hard to know.
Those numbers are from CBP.
And I don't even know what that is.
But no, I think Trump, can be a little outspoken.
I
But
can't
at the
see
same
my
time,
health
that's why
in
a lot of
this.
people like him. He doesn't use a.
I don't know where my health bar is.
Would we pick another Republican over Donald Trump or no?
Definitely.
You would?
Yeah.
You consider it?
I'd consider it.
I would like to see Ron DeSantis run personally. I do like Trump, and I do like a lot of what he did, but I think
I need to pick them off.
it would be
The legendary
50-50
one is
shot whether or not he could
strong,
get
though.
in, and I don't think our country could do another 4 years after 2024 of this current pace we're going on with the Democrats with the inflation and the spending and everything. I just don't think we can sustain.
Yeah. I mean, current reports are showing if we maintain the same percentage of inflation right now over the next 8 to 9 years.
My ex-grandma loved him.
by
Always
that
told me
time,
stories about great
goods
man he
will
was.
cost
He was from the
roughly,
mountains.
on average, double what they cost right now, which is pretty horrifying to think of, obviously. But when it comes to Ron DeSantis versus Trump,
yes.
Let's say Republican primary, you're going DeSantis, but would you support Trump if he won?
Yeah, I mean, whoever ends up out of the two being able to go forward and
Fuck you,
try
Robbie.
to run for the president, I would support that.
Robbie, did you try
I like
that hot
both
sauce
of them.
yet?
I would prefer DeSantis a little bit more, only because I think
Electability.
Yes, and I think our country needs it at this point.
All right, everyone, that is it for today. So a lot of people are definitely still on the Trump train. However, responses were all over the place. Let me know what you guys thought about what people had to say down in the comment section
Should I
below.
get out of
If you
this?
guys enjoyed this video, please hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe for more videos and hit that bell notification button so you're notified. Next time I post, I'll see you guys next time. 150 pounds? Oh, she's nice and chunky. How you doing?
Sales teams have it tough. The pressure to hit their numbers keeps rising. The last thing they need to worry about is getting bogged down with busy work. PandaDoc is here to make things easy. Create eye-catching documents, approve and share them in minutes, get real-time reporting, all while you simply connect our software with the tools you love. Workflows are streamlined, contracts are signed, everyone's good. Automate proposals and speed up your deals with PandaDoc.
The great lie we tell ourselves is that people who are evil are not like us. They're a class apart. Everybody in history who has sinned is a person who's very different from me. Robert George, the philosopher over at
You're in the
Princeton,
Discord,
he's
Dean.
fond
You're
of
not
doing
saying nothing.
sort of thought experiment in
Open
his
your
classes
video.
where
Get
he
that
asks people to
sauce.
raise their hand if they had lived in Alabama in 1861. How many of you would be abolitionists? And everybody raises their hand. He says, of course, that's not true. Of course, that's not true. The best protection against evil is recognizing that it lies in every human heart and the possibility that it takes.
Every morning now with Biden, I wake
that erasing someone's experience and reframing it in
But I didn't erase anybody's
colonial-
experience.
But by saying it isn't racist, you are erasing someone's experience.
No.
Yes, you are.
I love this.
Inherently.
Incorrect.
Thanksgiving changed my mind.
That's not the definition of racism.
What's the definition of racism?
Definition of racism is believing that somebody is inferior solely based on their race.
That's prejudice. Racism is institutionalized discrimination. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, we about to fight.
Time for the latest installment of Change My Mind,
Oh.
where we rationalize our positions on controversial subjects. For this installment, we decided to take on the rapidly growing notion that Thanksgiving is a racist holiday.
There's definitely a racist history to Thanksgiving.
It's a genocidal holiday.
Thanksgiving. Lies.
I don't buy it. So we
I
headed
don't
to
know where my
UT
life
Austin,
is
who will
when
be
I'm
willing
in
to
this
step
suit.
up, sit down, and change my mind. First up, meet Elizabeth.
What was your name?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Steven, nice to
Robin.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, yeah, let me set this up for
Who
I
the
know you said
fuck
you
is
haven't seen the show.
Robin?
I have not, no.
It's basically set up. It's not meant to be a debate. It's meant to be a conversation where we rationalize our positions
I'm out of ammo
on
in this
controversial
gun.
topics. Granted, this is a controversial topic. I'm sure that you've heard there's been a lot of noise about actually removing Thanksgiving from being recognized as a national holiday because people believe that it's a racist holiday or steeped, rooted in racism, colonialism. I don't agree. I don't think it's a racist holiday. I think it's possibly the most inclusive holiday that we have in the United States. I think it's a wonderful holiday. Has done me good, will do me good. God bless it. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Before we go to you changing my mind, what are you most thankful for?
I'm thankful I get to go home next week. I haven't been home in 3 months.
You hear how you
I'm
just
saying
said
get to
I
go
would
home
just
and leave
leave that
here.
if
I'm
I
like,
were
we just
you.
started.
No, in a week. I live right outside of DC. So
This is
I
why I
haven't
don't
been
like
okay.
the
home in about 3 months.
That'll be nice.
It's unfortunate,
You
but
get
like the
kind of a blast of
companions.
winter, and then you get to come back.
I
yeah,
like the
exactly.
dog.
It's, even though sometimes here it's been a little colder than it's been up north. So I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see.
So you are more than welcome to express to me what you disagree with and change my mind.
Sure. So I think that there's a difference between the origins of Thanksgiving, or the origins of the country, and the Thanksgiving that we celebrate now.
Okay.
So what I was overhearing, it was kind of hard to hear, but is you believe there's a lot of things to be thankful for. You know, being able to live in this country when many people are unfortunately live in countries that have terrorism and where women are not allowed to have specific rights or where specific groups are terrorized. And so obviously I am very thankful to live in this country because we have so many rights and we have so many freedoms.
Beautiful.
But I think that there's a difference
Northern
between
doggos, white as a bug.
recognizing
Straight off the
the
boat.
foundations of how Thanksgiving started and being able to say, I'm thankful that
Am
we
I
live
already
here.
down?
However,
Mhm.
our origins were in many ways very based on European and white supremacy and based on the ideas that we came to what was, I guess, the New World and now is the modern United States. And we basically said, and not
Oh, I've
necessarily
leveled up.
on the day of Thanksgiving, this was not our intentions, but because the day of Thanksgiving in many ways, for a lot of people was going to be saying, well, we were able to break bread with the Indians and or the Native Americans, and we were able to say, listen,
I
we
just
are
like that. The last guy said Indian, and I was like, I don't have to
yeah,
bleep this
I
week.
know.
Go ahead.
So sorry, Native Americans. I should, yeah, because it's not. That's obviously a pretty controversial term. But
Whatever.
Well, but some Native Americans refer to themselves as Indians, so it's kind of
Yes,
that,
they do.
So that's kind of one of those things. I'm just going to use the term Native American just because I don't want to be.
Sure.
Yeah. But we were able to have this peaceful. Dinner with them and basically say, listen, we're here, you guys are here, we'll be here together peacefully. But after that, that's not really what happened in the United States. I mean, when you think about Mexican annexation and when you think about the Native Americans who lived here and were pushed back into Mexico, when you think about the Alamo in San Antonio, that's a big thing. Is even at the Alamo, they play some kind of video that basically says, these noble Texans, and in reality, the Mexicans at the time who lived in what was Mexico and is now Texas, and the bottom part of the United States, they let the Texans live.
getting
They
lost
let
in this
Americans
place.
come and live in the United States. Or in Mexico. Sorry, I'm a little scrambling my words, but. They were the ones who were letting people come and live here, and they were saying, listen, we're not going to be peaceful, we're actually here because we actually want you to come here because we do not want the imperial family in the more southern parts of Mexico wanted to make sure that
This is
other
the Thanksgiving
countries
changed my
didn't come
mind.
and take
It's
away
epic.
the northern parts of Mexico, and that's why they asked people from the colonies to come and live in that northern part of Mexico. But what ended up happening is they seceded from Mexico, and basically we immediately started acting with terror. The Texas Rangers.
I want to take
who
this
were
power suit
incredibly
off because I'm
racist
wasting my
and
cores.
Killed and hung Mexicans We have a lot of we
Like,
have,
I should just be
Christopher
running through
Columbus,
quickly,
that's
clearing
another
this place
pretty
out.
controversial. Like Columbus Day is a
I want
pretty
to call it
controversial.
Indigenous Peoples Day.
Exactly. So
Which is another, and you said Indian, Native American, it's Indigenous Peoples Day.
exactly. So
Canada's First Nations. You're never going to get it right.
Yeah, well, I'll try, but I do understand. Yeah. So there's a lot of controversy over Columbus, and that's because when Columbus came here, first of all, he thought that this is where we get this term Indians from, because he thought that he had reached India. He had very much not. But he had treated the people
Well, they got missile launchers.
with this air of European supremacy, because he, immediately went and raped women. He, killed people, and it was all this very big terror that obviously, I mean, this is different from the Pilgrims, who you are dressed up as, but it basically shows that a lot of this country's foundings is based on, and even if you separate the Pilgrims from Christopher Columbus, it's still based on this idea that we thought that we were able to go and conquer a land and say, listen,
it hit the pole.
we know that you live here, and even if we're going to give you stuff, it's that we think that we have the right to take over somebody else's
I think
land,
I was supposed
and
to
that we have the
interrogate
right.
one of them.
And this is a lot of what we've done over the years when it came to the post-World War II and with communism, is that we decided that it was necessary to go and save other countries from communism. And so what that led to was that, and I know this is kind of off topic, but I kind of all think of it as...
No, I want to let you speak, because I don't want you to feel as though I'm interrupting.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Make sure this turkey hat is not covering the camera. Do you want to wear the turkey hat?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
love that.
All right, go ahead. Just make sure you give it back.
I will.
We spared no expense.
I hope this doesn't have lice in it. That would be...
No, it does not. It's
Yes.
brand new from Dollarama. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So a lot of what we did with communism is we were going to, especially these countries like Guatemala, and we were going in and we were giving them weapons, and we were giving them training on how
Speak
to
to Paladin
fight
Dance.
radicals who were pro-communism. And at the time, most people didn't know a lot about communism. And
We
to
also
this
gave
day,
them STDs.
No, I just like killing stuff.
I did not know that, but I'm glad that I can add that to...
I'm just tossing on to all of the white American guilt, because then I'm going to disagree with you.
No, I totally understand.
But I'm not disagreeing.
But glad I get to keep that into my knowledge station.
It's true.
Yeah.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but that is one thing that actually I think Hillary Clinton publicly apologized for, that we knowingly infected. I believe it was,
my charger
I
says
believe it was
it's wet, so my
Guatemalans with
phone-
STDs.
Yeah, and Guatemala, I've actually...
Which is horrible, wrong.
Oh, it's
I
awful.
want to make sure that I'm very clear. I'm not
No,
like,
yeah.
go STD.
Don't think
I'm just
don't
tacking
worry.
it onto it, and then I'll say something that I'm sure afterwards you'll be horribly offended by, but I want you to continue.
I don't think your wife would be happy if you were pro-STDs.
No.
So, yeah.
No.
But I definitely think... I've been to Guatemala a few times, and I definitely think that what a lot of the United States has done is we've taken our roots of European supremacy, supremacy. In terms of white supremacy, obviously where
I
we
heard
were
everybody
coming from
talking on
was
Discord, just my voice wasn't going
white
through. It showed
or
unmuted.
Spanish,
Give me a
which can
sec,
be
I'll figure
considered
it
more
out.
on the white side. They're on the white side of Europe.
Sure.
Go to your
So,
settings, go to voice and video.
I just think that a lot of our roots are based on white supremacy, and that modern day Thanksgiving, which is the Thanksgiving that you seem to be very adamant about, is that
I
yes,
leveled
we're
up
very
again?
that we should be very thankful for the people that we have around us.
But it's actually not the case I was making. So can I?
Oh,
can I
sure.
jump in?
Yes.
Okay.
I talked for a long
'cause
time.
That's okay. Yes, I want to make sure that I'm not interrupting you. But no, what I was saying was specifically Thanksgiving is a specific day. You're talking about 1621. You could say a week. It was a week of feasting.
Sure.
In 1621, and then it became a federally recognized holiday by Abraham Lincoln in, I believe it was 1863, after the Civil War. And this was after the Emancipation Proclamation, and he said, you know what, we need a holiday to unify Americans, black, white, South, the Confederacy, the Union. Let's look back to this account that we have in history in 1621, where the early pilgrims would say Wampanoag. I always get the name wrong.
Yeah, I think that's the best pronunciation we can
those are the
go to.
tribes that they came to when they came to an abandoned village that had been left by the French at that point. It was a day in 1621 where they feasted with them. So it's a specific time that's recognized as a holiday for Thanksgiving, because it was precisely about the old world and new world, bridging that divide and breaking bread together. And that was also symbolic of what happened after the Emancipation Proclamation. The country was at war. That's why it's designed to be as inclusive as possible. Any religion, race, gender, the whole point is Thanksgiving is to give thanks for what it is that you do have. And it's important to remember, too, that there were 50 years of peace after that.
Yes.
1621. So for a very long time. So what I am saying is that Thanksgiving, a lot of people say, well, it depends on what you think Thanksgiving is.
That's
No,
why I
doesn't
played it,
depend.
Robbie.
There's historical documentation. This is why we celebrate Thanksgiving.
Sure.
It was this feast, 50 years of peace afterward. That's a wonderful thing. It's not racist at all. Now, if people then want to talk about, and you went through a whole list, I mean, you went all the way down to Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
At first, I thought you were saying Walker, Texas Rangers. Like Chuck Norris
I
has
think
nothing to do.
I don't have to actually read
with
all
the
this
early
stuff,
pilgrims,
but I
you
can
were
just
going all the way
click
through.
like
And
I'm
this is what
reading
I see
it,
a lot of people doing. You did it
and then
to
whatever
extreme
information
example,
is
you know,
in it
going down to the Alamo.
will go into
But
my
people say,
log.
well, because afterward there were abhorrent acts committed, therefore that taints Thanksgiving. And what I am saying is, no, Thanksgiving is not exclusive in any way. It's actually designed to be inclusive it's inclusive by design, and that sets a precedent which you would have
extra
to
carry
apply
weight
to every
when
single
power
holiday.
armor also.
From Christmas to Passover to Ramadan, any holiday, because you could say, well, after Christmas, they crucified Jesus, or there's the Spanish Inquisition. You could go through the atrocities that obviously
done
Jews
here?
are not blameless
Leaving?
either, and of course they've been the victims. This happens throughout society, where people
Sure.
are sometimes they're the nail, sometimes
Gotta
they're the
be.
hammer.
They said there was a
For some
stockpile
reason,
of
though,
mini nukes.
there
Where
is
are they?
a disproportionate focus.
There we go.
on
There's 2 of them.
Kind of what you brought up, white European settlers who came here as though they are singularly unique
Or
or responsible
missiles.
for these acts of evil, and it comes up around the time of Thanksgiving, and I don't think
That's
it could
what
be less
the
appropriate
super
or
mutants got
less
a lot of.
productive.
They got
I
a
think it's
lot of
divisive,
Okay.
and I think it
armory.
actually fractures us as
Oh my
opposed to
God.
celebrate, taking part in a celebration that should encourage unity.
So the only thing that, and I see, I mean, obviously I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But these 50 years of peace and unity that you spoke of.
Yes.
And then you also spoke about the Emancipation Proclamation and how that was getting rid of slavery.
Right.
However, just because it got rid of slavery didn't mean that African Americans in this country were, you know, they still went through so much.
I'm not saying at all that anyone is blameless.
But it's the idea that you're saying that what.
No. The only reason I want to be clear. The only reason I
Yeah.
brought that up is because that's when it was federally recognized as a holiday.
Well, yes. So, but what I'm
So-
trying to say is that Thanksgiving, I guess, in your kind of sense.
No. I want to be very clear. Do we both agree that that is why we celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yes. That
Okay.
Jamie likes what Jamie hangs up on.
Pilgrims and Aboriginals or Indigenous. It's not
Yes,
general. Like,
it's
there's a very
supposed-
specific reason why we picked that day.
Yes.
And it's 1621, and then it goes to 1863 with Abraham Lincoln.
We have to be thankful for, but I think that there's a separation now
Sure.
between the original reason for celebrating it and why we celebrate it now. More people, I think, when you think of celebrating Thanksgiving now, is more like, oh, I'm thankful for my mom, I'm thankful for my dad, you know, I'm thankful
Like an
that.
episode of Family Matters.
Exactly.
I think the way you said
and
that
so,
was pretty feminine,
or Full House or something like that,
Yes,
you know?
and that's why I'm
really had a
having this
tough time
conversation,
saying
because
that.
I'm amazed at how many students here have no ideas the actual history of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I think it is important for them to know, because I also think it's, if they understand, it's far harder to lead them astray with lies of mass genocide.
Yeah.
There's Jamie.
Well, I mean, mass genocide is a
Jamie, how long have you been here?
complete topic that
Or
would
the
take
unique,
forever.
the singularly unique evils of colonialism. We can go
We're
on
listening
down
to
that
Change
trail.
My Mind.
Let's start with Thanksgiving.
I'm listening to
You're very
them
talkative.
talking
I can
in
be that
group
way too. Let's
chat.
start
You
with
can't hear
Thanksgiving. It
them.
seems like we agree on that. Thanksgiving is a good thing.
Well,
Yeah, I
think
love this
that
Change My
there
Mind.
are two, but there are still two different topics that I think it's okay to go and say I'm thankful for this, but I think that we still have to recognize what this country has been built on. And the
Tommy said it was
this has
funny
been
when you
built
hang up on
you know,
Frederica.
and the actual entire history, rather than just thinking about this one day that kind
I've
of
leveled up.
But my point is,
I
this
need to
is
get out
one
of this
day.
power
We
suit.
celebrate that one day. You can go into any history classroom right now. We just had several students. I would think that you'd probably admit
Tarahumaras
this.
in the house.
Almost
What's that mean?
always taught. Every student I've asked so far said, I've been taught
I love
basically
it.
about the genocide and the evils of the
My
settlers.
great uncle
None of
was
them were
Pancho
aware of the
Villa,
evil and barbarism that the
descendant of
natives
the
committed against each other.
well, I mean, I have been
Mara
taught about that
Indian?
actually.
In school?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I have been taught about that.
But that's also, it's an intellectual fallacy
Already
to say,
read all
though,
this stuff.
well,
I
because
don't-
this
I
happened
think I got
afterwards
everything there is
and
out
applied
of
to
it.
Thanksgiving. So I want to make sure that we both agree,
need to just do
Thanksgiving,
it.
great day to celebrate, good.
I'm wasting fuel
and
rods
then
in my
separate from that, we can get into what you
suit.
disagree with on the founding of the country, but
Killed
that
all the
doesn't apply to the
super
celebration of
mutants.
Thanksgiving.
But would you not say that
The
if
two
we're
mini
thinking about
nukes?
the
They said a
foundations of this country
stockpile?
and then thinking about, see, I feel like you're trying to
That is
separate
not
the
a
2 days,
stockpile.
but they're or
Yes.
this
Take the
day
Wonder
and
Glove
the
and
actual
the silver.
foundation of the country, and they shouldn't be separated because we have to think about the fact that there was a time before Thanksgiving when, you know, when we first of all, when we started, yes, we were I'm not a direct associate with
Okay, I
the
think I need to
program,
get out
so
of
I
this
can't say
place.
we necessarily, but
Have you done a 23andMe?
yes, I have actually.
No pilgrim in your background?
Not that I'm
You don't see
aware
this little
of.
hat
A lot
icon?
of
Okay.
Polish Jew, so
Really?
yes, and also French.
My
Good for
grandfather
you.
had a picture of his mom.
There
She
aren't
was
many
literally
left,
full
obviously,
Indian
Polish
yaki
Jews. It was
from
yeah, so it was
Sonora.
an
She looked
unfortunate
mean
time
as
for
hell.
us
I know,
during that time.
terrible.
But I would definitely think that, and this is just my opinion, obviously, because we're just swapping opinions.
Sure.
But I think that there has to be an association between the two, just because if you don't think about everything that has happened in the past, why can't I be thankful that
You ever play
we're
Fallout,
no
Jamie?
longer
This game's
committing
great.
these
Okay. So let me ask you, you're Jewish.
I am Jewish.
They have an
yes.
online
Do you
version
celebrate
where you play
Passover?
with other people, but I've never
How do
played
you
it.
celebrate Passover?
It's called Fallout
It's
76, but
not
this is
see, the thing
after
is with
nuclear
Jewish
winter.
holidays, a lot of them are not necessarily celebrations; they're reminders of the past.
Okay, sure.
And so I think that Thanksgiving, in some ways, should be like that.
Passover would remind you of what in the past?
I think that all the atrocities that Jews have gone through in the past. I mean, every especially like Yom Kippur is one where we think about how we didn't have time to get out of Egypt.
Let me ask you this, and lest I do not want to sound like an anti-Semite.
Jews are welcome at Thanksgiving feasts.
None of us would say that historically Jews are blameless in certain conflicts, right?
Well, I mean, I can't get
Back to
into.
the
I would have to say just I'm not
at your
educated.
holidays, do you also
He's all right.
have a day of mourning over the atrocities that Jews have committed?
Just like everybody, I agree with them
personally,
on
no,
some
but I
things,
also
disagree
don't
with them
think
on some
that
things,
I'm
but I love
educated enough
this.
on those topics in
Thanksgiving
order to
changed my
have,
mind.
Like, an actual conversation about that. Just,
Sure, but my point is, it's applying the same standard right to Jewish holidays.
Yeah.
And I think, by the way, I support Israel's right to exist.
I like always change my
I
mind. And
certainly
Destiny's
support them in the
copying
face
him
of
now,
Hamas
but it's
and
really not an
Hezbollah
original
and
idea
Look at the 6-Day War. I'm
to
far
do
more
a change my
conservative
mind
than
on a
people
college
think I'm Jewish and
campus.
call me I'm working for Jewish shills, but I certainly wouldn't say that any group of people are
I want
blameless.
to.
But the point is, you're saying we need to celebrate this American holiday and recognize the fatal flaws in the United States. Doesn't sound to me like you're applying that same standard.
Yeah, see, I
to
could
Jewish
hold
holidays.
322, but I'm so close.
I think that that's definitely something that is flawed, and I also don't know. I wouldn't say I know enough about how to change the Jewish system. I would, if I could, I would definitely try and implement
Return to
something like that. But I
Mo-Kroner.
think there's also something.
See, I gotta return all these
said
quests to
about.
get
Well, then let's hear
experience
your suggestions on how we implement it to the American system.
Oh,
I just want to point out that we choose holidays to celebrate, and people shouldn't have a gun to their head to say, you can only celebrate Passover if you also
Can I fast travel there?
go over the Levant affair or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
I definitely agree, but I don't
And we got
think
a
that there
perk.
should be
We got a new perk. We leveled up.
in regards to how people celebrate holidays. I mean, there are people who don't celebrate
Damn,
birthdays
got my
and
timer
things
to
like that.
start.
Usually, you're not blameless on your birthday.
Yeah, I need to wake
like,
up early to
oh,
start
well,
cooking
you
that
committed
turkey.
a mass murder, so I guess you
I
can't have a
turned
birthday.
32 this year.
Really?
I was a prick.
Oh, well.
The last two Thanksgivings, I made
That's unfortunate.
videos of my
I turned 19
Thanksgivings.
this year, so
Oh.
I was not a prick.
Okay, good
Because,
for you. You're one step ahead of me. Okay,
Yeah.
but I say it because you
Actually, maybe
mentioned
3. I think
we
I
should
did. Yeah, I
also
did Hobo
include
Holidays.
this sort of day of mourning, this day of recognizing.
So I got a video on
atrocities.
my YouTube channel
I
of
think this is being
my
singularly
Thanksgiving when I
applied
was
to
homeless. I
Thanksgiving.
made
think it's being
cranberry
singularly
sauce on the
applied
sidewalk,
because of what
then
you
went to a
presented
friend's
as
house.
White
and brought
European
it,
supremacy,
ate it.
which I disagree with, but
So I had a dish.
I want you to finish.
Even
that
when I was
thought,
homeless,
and
I
then
brought
we'll
a
kind of
dang
move on.
dish
Oh,
to
okay,
Thanksgiving.
so basically, I just think that it
And
can
then
be
I had
balanced.
a
Some
Thanksgiving
holidays,
at
obviously,
my
maybe
friend
not
Hunter's
some of them,
house,
like Valentine's Day and things
who
like
has
that. But I
been
don't
in the
really know the
Discord
origins of
before.
some of these holidays. I
bastards
don't.
at Hallmark.
And then I had a Thanksgiving at this apartment last year.
But I don't know, and I don't know.
So I got 3
enough about,
Thanksgiving
like, the origins
videos
of
on the channel.
Christianity. I don't really know that much about the
This year, I don't
Crusades and
think
things like that. So I really can't make too many arguments when it comes to
chill,
other
be lazy.
religions
I
and
might
other
stream.
holidays that we celebrate, which are often religious.
I might
based
stream while I cook the
over,
food. How about
Tradition of
that?
Thanksgiving
I'll
is
put the
you can
laptop
celebrate
in the
Thanksgiving,
kitchen.
but
No, so
Finish.
I actually think that what we should do is we should just constantly be mindful of what we have done in the past, and so
Did
that
I
we
just
don't
hear
repeat
Tommy
these
say
actions in the
ideological
future.
thought?
And
so,
during that time, so let me ask you this, because you just mentioned you just went down a whole laundry list, right,
Yes.
of bad things that white Europeans did.
sorry, yeah.
Do you also think that we should be very conscious of the incomparable barbaric acts of evil that the Native Americans committed against each other on that day?
Well, the only
Including
Crowder
the
was
Mexicans
on
you mentioned,
JLP
the Aztecs
years
being
ago.
well,
online.
yes, the,
Got
the
shredded.
Aztecs and the Incas. However, those were within
Sorry,
their.
Incans were Peruvian.
Incans were yeah, the
Maybe
Aztecs
right,
and Mayans.
Book
are
Hunt.
But
I
should they
know-
not be able to celebrate any national
know
holiday
JLP
without
was on
recognizing
Crowder.
the horrible evil, far worse than anything colonialists did, that they did to each other,
I
like
don't
ripping someone's
remember
heart off,
Crowder ever
cannibalizing them in
going
front of
on
their wives and
JLP.
kids.
Maybe he
Should
did,
they
yeah.
not be able to celebrate Cinco de Mayo?
I did remember
well,
JLP
first of all,
went
Cinco
on
de Mayo. I
Crowder.
don't think enough people really know the origins behind Cinco de Mayo.
Well, the
so
point
I
is
think
any
yeah.
sort of national holiday.
Yeah. So
Can they celebrate any holidays in Africa, even though they were the ones who started this, what we know as the modern slave trade, and it still goes on there?
Yeah, so I definitely think that obviously you can argue that everybody has. Sorry, this hat's a little.
Right.
That everybody.
Okay,
is
I need to get
flawed
out of
in
this
some
power
way.
super.
However, I think that
I'm gonna leave it right
in
here
order
in
to
this
really
little
make
dock
some
today.
kind of
How do I get out?
progress in the future, you you have to really. It's kind of like I guess it's Catholics.
You
know,
can't exit your armor here?
Talk about their sins a lot, and they go to the priest, and they're like, "This
Sure.
is what I've done." And so I think that there's something
I've only used
noble
less
and
than one
actually
power
very
core.
progressive
I've
in
almost
being
used
able
one
to say,
fuel
this is what
core
we've done in the past,
all this time. So
and
we
now
can
I'm
use the
thankful that we're here and
armor
that
a
we
lot
don't
more
that
than it
we're
seems
not
like.
currently living in
Sure.
that situation. And
I
so
make
in
dumplings
the
out of it,
future,
turkey
we
soup
now know
with the
that
leftovers.
this
I
can't
like
happen
turkey
again.
sandwiches.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it up a little bit on you here, so I hope you appreciate this. Not in a way that's
Sure.
controversial, but
It's
I don't
okay.
think that you could argue anyone has done that more than Western European Americans. No one has been browbeaten
Ooh.
and admitted to guilt more. For example, in other countries, right, if you were to
Yeah, we
conquer
didn't like
people or
take
commit
any
mass
damage in
genocide,
that. We just
you
went through a
subjugate them.
behemoth.
You don't give them back.
I just need to put
That's
on
not
power
what
armor
happens
and go
with
hunt
Native
behemoths.
Americans. When you talk
And
about
death
the acts
claws.
of barbarism, there was no mass genocide. That's just not accurate. They were committing
Eight
murder in massive
signal
numbers.
grenades?
If we talk about giving the land back to Native Americans, which I don't know if you've suggested or you necessarily support that, or it was somebody
What?
else. You don't support giving land
well,
back.
I mean, I hadn't brought that up. I
Okay,
do
so
believe
you
in
don't.
like reparations, actually.
So I can just
So
call a
who are we gonna give it back
vertibird
to?
to me
The
wherever
Mohawks
I'm at now?
because they were
Well, that's
slaughtering
just
each
so
other.
I believe that
The
there should
Algonquins or the
be.
Iroquois?
But this gets very technical.
Well, no,
though.
but my point is, there are no national days of mourning where the Mohawks and Mohicans are recognizing the mass atrocities that they committed, scalping. We learned from them. You're not seeing that from the Mayans. This is why this land was conquered, and it wasn't mass genocide, by the way. It was 50% of the natives are wiped out. The estimates are about 30% of settlers. So that's not really a mass genocide. How many Gestapo were taken out by Jews at Auschwitz? 0. That's what genocide looks like, right? This was a war.
That just level
with
up
one
again?
side that had horses. I'm
Had
sure
two
you know they had
perks.
domesticated horses.
No, I had not.
They didn't even use a wheel.
Yes.
So
Let's
this was a very
go.
regressive society who lived here, by the way, for thousands of years. We would both agree that.
How am I
Thousands of years. Let's
overburdened?
go 1621.
Okay.
He wants
200
to
years
give
we
me
end
some.
slavery.
Sure.
We didn't even need to end cannibalization or burning people alive or ripping out their hearts, but we ended slavery.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing. And I think
See, it's good to have your
trying make it
intelligence all
seem
the
as
way
though
up because you gain
white
more
Western
experience faster.
Europeans, as though it was based on some form of racial supremacy, are uniquely responsible for these acts of evil. And that is what you propose. And I haven't heard anyone propose that there should be days of mourning for Native Americans to atone for the crap that they've pulled, or days of mourning for the Jews to atone for what they pulled, or days of mourning for the Palestinians to atone for what they pulled. It always seems to be white European settlers, when the fact is in the United States of America, we did commit acts of evil. That's human nature, but we are singularly unique for ending so many acts of evil in record time.
However, you could argue that white Americans, white Europeans, are in
Yeah.
a position of power compared to so many people,
How about
especially
twice the
Native
supplies for
Americans,
Thanksgiving
especially
Christmas? What's up, name?
other African Americans, name any other
We're in a
minority.
position of power now because we won the war.
Well, but to continue with my point, I think that a lot of policy is.
But do you
no
not
longer
agree with? Do you not see what I just? Do you not agree that that's a subtext here that is important?
I definitely.
Because every time I say, well, what about Native? You go, well, I don't know enough about that.
Mexicans
I
don't
say,
eat
what about
cranberry
Jews?
sauce.
You go,
Other
I don't know enough
people
about
don't
that.
like
But you
it.
seem to have a laundry list of all your
I feel like a
grievances
terrible
with
wife.
white European
I love
settlers.
cranberry sauce.
And
Really only
you
on
also don't seem
Thanksgiving,
to know
though.
a lot about the acts of evil that were committed against them.
Well,
we need
again,
to understand
I guess I like
both.
cranberries
We understand that
in
they go
my
both
white
ways.
sorry,
potato
did you
salad.
say against the?
Against Europeans, and certainly against
Okay.
natives from natives.
Yeah. So
No one was more brutal than Native Americans. than
I
Native
would just,
Americans.
my only argument to that would just be that you're talking about, natives committing atrocities against natives, and that's in their own, but this was when they were in their own land. This was their land, this was their civilization.
No,
I
it
mean,
wasn't
if
the
it was
Iroquois. It wasn't their land when they were going
Well,
hard in the Algonquins.
I mean more of like the
Not if you
idea
go
that
with the
this is where
Apaches
they had
and the
lived
Mohawks
their
and the
entire
Mohicans. No,
lives.
but okay, so what separates it is a pond?
Well,
The fact is they were going into someone else's territory, killing, raping their women, burning them alive because they wanted to take their stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't go in, kill them, and burn them alive. We went in and we traded, for example, the island of Manhattan. And then they said, sometimes there were atrocities committed, but a lot of the time, we bought land.
Yeah.
And then they said, well, no, hold on a second. We don't have the same concept of personal property. Good
Yeah,
example of
that
that
is-
is Manhattan.
Yes.
Manhattan we purchased for 60 guilders worth. Now, it's been taught in this school, I believe, that 60 guilders accounts to $25 worth of junk. I've read this in an academic, I think it was UT, could have been the University of Massachusetts, something like that. So don't fact check me on this, but this was written. 60 guilders equates to $25 worth of modern junk. 60 guilders was actually nearly 10,000 animal pelts and lumber and nutwoods. That was given for the island of Manhattan that the Lenape and Canarsie did not want. They live in what is modern Brooklyn. Was purchased. We settled there peacefully. Then they come back in and say, hey, we want it back. I thought this was a lease because they don't have the same concept of personal property.
Yes.
Then a war starts, and of course, the settlers win.
Of course.
That is very different. I would say that is far more permissible than the Mohicans going in and just slaughtering all the Mohawks they can find
I think that
and scalping them.
The only thing is that when you think about it, so the settlers who came in
Y'all
had obviously been
un-American.
educated in a different way. They had different values. They had different
Right.
upbringings. I mean,
326
as
over
you said before,
280.
the Native
Why am I
Americans who
carrying
lived there
so
before, they didn't have
Oh,
access.
shit.
They hadn't domesticated many animals
don't
or
have a
horses, and they
companion.
hadn't.
But why?
They didn't have
Why
access
not?
to the. You know,
They were for thousands of years.
that's a good question, but I think a lot of it is based on their religion, and a lot of that they respect.
Pantheism.
They respect nature. They respect.
They didn't respect nature.
I mean,
They hunted and fished more species
knew
to
where my
extinction
dog
per
was.
capita than any people in the history of the world. They
I
didn't
don't
care
think
at all.
I didn't really mean it by that in that
Okay.
sense. I think there was more of a respect towards like the physical nature.
Sorry, I just get heated because I learned this stuff in school.
No,
and then I
it's
was
okay.
reading like, wait, they fished them out of existence? We
No,
learned the
that's
Pocahontas.
okay.
They're like, wait, they didn't have the wheel? Wait, they never used horses? Everything I learned was a lie.
Yeah,
and then I had to learn about what really happened with these turf wars with a lot of the pilgrims and early settlers.
And so I think that is really, I mean, you would be able to argue that those were just like underdeveloped civilizations.
Why this?
Well,
why don't we say they didn't use the wheel?
Because I think that
No, this-
development is kind of however you think development should be. I mean, some people believe that spiritual development is more important than actual like material development and being able to. Sure, some people think that it's incredibly important to have access to electricity, but other people think that having it, that's really like a basis of what people's values are based on
just hear
what
Tommy
they
say,
believe
"You
is
stupid
kind of
fuck."
material.
Not material.
goods.
I'll talk about rights, equal rights.
Yeah.
Rights for women. We both agree good things.
But
not
you can
enslaving and raping women and kids.
Yes,
that wasn't their
I would,
values.
Yes, but I mean,
Are some cultures better than other cultures?
I would not argue that some cultures are better than all other cultures. I would argue
Really?
that cultures are different.
Okay, well then we just disagree. I think that the culture that says you
some
can't rape and
butter
scalp
out,
women is
some
better than the
herbs,
culture that says you
put
can
in
steal
the
women.
butter.
I would like to
turkey
say,
skin,
I would
it's
like to say
amazing.
that in that
Yeah,
type
that's
of
what I
thing,
kinda
that
do. I just
standpoint,
coat it
that's a
in butter
different. I was
and
thinking
some
more on
herbs
the idea of like cultural
seasoning,
values
and then
based on.
rub it under the
cultural
skin.
values.
I wouldn't
That's a
really
big
say
But
reason
I'm
for the
gonna
conflict,
stuff
right?
it
The
with
reason for
like
the conflict
onions
is when
and
early
some
settlers come and they go,
peppers.
whoa. You
maybe
don't
some
get
carrots.
to enslave their children and burn these
and then
people
some
alive.
stuffing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you mentioned the Mexicans. I mean, you go down there. Do you know how many conquistadors there were?
No, I don't.
And this is not a trick question.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't know because I wasn't taught in
Drop all
college.
my power
I don't know about you.
off
I
here.
was taught in college. The conquistadors came in and they conquered these people and they were brutal and they were barbaric and they wiped them out.
Yeah.
Is that what you were taught?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying that's what I was taught.
Yeah.
There were about 500.
Yeah.
Do you know how many natives there were?
A lot more than
Many
500.
tens of thousands. Do you know how many tons of gold they had?
That I don't know.
Do you know how they procured said gold? By enslaving, because they had no regard for human rights whatsoever, and so they enslaved people, usually after raping and beating them and stealing their women if they were fertile enough, and they would say, okay, you have to go and get us gold, and your options are get us gold or die.
Yeah.
So Cortez came with 500 conquistadors. Do you think he can take over an entire land? Because you went through Mexico, you went through all that in the atrocities.
Well-
Do you think he can take over and conquer an entire land with 500 conquistadors? What's required
Bone
is the
and
natives who were
acid?
so upset because of the barbarism and how mistreated
not
they
worth
were.
much to
They
sell.
felt that they were, and they knew they were better treated by European
and
settlers who
leather.
came and they said, we're going to take our chances
Yeah, I
with
think
the guys
death
who have
ball
the
hands are
boom
better.
Yeah, I talked about that briefly earlier. I might not have talked about it to an extent because I was kind of
Right.
listing things. However,
That's why I just kind of went down my list.
no, that's true. And so that is 100% true. And there were the only thing
He's
is
going
that
to my other cabin.
And that's
that
why I
was
think the
regarding.
conquistador culture is better. I say it's superior.
Keep
Well,
the
I mean,
9 ball
I'll
too. Keep the cigarettes
agree to
for
disagree
sale.
about that. But I mean, I see what your point is. The only thing that I have to say about that is that
They
in
were
Mexico-
ripping out hearts
More money in there.
Well,
of children.
so-
How can you disagree that that's an inferior culture?
I definitely.
I'm sorry, I
No.
respect you sitting down, but because but ripping out hearts
I don't believe that
and
that is a
sacrificing
good-
them.
I don't
But that
believe
was a central value to the culture. How can we not say the culture that says, no, we don't rip out hearts to the sun god, and we're going to subjugate you so that you don't continue to rip out hearts to the sun god? How can you say that one culture is not better than the other? Do you believe that?
I mean, I've just never really believed that it was specifically our right to go in and say that type of thing. It's just not. I mean, I'm just not pro.
But it was
going into
their
other
right to
countries.
rip out the heart?
To be honest, if you live
Of
in
the
that
s-
society, I guess
What?
that is. Yeah.
But the people who were born didn't get born like, oh, I'm signing up to have my heart thrown down like Apocalypto.
I think that they're.
Do you see what you're saying right now? It's
Yeah, but
unbelievable. And as a Jewish person, especially when you really understand the importance of Jews, and I believe Jews need a homeland with Israel because they
Yeah.
had their rights completely violated for a long time. I
sorry.
mean, what do you
Do I
think
get a
would
black
happen
card
if
now?
if right now today a Palestinian ripped the heart out of a Jewish child to sacrifice to Allah?
Well, I don't think that that would necessarily happen.
Of course it wouldn't happen.
But I'm also saying that this was, I mean, we're talking about a time that was not thousands of years ago, but it originated thousands of years ago. And
But
so
it was
these are
thousands of years
practices-
ago with the settlers too, is my point.
Yeah.
My point is, they had thousands of years,
you know what I
still
thought
ripping
about?
out hearts and
I got
cannibalizing.
candied yams
Western Europeans had
and sweet
thousands of
potato
years,
pie.
plumbing and the wheel
like
and
double
horses.
sweet
Yeah.
One is better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You don't think one is better?
It's just that I don't think that we have the right to go into
he
to
just
other
jump in the
civilizations
Discord?
and basically just try and. Sure, it might make it. I mean, I think that there's something noble in saying, sure, we
Freddie's
can
going
try and
back
make your
and
life
forth
easier,
through
but I don't think
Discord
that we have the
group
right to
chat.
say. To
Here,
tell
Freddie,
other
listen
people
to,
what they're doing wrong when this is what they
Change
do
My
because
Mind
this is their
from Crowder
religion. And I think
commentator.
that bringing
So
Judaism into it is not in my opinion a very good thing, just because I think
hear it?
that I think
I
that
brought Christianity into
Yeah,
it
I'm
too. I'm
here.
saying I believe that the Jewish culture is better than the
I'm
ripping out
trying to
hearts
get back
culture.
in the
I
damn
mean, I
thing.
would also
Can
say
y'all
go
hear
back
me?
to the
I don't really like
group chat. I
bringing
got
the Holocaust into things like that, just
I
because
didn't bring the Holocaust into it.
I mean, it's been brought in just before, but
Okay.
I definitely think that
Well,
talking about modern day Judaism
It
and
pops
then,
up on something
referring
totally
to
different, though.
older religions, the Mayans, which to this day still practice but do not continue with these ripping out rituals, and maybe that's because
Because it's impermissible.
maybe that's because we came in and we said maybe you shouldn't do that anymore.
Right.
But at the same time, we shouldn't be saying instead you should convert to Christianity. Instead, you should convert to our religion because it's superior. I think that
Well, mainly
there's-
it was because at that point, the reason we had to do it was because to ensure that people weren't being cannibalized and having their hearts ripped out, the only sort of fail-safe was you're going to put a cross next to your initial there so we know that, you've moved on from heart removal territory.
Yeah, the only thing that I think in that is that just starts the process of assimilation that still is
Great.
very prominent. You like assimilation?
Yeah, I think, as a matter of fact, that's the biggest argument against genocide against Native Americans, because most of them assimilated. And most of them
Yeah.
assimilated because most wanted to.
I would actually think that a lot of them, and obviously I didn't live during that time, so I really can't make
I'm older than you, but I wasn't quite alive at that time either.
Yes, I'll give you that one.
But I do have some grays here in the sideburns, and it makes me sad.
But I definitely would think that fear was a reason that a lot of people assimilated, and that's a reason a lot of people assimilate today. Is that
Fear of
they're-
having their hearts ripped out or being
Not
cannibalized by other natives. They said, whatever is going on with these new guys who have the funny translucent skin, it's got to be better than being cannibalized and burned alive. I'm going to go with you. We gave them some fire water and let them duke it out, and then came in and picked up the pieces. And I just think it's important to understand the history of this. I agree that there were, for example, there were some trades that went on that were terrible, and there were some acts of evil that were absolutely committed from European colonialists. I want to make it very clear that I'm not denying that.
Sure.
But in this conversation, you have presented it as though they are singularly unique while equating all cultures, but holding one culture accountable. And what I am saying, and the reason that I support Thanksgiving not only as a day, but as a concept, and I'm grateful for the settlers, is that Western European culture and the Constitution and American culture, a culture of ideas, not a people, not an ethno-state like we have with Native Americans, I believe is a wonderful thing. I'm very glad that that happened. I'm glad that the colonialists came here and that they created the kind of country that we all get to live in now. I'm okay with it. And I think they are singularly unique and responsible for ending acts of barbarism and evil across the world that the Native Americans continued and were continued in continents to the globe, many places to this day. So I don't think you can hold them accountable as being the only people who need to mourn their acts of evil. I think instead they should be praised and held accountable for the fact that they are singularly unique and stopping a lot of that.
But don't you think they should also be held accountable for the atrocities that they have?
I think no one's been held more accountable than they have.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
that there have been, I've been to like Germany, and they have entire museums, thousands of museums. Like it just seems like thousands of monuments, museums, talking about the Holocaust.
I think Germany sucks. I think a place
take that up with Germany.
I think a place that bans books because they don't want you to know about their distorted history.
I don't think they still do that.
They did it up until only like in the last several decades. And you can't speak freely. There's no freedom of speech in Germany, by the way. It's a hate crime if you talk about the Holocaust in unsavory terms or Nazi Germany, which I am not at all. I'm saying not at all pro-Holocaust, pro-alliance of good, pro-Israel. Okay, I'm probably more pro-Israel than anyone you know right here. But I do think that if someone is going to be a Holocaust denier, that shouldn't be a crime, and it is in Germany. I don't think that a country that has no freedom of speech and that bans books, and by the way, in the realm of history, that's pretty new. Germany went to war with the entire world twice.
Yeah. Well, Germany and allies, but yeah, I mean, that's...
Axis, yes.
Yeah.
But that gets to cultural relativism. We see them as the axis of evil. They see us as the axis of evil. Difference is, we weren't the ones gassing Jews. So I say that objectively, they were the axis of evil.
No, yes, I'm not disagreeing about them.
So now we can objectively say that gassing Jews, a Holocaust, is objectively evil, but we can't say it's objectively evil to rip out the heart of an unwilling native to sacrifice it on a pyramid.
I think that you're twisting my words a little bit.
I don't.
I mean, that's fine, but I definitely think that I just don't think that it's our right to go in and take away what we've done, and to this day is we have basically put Native Americans to the side, and we've put other ethnicities to the side, and we've basically said, if you want to live in our society, you have to assimilate yourself, and you have to learn how to become a true American.
And what does that mean?
I have literally no idea what it means to be a true American, because our country is literally based off of immigrants. And so the fact that today we don't even live in a world where we live in a world where people believe that English should be the national language, and where entire populations are, told that they aren't American enough because they speak Spanish, or because they don't, talk or look or dress like they're American, and there's no real definition.
I'll tell you what a true American is. A true American is someone who, this is the beauty of being American, and I think you conflated two things. You said we cast aside Native Americans. We didn't. Most of them assimilated, most of them willingly, some of them unwillingly. We didn't cast aside minorities. We freed them. And then we said, let's have a national day of Thanksgiving and let's celebrate this in unity. We didn't cast women aside. We gave them equal rights, and then said, okay, we made progress. Progress happens in stages.
Years of
I know, as opposed to the thousands of years of Native Americans. Good luck on them getting the women right to vote. So I don't think, you say we cast aside natives, we cast aside all these people. None of that is accurate. None of those things are accurate. Because, and then you say we're a nation of immigrants. Well, hold on a second, I thought we just cast immigrants aside. Neither one of those things are true. Neither one of those things are true. The truth is that unlike Native Americans who wanted an ethno-state, and by the way, an extreme example because they wanted only their tribal bloodlines to continue, and you see this in other countries across Africa, you see it across the Middle East, being a true American is subscribing to a set of ideals, and those can be found in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the amendments therein. That's the wonder of the United States, and that's why so many Native Americans, so many Haitians who migrate here, Italians, Jews, Polish Jews at one point, of course, Irish, have all become American because it's about subscribing to these ideals that people will traverse the entire ocean. They will brave the stormiest seas to try and willingly assimilate to American culture. And I'm going to leave it on this note. I believe that's because it is superior, and we ended evil to a degree that has not been seen before the United States. Doesn't mean that we're perfect. And that's why I love Thanksgiving. And I'm grateful that we both live here, and I'm grateful that you wore the hat.
At the bomb. At the bomb.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there's a little bit of water there, so I don't want your bag to get wet. What was your name?
Safa?
Safa, nice to meet you. Stephen, nice to meet you. So, yeah, I'm sure you know the topic of discussion today. I know that we're often taught, especially in schools, Columbus Day, Thanksgiving, that it's a racist holiday. I don't agree. I think it's a wonderful holiday that should unify the nation. I think it has done me good, will do me good. I say God bless it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And if you disagree, you're more than welcome to change my mind.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if you want to scooch in, you can't see off the lean, yeah.
So Thanksgiving is actually my favorite holiday as well.
Oh.
I think that where it gets controversial,
they have this
is
one pyramid
the origin story that we're
they
taught
showed
about it.
through like
that
seismic
Native Americans
scaling
and pilgrims,
or whatever they call it.
Peacefully got
it
together
had another pyramid
and
built
shared
400
a
years
meal,
earlier,
and that's the story that kids are taught. That's kind of the narrative that we push, especially now that you're dressed as a pilgrim.
So the way they did it, they built like a little.
I appreciate that you recognize the garden. This wasn't all for naught.
But
be like a spring,
I saw a video that was made in 2015, and it's from cut.com. And it's a video that is a series of interviews that they interview Native Americans, and they ask them to describe Thanksgiving in one word, right?
Sure.
And these people say massacre, racist, false holiday,
a bunch of them are built
unpeaceful,
like that.
These kinds of things. So I think if we're asking Native Americans how they feel about the holiday, and that's what they're saying, then shouldn't we listen to them?
Oh, sure, you can listen to them. Doesn't mean that that's what the holiday is.
Okay, so
before we get to, why is it your favorite holiday?
I really like cooking and eating. And that's what the holiday is about for me. It's about
Have you ever built
giving thanks to people in my life.
house of cards?
I just think that when people talk about how Thanksgiving
What are you most thankful for?
The base.
I guess
Make a bigger base and go higher.
being able to go home to my family and having that
good
meal.
one. Good.
Yeah, right. But I think that when people are talking about how Thanksgiving is controversial, that's what they're talking about. So how do you come back to that?
Well, it's incorrect.
It's incorrect. Okay.
Yeah, it's incorrect. So Thanksgiving is a celebration of in the 1620s when the Pilgrim settlers did have a meal of Thanksgiving with the I think it's pronounced Wampanoag. Is that, do you know? I want to make sure I'm getting that right. Wampanoag. And they did celebrate and then had 50 years of peace after that. Now, if we want to talk about the fact that there have been some acts of barbarism committed, yeah, of course, committed against Native Americans, and of course, committed against Native Americans from Native Americans themselves, obviously. Yeah, that happened, obviously, throughout the historical timeline, but that didn't happen at Thanksgiving. And it's interesting because, do you know when Thanksgiving was recognized officially as a federal holiday? So this is why I actually think it's the least racist holiday out there, because it's proactively a holiday designed to symbolize unity. It was Abraham Lincoln who wanted to, after the Civil War, after some... Do you mind if I pause real quick? Because
I was about to say, I don't have a lot of cards. I have like thousands of cards.
I don't have that kind of pull. I assume there's a hunchback up there who has an Antifa face mask.
You just bust out some cards.
So after the Emancipation Proclamation, actually very soon after, Abraham Lincoln thought it would be a good idea to have a national holiday that symbolized unity for all Americans at this point, black Americans, white Americans, and so they did look back to that 1921 original Thanksgiving that symbolized the old world converging with the new world in 50 years of peace. So in looking to create a unifying holiday across all racial divides, he looked to a moment in early American history, before we were officially a country, where that happened as well. So that's why we celebrate Thanksgiving.
But even if something proactively promotes unity, if there are people who don't feel that way, then those people were marginalized and affected by the acts of barbarism
All I need is the square piece.
That you said happened.
But not by Thanksgiving. Did it happen throughout history? Sure. But not by Thanksgiving.
But if Thanksgiving is about a moment of unity between Pilgrims and Native Americans, but the rest of the time that those two peoples interacted was filled with violence and inequality, then why is it just that day?
Well, a couple of things. First off, it wasn't the rest of the time.
It was most of the time. Millions of Native American people died because of colonial people coming over.
Yeah, well, it's estimated actually about 50% of Native Americans probably were wiped out.
That's half the people. That's a lot of people.
Do you know how many of the settlers were wiped out?
They came here.
30%. So, in other words, it's not a genocide, as
it is a genocide.
Well, it's actually not a genocide by definition. I mean,
they brought the disease.
Well, hold on a second, guys. Let's just keep the conversations between two folks. They did bring disease. Yeah, they did bring disease with them, and it did wipe out quite a few Native Americans. That was actually before the Thanksgiving. That's why they came back to an abandoned village. I'm sure you're aware of that because they were wiped out by diseases. Well, largely they hadn't encountered because they hadn't domesticated most animals yet. They hadn't domesticated horses. They had no contact with horses. They were technologically very regressive. They didn't use the wheel. So what happened was there was a moment of peace there for 50 years. We had a very long portion of history that was very peaceful with Native Americans. There were multiple alliances between new settlers and Native Americans because Native Americans were warring with each other. And we do choose, though, as a holiday to celebrate this moment of unity. We choose to celebrate a positive moment. I mean, you can look at Veterans Day or Memorial Day. Well, there are horrible actions that were committed.
Yeah, I feel the same way about those holidays.
Oh, you do? Same thing with 4th of July?
Yes.
Same thing with Christmas?
Yeah.
Ramadan?
I'm Muslim, yeah.
Okay, because obviously slavery is still practiced across the Islamic world. So you believe that...
Okay.
No, is it not?
I mean, it's practiced across the entire world.
Not just the United States.
Not just the
Islamic
not the United
world.
States. Well, the world isn't the United States versus the Islamic world, is it? It's the world, the Islamic world, all different kinds of parts.
Well, in comparison to, example, the settlers in modern America. The point is, but we're not celebrating that with Ramadan, are we? We're not celebrating the Spanish Inquisition when we celebrate Christmas, right? Christians committed some horrible actions. We're not celebrating war with Native Americans when we celebrate Thanksgiving. We're celebrating a moment of peace and unity because it shows that it can be done.
I think what people want is an acknowledgement that these things happened.
I've already done that.
Right?
Yeah.
Which, an acknowledgement of these racist things that did happen and implying that maybe the narrative that we push isn't true, and that acknowledging that there was a disagreement and violence between these people.
Sure.
I think people just want that acknowledgement, and by flat out saying Thanksgiving is not racist, I think a better way to say, I think you could say these things did happen, and this is what it's based on, and Thanksgiving has evolved into become something else. But that doesn't mean I'm going to erase the opinions of Native Americans who suffered.
Well, who erased opinions of Native Americans who suffered? That's not what I'm doing.
By saying Thanksgiving isn't inherently racist, you are erasing that.
So in other words, unless I say that Thanksgiving is inherently racist, I am erasing the opinion of all Native Americans.
Yeah, I mean, not all, but those who feel that Thanksgiving is racist.
Well, just because
and they were the marginalized group, you know, and we're pushing this narrative that they were happy to have.
At Thanksgiving they were, and for 50 years they were.
Okay.
So isn't that a good thing?
I've heard that dinner didn't happen.
It did happen.
Okay.
Not only, and I've also heard this, you know, people try to go to the Winthrop Diaries later, and I believe it was in the 1630s, where they had Thanksgivings during times of war against the Pequots. But that wasn't all the same thing. That was, they were thankful for during battle that they had fewer casualties. And so I think that's probably what you're conflating. They teach that often in school. I know it's kind of interesting that you say we don't teach.
Is there a way you can play Mark Dice on
when I went to high school?
Grove
I was only taught about colonialism and how
I don't know. I don't know a lot about.
I was never taught, for example,
Mark Dice.
of all the warring
I know he's
between
pretty
the
cool,
tribes,
but I
of
don't
the
really
cannibalism, of the scalping that they were doing. I was taught that they were peaceful people, and these settlers came in and stole their land. When the reality was, they were warring. They were barbaric.
I don't really mind getting a copyright strike.
We purchased land. We traded. We had
I always
trading
get copyright
relationships for a
strikes
while.
on everything.
Barbaric? They lived here. This
No
was
matter
their
how hard I
land.
try.
Yeah, they were certainly barbaric.
You could argue that the colonialists were barbarians for coming in and taking their land.
I certainly would say that colonialists were barbaric compared to us today, and I would certainly say that Native Americans were barbaric in their practices compared to the colonialists.
Well, just because you don't agree and understand with something doesn't make it barbaric.
Well, I just mean, you know, the fact that they didn't have plumbing or use the wheel.
They didn't have plumbing?
No, they didn't have plumbing. The Romans
That
did.
doesn't make them inferior to
No,
other
it just
people.
means it's barbaric.
Okay.
And when I'm talking about barbaric, I'm talking about less evolved technologically and societally.
Okay, so a definition rather than the connotation.
Yes, definition rather than the connotation.
So you
Yes.
seem to be someone who ignores connotations.
No, I don't.
Because Thanksgiving has
Any
a
Dead
negative
Space games?
connotation
I've
in
never
some
played a
people's
Dead
eyes, but you're ignoring that connotation.
So does Christmas.
I've heard
yeah,
they're
so
really
does
good
Christmas.
though.
And you don't talk about that either?
I do talk about Christmas. I love Christmas.
Yeah, they can't hear you.
I think it's wonderful and
maybe
should be
when you
celebrated.
yell real
I
loud,
know that you've made it clear that you disagree. You don't like Christmas. You don't like Ramadan. You don't like Easter. You don't like Thanksgiving. I believe that there are certain moments throughout American history, I like the 4th of July, independence, that can be celebrated regardless of imperfections throughout history. And I think that's important to note. And I think that it's a good thing to honor and show that there can be a moment in time of peace, because we had it for 50 years. Regardless of the wars that happened before we came here.
I haven't really watched
centuries outweigh 50 years? Do you think Native Americans are thankful for being put on reservations, like centuries after
Do you mean
Thanksgiving?
being given reservations after they lost wars? Yeah.
Okay.
5?
Yeah. Let me ask you this. So you don't like any of the holidays, okay? And you say that I'm completely ignoring someone's opinion if I don't agree with them.
No, that's not what I said. I said that you're ignoring the opinion of marginalized people who the holiday affects, who the glorification of the holiday negatively affects because it erases what they say happened to them. And they were here first, so they should have a say in what the narrative's about.
Yeah, no one's saying they can't have a say. I don't believe it's a racist holiday.
But
That's
by
not
erasing someone's
ignoring the
experience,
marginalization.
erasing someone's experience is a form of racism. Erasing someone's experience and reframing it in
But I didn't erase anybody's
colonial-
experience.
But
This
by,
is funny.
By saying it isn't racist, you are.
So this
erasing
guy's
someone's
collecting
experience.
signed
Yes, you are.
collectibles
Incorrect.
in the apocalypse, and that's true.
That's not the definition of racism.
What's the definition of racism?
Definition of racism
Collectibles
is
go
believing that
up
somebody is inferior
times of
solely based on their race.
That's prejudice. Racism is
Drama.
institutionalized
No.
discrimination. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm not an institution, so right now we're going with the individualized definition of
And
racism.
you're ignoring the
And you just accuse
institutionalized
me
racism.
individually of being racist.
You are.
So let me ask you
It's
this.
like
Maybe
the
we
Book
can
of
find some
Eli.
common here, because you said you love Thanksgiving.
The Book of
But you
Eli,
like the
where he
holidays.
cherishes
What should
that
we do
book,
then?
and he's
Right?
blind.
Contact
and
is
it's the
made
Bible.
between two civilizations, for example. This happens, right? One has rifles and one has wheels and horses, and they engage in peace. And then there are land disputes when land was purchased. So let's just get rid of what we have right now. What would you do? You would have no
Mark Case is
Thanksgiving?
okay, dude.
What would we do? What should the United
Yeah, I'll
States
have to
be?
watch some more.
I'm genuinely curious.
I think just an acknowledgement, like everyone should acknowledge what happened.
Yes, I believe everyone does.
I don't think so.
I have.
Okay.
So is it okay to acknowledge that there were acts of horrible evil and violence across all sides and still celebrate Thanksgiving for what it is? Is that okay?
It's a good question. I haven't thought that far.
Do you think that it is better to celebrate Thanksgiving and recognize a moment of unity and encourage it both with the early settlers, the early pilgrims and the Native Americans, as well as after the Civil War? Do you think it's more productive to have a day to celebrate that and encourage that kind of unity and bridging that cultural divide, or do you think it's less productive?
I think it's performative. So if something
like virtue signaling?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if something's performative, then does it really do the good that you're describing?
What good am I describing?
Yeah, that's
The
not-
unity that you're describing. Like if
I
something is
sort-
performative, then is that unity really there, or is it a performative unity which doesn't actually?
Well, I think, I mean, you just talked about Thanksgiving cooking and spending time with family. I mean, that's unity right there, right?
This
That's
guy said, "Do I need to
prioritizing
talk
giving thanks."
louder?
I mean, I think that Thanksgiving, honestly, is the least exclusive holiday. Christianity, Christianity would exclude people of
Why?
other
'Cause it's
religions.
secular.
Ramadan would exclude people of other religions. You know,
I haven't met a
you
man
can take your pick from any of the religious holidays. Thanksgiving is be thankful for what it is that you do have, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a
Well, are
Buddhist,
you
whether
and
you're
your
Muslim.
family going to talk about what happened to the Native Americans?
I mean, we've talked about it all throughout my life, and I learned about it
Are
in
you going
school.
to talk about? Are you going to acknowledge it at the dinner table?
I don't know. Do I have to?
You should.
Okay.
Right? No? Why not?
I didn't say I wouldn't.
You should.
Okay. Well, thank you for telling me what I should and should not do
You're
in my
welcome.
personal time.
You're welcome.
And you wouldn't think that that is that at all in any way is
libertarian
overstepping
being.
bounds or being pushy.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
All right. Well, maybe you should discuss with your family the history that you learned that wasn't accurate that you brought here to the table, and maybe you can all get an accurate account of what happened historically, and maybe discuss as well the acts of barbarism that still go on since you're Muslim across the Islamic world. Do you do that at Ramadan?
Yeah, I do actually.
You do.
I do.
So what do you discuss at Ramadan?
I discuss
Indentured
how
servitude.
I like to discuss how I think that Islam itself isn't, in certain Middle Eastern countries, how it's unequal for women.
Sure.
And as a woman, and as a Muslim woman who was raised Muslim, I believe that that's unequal, and I will acknowledge that. I like to acknowledge how Saudi Arabia, for example, is guilty of hypocrisy. You know, the royal family has so much money.
I know you're talking a lot lower right now.
Yeah, I am.
Is it because you're concerned about criticizing Islam?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe
Huh.
that's just ingrained in me.
Well, that's peculiar.
Yeah. It is. Nice talking to you.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your intellectual honesty there, and that you have those discussions. By the way, I don't think you need to do that at Ramadan. I think that enjoying Ramadan for the holiday that it is and celebrating it with your family is a wonderful thing, regardless of, listen, Muslims are imperfect, Christians are imperfect, Native Americans are certainly imperfect. If you go back to old colonial England, and the Church of England are certainly imperfect, but the Irish are certainly imperfect, but it's not my business to tell them what they need to discuss on
I
St.
think
Patrick's Day.
just when I saw that video and when I've talked to Native American people and just heard about what happened, I just have empathy for what they say.
Sure.
And it just makes it difficult to not speak up for them.
I have empathy. Here's the thing. I hope
know
you
what I
understand.
mean? Like, it's
I have
hard for
empathy
me.
as well, but you can also have empathy and understand that what people are saying is inaccurate. For example, I have a relative who's bipolar. Okay, I'm not saying Native Americans are bipolar. This is an example. I hope you understand this, right? I have a relative who's bipolar, and he will describe situations or scenarios that are not real.
And you have empathy for him.
And I have empathy for him, but it's not necessarily accurate. And so I love him, and I care about him, and I let him know that I love him and I care about him, but I don't engage on the plane, on the wavelength that what you're saying is accurate.
I don't
and
think
I can
you
have
can
empathy.
compare severe mental illness to the way people feel about
We're not supposed to use the term
historical
mental
injustice.
illness anymore.
Yes, you are.
Depending on what it is, depending on how it's defined by the DSM-5.
I'm mentally ill, and I use that term.
I'm definitely mentally ill. Again, I was saying I'm not comparing bipolar to Native American. I was saying that one can have empathy without necessarily agreeing with the premise as far as its accuracy. So I can have empathy for Native Americans saying, hey, Thanksgiving to me represents all of these wars that occurred and these battles and genocide, and I can say, hey, I understand how you feel, but that's not what Thanksgiving is celebrating. And I can say, I understand how you feel, but there also wasn't mass genocide committed if you actually look at it
There was
statistically.
mass genocide committed.
By definition, it wasn't genocide. There were wars, and one side won. One-sided war, mind you. But, you know, there was by that definition, there was genocide with the Mohawks and the Mohicans, the Algonquins and the Iroquois. I mean, they would cannibalize people in front of their family, right? If one of them had advanced technology, in other words, one of them were as advanced as the early settlers, this would all be Mohawk country.
Yeah, that's true.
It wasn't a peaceful culture. Everyone, right? This is human nature. And I think that taking a holiday and removing the grace from it, removing the beauty of this holiday, which is meant to symbolize unity and giving thanks, to simply re-inject what is human nature, acts of evil that occurred not during this holiday, but somewhere in the timeline, I don't think helps promote healing. I think if anything, it's divisive.
So we can agree that the idea, do we agree that the idea of Thanksgiving in your head has shifted into something else? Not a celebration of, or not an erasure of racism, but a celebration of unity.
Yes,
Is that what you think?
Thanksgiving is a celebration
of unity,
and it always has been.
But why
it's a
can't
celebration
it be,
of giving
why
thanks.
can't it be a celebration of unity and like an acknowledgement of the erasure?
You can do
Bullying
that.
is that's what I'm arguing.
Yeah, I just think that if people are going to do that, it also needs to be accurate. So if people are going to teach, for example, and I think we would both agree, right, on college campus, you guys are certainly not taught that, oh, the settlers were great and it was peaceful. That's certainly not what's being taught on campus.
I have to go to class.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. What was
Seems
your name
like
again?
Safa. Seems like no one can change your mind. So
I appreciate it, Safa. Well, I thought that was a good conversation, no?
Now, before we continue, remember that these types of videos can only continue with your support by joining Mug Club. Join up at louderwithcreditor.com/Mug Club for tons of more exclusive content, including a daily show that you don't get available on YouTube, and to ensure that videos like this will always continue to exist on YouTube itself. All right, let's get back to it. Next up, Matthew.
What's your name?
Good. Matthew. Nice to meet you.
Matthew, nice to meet you. Steven. So I kind of just mentioned it to the crowd, but again, just so we kind of clarify any miscommunications, talking about Thanksgiving today.
Right.
And I don't think it's a racist holiday at all. I'm a fan of Thanksgiving. I celebrate it. I think it has done me good and will do me good. I say God bless it. Happy Thanksgiving to you. You are more than welcome to change my mind. We can have a discussion about this. But first, what are you most thankful for?
I'd say I'm most thankful for being here at UT. Great school, awesome students, you know, hook 'em.
Notice your family, if they're watching, they're not on the top of the list.
Oh, no, yeah.
Of gratitude?
Them too.
Them too, okay. All right. Good for you, Mom. So, what do you disagree with? You're welcome to change your mind.
Well, I mean, I agree. Like you were saying that you think it's the least racist holiday around. I think there are some aspects
You're
of
not
that
in
that
a
I agree
position
with.
to bully nobody.
Like the idea of, you know, Indian tribe coming together with these pilgrims, you know.
Say Native Americans.
Native Americans, I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Yes.
Want to get us banned? That kind of dialogue?
Coming together at a time of need, breaking bread is like, that's one of the most like recognizable American things in our past, right? It's it's not racist at all. But the idea of what comes after that, I mean, I'm sure you heard this before, the mass genocide of these Native Americans by the very same pilgrims are like, that's an undeniable fact of American history that we cannot ignore. And to ignore that and pretend that it did not happen and to not acknowledge it today would I think would be inherently racist. And that's not to say that I think we should stop celebrating Thanksgiving, but I think we should acknowledge that and maybe incorporate more of a day of mourning into that celebration as well.
Okay. Sorry, I guess somebody is booing there. So isn't this is remarkable? You and I can sit down and disagree and have a discussion, but some people just choose to boo.
Yeah.
Good old Austin. Well, listen. First off, I want to be really clear. I am not denying that there were atrocities committed across the board. Mass genocide? No. I'll disagree with that. We can get to that in a second. But that doesn't change what Thanksgiving is first. And so what a lot of people do is they try and take actions afterward, acts of evil committed afterward, to discredit the idea of Thanksgiving. And you see that's a national movement right now. You see it with Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day. If we do that, that sets a precedent. We could do it for any holiday. We could do it for Christmas. We could do it for Veterans Day. We could do it for Memorial Day. We could do it for Labor Day. We could do it for Ramadan. But we choose what we celebrate, right? And we choose to celebrate a very specific instance in 1621 where the Pilgrims peacefully broke bread and feasted with Native Americans, and that peace lasted for 50 years. So it sounds to me like we're in agreement with that then, that Thanksgiving is a good holiday.
As we see today, I do think it is a good holiday, but I believe there are
when's the last
some
time you
changes
bought
that
insurance
could
from
and
a
maybe
black
should be
guy?
made.
Okay, and you believe those, and we'll get to that in a second, but you believe those changes should be
Thanksgiving
based on
is
the
wrong,
idea
I don't want to be right.
of mass genocide that you said came from those very same Pilgrims.
Well,
very
not
unlikely
from
because
the
50
same
years.
Pilgrim, but like some of those same, but like also a lot of other colonists as well, coming from
colonists.
Yeah.
So you believe mass genocide was committed?
I do believe not an entire wiping out of the Native Americans, of course, but that tribe and a major genocide, yes.
Which tribe?
The Wampanoag tribe, I believe.
Is it Wampanoag or Wampanoag?
Wampanoag.
I don't know. No, you could be right and I could be wrong.
No, I'm
yeah, because
terrible.
I know that we're taught in school, right? Mass genocide.
Since like the first grade, really.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not true. There was no genocide committed.
Really?
Yeah, there wasn't genocide committed. There were wars fought. So there was actually an article, I think, in the University of Massachusetts that was written. It's the closest estimate that I've found. So, you know, the estimate of how many Native Americans were wiped out is about 50%. And that's a lot. But do you know how many of the settlers were wiped out? About 30%. So that's not really indicative of a genocide. That's indicative of wars that were fought, and one side won. And granted, it was a pretty one-sided battle with one side swinging the hammer, and that was the guys with the white beards and the funny hats, right, and funny uniforms. But that being said, you know, the Native Americans did try to commit genocide against other tribes. They tried to wipe other tribes off the face of North America. And so I think that if we're going to single out colonialists and settlers for what happened, I think we need to do it accurately. It wasn't mass genocide. There were wars fought and they were much more effective. We also need to recognize that it was happening on arguably a much more barbaric level before the settlers came here. And I don't think that's taught in school.
Right. I mean, I would just argue that a lot of the Native Americans were defending themselves, like on their land, the land that was theirs first, and then the colonists came, and yes, they broke. A lot of them were peaceful and tried to like break bread, as we now know, but
yeah,
they were a lot of the times initiating the conflicts, and that's not true all the time. I know, but.
Yeah, and the peace was broken because they killed an English translator, missionary too. Which, granted, that's a miscommunication. Doesn't mean that you start a whole war. But I'm talking about Native Americans within Native Americans. This idea that there was a peaceful horseback culture, it's just not true. I mean, I'm sure. Well, actually, maybe do you know that they hadn't domesticated horses?
I did not know that.
They didn't use horses. That's a big reason they got a lot of the diseases. They came in contact with animals that they'd never domesticated before. You know, there's this idea that we deliberately transmitted smallpox blankets centuries before germ theory, and the truth is, they had never been on a horse, right? And so you develop immunity. So it wasn't a horseback culture. They didn't use the wheel. It wasn't a peaceful culture. They would cannibalize people. Sometimes do it before they killed the rest of the family, so the family could know that their patriarch had been cannibalized. You know. So when we talk about this country and sort of, I don't think you're suggesting that we should give the land back to Native Americans.
No, it's. I mean,
because then you couldn't pick who. Do you give it to the Mohicans, to the Mohawks?
That's a whole different ballgame. Like
But I'm not denying the atrocities that were committed.
Right.
I just find it unproductive, and I think that this is kind of the through line, particularly on campus, to teach kids when we talk about Thanksgiving, to say, or Columbus Day, yeah, but actually they were a bunch of mass genocidist settlers, when that's not really the case. There was human nature at play, evil on all sides, and the colonialists, you know, what became the United States of America, are singularly unique for ending that barbarism in record time. So I think that's important.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I just think that, you know, celebrating it today, it's a totally different meaning. You know, it's just a day to come. You know, a lot of Native Americans, like, they aren't even like mentioned in the conversation sometimes when it comes to Thanksgiving by a lot of people today. It's just like a day of coming together with family, a day of just breaking bread, and that's great. I think that's awesome. I love Thanksgiving. I'm just saying that really that can be applied to any holiday, like you said, and I think you said that. I'm not sure.
We're gonna have to do a whole segment on how
choose to celebrate
Christmas
evil
and Easter are not pagan.
Could be used with any holiday.
Thanksgiving is definitely
and I
pagan.
think that we try to do that a lot with Thanksgiving because it tries to lay all over
Halloween's
the guilt
not
at the
even
feet of
pagan.
White European settlers, and I think it's an inaccurate depiction, whereas Thanksgiving is a very specific instance that we celebrate because it was a moment of the old world and new world breaking bread peacefully. And I think that that's not really taught very much. It gets lost in the shuffle, because the way I look at it is, hey, we did it once, we did it for 50 years, we should be able to do that again. You know, especially considering the negativity out there.
Yeah, and I would have to say though, like, and this could be controversial a lot by itself.
I think this is
like,
when I go
if
in.
I were to make like some sort of like comparison, right? It'd be like I've heard people make the argument that what if
I've yet to get to content
the Jewish
that I haven't
people
already
of Europe
before at some point.
You know, the 1930s, 1940s came together with
after
like, the Nazi
40
Party.
hours.
This was before like anything happened, right? And they had a great moment of peace and like broke bread and had like great conversation. A lot of like dictators, like where Adolf Hitler came together with like a lot of Jewish people and just like said like, hey, like we're bros and everything. And then the Holocaust happens. Like a couple months later, like, would you still celebrate that day that they came together and they broke bread if they made a holiday of that, you know, after the fact?
Well, yeah, I don't think it's an apt comparison. And the reason why is because it's not mass genocide. Again, when you have 30% of the settlers who were wiped out. I mean, how many Gestapo, how many SS were taken out by Jews? Not 30%.
Yeah,
None. No. They were taken out by, thank God, the settlers, the Americans, the New World, right? We came out, and Native Americans would have never been able to do that because they didn't use the wheel.
Right.
So I think, let alone planes.
Right.
I mean, that's an example too. Like right now, let's say the settlers had never come, right? And by the way, the idea of mass genocide, for example, like, I don't know if you know this, but Manhattan was purchased, the island of Manhattan. So we purchased it for what they call 60 guilders worth, which I know sounds like an RPG game, but that was basically a ship full of like close to 10,000 pelts and timber and nutwood. And it was a Lenape, and I believe the Canarsie, there's some dispute, but they lived in what we now know as modern Brooklyn, okay? So they sold it, it was purchased, and the colonists said, okay, we want to now live in Manhattan. Well, they didn't keep any records, and they didn't really understand the concept of personal property. So if they come back and say, well, we thought it was a lease, it's like, well, hold on a second. We gave you a ship full of thousands of pelts and wood because this is our land now. And then what we're taught in class often is they kicked people out of Manhattan. No, what happened was they believed they were purchasing Manhattan. These tribes didn't understand personal property the same way. So granted, there's a miscommunication, but after that, when the settlers had set up camp with their families and created the island of Manhattan, they said, no, you can't come back here and just take the land back. And then a war starts. I don't see that as genocide. That's different from Adolf Hitler saying we need to rid the country of Jews. That never actually happened here in the United States. We never sought to completely rid the country of Native Americans.
You don't think so?
No, we didn't. That's why you have more people who have a percentage of Native American than ever before. Like Johnny Depp is 1/16th Cherokee, or Elizabeth Warren, right? She's 1/1024th Cherokee. I guess she probably regrets that 23andMe now because she just proved that she's the whitest person in America. I have more sub-Saharan African in me than she has Cherokee in her. But there was a lot of intermarrying. There was a lot of intermarrying. The idea first was to have them assimilate, to become one culture. And if not, then there were wars that occurred. And by the way, the wars weren't just us versus the natives. The wars, we didn't have enough people. The wars were natives versus the natives who sided with the guys who had guns and horses. I mean, we talked just recently, we talked to the gentleman who was talking about
geometry, but I
South America. I think he brought up Cortez. There were only a few hundred conquistadors. And many thousands, right, of Mayans and Aztecs. What happened? Other tribes were enslaved, and they said, I'm going to take my chances with the guys with the red beards and shiny hats because I'm tired of being cannibalized, enslaved, and scalped. So this idea that it was mass genocide, that we tried to purge the country of Native Americans, and that it was a peaceful horseback culture that lived in harmony before us, it couldn't be further from the truth. It doesn't mean that there weren't acts of evil committed from some of the settlers. But I do think, and I would ask you this, do you think though, because it seems like some of this information is new to you, and I will tell you this, it was new to me when I was an adult because I was raised in Canada, I had to educate myself. But in school, they do disproportionately paint the acts of evil or weigh the acts of evil on the scale of the colonists and not really acknowledge the barbarism and brutality and violence from the natives that went on for far longer.
And I do think they do teach us about that aspect later, like maybe like in high school, or like definitely in college, right? Like the acts of brutality that the Native Americans did, like you were saying, the scalping, the cannibalism. It's just, I think especially in elementary school, they are trying to tell us, you know, that the colonists came and just kind of invaded these lands, which isn't true per se, but I do think they are the ones that initiated the conflict most of the time, and they are the ones that came to this land to try to take that land, and that's, I think that's a fact. I don't know if there's any disputes there, but like there is a racist, like I still think there is a racist intention there, not necessarily because of like the color of their skin in a sense, but they did come to like take these lands, and that breaking of bread on that day was important. But I think we should just also recognize that, and whether that includes like not getting rid of Thanksgiving, that's ridiculous, right? But maybe. But
you know, it's proposed by people. And sending like Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day.
Which like, I think maybe that grants a little bit more merit, but that's a topic for like another time. And I just
how do you
think
celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day? They were just here for a long time, and then someone discovered it. It wasn't Indigenous. We're choosing to celebrate a day where a new world was discovered. Doesn't mean that everything was perfect. So my point is, once you have the sliding scale of, since everything's not perfect, we have to throw the baby out with the bathwater and do it with the holiday, is not only something that I don't agree with, but I think there's a far more sinister undertone in that there is this proactive goal that I've seen on campus and from a lot of professors to paint Western European colonialists as far more evil or ill-intentioned than they were, and to gloss over the good that they did.
All right.
And I think they did a lot more good than the Native Americans ever did. I really do believe that. Let me ask you this. And I noticed your eyes go like, wait, what? Right? I saw that reaction. So before, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, right? First Thanksgiving, 1621.
Right.
So let's just start with Thanksgiving, right? 1621, because it's kind of the first main interactions. Okay. So before 1621, how long, and I know there were many Native American tribes, and they were warring with each other for a long time, but how long were they here before 1621? Thousands of years.
Yeah.
Let's just agree. Let's just put a general thousands of years. We both agree on that, right?
Right.
Okay, thousands of years. Okay. They were still enslaving, scalping, brutally beating, killing women, burning people alive, right? They were still doing that when the colonists got here. Okay. So 1621. From that point, how long did it take for us to actually just outlaw the practice of slavery?
From which point? From
1621.
Roughly 200 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thousands of years, no progress, 200 years, singularly unique, in not only ending scalping and burning alive and cannibalism, which they didn't engage in, but actually ending slavery, which, by the way, still goes on across the world.
Right.
Still goes on not only in the Middle East, but it also goes on in a lot of tribes that are mostly untouched by the New World. So I would say that if we're going to teach it, we need to teach that there was a war. One side won. Sure, they came and they conquered this land, and you can say that they stole it. You can even ignore all of the property rights and the treaties that were signed and just say they stole the land. That being said, they did far more as far as progressing toward human rights for everybody than the Native Americans ever had. And that's an irony that I think is lost on a lot of progressive students.
That is true. That is true. So I guess my question to you would be, so would you be in favor of creating a day of mourning, or would you just say they don't deserve it at this point?
I think that every single history class that's taught on campus is effectively a class of mourning. It's a curriculum of mourning. I think that if I were to go, and you can disagree with me and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think if I were to go into any history class that teaches about the early settlers here on UT campus, I would wager that 80% of them would teach the story of the colonialists as evil, as conniving, as trickery, and that they committed mass genocide. I think that's why you came in and used the word mass genocide. I think you're somewhat parroting from what you've learned from your professors. So I don't think.
I would agree with you there. That is the term. They do use mass genocide.
Right.
And I do not think it was a mass genocide. I do think there are aspects of it that were, though. But I do see your point.
I think massive numbers of people died.
Right. Right.
But sometimes it went both ways. For example, when the colonialists were caught by surprise. When you talk about Wounded Knee, they don't tell you that only 38 European settlers were killed because the number was disproportionate. One side had guns and horses. I mean, what's going to happen if there's a gang war here at UT and one side has cars and AR-15s and the other side has bow and arrows and they have to get on your bird scooters? I mean, it's not mass genocide. It's
kind of like what's happening in Hong Kong right now with the protesters.
Pretty much, yeah. Not exactly the same because it's not really mass genocide, but it is true that the people are being oppressed by
and using bows and arrows. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Have those been confirmed?
I think so. I think I've seen footage.
I haven't seen that footage yet, but I do know it is a disproportionate level of power from the government to these protesters. Anyway, that's a whole different discussion which we can get into. My thoughts and prayers are with those people in Hong Kong. Unlike the NBA, apparently they got to keep those dollars coming in from China. But my point is, there's plenty of mourning because that's what's taught to young people. I think that is what's primarily taught, and I think the scales have gone too far the other way, where when we want to celebrate Thanksgiving, there are far more people saying, well, actually, that's problematic, than there are saying, hey, let's take a moment to be thankful. I don't really think we need to put any more on that side of the scale. What I'm doing here is trying to re-tip the scale to say, no, the United States is a great country. I'm really glad that the United States exists. I'm really glad that they did discover the New World, and I'm going to give thanks on this day, regardless of what my professor tells me.
Right.
So. Hopefully, I hope that was productive.
Yeah, no, it totally was.
I really appreciate your candor too, and talking. It helps me to learn too what you guys are talking about in classrooms and stuff, because I suspect as much because of when I went to college, but Yeah, it's
and
it's
it
very one-sided.
It just helps have a conversation without.
I've never bought anything off Wish.
Yes. Well, there was someone who started there, and I think
unfortunately.
I think she shut him out.
Yeah, but I will just have to say, Jeff Epstein didn't kill himself. That's it. That's all.
If I tell my mom and she tells your mom,
that's the end of this.
If I tell my mom and she tells your mom.
Meredith.
Meredith. Stephen Crowder, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know how familiar you are with what we do with these Change My Mind segments, but the idea is that we sit down and rationalize our positions on controversial topics. It's not meant to be a debate. Today, I know this is a sensitive topic for a lot of people, Thanksgiving, particularly as the way it's taught on campus. I do not believe that Thanksgiving is a racist holiday. I think it's probably the most inclusive national holiday that we celebrate. I think it has done me good, will do me good. I say God bless it.
I need this in my life.
And if you disagree, you're more than welcome to change my mind. Happy Thanksgiving to you. What are you most thankful for?
It's like not what
I'm
you
most
ordered.
thankful for my family.
That's a nice one. You have a good family?
Yeah, my mom and dad. I wouldn't be who I am without them.
Oh, that's very nice. A lot of people were thankful to be going to UT, but you're the first one to say they were thankful for your family.
Keto is just like low
carb. I wouldn't be going to UT without my family. They're the root of everything I do.
Wonderful. So you're more than welcome to take this opportunity to change my mind.
Okay, here's what I think. I think that when you get down to the semantics of the platform, you know, Thanksgiving isn't racist, change my mind. I think
more meat and fruit and
from
veggies.
the jump, the lines get blurred.
Okay.
Because the denotation of the word racist is to have prejudice or discriminatory attitudes towards other races.
Sure.
Okay, and so I think that when we look at the semantics and the denotation, that no, Thanksgiving is not racist. I agree with you.
Okay.
However, I do think that its history is immovably rooted in some colonialist and oppressive events. I think that that's inarguable. I mean, I think that
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. I mean, I think
specifically.
Yes, Thanksgiving specifically. I think that, you know, and of course the history is pretty blurry and every single textbook seems to teach a little differently, but white settlers came over here and they displaced parts of native.
One second, did you say every textbook will teach it differently?
I mean, a lot of textbooks do teach it
that's
differently.
a problem. They shouldn't, because it's very
I was
clear.
gonna say it is a problem.
Yeah.
I just think that
1621, the Pilgrims of the Wampanoags.
That's when Kellogg shot our white.
Wampanoags. I always get the pronunciation wrong because I was raised in Canada where it's Iroquois and the Algonquins. I'm not as familiar with the American tribes, but no, it's very specific. 1621 when they had a feast.
my
with the
point
tribes.
is
A feast for 50 years.
that whenever you frame, like you said, this is a very sensitive issue for some people.
Sure.
And I think on some levels an important issue. Not a lot of it doesn't cross everybody's
That's me, Jose
minds.
Wheat.
Honestly, I never stopped to think, is Thanksgiving racist verbatim like that until I saw your poster walking to my table over there.
Okay.
My issue is that whenever you frame something like this as Thanksgiving is racist, you oversimplify it.
I'm saying it's not racist.
Yeah, you're saying it's not racist,
And it's a
but that's
response to people saying that it's a racist holiday,
it's
including
not
some
racist.
professors here.
It's not racist.
Okay, good.
However, I do think that, like, do you acknowledge that some of the history behind the Thanksgiving holiday is rooted in oppressive or colonialist histories?
Not Thanksgiving, no. So that's why I
Becca's
think it's
really done
important when
it
you
this
say
time, not
different
saying she's
textbooks
right,
teach different
but-
versions.
Of
What
history.
is your understanding of
really
why we
mad this
celebrate
time. That's
Thanksgiving?
Sean.
My understanding of why we celebrate Thanksgiving is that, okay, technically the first Thanksgiving is argued to have
So he was
been
just living
the
with our son
Pilgrims.
and
They were here, they had a successful harvest, and they invited some of the native tribes to come with them to celebrate their good harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's my understanding of it. However, Thanksgiving wasn't technically made a national holiday in the United States until 1863,
Right,
which
Abraham
was
Lincoln.
150 years later.
Sure.
So it's very blurry when the first Thanksgiving was, especially considering the native tribes, both in Europe and here in the United States, had feasts to celebrate
Regardless
harvest
of
for
when the
hundreds of
first
years.
Thanksgiving
So
was, we're celebrating
It's
the
not,
same.
it's not,
blurry.
it's not blurry. Let me tell you why.
I think it's blurry.
Okay, but it's not blurry historically. We actually have, and this is something that you'll read a lot online, we actually have multiple corroborating historical documents regarding the feast of 1621, including the names of attendees. And the reason that then you had George Washington, who wanted to make it a holiday
Mormons
in
ask you to
October.
say a prayer
Jefferson
with them.
didn't recognize it. The reason Abraham Lincoln recognized it, as he said in 1863, an official holiday, was after the Emancipation Proclamation, after some big battles in the Civil War. He said, we need a national holiday to unify the country right now, for there to be some healing. What example could we point to in history, very specifically, a very specific example where this has happened? Let's go to that perfect example, the convergence of the Old World and the New World in 1621, with those early settlers in the Wampanoag, sorry, I might get that wrong, tribes with peace that lasted for 50 years. For 50 years. So the reason it's a celebration, the reason it was recognized, by the way, the United States wasn't an actual country, so you have a lot of holidays that weren't federally recognized until later. But it was federally recognized later for that specific date in 1621. There is no dispute about that. Now, if you have a problem with other examples of colonial settling, and I think these are legitimate grievances, fine. But as far as Thanksgiving, the holiday and why we celebrate it, no, I don't think there's any deeply rooted racially motivated history or negativity. I don't.
I still think that the framing of the issue is poor on your part.
Okay.
And I think that stems back to a lot of what you do here and you conversing with all of these college students who ultimately, on average, aren't as well informed as you are.
Sometimes.
As a college student who had to do a whole lot of Googling before I came over here to talk to you, vetting the sources from which I was reading from on Google,
But shouldn't you all know that here if you're going to one of the best universities in the country?
You know we should, but we don't. And I think it's super easy for you to capitalize on that because you know more than we do, and your point is straight up, Thanksgiving is not racist, and it's really easy for you to make that point. And the first thing I said when I sat down is to agree with.
We don't have any professors willing to debate. If you know professors here would be willing to, we would be more than happy. I'd be more than happy.
Honestly, no, I don't. But
so you acknowledge that's a challenge as well. So if the
I acknowledge it's a challenge.
Can I just say one thing? If the professors won't engage in discussion, and they're not teaching you this, the fact that you have to, this is basic information that everyone should know about American history, Thanksgiving. That's not really a gotcha. That's actually a disservice from your college professors and your high school teachers to have not taught you the actual history of Thanksgiving.
Interest in the institute because there is no interest.
Will we not agree on that?
I suppose we could, yes.
Okay.
Let me pull you out of there.
Because my goal is not to be rude or to upset you. And I would like to hear what your point of view is. But no, I would disagree with you. You can still, I disagree with you that there is anything as far as racially supremacist or as far as violent colonialism with Thanksgiving, the holiday, why we celebrate it. I don't deny that there were acts of evil committed on all sides afterwards, but no, Thanksgiving, I have no problem with it.
Okay, and I will articulate that as fair, but I will also articulate that I still think there's a lack of accountability and acknowledgement. And I say accountability, but that's only because I can't think of a better word. At the end of the day, the Pilgrims were acknowledged as the first successful settlers, because there were a couple examples here and there of people coming here and trying to establish something. Right. But the Pilgrims are the most famous, successful example of European settlers coming to the eastern seaboard of the continental United States. Sure. And like I said, being successful in establishing a community. And I think that was the first domino.
Okay.
I really do believe that was the first domino.
Thanksgiving was a domino.
Not necessarily Thanksgiving was a domino, but the Pilgrims coming here was a domino. Okay. If you read about the history and all the subsequent years after Thanksgiving, Native peoples were killed by plagues and eventually displaced by the spread of colonies.
They were actually killed by plagues even before Thanksgiving because some of the French settlers left, and since they hadn't domesticated animals, they would come in contact with diseases. Like the idea that smallpox blankets, that's a myth. We didn't have germ theory, but they did come into contact, for example, horses. Did you know that they hadn't domesticated horses?
I did know that actually. Horses were
weren't domesticated. Yeah, and so actually, we came to an abandoned village at the time of Thanksgiving because they had already been wiped out due to some diseases. But I would like to hear about the dominoes. So the 50 years after Thanksgiving, because that's when warring started. The dominoes, and what do you think about that?
I think it's a domino effect, and I think that even if we acknowledge that Thanksgiving isn't racist, and that the people who celebrated the first Thanksgiving, as we call it, the first established ritualistic feast to thank God or the gods, whatever they believed, for their good harvest. I think that those people were the first truly successful settlers, and that they established a trend, and that from that point forward, subjugation and colonialism rooted in bigoted ideas and oppression, I think that's where it started.
Okay,
and
so now we're getting into colonialism. Let's have that discussion, because I've tried to focus on Thanksgiving, but I think that you've actually been very reasonable, and we've both agreed that Thanksgiving itself is not a problem, but it seems like you have a problem with the settlers afterward and colonialism, because I might disagree with you on that. So let's do that. Let's talk about that.
I don't think Thanksgiving, No, Thanksgiving is not a problem. What is a problem, however, is if we try to argue that we shouldn't acknowledge that there is bad history around the first Thanksgiving.
Later, afterward, yeah, over 50 years later. And but then I think we might disagree as to what history is bad or what the motivations were. So I actually think I'm still very grateful that they did settle here and that the United States was colonized so that we can sit here and have free and open discussions. So I'd love to hear your opinion on sort of colonization and what maybe would have been the right thing to do as opposed to what happened.
I don't think there was a right way to do it. I honestly don't. And I think that the way people thought back then wasn't suited to the right way to have done things. I wish that I could say, oh, well, they could have done it this way, and less people could have died, and less conflicts could have happened, and less native peoples could have been oppressed or subjugated or displaced. I wish that I could have some hypothesis. However, I don't think I have to have a hypothesis for a better way to say that the way it was done wasn't good enough or wasn't right.
I do agree that there are certainly some acts of evil committed on both sides. And in celebrating Thanksgiving, that's not the lack of recognizing that there were some acts of evil committed on both sides. For example, Native Americans have their own holidays that they celebrate, and they were far more barbaric and brutal toward each other than even the colonizers were. I mean, you can go back to the Mohicans versus the Mohawks, the Algonquins and the Iroquois. You go down south and you talk about the conquistadors. How do you think that Cortez came with 500 conquistadors and conquered tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people? Other members of tribes were being enslaved and forced to carry gold as well as being disemboweled and cannibalized, and they said, hey, we're going to go with the guys in the funny, shiny hats. So I think it's important, then if we do that, I agree with you. I think then we need to recognize the evil, which is a part of the human condition that was committed from all different groups, as opposed to singularly Western culture, Western Europeans, the Americans, the colonizers. The Native Americans engaged in acts of evil. The colonizers did at some point. They did try to trade, by the way, and purchase land, and there were some misunderstandings because they didn't have the same concept of personal property rights. You could certainly argue that in Africa they should celebrate no holidays because of the African slave trade. In the whole Middle Eastern and Arabic world, they still have slavery. My point is that doesn't discredit the positive that we find in a holiday. And I think that history, as being taught here on this campus, from what I've encountered, teaches that Western Europeans who came here, the colonizers, are singularly unique for acts of evil that were committed across the spectrum, when the reality is we were singularly unique in ending evil in record time. That's just an opinion.
Of course, I think these are all opinions that we've shared here.
Not as the history of Thanksgiving, but yes. Opinions on whether we think it's a good thing or a bad thing, sure.
I don't think that we should discredit the goods of the Thanksgiving holiday. I don't think it's racist.
They know how to market.
I don't think that it is inherently a bad thing. I simply think that if we're going to have this discourse, the first thing we need to do is acknowledge, like you said, that it's not all good and it's not all bad.
Right.
I think that most people don't have that general sense of awareness that it wasn't all good and it wasn't all bad.
I think most people have the sense of awareness in this campus that it was all bad.
I mean, the pilgrims didn't pull up and slaughter everybody.
No, of course not.
And the natives weren't complete savages, but then it also wasn't just everybody sitting there singing Kumbaya around the Thanksgiving table.
Of course not.
All of these are inaccurate representations.
It was at Thanksgiving. That's what's so unique about it. It was very peaceful. That's why I love Thanksgiving. It shows that it can be done. Right? Isn't that a good thing to highlight a moment in time of humanity where people came together regardless of cultural differences? I mean, you didn't speak the same language, old world, new world, and for 50 years lived in peace and celebrated and traded together. Isn't that something? There's so much negativity out there right now. Isn't that a good thing to find a silver lining and say, hey, we did it once, it can be done again?
Yes.
That's why I love Thanksgiving, and that's why the reason I say it's not racist
we don't know
is because it is being accused of being racist all across campuses in the country, and some people want to remove it from the national registry of nationally recognized holidays. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's a wonderful
China has smarter ways to take over America.
You know, I need to go, so before I do that, I'd like to loop back to my point that on a linguistic and semantic level, saying that Thanksgiving is racist makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay.
And it's fair for you to argue that Thanksgiving isn't racist, but what people are going to come here.
Can I take this stuff?
People are arguing about something different than what this sign says when they come and sit down here to talk to you.
Okay.
And I think it's really important that you know that. But I think you already know that.
I don't know what that means. Are you attributing motive?
I am attributing motive.
Okay, and what motive are you attributing?
I mean, like I said, I think you know that what college kids like me are going to come sit down and argue to you, and what you're going to argue to us isn't the same thing. I think that we're arguing two different points.
I think we are arguing the same points.
I don't think we're arguing the same points whatsoever, and I don't think anybody else who comes to sit down and talk to you today is going to be arguing the same points.
And what do you think they'll be arguing?
I mean, I think they're going to be looking at it from a different perspective. Like I said, or not like I said, like I thought, and if you had to say, my apologies.
It's okay.
What is this chick
most
talking
people are
about?
Look at it from a
Yummy
semantic
boy.
and
Hello from
linguistic
Texas. What's
perspective.
up,
Most
yummy
people
boy
are gonna
from
sit down
Texas?
and think, what is the word
But
racist?
I'm not, though.
No,
Pause.
I'm not saying.
I'm talking
No,
about the
I'm not
actual
talking about
history
you.
of things. Yeah, I know, but that's why I was
That's
very
his
clear
name
in
is
saying
Yummy Boy.
there
I
were
didn't
acts
call-
of evil
I didn't
committed
name him that.
all across the board, but Thanksgiving
Oh,
itself
sir,
is a
I
beautiful
hadn't
thing.
finished.
Okay.
Sir, I haven't finished.
Most people aren't going to think, what does the word racist actually mean? And does it make sense for them to pose this question this way? And so most people are going to come and talk about the evils of colonialism and how the colonizers were
Keep it
racist.
100.
And
Thanksgiving
are going
is
to
every
be
second
arguing
of
about
existence
something
fact.
completely and
Today
totally
that
different
it's
than what
elected
you
is
were
universal.
going to be
No,
arguing.
we've already
Like a
discussed that with
song.
several people. We did that here right now.
Interpretude.
I know,
I
I'm
didn't cut
just-
you off. You made your
I don't know what
points,
that
and I think that we
means.
both have had
Interpretude
a
in different,
productive
interpreted
discussion,
in
and I
different
was open to
ways.
talking about
For a Christian, it means
colonialism
one
exclusively
thing:
outside of
Christ's
Thanksgiving,
word.
too.
I just think
Honestly,
that
I
the
do
issue has
hate
been
living in
poorly
Alabama.
framed, and that if you want to incite an intelligent
You hate living in
discourse
Alabama?
about
Why,
such a
yummy
prevalent
boy?
issue, then you should frame it
Pause.
differently.
How would you frame it? Because right now they want to remove it from the nationally recognized holidays because of it being racist. I disagree, so I'm stating emphatically, declaratively, I don't think it's racist. I think it's a wonderful
No, I don't know
holiday.
if he's a
How
troll.
would you
He's
frame
just
I wouldn't just say
somebody
Thanksgiving isn't
somebody
racist,
named
change
Yummy
my
Boy
mind.
with
I would
Chinese
say,
letters.
here are the
Who lives
positives
in
of
Alabama.
Thanksgiving. I acknowledge XYZ negatives.
Wait, it says hello from
but
Texas.
I still don't think it's racist.
But honestly, I
And we
do
did
hate
that. I've
living
said
in
that in this very
Alabama.
But
discussion.
somebody has to come and sit
That's
down
tough to
next
fit on
to
a
you.
sign.
It is tough to fit on a
But
sign.
we talked about it.
We did talk about it, but most people aren't going to come and sit down and talk to you. Those people out there can barely even hear us.
But that's their problem.
And most of these kids are uber catchy liberal and aren't going to go watch your YouTube channel to hear what you actually have to say.
Thanksgiving.
It is kind of sad that most people don't contribute their time to hearing both sides' point of view, but that's just the reality of it.
And that's why I have to do the job that
It's clickbait
admittedly
and
your own
thumbnails.
professors don't do.
It's clickbait and thumbnails and
I disagree with you. I don't
YouTube
think that I
titles.
don't think that an hour and a half unedited video uploaded is clickbait. But I appreciate you taking the time.
Be sure to tune in next Monday for a special bonus edition of Change My Mind. Hey, if you enjoyed this installment of Change My Mind, click one of these other installments in the videos playing in boxes here. That's the only way you'll find them, because if you search Change My Mind, they might
Think
not
about
show
moving
up.
out of Kentucky soon, looking for a Texas
Subscribe, hit the
home.
notification bell, and we'll see
Nice.
you, but we probably won't.
I can't play Joe Rogan.
So you're more of a classical liberal. You're not.
Yes.
You're not a shout people down or call them Nazis. So I disagree with. You don't believe me to be a Nazi, correct?
No, I'm just joking.
So this is very rare. Like, I would rather have a beer with you than probably like 90% of my conservative friends, because I think we'd actually learn something from each other.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, time for a bonus edition of Change My Mind. In our latest installment, we pushed back against the increasingly accepted narrative that Thanksgiving is a racist holiday. And it really did lead to some
Where
great
is
productive,
dog meat?
rational conversations that you can watch by clicking the
Have you
video
played this game
above.
before?
Which reminds
Yeah.
me, with all of these Change My Mind
never
videos,
beaten
I
it.
haven't taken the time to ask
I've
you,
never
have
beaten
you
it.
used these techniques?
But I feel like I haven't gotten
And what kind
into
of results
any
have you
new
seen? Have you had
content
any
yet. Like
conversations with people
4
that are
years
surprised,
ago, I had a
productive,
laptop
or rational?
and I
Let me know
played
in the
this
comments
game
below.
in the
As
dang
always,
homeless
however,
shelter.
We did have those
And guess
who
what?
were
My
less
laptop got stolen.
enthused about the mere
That's a true
idea
story.
of us being there.
And I think I probably put about 40 hours in. And I'm right about that same point. And I'm thinking I'm just now getting new content, but I feel like I remember that memory segment thing. I know I did a lot more building
worms are eating them.
building up fortresses and bases in my other playthrough, but I didn't beat the game. My laptop got stolen before I beat the game. So now I'm going through. This is like my second really playthrough. And then there's been other times where I played it a little bit.
I do.
Came here to watch some Fallout content. Well, my
It's
friend.
sad when they don't sit down. You never know who you miss. You never know who
Welcome.
you miss, which is why I wanted to set
Am I
this
supposed to be
conversation
chasing
with
it?
Phil, a self-identified classical liberal, aside as its own video to show you just how great a conversation
It's Thanksgiving.
reaching across the aisle
Yummy
can
boy.
be.
What's your name, sir?
Phil.
Phil, nice to meet you,
Nice to
Phil.
meet you.
All right, I don't know if you're familiar. Do you want to wear the hat?
Do I have a perk
You
right
will?
now?
I will.
Give it up for Phil.
I feel like I got to like level 20 to 22 in my
You got a big nod, and I
first
have a big head too.
playthrough, which
Do you have
wasn't a
hard time finding
playthrough.
hats?
'Cause I
Yeah,
didn't
it was
beat it.
very rough as a child.
That
So.
one size fits all is bullshit, isn't
It's
it?
so bullshit, dude.
I had the same thing. I had a pair of Goosebumps boxers as a kid. I don't know
yeah,
if
yeah.
maybe you're too young.
I'm
Do you
familiar,
remember
I'm
Goosebumps?
familiar. Oh, yes,
so the
sir.
book came with a pair of glow-in-the-dark boxers.
Yeah.
I was a fat little kid.
What's that mean in
It wasn't one
Chinese?
size fits all at all.
Rough, yeah.
Also,
What does that mean
huge
in the
pecker. So,
Chinese?
that was the real problem.
Yeah.
What was your name again, sir?
Phil.
Phil. Okay, Steven. Sorry, single syllable names are hard for me. So I don't know if you're familiar at all with the show, what we do.
I'm somewhat familiar.
Okay. So today we've been talking about this. I'm sure you've obviously
That
heard some of the
dance.
controversy. It happens
Yes,
with Columbus
yes,
Day,
of
and a
course,
lot of
yes.
people want to remove Thanksgiving.
I want dog meat
from
back.
even
I
the list
don't
of
like
nationally recognized holidays because they believe it's
other
racist.
companions.
I do not believe that's
Just
the
want
case.
the dog.
I think Thanksgiving is a wonderful holiday. I think
Definitely
it's arguably the
not
most
taking
inclusive holiday that
Piper.
we
Are
have.
these Raiders?
Has done me good, will do me
Well,
good.
let's
God
get
bless
it.
That's an Ebenezer Scrooge line from his little nephew there. And happy Thanksgiving to you. Before we get to changing my mind, what are you most thankful for?
Yeah, you just
I'm
got
probably
hit
most
with a
thankful for my
dang
wonderful
molly.
mother. She did a lot for me growing up.
Yeah?
And
Got
she
hit
was a
with the
single,
molly.
single mother for a long time. And then, you know,
I only have
she got a wife.
34% on my
she's
head. My
lesbian.
VATS is way low.
Yeah.
What do I do
But,
to get
she,
that?
she definitely did well for
No,
what she
was
had.
she
Chinese
a lesbian when
letters.
you were young?
I'm not calling
She
you
was
that.
actually bi, so she married my father.
YB. I'm gonna call you
They got
YB.
divorced, and then she found herself a very wonderful wife.
And did she always know she was lesbian?
How do
No,
I?
she did not.
So she
Well,
found it out
well,
later.
she's bi, so.
Okay. Did
So,
she
yeah.
always know she was bi?
No, she did not. So.
So was it? I'm only curious because was it after the divorce where she
Yes,
then
it was.
realized,
It
like,
was.
experimented? And
In Korea, you get shot for that.
I knew a guy who was married and then she left and she became a lesbian. And I'll tell you this, he was devastated. It was hard.
Maybe in North
There's a lot of
Korea.
sort of internalization.
It's not South Korea, though.
But
I don't know.
he
I
thought,
get
like,
them
what did I
switched.
do
Am I
wrong?
wrong?
Exactly, yeah.
Just turned out she was a lesbian.
I just
You
watched
know?
the
Didn't know
interview
anything.
the
Okay.
other night. Great.
Sorry, we've gone off on a tangent.
you're
This is what
okay.
happens when I've been sitting down for hours.
I bet.
Is
and
that
I
my
set my
dog?
hands a little too tight again because of the one size fits all. So
Raider.
what do you disagree with here on the
Yeah,
premise?
why?
I'd like to
I
change
do
my mind.
agree that it isn't
Speaking
racist, but I
of
feel that
eating dog.
Thanksgiving is very much more ignorant, and I
That's
would
a
say
bear.
it isn't inclusive, though we tried to be inclusive.
Okay.
That's my side of the argument.
How so?
First off, I'd like to say that
I'm just gonna let them
of
tear
course,
it
this is
up.
all around 1617,
Yeah,
1621.
I did.
But Thanksgiving actually didn't become a national holiday until about 1863
it.
from
Oh,
Abraham Lincoln. But this comes very
Eat
much
it.
after, say, the 1830, the Indian Removal Act, and basically our deep history with Native Americans. And of course, they've had their the wars and the conflicts between them, but we've also had our conflicts with them.
Right.
But then. So I just feel that when we gloss over that kind of stuff, when we just make it a national holiday, years afterward, and then when I go back to my elementary school days, I just remember being in the cafeteria.
49?
half the
My
class is dressed
my
up as
VATS
pilgrims
is
and half
way
of us are
low
dressed up as
still.
Native Americans, and we don't really learn anything about it. We just see.
Korea doesn't mean anything. It's
hold
just a
hands and sing
word.
Kumbaya.
Yeah, but tell me how to
And
play
it's just- I just feel
Fallout.
that
'Cause I suck.
though it may not
I
be
need help.
racist, I'd say that the background that comes with it is very much unexplained.
What do I need to
especially
be
at an early
skilling
age,
up?
and that I say that it shouldn't be canceled as a
I'm level
national holiday, but I
18.
feel that the awareness of the people is very low than what
We're
it
taking the
probably should
hide
be.
and we're taking the
Okay.
meat. We haven't been back to
I
sell
actually
stuff
appreciate
in
that.
a
Now, see, I was
while.
raised in Canada.
Gotcha.
Canadian Thanksgiving is.
Whoa! Shh.
It was in October, but I'm
Can
sure
we
you know
quick
some of
save?
the history
Because
about if you
I'm
remember
about to
George
die in
Washington
fire
wanted to
and
recognize it as a holiday. I
Yes,
think
he
October
did.
4th, and
Absolutely.
Jefferson didn't want to celebrate it. And when you said actually that you were going to go to the fact that it wasn't an actual holiday, I thought you were going to go to
Oh,
what's often taught in
shoot,
schools,
he up on a
the
power
import letters,
line.
where
Yeah,
there was a
right.
war with the Pequods, and
I
people
got
try to
something for
conflate
you,
that
my boy.
sometimes and say, well, look, he had
Yo, I got-
Thanksgiving for victory in
oh.
battle.
Yes,
It wasn't at
right.
all the same. So we both do agree that it was the 1621.
What's your favorite Fallout game? Mine is
Yes,
Fallout
right.
3. I like
And
New
that Abraham
Vegas.
Lincoln was recognizing that as a symbol.
Actually,
Right, yes.
Yes.
yeah, I like New
And
Vegas
I
more
wanna
than this
be
one
very
so
clear.
far, but I haven't
I
beaten
don't
this
disagree
one
on anything
yet,
else that
so.
you presented.
I need to
regarding
run,
that.
but I'm overweighted.
I would say Indians removal, but Native
Oh,
American
shit, I'm gonna
Like one thing, this is a good example. I can't. If I say my favorite Richard Pryor album is, I can't say it. I can't say
you
the
can't
N-word
say
in
it
an
because
album.
it's
Like,
called.
So we can't even talk about the Indian Removal Act.
Right, exactly.
I have to say Native American Removal Act anyway. So if I offend you, or let's just assume that we get the wrong words here.
Gotcha.
Now that being said, being from Canada, I only learned about the evils of colonialists,
Gotcha.
and most people who sit down today with me said that's what they've learned here. As a matter of fact, none of them were aware of a lot of the barbaric practices from Native Americans.
Stemmies?
Not a single one knew that they hadn't
tear it up.
domesticated horses. Not a single one knew that they didn't use the wheel. And of course, right, you watch the Disney film, you see, Pocahontas or any, you see them on horseback culture, right?
He's got a missile launcher. That we see. As a matter of fact, I'm not gonna get to loot him once he falls off that dang piece. Yeah.
So I see much more misinformation going the other way. But I do think
I'm
that
overweighted,
it's important to delineate between the fact that we're
need to go
celebrating
sell
Thanksgiving at a
stuff.
very specific moment in time, where they feasted together and they relied on each other, right?
Like
the
Backstreet Boys, or you bet wrist dance?
Wampanoag is how I think it, but someone else corrected me. So it was like
Yeah, we still got Lord Spike Protein and Raymond up in the house.
The early settlers and the Wampanoags.
Sorry guys, it's just chill night. We got Thanksgiving coming up tomorrow.
And I think that's a good thing. And I think it's a good thing that Abraham Lincoln, even after all of the misdeeds that were committed, and I think some of them are misunderstood.
I think there's one more.
That it was a good thing to try and create a unifying holiday for people to be.
I don't know where he is.
And I think the danger in what we see, and I don't think that you're suggesting this, but saying, okay, yes, this was a good holiday, but bad things happened afterward, therefore we need to attach this to the holiday, sets a really bad precedent because you would have to.
Where is he? He's over there somewhere.
So that's where I'm feeling. So like, you're absolutely right that people do connect it, but I feel that the reason that we do that is just because we're so
He's not a
misinformed.
threat.
So I
Or
feel
maybe
that
dog
what
meat
happens
is
is
trying
that
to eat
one
him.
side says like, yeah, of course
I don't
we
have
have
dog
then,
meat.
like you were saying, I
Damn
was
it.
hearing it when I was
I'm-
over there. Here you're saying,
Oh,
like,
I'm really
they did
upset about
awful
this
stuff to
dog
each
meat
other, and we
situation.
basically just subjugated, and then that helped other tribes.
Yummy
et cetera,
boy,
et cetera.
do you
And
know how to
it's
play
like,
this game? How do I get
but I
dog
feel
meat
that-
back?
I
No
don't understand
disrespect,
what
but
I'm
you're
saying.
making
I
this
certainly wasn't saying that
overcomplicated. It's online
Western
game.
Europeans are blameless.
Absolutely, no, right, exactly.
It's
But
online
it's
game,
just
it's
like
not my real
the
thing.
fact that we did
Facts.
these kind of things, and then
He's right.
So I
Lord
feel that
Spike
when we
Protein.
have one side that
Listen,
doesn't
we
connect
can't
it at
be.
all, we just feel like we just have the
I have
unitary,
this
like,
tagged
we're all
as a
friends for 50
Fallout
years,
gaming,
blah, blah, blah.
so
And
we
then the other
can't
side,
be
it's like, no, they're absolutely 100%
overly
connected.
cautious of
And it's
every
like, that's
name
just
that
not
jumps into
true.
chat.
But I feel that there should be sort of like, I guess, a 50-50 where we have one side that's willing to say like,
If this
though
person
Thanksgiving
knows
is
Fallout,
not a
they're
racist
Fallout
holiday,
friends.
It definitely should
Tell
be
me,
something that's more based around
yummy
not say
boy.
awareness, but more just
Pause.
historical context. Like, yeah, we did have a peace with them, but we also have to
I
identify
do just
what
not
we
like
also did to
saying.
them, while the other side
I
should
wish
say,
I
like,
spoke.
yes, we had a lot of war with them, but we also did have a
I would
peace
read
time.
that.
And then something like Thanksgiving is actually one of the greatest times for U.S. history, in my opinion.
Oh, okay, well, good. So
You're
you
carrying
that
too much
specific
and
date,
can't run. I understand
Thanksgiving
this.
is one of the greatest. Yeah, 1621.
Yummy
The reason why I feel
boy,
like
how do I
something,
get my dog back?
So controversial is that there's
If I go to
actually no
Sanctuary,
history
he
of
should be
invitations
chilling there,
to
right?
the
But I
tribe
can't
as well.
get to
Hold on a
10
second.
pounds
Let's do-
over.
That is semantics because we actually have not only written documentation, we have the list of attendees, but we have the list of attendees of the settlers. Now, it's for the same reason that we have a basically
door
written
opens.
contract of the purchase, I talked about this earlier, of Manhattan for 60 guilders, Native Americans didn't keep records. So
that's
even
the
though there
issue.
was no official invitation,
Try
they
going
wouldn't
back
have
to
been
Red
able to sign
Rocket.
it anyway.
Exactly.
But
Ah,
there are
okay,
plenty
that
of
makes
records
sense.
that
He's
they
e-
were
yeah,
at
he'll either
foot
be
with.
at Sanctuary or
Do
Red Rocket.
Either one of us dispute.
I
that
accidentally
Native
switched to
Americans
Paladin
feasted
Dance.
with
I don't
the
like
settlers?
having.
I do not dispute that.
Okay, so that's kind of a
But it's
semantics game, but
for me, it
I
would just be like how
only
it
have
appeared.
37
Was an
10
official invitation sent out, or was it just more of like they just walked in and they
That
were
makes
welcome?
sense. That makes
So
sense.
it's-
See?
that's what I. That's
Chill
what
out,
I-
From
Lord
what I
Spike.
understand, and it seems like you might know more about the history than I do here.
Yummy
There
boy
were,
knows.
in celebratory
Yummy
shows,
boy is
like
just
warning
a
shots using their
Fallout
armaments.
gamer.
And so what happened was that, hey, what's going on? And then
He
they
knows
realized
to go
that
to
they
Red
actually were
Rocket
celebrating.
Exactly.
And
to
then
get
at that
Spike,
point, they decided
to
to celebrate
get
together.
dog
and feast.
meat
So it
back.
wasn't necessarily planned like a formal dinner invite.
Gotcha.
But there was concern, right? They were leery, obviously. They're going, who are these new people in the new world? And then they feasted together. I don't know if you've read that.
I've
but-
read some parts of it.
Yes. So, and I do, and I appreciate that you're being straightforward about that because you'll have a lot of professors who say, well, there's no written invitation, therefore it didn't happen. There's so
technically
much
there's not,
document.
but
There's not a written
documents
invitation
saying
to
that they were there and
right.
So yeah.
And
so
list of attendees.
It's more of like, even though they're not.
You
but
better
it
get
might
bipped
not
up,
be
Raider.
100% evidence. It's likely, most likely, 99%.
What's
I love
your,
this 10
ancestry
millimeter
yourself?
that they
What are you?
explode
I
on
am
shot.
half Filipino, then half white. So you're
Half Filipino, half
Italian
white.
and Polish.
And you could go either way. Right,
Right,
because
exactly.
Filipino, that's what my guy,
Italian or
quarter black hair,
Polish,
people
you
think he's
got it
Mexican all the
either way.
time.
Yeah,
It's like-
exactly right.
His dad looks really black, and
Yeah,
then he looks
exactly.
really white, but sometimes feels like he's Mexican. But the reason I say it is because let's say, and I think sometimes we overcomplicate history, and this isn't.
I don't know why I just took
I
that
think this is
telephone.
one of the most interesting discussions to me, but I know no one else is going to be interested in this, so we can just talk
I think
about
it's
this.
a wonderful discussion.
Let's say, I'm trying to think, let's say right now you had some kind of a gathering. Let's say we had a gathering, right? Of course. And people came from, I'm trying to think of some kind of a tribe that maybe has been untouched by the modern world.
I swear there's a perk that makes
whatever it is.
headshots
Let's say people
stronger
came in
and
with very, very complicated. Let's say people from Dagestan.
I leveled up.
And there's
Leveled
no way to
up.
pronounce their names,
Let's
and
get
they
a
weren't able to read or write.
Gotcha.
Right?
Let's
And we're
get
going,
a
okay, so we had a
GG.
dinner, so
in chat,
so
level
Phil's
up.
Here, Steven is here, and the guy goes, "You're Slyman, leave it ish," and you're like, I don't, and he goes, sign, and he goes, I don't know how to sign, and you go, all right, we're
training.
gonna mark that down as 1.
Gotcha.
So they had the names of the settlers, and they had a general attendance record of how many natives were there. But let me ask you, like, how would you?
All right, yummy
This
boy.
is something I often think about. Well, I go, well, hold on, I'm thinking
He's
about
not at Red Rocket. You should go where you told Dog Meat to go last.
You couldn't pronounce their name.
Well, I didn't tell him to go anywhere. What happened was when I did the Brother of Steel thing up into the airship, I had him with me, and then somehow I accidentally switched to Paladin Dance.
Sound like racist, but let's be honest, that to the settlers,
But I've been up to the airship, and he's not up there.
They were generally the same height, black hair.
So I think you're right. He might be at Red Rocket.
Right, exactly. 40 times.
But what should I do here? What should I put a point in? Because
every person here,
should I get my?
And it could just be because I'm
so I feel like locksmithing. I need to get locksmithing and hacker up all the way up, so that I can get in all the safes and all the terminals, right?
So I would just write down 16.
But I'm at level 18. Is that important right now? Should I focus?
Sort of absence of specific.
Also, should probably boost up all these
then and you have
things.
professors, which is really irresponsible.
How do I get?
Using that as
Where's the
evidence of
headshot
absence
bat?
that happened.
Is that a thing?
The preponderance of evidence.
Better
seems like we both
criticals?
agree on
No,
this.
of course.
Do I need
Which
more
appreciate,
luck?
But
For me, when I look at absence of
Criticals do
evidence, I just like it to
more
leave it.
damage.
I wouldn't say. I like to leave it open, I guess you could say.
Right.
I'd say like I would look at the more likely cause, and I would assume that the most likely.
Not at
reason
Red Rocket. Go
would
to your
be
other
the correct
settlements.
reason.
Right.
And
I think he'll be at.
other
I think
evidence
he'll be
would
at
appear.
Sanctuary or Red
When I
Rocket.
just have that
But
absence of evidence, I just look at it as what's more
should
likely.
do
And I think
here?
that
Science.
happens a lot
Take
when you
full
look at
advantage
Native
of
American
advanced.
history with their
I
relationships
also
with
want to get
the
my.
early settlers. I mean, not only do they not speak the same language,
How do I build
not
my
only do they not communicate
settlement
the same way,
level
but the
higher?
way they
I don't
viewed
really care
women,
about
the way
that
they
stuff.
viewed nature, the way they viewed
Rage,
property were
kung
very,
fu.
very different.
Oh, absolutely.
And so sometimes people go, well, they tried to steal this land. They go,
Intimidation.
hold on a second. What if they just wanted to steal the land and they had
I
guns
can't even get
and
any of
horses?
these, so let's
Why did they
not
just steal their
focus
land?
on them
Why
yet.
did they pay so
Science,
much?
take full advantage of advanced
Right,
technology
being given. They obviously were under the impression
to
that they were
base
purchasing
level
this
and
land.
rank 1
But
high
when you're
tech
purchasing land from someone who doesn't understand the concept of land purchasing, and they come back in, you're
Gun
like,
mods?
it'd be like you buying a house from me selling it to you, but me thinking
Plus
it's a
10 rad
lease, and then me
resistance.
walking in
I
on
like
your house 2
packing
years
it.
from now, I'm like, okay, I'm coming back, and you shoot me. I'm like, what the hell? You're like, I don't remember you.
Exactly.
A lot of that happened with those early relationships.
Demolition
and unfortunately,
expert.
in academia, it's chalked
Supposed
up
to
to
do plus
genocide or
25%
racism.
more
So
damage.
that's a problem.
Well, the reason why I would associate, I wouldn't say genocide, but like mass murdering. The reason I would associate it is just because when it became a national holiday, because when you set it at 1863, because they say if it was, I don't know, 1700, say if that became a national, not even
Weapon
1700,
mods.
1787, when we first made,
I like
when we first
blacksmith.
got the Constitution signed. Say if that same
Life
day we
giver.
made Thanksgiving a national holiday.
Plus 20 to
makes
max
sense to me.
health. Is
But the
that
fact that it
good?
came after the
Requires
removal
endurance.
acts,
That's
after
based off
Wounded Knee,
endurance.
after
My endurance is
these
high.
huge conflicts that resulted in just basically us being.
We boost
I wouldn't say
intelligence,
unscathed,
we gain
but basically
experience
untouched.
quicker.
Well, we left them and.
Well, I would disagree with that. Maybe this is something that, because I was doing quite a bit of research on this. So do you know how many of the natives were actually wiped out, as far as an estimate?
Yummy boy, what do I put a point
I
in?
know it's
You think?
less than what people assume.
It's about
Fortune
50%.
Finder.
But do you know
We
how
got
many of the settlers are
caps.
estimated to
We
have
got
been wiped out
caps.
during those
Stop
wars?
worrying about caps.
It's a higher amount.
30%.
Cap
There you
collector,
go.
buying
So if you
prices
think about
of
it, like at that
vendors.
point, you
We,
can look at
I mean, we got the base, and that's about all we
Indians
need, I
Removals
think.
Act, sorry, the Native American Removals Act, and go like, well, just because they hated them, or you can also look at it and
I
go,
like
hold on a
having
second.
dog meat
Even
as a
though it was a
gang.
one-sided war,
No, of course.
at that point, by the way, they had guns.
Especially with the raids that they did on Detroit back in the day.
Yes.
No longer take radiation damage from swimming and can breathe underwater. I feel like that's
weird
one.
blend.
Not yet.
But,
What build are
I
you
think it's
going for this
important to note
playthrough?
that
I don't even know about all that.
Because
You
genocide.
tell me, I can tell you what to put your point in. I don't even know about all that right now. This is I've never beaten the game.
How many Nazi
This is
officers were
technically
killed by
my
dudes
first
who
full
were interned?
playthrough.
Maybe a couple of them like accidentally knocked over an armoire and killed them, but certainly not 30%. These were wars
See, I know
that
the
went both ways,
Skyrim
and by the
way.
way,
I don't know
So
this.
what would your definition of mass genocide be? Just wondering.
I just want to know what I need basic points in, and then stop putting
effort
points into
approach
that.
setting out to
Things that I need to
eliminate
have.
people based on particularly
Because I'm only level
race,
18, right?
creed,
So
or
what's
religion.
should
I
I
don't think that
should I
happened.
focus on just
By that
maxing
definition,
all
no.
these out?
Because
These
if you
top
talk about
level
Indian
ones.
Removal Act or Native American Removal Act. Technically, it wasn't elimination.
Should
it was
I
just
I like shooting. I like guns.
Push
I'm
to get into that
not a
and again, some
melee
of that
guy.
goes back to disputes over sort of land rights as well.
I like long range
this
guns,
idea that we
riflemen.
came in and just said we're pushing
But
you out.
for now, I
Hold on a
need
second, that
base
doesn't
ones,
really,
right?
you
Because
can't
I'm
really
not even
juxtapose that
level
with the
20
idea
yet.
that we're really the first nation to create reservations where they have particular rights that nobody else does, where they can have casinos or not
Kind of sounds
necessarily
like
pay the same
racism.
taxes.
No such thing as racism.
Like that doesn't really kind of jive with what people think the Indians Removal Act. Doesn't mean that it was right. No, of course. But I think let me ask you this, because I'm curious, since you're a reasoned
You can
person,
hack
and I
master
think this is a productive
terminals.
discussion. You go to UT. I do, yes, sir.
I've never even seen a
How
master
much
terminal.
of this do you think people are taught in
I'm getting a little
classes?
tipsy, guys.
I would presuppose.
I need
especially
better
based on my
VATs.
experience here,
Isn't there a
that most
headshot
kids
one
learn
in
of
VAT?
the evil of colonialist settlers, and that there was this peaceful horseback Native American culture, and that we came, conquered it, and committed mass genocide. How much of that is taught versus what we're talking about right now?
How do I
Would
increase
you,
my
by
VATs?
estimation, totally opinion
Yummy
speculation,
boy,
of
this is
course.
what I want. I want to increase my VATs accuracy.
just like,
And I swear there's
because,
something
of
that
course,
makes your
everyone is a history
headshots
major
better in
or
VAT.
something related to that subject.
Reverse
If we're talking about
commentary
just
means
basic
automatic.
classes,
I
you
don't
get,
really use a lot of
firearms done,
automatic
I'd say probably
weapons.
about 90 to 95%.
Okay.
But then when you take those history-based classes where
Like
it's
a
specific
sniper
for a major,
for-
then you'll start seeing these histories.
I want to
was
be a
very fortunate,
sniper.
As
How about
through
that?
Middle school, actually, I had a Texas history teacher.
Okay.
But
I almost
he-
want to just get
his-
a heavy
honestly,
bat
his class was the
right
hardest
now.
class I've ever taken in my life. Harder than classes I'm taking now.
Because they made you rationalize your position and
Absolutely.
everything. Yeah,
So
I had a teacher
for
like
me,
that too.
I'm liberal leaning. When it comes to this stuff, I would love to see. I wouldn't eliminate the holiday, but I would love to see more.
Stay on target.
just
Hip fire
more
accuracy
history,
is
I guess, to be more
improved.
exposed.
So you're more of a classical liberal.
That's pretty
You're not-
good.
You're not a
That's
shout
pretty good.
people
Get
down
up
or
close
call them
to-
Nazis who I
of
disagree
course.
with. You don't believe me to be a Nazi, correct?
No, I'm just joking.
Put the point
But,
into live. Give
No,
her-
no, I appreciate that.
But I was very lucky because he basically, even though we're Texas history, he started at the
Life
at the
giver?
year 8-11.
Yeah.
And then worked his way up, and then he would even talk about
Plus 20
Born and
maximum
raised in
health.
Texas?
I
Yes,
thought
sir,
about
born and
that
raised
too.
in Austin, actually.
Okay.
And it looks
You know
like
what?
Jesus. That's always
I
cool.
think you and I probably have a very similar story, and that if you would have been raised in Canada, like you'd probably be.
It's either life giver, strong back. Is it? My question is there
there
something that helps my VATS accuracy with
Right,
headshots?
just because I believe that it is the correct side as far as legislation. Exactly. But I think that having a teacher who taught you to think critically, and you were probably steeped in deeply Southern Christian conservative culture more so, thinking critically.
Yeah, my family was very much not a Christian family, very much, because especially with her being a lesbian,
Right.
it wasn't a very good connection. And then also my parents are also deaf, so we
Agility
also-
training is good
Yes, sir.
too.
Oh man.
So it was just a lot of
Agility training,
conflict with both
life giver.
with religion, with ideas of curing, and like.
So you were a smart guy who thought critically and probably.
Good recommendation.
Would it be fair to say naturally inclined toward a more
I hope
contrarian
that's not a
point of view?
totally wasted point.
I would say so.
You're
That was me in
trolling.
Canada.
Gotcha.
And in Canada, we don't have a conservative. Well, in Quebec anyway, we have liberals and liberal separatists.
Yeah, right.
And so I would sit there and I would learn about how bad America was. So I was just being taught about how evil the settlers were.
Yes, there is, but if you don't have
and
a
how
lot
much
of
more peaceful
perception,
the
you
founding
can't
of Canadian
get it.
history was, and I'd be like, well, hold on. a
Well,
second.
then I should have
That's
put my
because you still
point
have
in
the queen in your money.
perception
You
then.
off the royalty. Like that's kind of a big deal. And so I do think there is a byproduct with intelligent people naturally going against the grain, taking a contrarian viewpoint. Which for you being raised in a more conservative Christian area,
Yeah, I was very
resulted
concerned about
in you being more liberal, but a classical liberal,
Yes,
which is probably
yes,
why I'm
sir.
more of a classical conservative in that I'm not, like what people would
Problem
call.
is I don't have dog.
I don't even know what they call now, like alt-right or whatever it is.
Right, exactly.
So this is very rare. Like I would rather have a beer with you than probably like 90% of my conservative friends because I think we'd actually learn something from each other.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, your name was Phil?
Yes, sir.
All right, Phil. Well, thank you. This is probably going to go separate, not in the Thanksgiving thing, because I think it was more, this is almost philosophizing. Thank you, man. Hey, give it up for Phil. This is fantastic. Good man.
Who's Phil?
Absolutely. I thought you were going to take the picture. At first, I would say after, because sometimes people take the picture and then like try and give me a wet willy. So I was like, I don't know you yet. So, all right, good. Thank you, Phil. Thanks, brother. God bless. What a nice guy.
Let him keep the turkey hat.
All right, hey Phil, do you want to keep the turkey hat? You promise to cherish it and take it with you for all your days?
Absolutely.
All right, there you go, Phil. Thank you very much.
Hey there, YouTube viewer. If you like this installment of Change My Mind, click on one of these other installments, Playing in a Box. It's the only way you can find it, because if you
You have no idea how mad Korean people would have gotten if you said that to them. Who cares? What are they gonna do? They ain't gonna do nothing. Hey, if everybody's hungry, we're gonna eat the Koreans first. Hey, we don't play that gay racist crap around here, yummy boy. It's not a real thing. You can make jokes about everybody. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. All right. I'm trying to find something else to play. Oh, let's listen to how dang old. This has nothing to do with Thanksgiving. Perception is a skill in the game he is playing.
Was a hero.
I know, and I
It was all
need
very
more.
fun. The whole process, we're singing, we're dancing. We got to leave.
I would have
class.
put more
It was a whole
points in
thing.
that.
Why? Because you have to believe that this guy was a hero in order for this system to make
caring
sense.
too
It's
much,
a way
you
of
can't
controlling
run.
the
Where am
parameters
I?
of the discussion. Everyone is conditioned to agree that this guy is a hero. That's not up for debate.
I have
The
no
debate
idea
is,
where I
well,
am.
was he a hero in this way, like the left says, or this way, like the right says? Who else is like that in American history, where you can only agree that they're a hero?
This is why Martin
Why is it
Luther
only
King
him?
is a commie, by
This
the
is
way.
why a lot of you are anxious. It is that time of year, folks. Black History Month is here. And of
It's
course, we just had
February.
Martin Luther
It's
King Jr. Day,
Thanksgiving
which is a
month,
federal
but
holiday,
whatever.
one of 11 federal holidays, and one of only 2 federal holidays to be dedicated to an American historical figure. And this is so important to discuss for so
Sucks.
many
I'm in
reasons,
this
because if you look at the calendar, you'll see that the only other American historical figure to have their own day is George Washington, the man who led the Continental Army in the Revolutionary War to defeat what was at the time the greatest military force in the history of the world, the British Empire, the man who was unanimously elected to be the first president of our country, and whose presidency would go on to be one of the most successful and influential presidencies in the history of our country in terms of guiding future attitudes and policy. Arguably the most significant man in American history. And for that, we give him one day. And then equally represented on the calendar with one day
Where
as well
am
is
I?
Martin Luther King Jr., who was regarded as the figurehead and martyr of the civil rights movement. And so the easy thing to do would be to say, George Washington has all these good things, and Martin Luther King is a serial adulterer and communist and plagiarist and race hustler who's propped up by the elites to fundamentally restructure American society, which is all true. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm forgetting that this is the first time that many of us are hearing this. And so this is supposed to be the introduction to the MLK pill, kind of understanding the truth about this person and what their legacy actually is. And so that's what we're going to actually do today, because to just start opening cans of worms about moral character would start to call into question bad things that Washington did as well. And this is, of course, the Beatty principle of canonical inclusion, which is essentially that every historical figure who is worth talking about has done something or said something that would get a person in contemporary America fired. So I'm much more concerned about the legacy and impact than I am the character, because obviously historical figures should be measured by their legacies and impacts, right? Like that's kind of the whole point. So it is funny, though, because, when criticizing our heroes, the left always tries to paint them in a bad light to discredit their legacies and their accomplishments. But when we criticize their heroes, it's because their legacies and their accomplishments suck. Like, they're worth criticizing. Like, you can't tell me that George Washington didn't actually lead the Continental Army. But Martin Luther King did actually plagiarize his PhD dissertation, and he was actually propped up by the elites in this country, which does call into question this whole, brilliant mind that was just speaking truth to power, that whole characterization. And it's funny, too, because we've never claimed that our heroes are necessarily good people. We say that they're great people because they've done great things. But the left's heroes haven't done great things, and so they always prop them up as good people, as these revolutionaries, as these whatever. And in actuality, the case is that they're terrible people and they have terrible legacies, but you can't say that. George Washington possessed a powerful spirit and a brilliant strategic mind, and it led to the establishment of this great country.
Dog meat, I
He
missed
owned
you.
slaves. Yeah. Martin Luther King was a peaceful genius who led a revolution against a system of white supremacy. Virtually everything that you just said is incorrect, and then they just kind of short circuit. So think about that, though. The left
the only
celebrates Martin Luther
companion I
King
want
Jr.
in this
as an
game
American
ever.
hero. They use him in their
Now,
advertising.
where was I
promotion
just
for
at?
other racial politics, Black Lives
I have
Matter,
no
critical
idea
race
what I was
theory,
just doing.
reparations, police abolition, etc. What does the right do? The right says, no, you fools. This is not what Martin Luther King wanted. He didn't support violence. He didn't support race-based policy. He wanted everyone to be judged by the content of their character. He was a Republican. He liked guns. He was a Christian. You guys are ruining his legacy. No, actually, they are his legacy.
We're just going to go talk to all these people we're
is
supposed
Black
to
Lives Matter, critical race theory, reparations, all of it. He would have supported all of it, and I can prove that to you, so be sure to watch all the way through. And I encourage you to please spare me your rebuttals, which were all taught to you in public school by liberal teachers when you were very young. And this was all done intentionally, of course. In other words, if you are pro-MLK and think that he is a good figure in American history and that he wouldn't support everything that's happening
If I'm
now
being
in terms of
honest
racial
with you, I'm
politics,
pretty sure
then
you
you
don't know
especially need to
so
listen,
why are you
because this
here?
is just
Forgive me
information
if
that
I'm
you
wrong.
clearly haven't heard.
Because we don't just do
You ever think
gaming
about
here,
that?
Yummy Boy. We
Do you ever
do
think about
politics, we
why
do
the schools,
theology,
which
we
you
do
know are run by the
philosophy.
left, had you
Have you ever
singing
heard of
songs about this guy
Destiny?
when you were
We're
very
like
young?
Destiny,
It's all
except on the
conditioning.
right.
I never sang one song about a founding father in elementary school, but we had assemblies every year. We had the Peace
It's
March
not
around the
just
school. Everyone was made to learn that this
gaming.
guy
I'm
was a
just
hero.
playing
And it was all
Fallout.
very fun, the whole process. You know, we're singing, we're
And,
dancing. We got to leave class. It was a
yeah,
whole thing.
so-
Why? Because you have to believe that this guy was a hero
If you're one of
in order
them-
for this system to make sense. It's a way of controlling the parameters of the discussion.
mind.
Everyone is conditioned to agree that this guy is a hero. That's not up for debate.
Oh, the
debate is,
JS
well, was he a
going
hero
up.
in this way, like the left says, or this way, like the right says? Who else is like that in American history, where you can only agree that they're a hero? Why is it only him? This is why a lot of you are anxious right now. Like, are you sure we can criticize this guy? Surely he's a hero, isn't he? That's why they get you when you're young.
I think he's asking
They can
you,
literally
Lord Spike.
program you to have an emotional response to criticism of someone that you were taught to idolize as a child. They do the same thing in North Korea, literally. The singing, the dancing, all of it.
Well,
The
you see,
stories.
we're not just playing the game.
But there's a reason that this man has equal representation to George Washington on the calendar in this country. Talk about equality of outcome. And it's because if George Washington is the figure who represents the founding of this country, its constitution, what it stood for, etc., then Martin Luther King is the figure who represents the legal enshrinement of its antithesis through the changes in federal law that were a result of the civil rights movement. If George Washington represents the
Raiders,
freedom of equal
why didn't you
opportunity,
handle
then
it?
Martin Luther King represents
Raiders?
the enforcement of equality of outcome.
Who are
If
these
George
guys, the
Washington
Raiders? I've killed like
represents
1,000
God-given
of them.
rights, then Martin Luther King represents civil rights, which, in case you didn't know, are defined as the rights
Fake
of
rights.
citizens to political and social freedom and equality, which we basically already had. Doesn't that sound familiar, though? Aren't we still like hearing this every day in this country? It's almost as if nothing actually has changed, and that's because it hasn't. I mean,
Wait,
nothing
is she
changes.
with me
Nothing
now?
ever
What
does.
are we doing?
Time is a
What are we
flat
doing?
circle. It was never about justice.
I didn't
It
know
was
I had
always
to go
about
on a
paving the
mission
way
with you.
with good intentions,
Marry
of
you.
course, to the destruction of our country, and that's why it has to be a federal holiday. That's why this guy has to be elevated to the level of George Washington, because even though he wasn't even like an exceptional guy, I mean, he wasn't that smart.
Am I supposed to follow her?
He was
What am I
totally
doing?
propped up. His legacy, his story, the myth of Martin Luther King Jr., the martyr, the man who was just tired of being picked on for no other reason than his skin was dark. He was killed for wanting equality. That's necessary to drill into the consciousness of the American people in order to justify everything that has happened since then, which is why if you're even allowed to criticize racial politics in this country or anything adjacent to it, which in 99% of cases you aren't, you can only make the argument that, well, maybe we should just go back to what our teachers taught us MLK was all about. Maybe we should go back to an earlier stage of
Am I supposed to
liberalism
be
and then
following her?
scratch our
What are we
heads
doing?
why it inevitably leads to this point again. I feel so badly for these people. You know, they've watched their country completely transform, and they're looking at the diversity quotas and the reparations and the anti-white racism, the affirmative action, and they're like, well, how did all this happen? It's because of the civil rights movement. That's what started all of this, broadly speaking. And I'm not trying to say the civil rights movement, by the way, didn't have some legitimate grievances.
still
I'm not
can't
saying
go
that
in
we
there.
should just like undo the whole thing.
Give me the
People
key,
are going to
lady.
interpret it that way because they want to paint me in a bad light because they're dishonest. But I'm just here to point out how everything is just basically repeating itself, and we were all lied to. So after you're done watching this, I would encourage you to do your own research and then make up your own mind from there. But now, we will go over the popular history of Martin Luther King that we're all taught, why it's not true, what the actual history of Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement is, why he was actually assassinated, and how this predictably has led us to the state of current American politics and government and culture. So do stay tuned.
Petconomics Savings Lesson 3. The intersection of pet care and wallet care is Vital Care by Petco. A new wellness membership that
Yes.
makes caring for your pet
Stubborn one, though.
easier and more affordable. Petco. Healthier pet, healthier budget.
Meet the man who rode the wave of summer 2020 to global fame and fortune. Who's a fixture on your mom's favorite morning shows. Who's hailed by Oprah as a moral genius.
Ibram X. Kendi has been schooling a nation on how to be an
Ibram X. Kendi. I always try to look this guy up. How do you spell it? Ibram X. Kendi. I always spell it way wrong, and I can't. That
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
The dog is barking.
Hello there, ladies and
Dog meat
gentlemen.
is
Welcome
barking.
to Heck Off
What?
Commie. New year, we're back at it.
What is
Feels
it?
good. The first thing I want to do, though, is explain this shirt here to you guys. because it does really tie into exactly what we're talking
Oh,
about.
a treasure
Some of
box.
you might
Thank
remember
you, dog.
this
This is
because
why
a
I
few
love
months ago,
dog
I debuted
meat.
the concept during a rant about Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, which of course is
It's
the
a
concept
master
of the
lock.
George Floyd conservative.
Crap.
And it's making fun of this completely tone-deaf tendency that conservatives have to idolize earlier stages of liberalism, perhaps out of this like naive nostalgia for a time
Yummy
when the country
boy,
was
what's
just
the
beginning its decline because they don't really
what's the
understand
stat
that
that
the earlier
boosts my
stages
lock
formed the
picking?
riverbeds
Because
for
I
what
might
we're
have
seeing
a
now.
piece
So I'll play
of
the clip for you now, and then we will continue. Number 4, this is too far. We
like
need
I
to
might
go
have a
back
piece
to
of gear
insert
that I can
previous
put
stage of
on
liberalism that was predicted to lead
that
to
helps
this.
it.
And this is always the case. Third wave feminism is
Is
too
it
far. But I like
intellect
original feminism.
or
Critical race theory is too far. But I like Martin Luther King Jr. He wouldn't have supported this. Really? The astroturf communist activist Martin Luther King Jr., who wrote in his journals about things exactly like critical
that
race
don't really
theory,
help
he wouldn't
anything.
have supported it. Really?
This is good though.
Then why do all the veterans of the civil rights movement
5
who
reduces
marched
physical
alongside him, why do they
damage from
support it?
animals.
That's a red
What the
pill
hell?
most conservatives are not ready for, the MLK pill. Oh, but John, MLK advocated for peaceful demonstrations. Oh, like peaceful protests? Who told you that? Your public school history teacher? Just like Antifa is
can't
just an
pick that
idea,
yet.
right? Just like 93% of Black Lives Matter protests 2 summers ago were peaceful, right? Do you understand that almost everything you were ever
we got
taught about
enemies.
history is a lie? They're writing the history
hi.
books because they won. And as they keep winning and writing history books, your kids are going to be taught that Antifa and Black Lives Matter are just ideas that are peaceful. And my sons, all 7 of them, are going to have to red pill your kids. And then you're going to witness history repeating itself. Because
Oh, there's
people
a
online
bomb.
in the 2050s will be writing, the mass execution of conservatives is not what Black Lives Matter was about. As a George Floyd conservative. That's like literally what's going to happen. George Floyd conservatism. But here's the point. We don't like feminism
we're getting
because
torn
it
up.
is the complete inversion of reality. It is built upon the idea that man and woman are equal. Not that they should be treated with equal dignity, but like literally that they are equal. That is untrue. That is unnatural. And it's actually satanic, which could be why less than 100 years later, child sacrifice is completely normalized in our culture. But when you accept that idea, then anything else is totally fair game because you will have established the slope. And it's
Got
a
him.
slippery one, as you can clearly see by this point, or even MLK, same thing. The principles enshrined by the civil rights movement were expected to have consequences, and exactly what was predicted has come true. What happens when you legally enshrine equality, not just between men and women, but everyone? And then when that equality doesn't happen, because not everyone's equal, you get things like critical race theory. Affirmative action, all of it, it's unavoidable. So it's not enough to say, well, we just need to get back to earlier stages of liberal ideas because those ideas are what led to this in the first place. And the reason people even think that in the first place is because of the liberal conditioning that they've been experiencing for their entire lives. And it's so true. I mean,
That's
what we're
never
seeing
been a
right
headshot.
now is just history repeating itself, and we're living
Eat 'em,
through
dog
it.
meat.
And it really is amazing
Yo,
to try
I
to kind of
love
step
dog
back
meat.
and view
Dog
it
meat is a
objectively, because when you
beast.
start to do that, you start to ask yourself questions. We like asking questions, right? We want to arrive at the truth, right? So you look at the way that these activists
Come
are
on,
acting now, how
Paul.
they burn down and destroy your cities, and how the media covers for them and
You just
says
got
that they're just
bopped up.
peaceful
You
protests.
just got
So maybe you
bopped
start
up.
to wonder how those same narratives in the media and public education system, which is controlled by communists, those same narratives told you that the civil rights movement, well, those demonstrations were peaceful. And MLK was all about peace. And the footage and the stories about the race riots, well, that was because of police brutality and racism. And even MLK, by the way, said riots are the language of the unheard. But those riots were okay, right? It's these ones that are all of a sudden bad, right? And even those were just peaceful demonstrations, kind of like how ours now are peaceful
Caring too
protests,
much?
right? And you start to look at how they're saying the same things
here,
now
dog meat.
about the rioting and the looting, and the media is totally covering for them. Virtually every institution in the country covers for them. And you have to wonder when the switch occurred, right? Because according to the way the right
Finally,
perceives
got my
history,
dog
or
back.
tends to at least, with the civil rights movement, there was a point everyone stopped being racist. They'll say, well, of course racism used to exist in this country, but not anymore. And yet these activists are still rioting, they're still looting, and they're saying the same things now that they were 60 years ago, which we'll get into in more detail as we continue. But my question is, are you actually willing to throw your grandparents and your great-grandparents under the bus and claim that you know better than them and that you are a better person than them? Even ignoring the fact that the ratio of black imprisonment is worse now than back then, home ownership, intact family rate, etc., etc. Like there's literally no metric to suggest that black America is better now than it was 60 years ago, but we're told still that we have to keep making progress. Even ignoring that all of these policies that have been implemented by the federal government have been complete and total failures, the right likes to get their good boy points. They like to say, well, of course there was racism and of course there was police brutality, but not anymore. Now it's just a handful of bad apples. How do you know that though? That's what your schools taught you. And the schools in the future are going to teach your kids the current and updated leftist narratives in addition to the ones that you were taught. Schools in the future are going to teach your children and your grandchildren about Trayvon Martin, about Michael Brown. These are the cases which were both completely justified when you look at the evidence, you actually examine it objectively. These are the cases that caused Black Lives Matter to become a household name. So my point is this. I acknowledge that this country has become less racist in the last 60 years. I acknowledge that police brutality was worse 60 years ago. But I also acknowledge that it's the same class of people who drilled all of that into our heads who are now going to do the same in terms of drilling the narratives surrounding Black Lives Matter into the heads of future generations. And you just have to ask yourselves, are you smarter than your grandparents? If you had a time machine and could go back to the 1960s, do you think that you would beat your grandfather in a debate? You couldn't. Do you know what your grandfather would say if you called him a racist? If you said, Grandpa, you're a racist because you're judging people by the color of their skin and not the content of their character, like Martin Luther King Jr. says, he would say, no, it's probably because of the content of their character. And still, you look now, and wherever certain groups of people tend to aggregate, they behave in the same way now that they did back then, and even worse in many cases. So actually, the only thing that's changed is that we're cowards because we're too afraid to acknowledge the issues honestly, and we'd rather go along with what we were taught when we were 7 years old, that our grandparents and our great-grandparents, they were stupid. They just thought that because people looked different, they couldn't get along. And I'm 7 years old. Even I know better than that. And that's how it's taught to us. That's how it was taught to me. That's how it was taught to you. And it was even taught to me by my music teacher, who upon recollection had short hair, was kind of overweight, didn't have a wedding ring. This woman literally gave us the majority of our civil rights education, which was that racist white people, well, they thought black people were subhuman because of the color of their skin, and Martin Luther King Jr. was a brave hero speaking truth to power, and he was inspired by Rosa Parks, another brave hero who was resisting power, and now we all know better. And they teach you this when you're a child. Your mind is very malleable and impressionable. You don't question a whole lot. What do we always say? The iron law of propaganda is that the earlier you start, the less it has to make sense, because like we said earlier, their whole agenda only works if you at least believe that the civil rights movement was good. Maybe you push back on critical race theory, on reparations. That doesn't matter to them, because they're still educating the future generations, and you're still conceding on the most important point, which is that the civil rights movement is good, which implies that this country was deeply racist and oppressive and in need of total reform. And that is what has led to everything else that we're seeing now. And it was predicted to lead to exactly this, but no one listened, or not enough people listened, I should say. And again, this is not to say that the civil rights movement did not have some legitimate points. This is not to say that there was no racism or that we should bring back Jim Crow. I'm not saying that.
No, there was
but
no
what I am
racism.
saying is that I will not betray my family to play into your arbitrary moral framework.
Maybe at
if
some
you are
point
conceding that racism used to exist back then, but not now, that is what leads to where we are now, because it justifies the actions taken by them. If you ask your grandpa in the 1960s if he judges people by the color of their skin, he'd say, no, it's not about skin color. It's because groups behave differently and cultures behave differently, right? Is he right or is he wrong? Because if you make the same claim now, if you say, well, groups behave differently, cultures behave differently, guess what they call you? A racist, because nothing ever changes and time is a flat circle. It's the same set of problems now that it was back then. The behavior by the activists is the same. The rhetoric from them is the same. You'd be a racist back then, and they're going to write the books that you're a racist now. Their demands are the same. The media, the institutions, they're still running defense for them. That's the same. And they won't acknowledge this because they need you to think that previous generations were just evil. Like, every leftist thinks that their grandparents are Calvin Candy. They go to Thanksgiving dinner and politics comes up, and their grandpa just says something like, you know, Black Lives Matter should really stop burning down cities and looting. And they just start hallucinating their grandpa just producing a skull.
Wow.
Like,
With a
this
sniper
is old
rifle, it didn't
George.
hit.
Now, if you examine this piece of skull, you will find 3 distinct dimples, because this is what they do.
I
This
just
is
shot
how they
my dog.
justify everything that they do. People back then were stupid and evil, and we're enlightened now. We're progressive now. Like, this is their entire concept of what history is. It's not cyclical. It doesn't repeat. We're just always making progress. And the timeline is basically that everything up until the birth of Christ, that was chaos. There was nothing good. It was only pain and suffering, just completely and utterly evil, not even anything approximating a proper level of diversity and inclusion and equity. And then Christ is born. And then from there until about 1939, Handmaid's Tale. Everything is oppressive. Everything is just a power dynamic with white men at the top. Women are sex slaves. White men are responsible for everything bad. And then in 1939, we're introduced to a man with a funny mustache who was ostensibly the final boss. And that went on for about 6 years. And then we were making so much progress towards
I'm just
diversity
gonna beat
and
these
equity
guys
and
to death
inclusion.
with a
But
baseball
then in
bat.
2015, you know how like in old slasher movies, the killer always jumps back up like one last time, like, you know, in Friday the 13th with the canoe. That's basically what happened with Donald Trump. You know, he rallies the racists and the fascists and the homophobes and the sexists and the transphobes, and they were all up against the resistance, up against Dumbledore's army. And then evil was finally defeated. And now we're living through the only remotely righteous time in the history of human existence. It's only right now where we have our democracy.
She
and
did. grip.
accountability, and equity. This is literally what these people think. The point of all this being that we have to decide what we want to believe, and we have to decide who we want to believe. It should set off alarm bells in your head that you're not allowed to dispute that this man was a hero. It should set off alarm bells in your head that when you see the left, the communists, Black Lives Matter, all of these people who you know are your enemies, you see them celebrating this person, and you're like, no, they're not celebrating him in the right way. Fools, a lot of them. Maybe you're the fool. Maybe you need to understand that it's a tug of war. It is a zero-sum game. And if they can keep you stationed at, well, yes, of course, MLK was a hero and the civil rights movement was justified, eventually your grip will slip over the course of new generations and new psyops because you refuse to push back. You want to slowly keep giving these people ground, and they'll just keep marching down the field. Like, that's why we lose. We buy into their framework because we're afraid. That's what the George Floyd conservative is about. It's making fun of the fact that these types of people 30 years from now are going to be doing the same thing with Black Lives Matter and with people like George Floyd. Well, Black Lives Matter was about peace. George Floyd, he was the real conservative. He was in support of Austrian economics like me. He was a martyr for the cause of ending the Federal Reserve because he used a counterfeit 20 to make the point that there's really no difference in value between that and a minted 20 since it's all operating as fiat currency, and the state killed him for it. I'm a George Floyd conservative, and it's like, no, you have to push back against these people. You have to swim upstream. You have to say, no, Martin Luther King is not a hero. His legacy is not good, and we're going to explain why in a second, so definitely stick around. But that is the root of this. Everything we're seeing now, whether it's affirmative action, diversity quotas, reparations, Black Lives Matter, anti-white racism, all throughout the culture, the rewriting of history to demonize and erase white Americans, but to elevate and exaggerate the contributions of everyone else, all of it. That is why it has to be a holiday, literally meaning holy day of celebration. If George Washington gets a day, because the story goes that he founded the country that defeated the oppressive British government to cement that all men are deserving of equal rights, then Martin Luther King gets a day because the story will be that he transformed the country and defeated the oppressive white people to cement that all non-white people are deserving of equal outcomes, and even more than that, of equity to make up for past injustices, which he was totally in support of. That's the truth, but very few people will tell you that. But before we continue, I must say, it's a new year. We're still riding the decline. Why not do so in comfort and style and in celebration of American masculinity? How do you do that? Get new underwear. Wearing underwear with another man's name on the waistband? Questionable. Also, if it's made with polyester, it's literally hurting your balls, which affects your fertility and your testosterone. That's not a joke. I'm trying to help you. So, how do I help you? By telling you to get a drawer full of Undertac, the only boxers endorsed by me. I don't know if that counts for anything, but still, these really are the best underwear that I've ever owned, which is why they're sponsoring the channel. So what are they on about? They have a quick release fly for a quick draw, secret pocket in the extra wide waistband for tactical necessities.
I know where you are, dog.
You never know when you're going to need cash or a handcuff key, right? Also, the material is antibacterial, moisture wicking, so you stay fresh, but also not polyester. Again, so important. Check your underwear. It's making you depressed and impotent. And of course, it's durable, fade resistant, shrink resistant, ultra lightweight, almost 30% less than the competition. Two, it's also the only brand that is unapologetically pro-America and pro-Second Amendment. So go to getundertac.com. That is getundertac.com right now. They're running a New Year's special. Get 20% off with the offer code Doyle20, 20% off with the offer code Doyle20, satisfaction guaranteed, or get your money back. That is getundertac.com, offer code Doyle20. Very epic. We continue. I do have to say one more thing before we break down the real history of this whole thing, which is that the conservative tendency to fixate on MLK and generally speaking hypocrisy, like this whole MLK wouldn't have supported this. MLK said this, and yet you guys are doing this. It's all so symptomatic of the fact that conservatives have absolutely, unequivocally no understanding of political power. None. It's childlike. And you can tell by how smug they get with this. They think they're being very clever by pointing out a quote from Martin Luther King where he says that we need to judge people based on character instead of skin. And yet the libs are all focused on identity politics. Like, are you kidding me? Martin Luther King, he was the king of identity politics. He wrote the manual on it. We're getting ahead of ourselves again. I will elaborate momentarily. It is legitimately impossible for me to get through one monologue without berating right-wing weakness, right? But the point is that conservatives have an allegiance to principles, and the left has an allegiance to goals, right? Conservatives have an allegiance to the rules of the game. The left has an allegiance to actually winning the game. Conservatives have an allegiance to the rules of the game, and the left has an allegiance to their team, to their friends. And so when conservatives complain that the left, they're not following their own standards, they're being hypocrites, that doesn't even matter to them. That only matters to you. And it's why you lose, because you don't understand politics. You have no concept of it. The left has an allegiance to ends. The right has an allegiance to means. And when you see past the failures of these graceful principles of yours, you realize that the only relevant political virtue is loyalty. Dirty. That's it. Politics is fundamentally about doing favors for your friends and punishing your enemies. And certainly, ethical politics do not scale to hostile outgroups. Certainly, it would be suicidal to extend ethical politics, to extend good faith beyond issues of things like tax policy. I mean, why would you ever treat someone who wants to completely destroy your way of life and who openly admits this and celebrates this and campaigns on this? Why would you ever treat them as anything except for your enemy? Oh, because we're better than them. Really? Really? Because no one's going to know about that once they erase our country from history because you think that losing is a virtue, you coward. Hypocrisy is only a sin to people who actually believe in truth and morality, which these people openly reject. So if you believe that you can still hold them to that standard, then you're foolish. And the only position that you should ever hold in politics is bringing Emperor Trump a Diet Coke, because that's all about you have the cognitive infrastructure to do, frankly. You know, I went to a Stars game recently. I had this realization. Even drunk hockey fans understand politics better than the average conservative. A Stars player can do anything, and they will not concede wrongdoing. It could be the most insignificant thing, minor penalty, high sticking, and the fans just immediately, ref, you suck, ref, you suck. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, if we lose, nothing bad's going to happen. Like, it's inconsequential. Nothing happens. Yet the fans understand this distinction between the friend and the enemy. And it's because they want to win the game. But the average conservative who has done nothing but lose, and if he continues to lose, it means the destruction of his country and of the futures of his children. This is the guy who's willing more than anyone to throw his own people under the bus in the name of principles to get some good boy points from the left, right? Because the only thing that the average conservative hates more than a radical leftist is someone who cares more about actually conserving the country more than they do. But anyways, I think it's all safe to say that we have an understanding of who Martin Luther King was, what the civil rights movement was purportedly about, because it's virtually impossible to grow up in this country without learning about those things. So before we kind of go through the timeline, I want to address what are, in my opinion, the two biggest misconceptions that we have about Martin Luther King and about the nonviolent civil rights movement. And those are that it was nonviolent and that it was a movement.
What is going on
to help us get into our timeline of the correct history behind it. So we hear all the time about how Martin Luther King was calling for peaceful demonstrations, and it was a nonviolent movement at its core. And the two most important things to understand about this are that, one, Martin Luther King was not the only black leader in America at the time, and two, actions speak louder than words. We have to look at this within its complete historical context, and existing concurrently to Martin Luther King was a movement of black nationalists that was becoming increasingly popular. And these people would straight up give press conferences where they would explicitly call for violence against whitey, and this was like scaring white people. And so Martin Luther King had to come out and just keep reminding people that what his movement was about was nonviolence and that they were against violence. And so this is because King understood correctly that he was going to need the support of white people in order to achieve the power necessary.
There's
to
a fuel core right there.
Whereas the black nationalists, you know, they'd basically
I wish I had better gear to wear.
They weren't allowing white people into their groups. They were calling, of course, for violence against white people, etc. And King's understanding of the necessity of white support gets into the other components of the nonviolence perception, which is that people operating within his coalition, they would deliberately go into places where they knew they would be met with hostility. And they would instruct the young people to literally cause trouble at these demonstrations so that they would devolve into chaos, because they understood that once the cameras were rolling and they captured these shots of the fire hoses and the nightsticks, then that footage would make people feel sympathetic to their cause and feel more inclined to support them, which is exactly what happened. The news media would broadcast out of context footage to support the narrative of these people, and the masses would go along with it because it was effective. So does this ring a bell? I mean, the point being, you can talk about nonviolence all you want, peaceful protests all you want, but actions speak louder than words. And this gets into the other misconception of it, which is that it was a movement. And we've talked about this before, but typically the cycle of these leftist movements is that they succeed, and then upon taking power,
usually
they
will
write the history
handle it.
books such that they depict this very appealing narrative of everyone just woke up one day and realized that people were being picked on, and they spoke truth to power, and they led a movement, and the good guys won. And this is what you see with feminism. It's what you see with the civil rights movement, with the LGBT movement. It's all the same, but of course, that's never what happens. It's always a group of activists who have the backing of the institutions. Martin Luther King had the backing of the media. He had the backing of the universities. He had the backing of the elites for reasons we'll get into. He had the backing of the cultural elites, the celebrities for reasons we'll get into. And he had the complete backing of the federal government, which made this entire thing possible. And without that, there's absolutely no way he would have succeeded. It would have been possible. And it's the same thing nowadays. Nothing ever changes. I'm going to show you this clip right now to give you kind of an idea of how true that is. Here's a clip from 1972 where a woman named Angela Davis addresses an audience to talk about a case where a 24-year-old black woman named Emily Butler, who worked for the IRS one day, decided to go out to her car and get a gun and then come back and murder her white supervisor in cold blood. And I'll explain why this is significant afterwards. But take a look at this and listen very closely to what she's saying.
Dog meat, hold this.
Case of Emily Butler. It's a very tragic case. Because when we talk about racism and the black worker, we have to try to understand
this is amazing.
what's
Listen
been
to
happening with
this.
Emily Butlers. She's a sister who worked at
This
the
is
Atlanta Internal Revenue Service
how it started.
Bureau.
This is how it all started.
And as she had mentioned on many occasions prior to the charges being lodged against her, she felt that she was a particular target of the racism, the institutionalized racism, in the sense that she never got promoted whenever times for promotion came around. Whenever she made a request, her request was always denied.
Denied.
And when it came to just outright, blatant, overt racist harassment, she had to deal with that every single day, every day.
See, it started way back then.
And you see, one day,
all this bull crap.
She asked to see her doctor, and they told her no.
It's dinner time with Panera, and it is fantastic.
And then they started screaming at her that she had punched in her time card 2 minutes late. And then the white foreman,
they always late, man.
Really began to get on her back.
Well, don't be late to
and
work.
Her sister became so desperate that she didn't know what to do. And she went and got a gun and she shot 2 women.
Oh, Lord.
But you see, let's try to understand what was happening in that situation. Because that's certainly not the answer to liberation. I mean, we got hundreds of thousands of Emily Butlers. And we have to realize that Emily Butler is not guilty. It is racism that pulled that trigger. Racism. And if anybody needs to be indicted and imprisoned, it's the reincarnation of racism himself, Richard Nixon.
Nixon.
Did you notice how the audience started clapping after she said that she shot the woman in cold blood? Like they had to be shushed because they started clapping. And she also says, it is racism that pulled that trigger. What a sentence. There is literally, there is no better sentence to describe the politics of Black America than it is racism that pulled that trigger. You can't write this stuff. Like you watch that clip from 50 years ago and it sounds like it was recorded yesterday. How many stories do we see now? Well, you don't see them, but they still happen, of Black people assaulting white people or even killing white people
they probably
and then claiming
use that video
afterwards
as
that it was because of racism. As if that's like a justification.
Night,
and what's the
y'all.
response to it?
Peace and love.
Well,
Happy
they got
Thanksgiving.
what they deserved. That's what you get.
Have a good night.
Which is a lot like how this audience claps here when they hear that this Black woman murdered this white woman in cold blood. So maybe nothing ever changes. Maybe Black people have basically just been using racism as an excuse for their behavior, which is why they pledge allegiance to the left. The essence of left-wing political thought is the abdication of responsibility. It's never your fault. It's always something else. You're always a victim. You're always oppressed. It's always a poor environment, etc. And so even when all of the policies that the left has passed in the last 60 years have put Black Americans in an even worse position than they were 60 years ago, they still don't care. And they will still block vote for Democrats because their culture would rather blame racism than address its own problems. And I dare you to tell me that I'm wrong. And what's the answer to this from the right? Well, the left is actually being racist when they tell you that you need help to succeed because it's the soft bigotry of low expectations. Okay, but then what happens? They're still not succeeding. And the left gives them a good answer, which is, it's because of white people and racism. Vote secured. And I did a whole hour-long this video, dissertation, whatever, debunking the idea of systemic racism, everything from slavery leading to poverty, to poor education leading to poverty, to police and judicial bias, everything. There's a ton of research. It's airtight. But no one wants to have an honest conversation about this. And it's a tired point, but it's true, because there's a bunch of Black people in this audience who agree. But guess what happens when they try to bring this stuff up? Oh, you're an Uncle Tom. Oh, you're acting white. They literally get casted out. Like, I know that there are some leftists in Beverly Hills, California, who take issue with this. But when you go to public school 15 minutes outside of Detroit, you learn a couple things. And one of the things you learn is that Black kids who want to pay attention in class, take advanced classes, do their homework, study for tests, they get told that they're acting white. And other Black kids won't hang out with them. There were Black girls at my high school who weren't allowed to say the N-word because they acted white, which it's honestly kind of funny, but it's true. And it's a problem, and no one wants to talk about it. You know, I used to work at a Subway back in high school, and I worked with a woman who would take the bus up Woodward to get to the store. And for those unfamiliar, there's a road in Michigan called Woodward that runs from Detroit northwest up until Pontiac. And so she would take the bus from the city to work at our store, and then one day she bought a car, and then a couple months later, her car got stolen when it was like parked at her apartment or something. And so she comes into work, and she tells my boss about it, she tells me about it, and my boss said something like, damn, you know, that really sucks, just unlucky, I guess. And she said, no, they did that intentionally because they were mad that I got a car. They were like targeting her intentionally because they didn't want her to succeed. And at the time, I thought she was just being paranoid. But I don't know, maybe she was right, because every time I talk to black people about this stuff, I hear stories like this. But then when I talk to white liberals who think that they understand black culture because they went to a private school that had 2 black kids who, for all intents and purposes, acted like white kids and who, like, I don't know, read the new Jim Crow in their social studies class, they tell me all the approved talking points. That it's not their fault. It's because of different forms of institutional racism. It's the same way that during the civil rights movement, they were able to win the support of white people in the north and in the suburbs by showing them the footage of police spraying hoses at these activists. And they thought, oh, these poor people, they're just being targeted for no reason. And it was the people in the south who actually lived alongside them who were saying, well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And we see the same thing now. It's always the white liberals who live in the least black areas, who live in the gated communities, who live on the coasts, who go to these private schools. These are the people who tell us that they understand black culture. And everything I just said is actually racist. Really? Because I have black friends, and I have for my whole life. Racists always say they have black friends. Maybe because they're not actually racist, you stupid bitch. How could a racist have friends that they hate? What kind of low standard are you setting for these people who are apparently oppressing everybody who doesn't look like them? Isn't the quintessential example of American racism for you people segregation? Where white people were separate from black people, and now when white people are friends with black people, you're like, well, that's the same, that's what racist people do too. And you can believe these things simultaneously because you are incapable of penetrating thought, and the collective contents of your brain have been decided for you by think tanks. But I spent hours almost every weekend of my childhood in the neighborhoods of Detroit doing work in the churches for as long as I can remember. Not downtown, not the university district, the parts that look like a war zone, where you see rotting boats upturned in the street for no reason, houses burned out, still, neighborhoods hollowed out, still. But I'm the racist because I don't buy into the narratives that the people who live in all white neighborhoods promote, and who operate within the coalition that has destroyed basically every major city in the country under the guise of justice, and who, when they make enough money selling this bullshit, they move to even whiter areas. You people are scum. I'll make a deal with you. I'll fly you out to Detroit, and we will drop you off on Fenkell Avenue with 10 copies of the new Jim Crow and wearing a pair of Cartier sunglasses. And if I come back in an hour and you've given out all 10 copies without losing the glasses, you can keep them. How about this? There's a McDonald's at Joy Road in Southfield. They call it the Murder Mac. You can guess why. If you can walk in there with 5 bags of groceries, because remember, the only reason black people eat fast food is because they can't afford or access groceries, right? Like, that's what you people believe. So if you can walk in there and hand out 5 bags of groceries without losing the Cartiers, you can keep them. Actually, if the people even accept the groceries, you can keep them. Do it. I dare you. Send me an email. Libtards wanted for social experiments. Maybe I'm the racist in the sense that I understand groups and culture in the way that a dentist understands teeth. That's the thing. Everyone is racist. Everyone naturally has in-group preference, right? Well, white people actually have the least amount of it, and black people have the greatest amount of it, by the way, but everyone has it. And in terms of racism, right-wing people tend to be racist in the sense that they acknowledge that there are differences between groups, but left-wing people are racist in the sense that they literally look down on these people. And virtually nothing.
I'm probably going to be jumping out soon.
The best part of it is that everyone
trying to find where I can sell stuff
is going to be white. Actually, that's not the best part. The best part is that if these idiots try to take me up on it and they become one of the dozens of people every year who get killed over Cartier sunglasses in Detroit, it's a whole thing. They call them buffs. They would have the same thing to say about it that the woman said in the video. It's racism that pulled the trigger. You were trying to give them a book about that very racism, or you were trying to give them healthy food, which apparently they don't have access to because of racism, and you got shot for it. But it's not their fault. It's because of racism. Because racism tells them to fixate on designer sunglasses and kill people over them, right? See how it comes full circle? The rant served a purpose. We're the ones who actually want black America to be successful, but we have to stop pretending that just throwing money at them is the key to that, because that has achieved virtually nothing. And in fact, it's made the situation significantly worse. We are officially off track. But in a very real sense, we're all better because of it. I don't know. I just get so tired of these people. Like, they could not possibly be speaking with more passion and less truth so incessantly. You want to fix the neighborhoods? Yeah, me too. The answer isn't less police. It's actually more police, because there's not going to be economic opportunity in areas with high crime because businesses lose too much money with robbery and with theft and with low traffic. Oh, the income in the cities is low. Yeah, because you people offshored the American manufacturing economy because you thought that it would spread liberalism and democracy, so let's bring that back. Fathers aren't present. Okay, get rid of no-fault divorce laws. That's at least a start, right? But no one wants to actually have serious solutions to these problems because they'd rather just increase their money and power off
Where's
them
the
because they're
merchant?
vampires. So I want to go back to that clip, though, because it's important to what we're talking about, because
This game
what she's
doesn't
alluding
make
to
the
in that
merchants
clip
obvious.
when talking about the black woman who murders her white supervisor in cold blood because of racism, whatever that means, this alludes to this idea that we all seem to have present in our consciousness, which is, I guess, present 50 years ago, too, because nothing ever changes. But this is the idea of racism somehow justifying violence. So I'll just say this now. Racism doesn't justify violence, let alone murder. Vague racism doesn't justify violence, let alone murder. But we all think it does because we're too scared to be honest with ourselves. And because of this, people can commit crimes and use racism as an excuse, whether it were real or whether they just made it up. And they know that they can get the public on their side that way, as if even if it were real, that would somehow justify the action. And of course,
I can just
racism
take
is vaguely
stuff here.
defined. She even uses the term that
Where's
we hear all the time,
dang
institutionalized racism.
merchant?
And this raises a few questions, because remember, this took place in the early 1970s. That means the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act passed. Supreme Court has banned the outlawing of interracial marriage. You've now actually got a black man on the Supreme Court now, Thurgood Marshall. Means you still have all the institutions on your side, the media on your side, which is how the civil rights movement was successful in the first place.
wanna
Like,
barter,
people
and
seem
then
to
I wanna-
forget that this institutionalized racism, which appeals to this vague idea about the power in this country, that power was all on their side. The federal government was sending armed troops to enforce the policies of the civil rights movement all throughout the country. That's the institutionalized racism, the institution that had federal troops poking white high school students with bayonets to enforce the policies of the civil rights movement, which is all just to say that, like, you know, they clearly can't define institutionalized racism now. Well, they couldn't define it then either. And just like they pretend that they're speaking truth to power now, despite having all the power on their side, they had it back then too. They had the federal government throughout all the 1960s, and that was all it took. We're going to get into more detail.
Buy
of that
some
in a
stuff
second,
from
but I'm
him
just trying
and
to kind of
sell
illustrate to you
him
the
all the
parallels,
stuff
so
I
we can
don't
understand that this is just history repeating itself. And if we want to solve these problems, then we have to stop making the same mistakes, which means we have to stop taking these people at their word. Again, stop listening to communists.
38.
That woman was a communist, by the way, Angela Davis. Here's how this connects to Martin Luther King. Angela Davis had teamed up with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference during the Emily Butler trials to try to rally
So
public
this is
support for this
shells. I
woman.
can use
And of
this
course,
instead of the
Martin
double
Luther King
barrel.
was the first president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He was there when it was established. It was
all around
effectively
better than the
his
double barrel.
organization, so to speak. Like, you know,
Fire
when
rate
you heard
36.
SCLC, you thought MLK, and
Fire
vice
rate
versa.
20.
And
Combat
so
shot,
when Angela
no,
Davis
fire rate's
announced that she
lower.
was teaming up with Martin Luther King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference to get justice for Emily Butler, she delivered this announcement at Martin Luther King's old church in Atlanta, Georgia. And during this announcement, she said that the fight to free Emily Butler is a fight to form a society in which we ourselves are at the helm.
Current left
What does the
arm I
word
have
helm
is
mean?
9-9.
Where are my pirates?
This one's 9-9,
To be at the helm of
15.
something means to be in control of it. That's what the goal has always been. Angela Davis was a member of the Communist Party. The goal was never equality or representation or whatever. It was, is, and always will be control. Because the only way to construct a society that lets people literally get away with murder because of racism, be given endless amounts of cash
I gotta
and
put on the
opportunities
stuff I
and
want.
whatever else, all because of racism, the only way to have that would be to control it. Because otherwise, the people in that society would just say, well, I'm sorry, but we're a meritocracy. We like our freedom. You know, these things aren't just going to fly here.
10-5.
The point being that there's a reason that these people were communists, and there's a reason that all of their arguments are divorced from reality, and it's that their goals aren't actually what they say they are. And if there's one thing that you take away from all of this, it's that you never listen to a communist or anyone who is sympathetic or adjacent to communists, like ever. This should be self-evident. And the point of all of this is to kind of begin to honestly examine the true legacy of Martin Luther King. Like, what does it tell you when the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, his thing, they're allying with an open member of the Communist Party and announcing that partnership in his old
got all this
church
stuff.
to protest
Need to
against the
put on what I
imprisonment
need
of
to
a black woman who murdered her white
We're gonna
supervisor
upgrade our
in cold
armor real
blood
quick.
because it isn't her fault, and it was because of racism. What does that tell you? What does it tell you when Ralph Abernathy, the guy who co-founded the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the guy who was Martin Luther King's mentor, the
US
guy who took
armor
over from Martin
chess
Luther King
piece.
after he was assassinated, what does it tell you when that guy is friends with Angela Davis? When he goes to East Germany to deliver speeches on her behalf, and then he comes back and he tells her that he actually likes their model. When Angela Davis, who's at the heart of this movement, who's at the heart of this coalition, when she says that Ralph Abernathy and Martin Luther King taught her that socialism is the answer? What about when Martin Luther King, in one of his last speeches delivered at the Riverside Church, he says that these are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression, and out of the wombs of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up
Left
as never
arm,
before.
chest piece,
The people who
15,
sat in
15.
darkness have seen a green light. We in the West must support these revolutions. What do you think he's
Helmet,
talking about there?
10-10.
Birds of the same feather, right? Maybe it was calculated
Right
that the
arm,
enshrinement of equality,
9-9.
a term that's almost self-justifying, right? It sounds so splendid, a term
Right
that is the
leg.
backbone of communism, the antithesis of this country and of the
Left
free world
leg,
and of
10-5.
Christianity. Maybe it was calculated that equality could be sold to the American people under the guise of healing racism. And the result
Right
would be the
leg.
total enshrinement of equality as the governing
9-5.
philosophy and religion of the country. And when nothing changed, and when the problems were still the
8-8.
same, and when the rhetoric was still the same, it wouldn't even matter because the
9-5.
pieces had already been put into place. Maybe that's why all these civil rights movement leaders had communist
Left
ties.
leg.
Maybe that's why Martin Luther King,
10-5.
who wasn't exceptionally intelligent, maybe that's why he had Stanley Levinson, one of the major contributors to the American Communist Party. Maybe that's why he had him ghostwrite his I Have a Dream speech. Maybe that's why Martin Luther King said to the
right
board of the
leg.
Southern Christian Leadership Conference in 1967 that the evils of capitalism are as real as the evils of militarism and racism, and that the problems of racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power. And then we look 50 years later and Black Lives Matter is run by open Marxists, and we're like, how could this happen? Because it's all the same goal, and it always
8
has
and 8
been.
is 16,
And maybe
9
from
and
where
5
you're
is
standing, it just
14,
seems like a
this
60-year
reduces
streak of
damage
bad
from
luck. But the truth
animals,
is, the
has
game was
less
rigged from the
weight.
start. And so the point of all of this is just to kind of illustrate the foundation for
Shadowed
what Martin Luther King's legacy would actually become, to show how it was
17,
totally
0,
destined to follow the
chess
path that it
piece.
has. There was no point where they just took it too far,
15,
or
15,
they aren't
15.
following his teachings correctly. No, this was always the point, which we'll continue to elaborate on as we continue. But the last thing that's important to
17,
recognize
0.
in terms of the parallels is how these movements have to invent their own martyrs. They're rallying to the defense of a black
15,
woman
15,
who killed her
15 is
white
better.
supervisor in cold blood, saying she didn't do anything wrong, and that the real problem is
17,
actually
17,
racism. Fast forward 50
15?
years, what do we have
What?
now? We have Black Lives
Yo,
Matter
that's
rallying around
lit.
Michael Brown, who they say didn't do anything wrong. The real problem was racism, right? Or Trayvon Martin, who again
7-13.
didn't do anything wrong. The real problem, racism.
0
You see
for
the
a
pattern?
left leg.
Nothing ever changes. These activists lie.
6,
And
11,
if you believe them,
10.
then you deserve everything that's coming to you. But your children don't, and your grandchildren don't, and I don't. So maybe it's time
Okay,
to
I
stop
think we're
believing them.
good.
Now, the last adjacent parallel that I'd like to illustrate before we go through the reality of the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King point by point is pertaining to the race riots in the summer of 1967. This was called the Long Hot Summer because it was a summer of race riots. There were 159 of them that broke out in every major city in the country and dozens more. And adjusting for inflation, these did about $1 billion worth of damage to the country. And there was a presidential commission established called the
Don't think
Kerner
you wanted
Commission
the
after
Doyle.
the chair Otto Kerner, who was the governor of Illinois. And this commission basically sought to diagnose the cause of the riots and figure out how to prevent them from happening in the future. So the first thing to note in this timeline, remember, 1967, Martin Luther King is still alive. Lyndon Johnson's the president. He's more than happy to mobilize the power of the federal government to enforce the victories
Just
of the
selling
civil
stuff,
rights
and then I'm
movement.
gonna be
And
jumping
we've got
off.
the Civil Rights Act. We've got the Voting Rights Act.
Pipe rifle.
It's looking really good for these activists, right?
Yeah.
But
Missile
still, these
launcher.
riots
I have
break out across the
multiple missile
country.
launchers, so
They
I'm gonna sell
irreparably
that.
destroy a bunch of
I
formerly
didn't even
great
know they had
cities,
that on
and
me
then
right
this
now.
commission is formed. And after 7 months, they release their report as to what caused the riots and what can be done to prevent them in the future. And you will never guess what they concluded was the cause. Lack of economic opportunity, failed social service programs, police brutality, racism, and whites-oriented media. This was 55 years ago, and it sounds like it was from 2 summers ago. Except now they don't say whites-oriented media,
I
they
have
just
a
say
lot of
representation. But it all means the
45s,
same thing.
so I
And
need to
just
start
like the
using
riots we
these
saw 2
combat
summers ago
rifles,
were blamed on
combat-
the same things these were. These
combat
rioters didn't
rifle
face any
and the-
consequences either beyond being subdued by the National Guard. No, the report places all of the blame on white people. It literally says, and I'm quoting, that white racism is what was responsible for the explosive mixture which was accumulating in our cities. And this really is what cemented what we now just take for granted and don't question, which is that you cannot criticize black people. And if you do, then you deserve whatever happens to you as a result, because virtually anything that black people do that would be condemned as poor behavior by white people is either in response to or because of white people and racism, which are effectively indissoluble according to this narrative. And of course, this leads to questions. You have to ask why cities in the
What's the
north
chess
were
piece I
burned to
have?
the ground when cities in the south like Birmingham weren't, despite the fact that conditions for black people in these cities were infinitely worse. Like, it's not
Way
even
better.
close.
Okay.
Or if the problems were white racism, then why didn't this occur before the civil rights movement had secured so many victories, like say 40 years prior? And why do they still occur 50, 60 years after we've spent all of this time and all of this money following the guidelines as outlined by this commission and by these activists? Why is it? Because this had to be the justification for the restructuring of American society. The destruction of white racism is ultimately code for the destruction of American society, because the prescriptions for the abolition of racism end up meaning the abolition of true meritocracy, of freedom of speech, of national sovereignty and borders, of a true market-based economy, of the American dream, of property rights, of the family unit, in essence, the entire country, which they don't even try to hide because they openly say that they hate this country, that they hate its systems,
I need to
that
go
they hate
make
its
a
founders,
box at
and they
my
want to
settlement
completely restructure
to
the
store
entire
some of this
thing
meat.
from the ground up, starting with the Constitution in the name of this vaguely defined
I
concept
don't
of
want to
justice
carry
or
it, but I don't
equity
want
or
to sell
our
it. I have
democracy or
plenty of
who
money.
we are or whatever the focus group currently has churned out this cycle. It's not rocket science. They're spelling it
And I
out.
wonder
for
if I can sell
Everything
this
is
stuff
the fault of
now
white
that I've read
racism,
it.
and since white people are inherently racist, and therefore their institutions and systems are inherently racist, they have to be changed. And so every policy will ultimately seek to redistribute wealth, opportunities, resources, enforcement of laws, etc., in a way that negatively affects the society as a whole, but serves the interests of the power in society operating under the guise of justice, with the support of those who believe they've been persecuted and those who sympathize with them because of propaganda. That cannot be overstated. Why do you think that you were taught to idolize MLK? It's the same type of nostalgia that we get for people like JFK, and it's poisonous. Oh, well, JFK would have been a Republican
Dog meat,
nowadays.
you got all your stuff
Here's this
sold.
figure that the left has
All right.
popularized. Well, I'm going to
Good.
try to play into their framework and see if it'll benefit me. If you've ever said anything to the effect of, oh, if only Democrats were like Kennedy and Republicans were like Reagan, you have been psyoped, my friend.
All right.
That's not inherently bad.
I think
However,
I'm gonna
in
turn
a
off the
serious
Doyle.
political discussion, let's not pretend that two incredibly charismatic and handsome presidents who were in office during a time that two
perks.
generations get respectively nostalgic for
perks to
are
spend
really
and
the
fall
gold
out. Let's
standard for statesmen in this country. Really?
No, I don't.
JFK would have been a Republican because he supported the Second Amendment and wanted to cut taxes. JFK wrote A Nation of Immigrants. He believed America was just an idea that anyone in the world could
upset.
and should be able to just come and live here. Like, he was totally in support of the civil rights movement, and his legacy is Lyndon Johnson, his vice president, whose legacy is open borders and the civil rights movement. Like, he literally set into motion
We're not
the
40
final nail
hours
in this
yet.
country's
We're
coffin.
at one
You want to
day
talk about history repeating itself? Look up the election of 1960. Look up the weird stuff that went on with those votes.
31
Oh, but
hours.
JFK would be a conservative now. Now, yeah, maybe after seeing the consequences
of
of his
time into a
ideas, maybe
game,
after learning that to conserve a
is
nation,
what it
you
is.
have to conserve the borders that he destroyed. Give me a
sitting here
break.
doing nothing
JFK couldn't even conserve the composition
should
of
be
his
reading
skull.
I can't stream while I
Boo-hoo.
read
You're going to be
books.
unfaithful to a woman as gorgeous as Jackie Kennedy? Yeah,
I
I'm
read
going
the
to make
books out
fun of
loud. You guys want me
Not
to read
sorry.
some books out loud?
Oh, but
Next
John,
time
they
you
took him
start
out because of
playing
this quote I found where he said he didn't like the CIA or the Federal Reserve or something.
All right, I'm
every time I
faded.
hear
Happy
that, I actually get
Thanksgiving,
jealous
everyone.
of him. It's more complicated than that. But anyways, yeah,
I'm gonna end the
JFK
Doyle.
conservatives. We're all going to be JFK conservatives if we don't get this country turned around. But anyways, the significance of the propaganda conditioning cannot be overstated because as much as
Happy
we would like to
Thanksgiving,
think
guys.
otherwise, politics is always personal.
I'm gonna head out. Have a good night. I had fun playing Fallout. Listen to some videos with you. One of these days, I'm gonna do this pocket IQ test on stream, but I gotta be totally sober and bust it out. But have a good night, guys. Have a good Thanksgiving tomorrow. And Carter Shaw, real. That's what's up. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.